trying to change what I've been trying to say. Words don't come straight from my head to my mouth. It's such a shame that it fell out of place. Was never me that was bringing you down. Why we always looking for more? Why we always looking for more? Why we always looking for more? I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you Why we always looking for more? Why we always looking for more? Why we always looking for more?
sound, back to the sound. Sound, back to the sound.
came up a lot, it sounds more when I was not around. Certain people that I know, they ain't no longer about. Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. When I'm bringing it to you, couple hits to the face. I know that I need time now, so I gotta call find my way. Now let me throw it. Why they wanna move like that? Why they wanna move like that? Why you want one? Why you want act like that? Why you play hard? Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. Whole gang, whole man, old school, young jam, all black, MZ, still screaming out that chain gang. When I'm bringing it to you, couple hits to the face. I know that I need time now, so I gotta call find my way. Why they wanna move like that? Why they wanna move like that? Why you want one? Why you want act like that? Why you play hard? Get girls but ain't a gallus. Soul shit but ain't a killer. I held a gun but ain't a killer. Can I keep it any realer?
baseline gonna make man shatter.
Hey there, friends. What is going on? It's Codiak here. Welcome to the Leave a Legacy charity stream. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. We have an absolutely jam-packed day. I mean, literally 12 hours, 10 to 10, wall to wall with content creators. We're doing interviews. We've got giveaways, a lot of cool stuff. And I want to tell you guys why we're doing this. So we have been working on this event for months now, collaborating with different content creators, working with different sponsors, trying to put all of the pieces together. It is a lot of work, but it is all for an absolutely great cause. So many of you know that I live in Connecticut. We've partnered up with Connecticut Children's. All of the proceeds from this event are going in support of Connecticut Children's, and we're doing things very differently. We're not just cutting the hospital a check. We're not just putting money into a fund. What we're doing is we're working with the hospital directly to buy video game consoles, buy stuffed animals, whatever the hospital needs in this special unit for the kids that are there. That is what we are doing. So the goal of today is to raise as much money as possible so that we can buy as much cool stuff for these kids going through treatments as we possibly can. So we are incredibly excited that we are finally here. This has been so much work. I can't even tell you guys. I think Livid and myself are both, one, exhausted, two, relieved that the day is finally here. And we've got a great day for you. So if you guys at any point in time want to see the schedule, you can use !schedule in the chat here on the stream. You can also do the same thing for donate, for Discord, for YouTube. You're going to need all of those at some point throughout the day. But other than that, we're going to just jump right in. I'm going to unmute my stream here, and we've got not only Livid, but we've got our first guest, Gym Leader Ed. What's going on, guys?
Hey, what's morning, everybody?
How is everybody doing today?
Extremely tired today.
Can't complain.
My kid was up all night.
Yeah, my kids are actually kind of fussy last night too.
Oh man, just a bunch of old man gamers in here right now.
Yeah.
Too funny. Well, I'm gonna tweak Ed. I messed up your graphic a little bit here, so I'm gonna tweak this really quick. So Ed, let's start with this. Where did you come up with the name Gym Leader Ed?
Okay, so I actually created my YouTube channel, believe it or not, like 10 years ago.
Okay.
It might have been 12 years ago now, actually. I originally just started as a someone who would just cover like Pokemon X and Y news.
Okay.
And like even before that, I was like just doing random stuff on my channel, like just finding glitches in old Pokemon games and stuff like that. But the reason I came up with Gym Leader Ed is because originally my username was just like my last name, and I was like, I need something like more like easy to remember. So I was like, well, everyone calls me Ed, and I was like, why don't I just be Gym Leader Ed? Like, it's just such a weird, like, it just came to my head. I was like, I'll just be a gym leader.
So did you lean into that, because you had already had the name, and then you lean into that with all of the Monster Hunter stuff or Monster Tamer stuff that you do, or was that always the plan?
No. So basically, like, I didn't actually start doing YouTube seriously until late 2019.
Mm-hmm.
And so usually on my YouTube channel, like I was like I've periodically uploaded there, like even so before I did like some Pokemon stuff, and then like a few years ago I uploaded like a Horizon Zero Dawn video. Like I was just doing random gaming stuff, and then when I found out about actually there was this video I watched. I've done a collab with the guy actually. Clemmy uploaded a video talking about like upcoming monster taming games, and I took a look at it and I saw Temtem, Coralmon, Monster Crown, and Kindred Fates, and I was like, oh my god, there's games like this that exist, like that are like it's like Pokemon but not Pokemon, and they, they all bring their own unique twist to the table. So as soon as I saw that, I was like, oh, I gotta share this. like people need to know about these games, and that's kind of how it all just kind of snowballed from there.
It's crazy. I mean, I think you can have all the plans in the world, but honestly, like sometimes you just have to grab onto a moment like that. Like, oh, this thing hits you in the face. You're like, wow, this really inspires me, or this really makes me want to do something, and you just run with it.
Yeah.
So you obviously covered Temtem quite a bit. You have grown your channel immensely over the last, what has it been, 2 years now?
Yeah, almost 2 years. Yeah.
2 years. What has been some of the high points for you? What's been some of your proudest moments?
Basically every time one of these games releases, like we have a lot of games that are still in early development, but like anytime these games release, it's really nice to see people coming from outside of the because we have our niche community,
right?
Like we all know they're monster taming games, or this and that, but the wide public just knows these games as quote unquote Pokemon clones or rip-offs or whatever.
Right.
My channel is kind of dedicated to showing that, like, no, these games aren't just rip-offs. Like, they have their own unique mechanics, and you might not let's say you play Temtem, you might not like that one, but you might like Coralmon, or you might not like Coralmon, but you might like Temtem. I basically want to. My goal as a channel is to kind of like bring up the genre and tell people, no, these games are valid. They're just like how people used to call FPS games Doom clones and Doom ripoffs. Like,
right.
This is a whole genre. That's kind of my so I guess to get back to your question, my high points, I guess, would be like seeing people in the comments that tell me I didn't even know these games existed, and now like I have all these different games to look forward to.
That's great. One of the games that's always popped out to me, I've never had the time to play, was Monster Sanctuary. Have you played that one?
It's so good.
Is it so good? It looks so good.
Yeah, it's good.
Oh, man. Well, I'm super glad you're here. I'm going to switch it over because I don't know if you guys are doing it together, but I know Livid has started streaming a little bit of Temtem. Temtem was kind of a game that, you know, part of today's stream is to talk about these games that we kind of covered together or at the same time. And Temtem was one of them. What was it about Temtem for you that really just like got you inspired to make content?
So one of the things with Temtem, especially, like it was one of the first ones that I ever saw, but like I like the game is of a high quality. Like you can see the models are very nice, and a lot of the ideas that they have, some of them aren't implemented yet because the game's still in early access, but like one thing was that they wanted to focus on a more competitive scene, and at the time I was like, man, like there's no RNG. There's they want to have like a ranked matchmaking system, which is something that I don't know if Pokemon Sword and Shield added that, but I don't know if it's a specific TMR that they like an ELO that they have, but I like that they're adding like an ELO system. They said that they're gonna add like a you know, in League how they have like gold, silver, bronze, platinum, all that. They're gonna add something like that in Temtem too. So I thought stuff like that was cool. And then originally, like I wouldn't even like, I don't know if I'd even say I was a monster taming YouTuber when I started with Temtem, because I pretty much just covered Temtem at first. And then I slowly started covering other games. Like I think Koromon was the second one, and then Monster Crown, and then Kindred Fates. But originally, like it was just like, oh, this game looks really cool. I'm gonna dump 700 hours into it.
Is that how many hours you have in Temtem?
I think it's like 650, but yeah.
Holy moly, that is impressive. Was there something specific about Temtem? I mean, obviously you don't, I mean, I just know being an old man gamer myself, like there's no way you have 650 hours in all of these different Monster Tamer games. There's just not enough time in the world, right? But what was it about Temtem?
Temtem, I mean, the game is very grindy, so it's easy to lose a lot of hours into it just breeding, but and like transferring. So for me, like when I first started my YouTube channel, I was pretty much just covering Temtem, Koromon, which is a demo, Monster Crown, which was an alpha, and Kindred Fates wasn't even out yet. So those are the 4 games that I was covering for like months. So the only fully released game was Temtem. So it was easy for me to dump a lot of hours into it. A lot of my time was actually spent playing with my kid because she was a baby at the time. I would just kind of like with one hand just like release stuff and just like hang out with my kid with the other hand.
That's pretty funny. That is the epitome of a dad gamer.
Yeah, she'd be like, she's taking a nap. All right, sweet. Let me pull out the controller. She's napping on my arm.
That's great. Well, let's take a second for anybody who doesn't know what Temtem is. So right now, I have no idea. I mean, I've stopped playing Temtem. Livid kept up with it much more than I did. So what the heck are you guys doing right now?
So currently,
oh yeah, you go ahead. You go ahead.
It's your spot.
Okay, sure. So basically, there's a new mechanic. There's 2 of these right now. There's they're called, I believe they just call them raids.
Yeah, they're like raid layers, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. So you basically have you can have minimum of 3, but it makes it harder. But up to 5.
Okay.
Players that'll all queue together, and basically you have like different. You're given like random Temtem, random upgrades, and stuff like that, and all the stuff that's in your bag, like you'll lose it at the end. But basically you have to collect gems, and what these gems will do is if you have enough, you can go fight like a legendary Temtem. You're also given like this currency that you can get, and if you're lucky enough to come across like a stage with like chests, you can buy stuff. Or as you can see right now, there might be a little bit of a stream delay, but he just went into a battle with a tamer that has like 2 orbs over their head. That means it's like a semi-difficult tamer. There's like 3 different levels. Basically, it's survival mode. Like it's kind of like it's kind of like a roguelike survival kind of thing that they got going on. And basically, you guys have to work as a team. And if you get enough gems at the end, you can go catch the mythical Temtem. But it's a boss fight, so it's got like 5 HP bars.
Wow. So I mean, it's kind of blurring the lines between, you know, the Monster Tamer game, the MMO. I know that was a big selling point, was that there's a more of a social component to it.
Yeah.
Obviously, the game's still in early access. Their roadmap has slowed down quite a bit. What about the social components? Do you see that being a big selling point, and do you see a lot of Monster Tamer games in the future adopting more social components like that?
So for me, what I've noticed, and I actually spoke about this recently, the devs have pretty much said like the game's technically an MMO, but it's more like an what they said was that the game it's like an RPG with the I don't know how to explain it, but it's more like an RPG with MMO elements, if that makes any sense.
Okay.
Because like, you know, in like a typical MMO like RuneScape, let's say the game's going to be like open world, you're going to have all these different like mining and crafting and this and that. Whereas Temtem's more like a standard RPG with like all the social elements, which I think is good. I do think that there's negatives and positives that come with that, because MMOs tend to be a lot more grindy. But if the game doesn't have a lot of MMO stuff, then it might feel like unnecessarily grindy for tournaments and stuff. But I do think like the raids that they have is a really good idea. They're gonna have I don't remember what they're calling it, but basically like a global trading station where you can put money, well, not real money, but like Pansuns or Temtem up, and then you could kind of sell them there. Because right now the best way to sell Temtem and stuff like that is on the Discord.
Mm-hmm.
So like, I'm really looking forward to it's called the Trading House. The Trading House is going to be really good because you have this in-game currency that you can like save up or whatever, and then instead of having to like go through Discord, you can just put something online and then have it happen when it happens. But yeah, like it's I'm gonna have to see like how it is when 1.0 comes out, because I know they said that they're focused on like adding a lot of features to make sure that the game is more like sustainable for long periods of time.
Yeah.
Because right now we're seeing like dips and raises depending on when an island comes out.
You're talking about like how many people are playing?
Yeah. So like when there's an island comes out, we see like a huge spike in players, then it goes really, really down, and then when a new island comes out, we see like a huge spike again. So I think the devs are kind of trying to level that out by adding like stuff that'll keep people playing for a long time.
Yeah,
So
changing like the foundation of it to have more like long-term systems that people can engage with over time, not necessarily just when a new island comes out.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So what about, obviously Temtem is churning away. What about the future for your channel and for you? What are the things that you're looking at, games that you're excited about, or just opportunities that you're excited about in the future?
Yeah, I mean, there's tons of like, there's got to be over 100 monster taming games at this point that are in the works.
Wow.
Some of them are more like solo dev projects. Some of them are by teams. Some of them aren't even public yet. But 2022 specifically is going to be kind of crazy because we have like a lot of games coming out next year. Like there's a game called Sky Climbers that's like this open world city building / monster taming game. We got Untamed Isles, another monster taming MMO. Chain Monsters is also coming out next year. Same sort of deal. I know there's a Monster Sanctuary DLC that's coming out, so that's going to be pretty fun. Yeah.
One day I want to dive into that game because it just looks like so much fun.
It's really good. I'm gonna say this, but I don't mean it to sound, because when people use this game as they think you're talking about difficulty, but it feels like a Dark Souls monster taming game, but not because it's hard, just like the way Dark Souls kind of challenges you.
Mm-hmm.
But if you know what you're doing, it's not that hard. If that makes any sense. I know the devs actually have some inspiration from Dark Souls because one of their monsters is like based off Solaire.
Oh, okay. Cool.
So, but yeah, that's what it feels like to me. It feels like a kind of like a Dark Souls mix with monster taming, but not in a the game is kind of difficult, but not in like a difficulty way.
Gotcha. Livid, what was that game? Remember we saw that crazy trailer, and it had a monster taming component to it, or monster capture component. It was that crazy game out of South Korea that was like,
oh, Doki V.
Oh, yeah,
Doki V. Is that one on your radar too?
Oh yeah, definitely. It's coming out. They originally said it was coming out next year. I'm not sure if anything's changed, but yeah, definitely like that's going to be a big one too. It started out as an MMO, but they decided to change it to a action adventure title.
Mm-hmm.
So basically from MMO to single player, but I think that could be a good thing. Because if there's too many monster taming MMOs, I'm going to go crazy.
I honestly, I think Livid and I both watched that trailer and we're like, I have no idea what's going on. It says there's monster taming components here. It says there's combat. All I see is just like these little kids running around on scooters and stuff with all these particle effects flying everywhere. Yeah. Like probably the trippiest trailer I've seen in a long time.
Yeah,
honestly.
it's definitely a little weird. Like, it looks a little strange. Like, I was like, holy crap! Like, what is happening? And there's like these kids just like using these like pixel art. Like there's this one hammer that just looks like a pixel.
Yeah, super weird.
Yeah, it's looking pretty interesting, but
super weird.
It seems like it'll be fun. I think the monster taming is like gonna be all companion based, so you fight with the monsters.
Oh, okay. So it's more like
you have like three companion monsters that you can like level up and like you I know you can like I don't know how the capture mechanic works, but you can capture other monsters. But yeah, it's not like turn based or anything like that. It's basically like the monsters are like fighting with you.
Nice. Nice. Well, Ed, I'm going to take a quick second here, guys. If you're just joining us, we are doing this entire stream from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m., all in support of Connecticut Children's. We are still looking for our first donation of the day. It's a long day. I'm literally locked in this chair for the next 12 hours. So it's going to be a long day, a great day. All of that money is going to go right back to the hospital in their special family unit. We're going to be buying video game consoles, video game accessories, games themselves, toys, all sorts of stuff. And I actually want to share with you guys, we actually started a stretch goals thing. So as soon as we get to $250, Livid and myself, we're going to be donating 10 video game t-shirts. And that's just going to get more and more crazy as we reach these different stretch goals. So the first goal is $250. That's where we want to hit first. It doesn't have to be much, guys. $1, $2, whatever you guys have that you want to give to this incredible hospital and this great cause, we would love that. But for now, we're going to get back to Gym Leader Ed, who is joining us, our first guest of the day. You got that first spot, man. That's a pressure situation.
A little bit, yeah. I was like, oh man, like actually, I have to go to work after this, so this was actually the only time I could come because my work schedule. I actually live an hour and a half from home, or sorry, from work. So I go to work. I got to leave about hour 45, 2 hours just in case there's traffic. Then I go to work and then I got to drive all the way back. So by the time I get home from work, the stream's going to be done. So I was really happy that I was able to secure the spot.
Yeah, no, I'm super glad you're here. It was so cool when we first started putting the stream together. We wanted to do something that was about kind of the games that we covered and the content creators that, we kind of work in parallel with. Because one of the things that a lot of people don't realize about content creation is that, you're not an island. Oops, that's the wrong one. My bad. You're not an island by yourself, right? Like when you cover a game like Temtem, there's 10, 15, 20 other people covering it. You cover some of the bigger games, like when we just finished covering Far Cry 6, there's hundreds of people covering those games. And while, of course, you're competing and stuff like that, it doesn't have to be nasty or competitive. And that's
exactly,
especially in the Monster Tamer community, everybody is so close and it's all just about having fun, embracing this genre. So when we were putting the event together, we're like, Temtem, Gym Leader Ed, it just makes sense. And you were actually one of the first ones that was like, yes, let me just make sure my schedule works.
Yeah, exactly. Well, especially like, you guys are doing a charity event for a pediatric center. And I think you said you're a dad too. I know Livid did. But yeah, as a dad, I'm like, 100%. Like, especially when it comes to kids, like that stuff, like, hits me right in the heart. You know what I mean? So
I hear you.
I was like, like 100%. Like, I have to make sure I have time. Like, I would have tried to change my schedule if I couldn't find a slot.
Well, I appreciate you being here, and I definitely appreciate that $30. Kicking us off, we've got a long way to go. It's going to be a long day, and hopefully by the time you go home from work, we have some good news for you. We hit a big number. That's my hope. It's the first year doing this. You never know what you're going to get, right?
Yeah, exactly. I thought definitely kickstart the donations with my own lead by example type thing,
I appreciate it. So let me ask you some more questions. We got plenty of time to talk about Temtem, other things with the channel. Every content creator goes about making videos, putting their content together differently. Is there like a process that you go through when you're making a video? This is really for me because, my process is wildly different than Livid's process, which is probably going to be wildly different than your process.
Yeah. So originally what I was doing was I was just like, whatever I felt like making, I was just putting together. Yeah. But then what would happen is like games would release, and then because like I was just making whatever, I'd be like, oh, I should have prepared for this. So now I'm kind of more, I have more of like a mindset for it. So now I'm like, okay, this game's releasing at this time, or this game just made an announcement. Why don't we shed some light on that? Because a big part of like my channel too is a lot of these indie games don't have a very large following. Mm-hmm. Like I'd say probably about 80% of the games I cover, are pretty small.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to like bring people to check out their games as well. So if they'll upload a trailer or something, I'll make a video breaking down one of their systems or something. That way it sends some people over to check out their game. But generally I have kind of like a giant list of all the games. Each week I do like a news segment, and literally every week, I was actually working on this before the stream started. Every week I'll go through all of the games that have Discord servers. I'll go through all their announcement channels. Then I'll go to the ones that don't. I'll go to all their Twitter pages and just look for like any update I can find.
Yep.
So it ends up like I have a list of about 100 games here that I'm like checking every week, and then maybe 30 of them will have news, but then I'll put that together for my news segment.
Gotcha.
And then just other games in general. Like I actually script them at work, so I drive for a living, but
Okay.
I drive a bus. So when I get to like the end, I have like let's say 10 minutes before I gotta leave. So I script for 10 minutes on my phone. And then I start driving again. And then when I get to the other end, I script for a few minutes on my phone. So that's how I write my video scripts.
It's so great that you kind of say that, because I don't think a lot of people, I think and maybe this is wrong, maybe this is an overgeneralization, but I really feel like people don't understand the lengths and the weirdness that comes with being a content creator. Like
I agree.
writing scripts at the end of your bus route, like that is so true to 95% of the content creators that are just trying to make it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's so true.
I vividly have memories when we were just starting out, and we're still part-time. Anthony and I still work our full-time jobs. Like we'll find those 5 minutes to just like bang out a graphic, or same as you, write a script. I've been staying up till 3 a.m. writing scripts sometimes, and it's just you don't realize there's a sacrifice to it. There's a commitment level that I don't think a lot of people can realize or appreciate until they do it themselves.
Yeah, I totally agree, especially like if you're doing really like uploads very often.
Yeah,
it's definitely like I'm always having to find time, because I'm working like 50 hours a week. Then I commute 3 hours a day. Then I have 2 kids, so my sleep usually ends up.
It's brutal.
Yeah, it's usually Ed's not sleeping tonight, or I'm getting like 5-6 hours of sleep.
There's a reason why, and I've realized this more as I've gotten a little bit older and had more just commitments pop up. Getting married, buying a house, all that stuff. It's like there's a reason why the YouTube space is dominated for the most part by kids that are under like 21. And it's because they have so much time to commit to this, because it needs that time commitment.
Exactly.
Unless you do it full time, which as many people know, you can't just jump into this full time. It's very hard.
No, you can't. No. I have people actually asking me like, "Oh, do you do YouTube full time?" I'm like, maybe if my channel got like 10 times bigger, then I could maybe do it. But I don't think people realize how it is to do YouTube full time.
It's funny too, and I've had a few friends that have started like their own channels and done their own thing, and I always try and give them as much encouragement as I can, because I think the world needs more creators. But at the same time, I try and let them know this is a grind. You're going to be grinding from day one, especially in the beginning. Like, you remember that first 1,000 subscribers, how hard it is? It's so hard. And I just constantly told myself, this is before Livid and I were working together, I constantly just told myself, 1 subscriber at a time, 1 subscriber at a time. And now, where we're at, we're still not at a place where I'm like, yep, I can just quit my job and go YouTube full time. It just doesn't work that way. It's not that easy.
Yeah, exactly.
It also is a what's the word I'm looking for? A consistency thing. So one of the things that we did with our channel, earlier on, was we decided we wanted to do variety. Like, we can't cover the same game or the same genre. We get so bored. But the people that do cover the same thing often do better. They tend to have more success because, you found your niche, and you were talking a little bit about that before. So I assume you're seeing the same people in your streams or your video chats, and like, that's cool too. There's a cool feeling there.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean,
for sure. It's it's actually kind of funny, because you're mentioning like the first 1,000. I still see comments from people that were like in the first like 500. And I'm like, oh, it's this person. Because sometimes people get burnout from watching the same content creator. They disappear for a few months. They come back. I do it all the time.
Yep.
So they disappear. They come back. I'm like, oh, it's this guy. What's going on?
And it's always cool too when they find out that you're still around. Like,
yeah.
like almost like they've been burned before, and like, oh, you're still making content? That's cool.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I told you we weren't going anywhere.
I have a guy that so basically when I started doing monster taming videos, I was at like 200 subs. And so that was in 2019. So my first 200 subs were just from like random stuff I made like the prior 10 years. But like I'd upload a video and then not upload something for like 2 years. So the first 200 were just some like random stuff that I did. But I still to this day get comments from one of those original 200s that subscribed to me in like 2014, and that's kind of funny to see, because it's like this dude's been with me for over like almost, what was it, 8 years now, like 7 years.
It's crazy. I mean, honestly, you know, you see the big streamers that have the millions of subs or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's all those little moments that really help keep you going. Because that's honestly it for me. Like, I try and go to bed reading comments and like answering comments and whatever.
Yeah.
And it's like that sort of interaction. Like, somebody took the time out of their day, and I don't care if a video gets 5 views or 5 million views. Somebody took the time out of their day to watch our content, and especially if they left a comment talking about it.
Yeah,
like,
100%. Yeah.
There's a feeling there that it's very hard to put into, like, it's just hard to describe how cool that is. That you made somebody's day, or you just entertained them, or you informed them. And I think that's why we do it, right?
Yeah. One of the biggest, I guess you could say, like, kind of like upsets or like realizations I had to have was like, okay, so I used to, no matter what, I'd reply to every single comment, at least saying something. And when I got to the point where now I'm getting too many, I had to like come to the realization, like, I'm still going to try to read every single one, but I can't reply to all of them. And that kind of made me sad.
Yeah. There's definitely a pivot point where you're like, I got this. I want to engage. I want to be super involved with the community, every single comment. And then you just get overwhelmed, and then you realize you're spending all your day answering comments.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is
YouTube
fun.
Won't always notify you when your old videos get comments. I noticed too. So it's like, sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, I'll tell you, there's been, we've had a couple of videos that have popped off, and we still get comments on them, and I try and go back to them, but even sometimes it's like hard to wrap my head around, like, okay, what were you asking me? What did I make in that video? I mean, it was 2 years ago.
Or they'll mention something like specific, and it's like, oh, I got to rewatch my whole video to know what they're talking about.
Yeah, because you're always moving on, right? Like, that's the content creator thing. You're always moving on to that next thing, just trying to leave your mark and then moving on and just trying to be bigger, better, whatever you want to do, improve upon yourself. And that's something that, it's weird. We get, and I'm sure you've had this too. You get somebody that reaches out to you in like a Discord or something, and you respond to them, and they're like, I can't believe you responded.
Like, exactly.
Like, what are you talking about? I love just engaging with the people that are watching the content that we make.
Yeah, 100%. And one thing I've noticed too, I guess it kind of ties into this, is when I first started YouTube, when I had like, let's say, I don't know, like less than 1,000 subscribers, I used to think channels with like 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, your guys 158,000. I used to think they were huge. Like, oh my God, that's like massive, right? And I knew there was channels with 1 million, but like I still thought like 100K was like this massive thing that's like insane. And as like now that I'm at 20,000, like thinking back to my old thought process, I would have thought that I was like this big YouTuber, and so I understand why people are like, oh my God, like he actually answered. But now that you become like, as you get bigger, you're like, wow, I'm like, you kind of get more humble as you grow, because you're like, wow, like I really am still a small creator. Yeah.
I mean, look, I'll tell you, man, we feel that way all the time. I mean, just putting this event together, reaching out to people and not having anybody reply for a little bit was like, wow, I thought we would have a little bit of clout, a little bit of just like, I still have to talk through moderators on Discords just to get a hold of people. And it's like, man, I wish there was like a better way to let people know, like, hey man, I've put my dues in. Like, I just want to talk to them about something. And it just humbles you. And that's a good thing, because humble and hungry are the two best things that you can have as a content creator. I'm sure there's people that would argue that being cocky, being, a character is beneficial. And there's plenty of streamers that have proven that. But I think when you're doing the stuff that we're doing, where you're making info videos and news videos and guides, being humble and being hungry are the two best things that you can bring to the table. Yeah,
for sure. I've always said, like, I'm not one of those guys that's gonna be like, hey, what's going on, guys? It's your boy. Like that's just not me.
Hey, that's my intro.
Actually, it's kind of funny. I do say what's going on, guys, but
There's
like,
only so many
I'm
greetings
not
in the
gonna
world, right?
Yeah, but I'm not gonna be like I don't give my videos like any like energy that I don't have. Like anytime I'm like super excited about something, it's like you can tell. But and like again, like some people have like a character, some people don't. Like I just kind of just like I don't know. I guess when you subscribe to me, you're just subscribing to me, right? Like you
That's
subscribe
cool
to Ed.
though.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, I know. I think my thing is definitely, and I think Anthony's told me this a few times, it's like trying to be consistent with the videos, like consistent reads, consistent quality, consistent whatever. So that way, because when they do go to your channel, you just want them to know like they're going to get the same level of attention to detail or whatever it may be every single video.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right, well, let's come back to Temtem really quick. It has been, we've been watching Livid play in the background. This game has come a long way since the beginning, but there's still actually a little bit left to go before it comes out in its 1.0 launch. So what's ahead for Temtem?
So the next island update is Arbory, which is I believe is going to be the last bunch of Temtem that come to the game. There might be a couple that are saved for like maybe legendary, something like that. But basically, it's supposed to bring forth the trading house, which is what we mentioned earlier, kind of like that RuneScape Grand Exchange type thing. It's going to bring forth the island with all the mental and melee type Temtem, which I mean, like I love melee types, so I'm excited for that. There's this one baboon they actually recently revealed, which looks pretty cool. It's going to bring, I think it's supposed to be about 30 Temtem, and Arbory is going to be the 0.8.
Okay.
So I believe that means there's going to be a 0.9. Which is probably just, I'm assuming, since it's no new islands, no new well, they didn't specify no new islands for that update specifically, but there's 6 islands. I think what it's going to be the update after Arbory, I think that's when they're going to add, they said they're going to have some type of like Battle Frontier equivalent.
Okay.
Which is going to be on like a 7th kind of like mini, like an islet. So I think that's what that's going to be.
Gotcha.
Like 0.9, and then I think between 0.9 and 1.0 is just going to be polish.
Nice. Now, is there a expected date for 1.0 release yet, or did they push it all back?
No, not yet. Yeah, okay. The roadmap. They said the roadmap is useful for like seeing what's coming, but the time's just not what it's supposed to be.
I think COVID was, I mean, obviously terrible, but it definitely gave developers just an opportunity to just kind of like be flexible, and people understanding that they're going to be flexible.
Yeah.
You know, I know that they had a small team already. I don't know if they were working remotely, but probably not. It probably threw a wrench in everybody's plans, developers and, publishers alike.
Yeah, for sure. And, I mean, I've always said, like, if a game takes longer to come out, I'd rather them take longer than release like a half-baked product. So I don't mind waiting. Like, I'm assuming it's coming out next year at some point. Mm-hmm. I can't see it going all the way back to 2023 just because like there's only 2 updates left.
Right.
So my guess, if I were to guess, and this is completely like uneducated, but it'd probably release in the first half of 2022, I think. Okay. But it's possible we could see it in the second half as well.
Nice. And so it looks like Livid is close to the end of that lair raid that he was doing. Yeah. So are you guys playing together right now?
No, I'm not on.
Okay, so once he reaches the end, he's gonna fight a legendary Temtem?
If they have enough gems. I wasn't paying attention to how many gems they have. Yeah. But if they have enough gems, then yeah.
Do you have enough gems, Livid?
I don't know. We'll see if they get there.
That's a new one.
He's gonna get some for winning, so.
Gotcha. That's a new one.
He should win this matchup because both these guys are weak against Electric.
I haven't seen that Temtem Hedgine. I've never seen that one.
Yeah, its ability is pretty funny. Its ability, well, one of them is called "Gotta Go Fast."
Oh, it's a Sonic reference.
Yeah.
Love it. It's so weird. So for anybody who doesn't know that's still watching the stream, this was actually the first game that Livid and I covered together. So this game started in January 2020, and that was right when Livid and I decided, hey, let's work together. And it was such a random occurrence. Like there was no, at the time we were just so all over the place, and it took a long time for us to like really lock into a plan and a strategy. But we had done a video, I think it was a trailer reaction video, which we dabbled with a bunch up until like a few months ago. And it actually popped off pretty well. And we're like, oh, I guess maybe people are interested in Temtem. And I remember like there were a lot of people playing this game when it first came out. Like it was a really popular game, because people were looking for that alternative to Pokemon.
Yeah, especially that time. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's weird. I grew up with Pokemon, but I fell off the bandwagon most recently. So maybe you can
Yeah.
speak to like why are people kind of looking for other games?
So for me, I'm actually kind of in the same situation. Like at least for me, and this is always like a point of debate and contention. I didn't like Sword and Shield. I thought that they made the games too like Pokemon's always been linear, but they made it like really linear. Like I'm not even like people were upset about the national dex thing. I get why they are because that kind of dampers your freedom when it comes to like who you want to battle against each other. But it didn't bug me that much.
Okay.
But it's just for me, Sword and Shield they just felt very watered down. It's the first big Switch title, and they felt like they had less content than some of the 3DS titles and a lot less than some of the DS titles. So for me, it was just like it was kind of like a long time coming, and I think there's a lot of people have the same sort of like the most recent generations. They've really been trying to just come out with games as quick as possible, and like the post games have suffered. With Sword and Shield, like there was basically no post game. Same with like X and Y. It's just been like, and like to me, like I wanna like Pokemon games. Like I'm personally like I'm looking forward to the Gen 4 remakes just because I enjoyed Gen 4. But even then, like they've been making like weird decisions, like forcing the EXP share, or they're reverting TMs back to like single use. And they've just been making a lot of like strange decisions that have like upset a lot of the older fans, I guess. So some people are perfectly fine with it because like what I've realized making content about games that are like Pokemon and Pokemon as well, because I also make Pokemon videos, is that people like Pokemon for different reasons. So you might say you absolutely didn't like Sword and Shield, but other people might say they like it because they like to shiny hunt, or they enjoy VGC stuff, and apparently Sword and Shield's good for VGC. I haven't dabbled in the competitive for Gen 8, but apparently it's good for that. So I think the reason a lot of people are like there's so much controversy with Pokemon is because you have people that like Pokemon for certain things that have really kind of been left behind, and then you have people that like Pokemon for other things that are still in the games. So that's why I think people are clashing. But basically, yeah, a lot of people are just looking for something different.
Yeah, it blows my mind that Pokemon. I mean, really, when you think about, was it 1998 when the first one came out?
96 in Japan. I think it was 98 here, though.
Yeah, I mean, that is just a legacy in itself. And
yeah,
for it to still be relevant and for it to still be, I think, what is it, Brilliant Diamond and what's the new ones coming out?
Yeah, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl.
Like that was the, like you said, Gen 4. And for them to be making remastered variations of those games just shows the staying power of the genre and how much that game, whether you love it or hate it, has helped define this genre that gave us games like Monster Sanctuary, Temtem, Dokev, all of these games that are going to be popular, up and coming, whatever. Like it all came from Pokemon, and there's not very many games that do that.
Yeah, for sure. It's Pokemon definitely has like and it still does. It has kind of like a monopoly on the genre, and that's why everybody thinks like I've seen Pokemon YouTubers. I'm not going to mention any names, but because I actually like a lot of them, but sometimes they say funny stuff. Like one of them tried to argue that like Shin Megami Tensei was a Pokemon clone, even though that game came out before Pokemon, right? So Pokemon is so popular that people just think that it's like the original monster taming game because of how like disproportionately like Pokemon in terms of like sales and success is like, and then compared to all the other games is like trying to compare like PewDiePie to like me, right? Like so if PewDiePie was and me were like, if PewDiePie was like the only content creator and then like I just showed up, everyone would just call me a PewDiePie clone, right? So I think that's kind of what's going on. And But yeah, Pokemon's inspired a lot of games, and like a lot of us, like we love classic Pokemon. I even like this Legends game. I'm a little bit skeptical, but I think it looks pretty interesting. So I'm gonna give it a shot, see how it is. And yeah, that's the thing with like monster taming. There's also like a presumption that everybody who likes monster taming games doesn't like Pokemon, but that's not true because I have a lot of like Pokemon fans that also want to play these games.
Okay.
Because it's like, oh, I'm waiting for the next Pokemon game to come out. Why don't I pick up Temtem while I'm waiting? Or Monster Sanctuary just released. Let's play this during the in between time and stuff like that. So it's definitely like a mixed community. You got people that definitely perpetuated like this upswing. Especially Temtem was like a major player in that, in my opinion, because like it came out right around like the whole controversy with Sword and Shield, and then everything kind of spiraled out from there. You had like the Kindred Fates Kickstarter. You had games like Koromon that when I started covering it had very little coverage, but now they've had like over 1 million people play their game, and it's just it's crazy. Like it's definitely, I don't think monster taming is going to become like the next Call of Duty in terms of like like mainstream like success, but it's definitely becoming like a bit like a big niche, if that makes any sense.
It's gaining its solid foundational base, which is important.
Yeah.
It's important for developers because they can kind of try and drag people over to their games if there's already an established base. If you're trying to create, and this is always the thing, like I love developers that create things that are wildly different, but sometimes it's a really big gamble, especially if you're a no-name developer. Like it's just really hard to get people to play games because there are so many games out there nowadays.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, let's take one more quick little break here, guys. I want to just, again, remind everybody that we are streaming all day long. Right now, we're talking to Gym Leader Ed. He'll be with us for about another 10-15 minutes. But everything today is going in support of Connecticut Children's. We are raising money for, it's the only hospital in Connecticut, my home state, that treats just kids. And so what we're doing differently this year is that we're focusing on getting kids video games, video game consoles, accessories, toys, all that sort of stuff. We didn't want to cut the hospital a check. We wanted to provide them with something that they could be entertained with while they're at the hospital, basically sharing our love of gaming with them. So all your donations today will go right into that fund. We're going to be working directly with the hospital to figure out what we want to buy, whether it's Nintendo Switches, Xboxes, PlayStations, toys, doesn't matter. We're going to figure it out, and we're going to hopefully be able to deliver a nice big bundle of cool stuff for the kids to check out. But Ed, we've got a few more minutes left. Let us talk about the future of YouTube for you. So you are going to keep focusing on monster taming games, but is there anything else that you're going to be branching out into? Are you going to do something different in 2022 that maybe you didn't do in 2021?
Yeah, I'm still going to be covering like 99% monster taming games. Sometimes I cover like stuff that monster taming fans would still care about. Like for example, when the OLED Switch and the Steam Deck were announced, like I made a video kind of comparing the two.
Okay.
But yeah, like I'm gonna stick to monster taming as like my main focus. Once in a while, if there's a topic that people really want me to talk about, and it's not technically monster taming, like the Steam Deck, I'll cover it. But it still relates back because like if you're a fan of a lot of monster taming games, a lot of them are on Steam, so you'd be interested in something like that. But what I plan on doing differently is I have like. I used to do more Let's Plays. I've kind of like stepped back from those and focusing on like being able to finish games a little quicker so that I can make more guides for everybody. Because I know like a lot of people, they expect that from me. So making Let's Plays takes a little longer because I got to edit. I gotta actually find like a consistent amount of time that I could sit behind the computer. Because when I edit my videos, usually it's like I edit for 10 minutes. I go check on my kids. Like my wife's home, right? Like my wife's staying at home right now, but you know, I'm kind of like an hour of editing, 30 minutes of like hanging out, another hour of editing, and then whatever. So I've kind of strayed away from them a little bit. I still do them once in a while. Like I'll do a stream of like a new game launching, but I've stepped away from like the big series. But what I do want to do is I cover a lot of new games that are coming out, like Monster Sanctuary, Temtem, Koromon. I want to focus a lot more on some of the classics because there's a lot of monster taming games that existed before that I feel like because they existed before this big boom, which started in 2020, they kind of got like swept under the rug. There's games like, and a lot of people are talking about them now because it's like, wow, like we didn't even know these games existed. And some people did, but they were more niche. Like one example is like Disney actually had a monster taming franchise that ran for 3 years, and Disney's first ever original IP that wasn't from a film or a movie was called Spectrobes, and it was a monster taming game where you have like these alien monsters and you go to different planets and you fight with them.
What? And, I've never heard of that. That's wild.
There's one game that a lot of people have been asking me to cover, which I definitely will, is called Fossil Fighters. It's like a dinosaur battling game for the DS.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a ton. I mean, there are some bigger ones that everybody knows, like Monster Rancher. Metabots is another one. Like technically it's robot taming, but it's the same sort of
I've got a
If you
box.
get too specific, it's gonna you're gonna start gatekeeping. Like, this game is fish taming. It's not monster taming.
Where do you come down? I know. I mean, this is something that I grew up with. Where do you come down on the Digimon mountain?
Oh, I was a really big fan, and I think this is true with a lot of people. I think one of the reasons that Pokemon was so successful in comparison to Digimon is because Pokemon had like a specific formula for their video games that Digimon kind of didn't. Like some Digimon games are really amazing, but then some of them are just terrible. Whereas Pokemon,
And they're all over the place, right?
Yeah, and maybe some of them aren't terrible. Maybe they're just terrible to me because I don't like that type of game. But like some of them are like just complete. Like some of them are racing games. Some of them are like RPGs. Some of them are just like battling games. Like there's a huge variance, and I think that's kind of what it goes back to what we were talking about with consistency.
Right.
I think they kind of lacked the consistency, which did that. But their anime, like I actually prefer the Digimon anime to the Pokemon anime because I feel like there's actual progression.
Yeah.
But yeah, like if anyone who's a fan of Pokemon wanted to play a Digimon game, I'd recommend like the Cyber Sleuth games are pretty good. They're somewhat similar too.
I feel like isn't there like a big Digimon MMO that's in the works?
That's what I've heard, but you know that they've also said that Digimon Survive is supposed to come out. It's supposed to come out last year, then this year. Now it's delayed till next year. So I know Digimon's been having a lot of issues, but yeah, there is an MMO. I believe it's this is off the top of my head. I could be wrong. I think it's coming out in Korea first.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure I tried to register for. This is a while ago, but I'm pretty sure I tried to register for like the alpha or the beta or something. But then it was like my phone. You had to put in your phone number, and I wasn't from Korea, so they didn't let me do it.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, people were like, when it closed, people were like, "No, you're an idiot. You're supposed to make a fake phone number from." I'm like, "Well, I don't know."
Oh my gosh. I remember there was another game I remember growing up. So growing up, I lived next to my aunt and uncle and my cousin. And my cousin was the one who really got me into gaming. He was the one who, had always had the new consoles. And, I was always sitting there with the guide, never able to play. He would never let me play, but I would be able to like watch him and like, help him with stuff. Like I remember vividly, he would never let me play Phantasy Star Online on the Dreamcast.
Okay.
But one of the games I remember him playing, and I don't know if you know this one, I think it was called Monster Tamer. Does that sound familiar?
Oh, Monster Rancher, maybe?
Monster Rancher, that's it. Monster Rancher.
Yeah, Monster Rancher. Actually, this is actually funny that you mention it because I was about to mention it. It's getting a remaster.
Really?
In December. Yeah.
All I remember is the big eyeball guy, right? He's the thing.
Yeah. I actually never played the original, so I'm excited to play the remaster. I believe his name is like it starts with a V. It's like Vuela or something like that. I can't remember off the top of my head. People are gonna hate me now.
I just remember, that was a game he played for hours and hours. And I remember like it was pretty cool back in the day. It's hard because, it was like my 12-year-old self or however old I was.
Sorry.
What was it?
I thought his name was Vuelo for some reason. It's Swezo.
Swezo, that sounds familiar. Yeah, that's going to be a cool remaster. I don't know how popular it'll be, just because it's so far removed from when it originally came out. But
yeah, it's kind of weird because so this is a whole other thing too, and I kind of want to mod my Switch because of it. There's a ton of monster taming games that have been coming out in Japan since those days that we just don't get.
Yeah.
Like Metabots, I think it's called Metarots in Japan, and they had Game Boy Color games that came out here, I believe, but they haven't had anything come out since. But they've been coming out with games in the East. Monster Rancher is another one. It's called Monster Farm.
Okay.
In Japan, and they've actually come out with like an MMO.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, like they've still been. So I think this is like. Now I don't know if this is the case, but like I kind of suspect it is. There has been like a lot of talk about like these Japan only games, and I think the Monster Rancher devs are trying to see like they're trying to dip their toes back in the Western market to see if like there's
an appetite for it.
Yeah, and I think honestly, and I think Doki V might have had something to do with that too. But I think honestly, like if this game sells well, we could see other franchises like Yokai Watch 4 never came out here because the game lost a lot of steam. Like the franchise lost a lot of steam in the West.
Yeah.
I think maybe if games like Monster Rancher from Japan do well here, we might see studios like try to, you know, bring translations over to the West, and that's what I got my fingers crossed for.
Man, it sounds like there's a lot of stuff that you have to keep your eye on. Like, it's funny because I think that we always have to keep our eye on so much, you know, being a variety channel. But
yeah,
it sounds like in this niche, the monster tamer niche, there's actually quite a bit you've got to keep your head on because everything's kind of in flux all the time.
Yeah, it's a little bit crazy too because I don't really have let's say I'm a Pokemon YouTuber. I could look up to like other Pokemon YouTubers for like to see how they're kind of doing things, and then follow like, oh, you know, this PokeTuber is talking about this. Maybe I should do something similar, or you know, build my content that way. But I don't really have anybody to look to that way because like we don't. There's not like, I think there's only like 5 of us monster taming YouTubers, and the other ones kind of started a little bit after me.
Mm-hmm.
So there's not really.
You're the OG.
Yeah, I'm not the first. I know there was one guy before me, but his content's a lot different than mine.
Okay.
But he doesn't upload anymore. But yeah, it's just it's kind of like I'm trying to like kind of pave the path, and I'm, you know, sometimes like I don't know what I should do. Like, should I be talking about this? Should I be talking more about this? Like, so I'm always just trying to see what my fans want. Like, I'm always doing polls and stuff like that. Like, you know, which game do you want me to cover more? Which you know, which types of videos do you guys like? Because ultimately at the end of the day, the people that are subscribed are the ones that are coming back, so I'm always trying to make videos for them.
It's great, man. It's great. Well, thank you so much for taking an hour out of your day. I know you got to go to work. If you guys, Ed, if you want to put your channel in the chat here, would love to have people
for sure.
Find you and subscribe to you if they're interested in Monster Tamer games. And again, thank you for coming on the stream. Thank you for the donation. And hopefully at the end of the day, I'll circle back and I'll be like, Ed, we raised $1 million.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's really nice what you guys are doing. This actually, in the future, not right now, but in the future, like this has actually inspired me to do something like this too. Like it's really nice what you guys are doing, and I definitely think we need more content creators that are doing nice stuff like this.
Well, thank you, man. Yeah, if you ever are doing something and you need our help, you know how to find us.
Yes, for sure. And I appreciate you reaching out to me. One last thing before I go is I remember when you guys were making Temtem videos under Legion Gaming, and I think you guys had to have been at like 10,000 subs at the time. I remember watching your guys' videos, and I was like, holy crap, like the quality on these videos is so good.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. And I know Livid
like
does
even
too.
now I'm at 20,000. I'm like, I don't know, man. Legion's quality at 10K, I think might have been a little better.
Honestly, it all comes down to our backgrounds. Like Livid and I, we're so lucky that we found each other. I know that sounds really corny, but we have such complementary skill sets. You know, me in the producing, the writing, and the editing, and him in the graphics and kind of the polish on everything. It just works for us. I know a lot of people don't like having partners or being in groups of things. It just works for the two of us. But that's cool, man. Thank you for saying that. That means a lot.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, everybody who came out and is watching, like, thanks, guys. And definitely, if you can leave a donation for the hospital, definitely do. And yeah.
Great. Ed, well, thank you so much, man. We'll see you next time.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Take care. All right, guys, we will be right back. We're just going to change up some guests. Our next guest is ESO Danny. He'll be with us in just a few minutes.
Baseline gonna make man shut up.
Broken glass while I'm thinking in my head. I mind my own, I don't even break a sweat. Oh, this madness is insane. Why you still live in vain? I'm not the one, you're the victim of your own mistakes. It's sad to hear the lights under the street lights, under the street lights.
Hey there, friends. We are back getting ready for a very exciting guest. I reached out to ESO Danny. I said, hey, we would love for you to come on the Leave a Legacy charity stream, be part of this event. You guys know that he is coming up on 2 million subscribers, one of the absolute OG legends on YouTube. And I am super excited to bring Danny in now because this channel has been a channel we've been following for a really long time. When we first got into content creation, we're like, man, this guy just gets it. He's having fun. He's playing games. He's making guides. He's doing all the things that we want to do. He's got all these secondary channels where he's talking about drinking whiskey and board games. And I mean, he's just an all around good guy. So Danny, what is going on, man?
How's it going, guys? You see me?
We got you, man. We got you.
Oh, fantastic. Good to. The stream's delayed, and I was watching it, and I was like, oh, confused. But I do this for a living, and it still confuses me.
Oh, totally. Streaming is like one of those things that it's just there's a little bit of magic in there that you can't quite quantify.
Oh god, yeah, definitely, man. How are you guys doing anyway? Like, it's good to see you all in the chat there. Some people come over for the stream as well. Thanks so much for coming, guys. And it's so nice that you guys have set this up for charity as well. Like, it's something I'm excited to be a part of.
Yeah, honestly, and we're super happy to have you here. And this is just something that we've been working on for months. We are so excited to be working with this hospital, and we want to do something different. I know I told you this when we brought you on board, but you know, we didn't want to just cut a check to a hospital. We wanted to put together something to share our passion for gaming with these kids, and even talking to the hospital people. These kids that are there long term, they know these YouTubers. They know, you know, they follow people on Twitch. They watch these channels, and so I'm like, well, how can we do something different? Like, giving money to research is great, but how can we actually share our love of gaming with these kids? So that's what we're trying to do. And again, I kind of can't believe you're here. It's pretty cool.
I'm just a normal human being, man. But yeah, I mean, when you said that you wanted to help out with these kids with like buying consoles and stuff, it's something that definitely got me into gaming from a young age. As I know you were telling your own stories earlier. So no, it's just a nice thing to be a part of. Perhaps we make another YouTuber. Who knows?
That's right. That would be pretty cool. Well, Danny, let's dive into a little bit of Q&A, a little bit of answers and questions and all that good stuff first. I want to know the origin story of ESO Danny.
Gosh, man. So my origin story is a weird one. It kind of like started back in the days when I first got a console. I think I was about 11 or 12. So before that, I was playing on my childminder's console, a little bit like you, where like my parents didn't own any gaming devices. Mm-hmm. I couldn't like access gaming that easily. So I'd watch other people game that had like, you know, the expensive consoles and equipment.
I know the feeling.
Back then, I mean, it was like £10 a game, but like obviously that was expensive back then, you know?
Right.
So God, how far we've come. But I started making videos when I got my Xbox 360. I had like my mum's compact camera up against the video screen, just the worst
I love it.
quality you could imagine. And I'd just be making guides, like videos for my friends, just like, because I play Oblivion so much, I'd skip school to play it. The Elder Scrolls Oblivion from Bethesda, those of you who haven't heard about it, very much like a game of my childhood, very nostalgic. So I started making videos there, and I uploaded some, I think, to YouTube, but they were so bad. They're not on the internet anymore, you know, hid those away. But I think the first time I thought I'd run with it was when Skyrim came out. Mm-hmm. So I skipped a lot of A-levels revision to just play Skyrim. Well, in hindsight, maybe not the best thing to do. And I recommend staying in school, kids. But it's, you know, it's something that I very much enjoyed.
Yeah.
And then some of those videos became popular. People found them helpful because I just spent so much time in the game, so I could easily just, you know, make videos to help other people.
Yeah.
And I got such enjoyment from like the 5 or so comments I'd get of people who were like, "Oh, this was really helpful, thank you," and it just spiraled out of control from there.
Yeah, everybody starts with those stories. I mean, you've been on YouTube for a long time, but everybody has those stories of like those first few comments where like they show their appreciation, and it's almost like that little rush of dopamine, like, oh man, my videos are doing something. And then you kind of, if you get the bug, you get the bug bad, and you just can't stop.
Definitely. Yeah, like you said before we started streaming, you guys were saying about how you would just be editing until like 3 in the morning, and I was like, yeah, I think a lot of people can relate to that. You know, it's like you have this constant content output,
yeah,
and a constant drive as well.
Yeah, really important when you're making content. We were talking about this with Ed, like to have that drive to be, especially when you're still struggling to break through, having that drive to just keep going, keep making new content, great content, bettering yourself in every video. It's a powerful thing to have that kind of discipline and drive.
Definitely agree. And yeah, like, I mean, some people do have it and some people don't, but you can always see, you know, like even like smaller YouTubers are outputting tons of content, especially like the quality of your guys, what you do, like the high quality of work that you're putting out. I know how much effort goes into it as well. So, you know, it's, yeah, like it's hard work, but it's really good fun and very rewarding to do.
Yeah. For sure. Well, talk to me a little bit. So obviously people found you originally for a lot of your Elder Scrolls content, but most recently, and we'll switch it over here so people can kind of see what's going on. Most recently, you've been pretty invested in New World. So talk to me about New World and your experience with the game so far.
Gosh, yeah, like it was kind of a weird one because back, I think it was like maybe a year ago now, Amazon contacted me and said, oh, like we can sponsor you to play New World, and like jumped on and played the alpha. I was like, oh, this is cool, but like there's a lot of things that don't add up for me. I don't really want to like get paid to play this because I like to be 100% confident in what I'm playing and excited about it. I didn't feel like it would be that way at that time. So when the game came out, I was kind of like, oh, do you know what? Like literally the day before, I was like, I'll buy it and I'll just live stream it so people can like see my genuine response to it. And then I just got so addicted to the game. And a lot of people I've spoken to have like felt this way. I don't know what it is, but I've just so addicted to like the crafting and gathering.
Yeah.
And people keep asking me if it's grindy, and I'm like, to some people maybe, but like I just cannot stop playing it.
Yeah, I think there was this really big appetite. I mean, I think we saw this. We've seen this over the last few years. There was a really big appetite for a new MMO and an immersive MMO that really took people and players to a new world that provided them with hours upon hours upon hours of content. I mean, we've seen all the tests with like Ashes of Creation. You know, it's just people are obsessed with MMOs still, and they're still waiting for that one big one that topples all of the rest of them. I don't know if that's going to be New World, but
I don't know. Like, this is the thing, right? Like, I think, like you were saying earlier with the whole, this game doesn't know what it wants to be. It's got like PvE, PvP, and it's like, where are you focusing the content? I think this MMO is actually like the most tested MMO ever. Like, it's had years of testing, like public testing. And I think it's just added to Amazon Games' confusion in the sense that it's not helped them out, like, because then they were like, oh, we'll add dungeons because people want that. And then they added all this PvE stuff, which is great because I love that. But it's just, it's all over the place, isn't it?
Yeah, and Livid and I have talked about it so much because, and I think we were talking about it when we first connected was, you know, we were taking part in all of those play tests, and the game is just, you know, at the very beginning, it was very clearly a PvP game. Like, that's what they wanted to make. Yeah, and then all of the backlash from the PvEers was like, what are you doing? There's no dungeons in this game. There's no PvE content other than like crafting and stuff. And they're like you said, oh, we're just going to throw some dungeons in. So now you've got this identity crisis. And I think it's going to really, now that the honeymoon phase is starting to like wear off, I think it's going to really start to show if like Amazon can put their heads down and figure out what needs to be changed to fix the game or fix, quote unquote, and just keep it going long term.
I think this is the thing, right? Like, it's a good game, it's addictive to play, but like there's like literally probably like at least 1,000 small issues even that they need to address and fix. And a lot of those issues are things where I'm like, if you look at other MMOs that are released, a lot of those things are just done by like a default. It's like a standard thing to have it release. Yeah. Whereas like a lot of quality of life things here are lacking. So this is one of the things I keep telling people is like, I think it's a decent MMO now. I'm enjoying it. I'm having a lot of fun. I've already got my, you know, $40 worth or how much ever it is in the US. But I think a year from now or 2 years from now, it'll be a great MMO because there's just so much money behind it. Yeah, and the foundations are good, but it'll just take time to get there.
Yeah, and it's hard to. I mean, I think that's part of our job as content creators. And I think a lot of people did a good job at this, but you know, most people compare these sort of things to like WoW vanilla, right? Like if you go back and you play that game back when it came out in whatever year it was, 2001 or whatever it was a disaster. Like there was none of the quality of life, none of the systems that really people know today. But because we're in 2021 and people have higher standards of what an MMO should be, you have to come out of the gate with all of those things or you immediately flop. Granted, you're talking about Amazon. They've got more money than they know what to do with, but it still doesn't always...
And servers. But yeah, they still had issues with servers at launch.
Right.
I mean, that they accidentally created themselves with the whole name thing in the US and EU releasing at different times. But it's interesting, isn't it? Because every single time a new MMO or game like this comes out, we saw it with The Elder Scrolls Online. A year or so later, after the terrible release, they did Unlimited Tamriel, which was basically like, oh, you can adventure everywhere now and you can play with your friends no matter what faction they're in. And it suddenly became this Elder Scrolls game that everyone wanted. And now it's a fantastic game. It's like one of the top 10 MMOs. Same with Final Fantasy. You had a whole documentary made about how bad the launch was and how they remade the entire game from the ground up in the background and launched it again like 2 years later. And now it's like one of the most successful, I think at least top 5 MMOs out there. And I wouldn't be surprised if New World has the same success story. We're just not close to it yet.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that made games like WoW, Final Fantasy, and Elder Scrolls Online so successful is world building. It's such an important aspect of MMORPGs. And where New World is running up against a large challenge is that there is no source material, right? They're having to create all of it themselves. I can't remember what channel it was. Josh Strife Hayes, I think, said, you know, one of his videos was like, think about the first character that you met. Think about the first person at the city that you met. Think about the first piece of lore that you read. Do you remember any of it? And I had to think. I'm like, no, I don't. I don't remember any of that stuff.
It's really like simple storytelling that they've just, I don't know, like I could literally, just from the amount of games and books I've read and movies I've watched, I think most people could almost write a better story narrative. But what's happened is that we've ended up with these characters and NPCs that you meet, and you just don't care about them. You don't care about the world you're in, and the game doesn't make you care. It gives you like these sort of just a reason to go to this location and search for some chests or kill 5 enemies, and that's not enough anymore compared to what we have nowadays, you know, with great storytelling. And I want to, you know, when I'm playing the game, I'm looking at all the notes, I'm reading the lore, and I'm trying to learn as much as I can about this world to care about it. And at times it seems interesting, but a lot more work needs to be done there for sure.
Right, and that's the connective tissue that helps bridge all of these great systems, whether it's the crafting or the resource gathering. I know a lot of people like the action combat, but it has to have that kind of overarching story, narrative, world building. All of those things kind of help glue the game together, because if you don't have that, you're just running around a massive world doing things, and the things aren't enough to keep people long term.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like, you know, look at the factions. Like, you've got green, purple, and yellow.
When you boil it down to their colors, you know something is wrong.
I mean, literally, like, yellow is in a church and kind of religious. Green likes war and killing things and to be the best in battle. Purple wants to learn everything. And the guy's literally standing there with a stack of weapons next to him, green. Purple is holding a book and yellow is sitting there praying, and you're just
it's
like,
so on the nose.
Damn, it's so brain dead.
It's so on the nose, just like
so bad.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad, and we can say that like it's bad.
Yeah. It could
you
be
know,
so much better. You know, it could, and easily. You know.
Right. So this, I think Livid and I have both wanted to cover an MMO. We didn't pull the trigger on New World because we both, after the playtest, we just kind of knew. Unless we were going to invest in it, it just wasn't for us. But one of the MMOs that I am, really interested in, I think I mentioned this to you a little bit in one of my rants to you in Discord, was Riot's new MMO. So,
okay, yes.
So I do want to talk about that for one quick second, because talk about world building. I don't know how much in the League space you know much about Riot's, all the stuff they've been doing behind the scenes, but they've got a team that's starting to work on an MMO. But they have all of these characters, all of this backstory. They've got a world already built. They've got all these major cities and factions. Like, that's the foundation that New World is having to create right now in real time as their game is already out.
just like a source material and lore and background and history to draw on. I mean, I played League of Legends when it first came out, pretty much back when they had queue times to log in, and since then, I mean, they've worked so hard on like the lore of all their characters, what's going on in each area, and at first it was just purely for flavor, but now it's like, yeah, I've not looked too much into the MMO, but it's clearly become like so much more. And again, like it's a company with enough money to hopefully create something epic in that sense.
Yeah, and it sucks that MMORPGs are so dependent on how much money you have, because like it's hard to have a small team and make an MMORPG. It just is. There's just too much work that needs to be done, right? You need bodies to make an MMO, just like you need bodies to fill out all the servers in an MMO. So, Amazon is one company that I think could definitely pull it off long term. Riot's another one I think could pull it off long term.
Yeah, no, I think you're right, especially like with their background history in esports and things like this. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if that's at the back of their head. Like, they're a company that isn't, averse to making money in that sense. They know what they're doing, and they seem to have like put a finger in each one of these sort of video game franchises. I know they've got like they had like a tabletop token game they released. They had a single player RPG that's coming out, like a
that's coming out soon. Yeah, I'm excited about that one.
Ruined King, right? That's what
that sounds right. I haven't been following it super close, but it kind of looks like Darkest Dungeon in a sense, which is a huge game that I'm excited to play, the new one coming out next week.
Oh, dude, I played the first Darkest Dungeon and I was so bad at it. I was just like, damn, this is really punishing. And I love the art style though, so I want it to be better than that was.
They have elevated it immensely. We covered it a couple of videos like leading up to the launch of the early access release. We actually did an interview with Chris Barassa, the one of the owners of the company, who's also the lead art director. He is just taken the vision of the first game and elevated to a place. I'm so excited for them in that game, because Darkest Dungeon was one of those indie games that really kind of turned mainstream and turned everybody on to indie games.
Oh, definitely. There's a few games like that, and it's always a pleasure to see when like an indie developer just gets such success with a video game. I always try and like look out for new titles like Valheim, for example, which just come out of nowhere, and you're like, oh, this is actually really good. And AAA companies haven't made anything this good, even with the amount of budget they have.
Right.
So indie games are like, there's been so many great games in that sense.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. And those indie companies don't have the millions of dollars to throw at YouTubers, throw at streamers, make ads, put them all over the place. Like Amazon, when New World was about to launch, I saw New World promos and commercials everywhere. I mean, it was literally everywhere. Most companies can't do that.
No. I mean, you see it a lot with the AAA companies, and it's kind of interesting how much, you've got a like £100 million budget, and then 40 million at least will go on advertising.
Yeah.
Whether it's hiring influencers or just putting the game on the side of a bus or something. So it's a complete different, game there. But Valheim's a perfect example. I think it was like the first person to cover that game. And then it just had such huge success. For the first 2 weeks I was making videos on that game, I was like, they're not doing very well because no one's really heard about it. But then suddenly it took off when other people started covering it. And it's an example of a game that it's just a good game, and it doesn't need like lots of advertising or market budget to back it. You just make a good game, people play it, and like Darkest Dungeons, and eventually it will do well.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned Valheim. That game's still in early access, right?
Yeah. I think the issue is that it got so successful so quickly, they didn't have the team to support all the updates that everyone expected quickly.
Right, I was just going to say, because I know Hearth and Home just came out or is close to coming out, and it doesn't feel like it's recaptured the same audience and attention that it did when it first got popular.
No, I think they needed to add the bosses and like, complete the sort of experience you get from this open world game with different random enemies and procedurally generated sort of events going on. But they went for the building focus, which is a niche which is very popular. People love to build in that game. But I don't think it was what made it great,
Gotcha.
Building was a great aspect that fueled a lot of how you could interact with the boss's environment, but I think they missed, like what made it so successful in that sense. But It'll come when they finally update it.
Yeah, there'll be a big push at 1.0, right? And people will discover it or rediscover it. That's always the cool thing. I like that aspect of early access games now. When if they do find success in early access, they usually do a big push for that 1.0 launch, which has been neat because that's not what it used to be like even like 5 years ago. Early access would just kind of like bleed into like official launch and it wouldn't have a lot of pomp and circumstance. Now it's like, oh, the game is finished. Let's get everybody back on board. And I like that.
Definitely. Early access in itself is like a marketing phase these days as well. Like, oh, early access to the beta, like even when the game's pretty much finished anyway. And if you've gone into video game design, like, or talk to the developers, that there's no chance anything can be changed in a couple of weeks. Right. So it's interesting. The industry's really changed over the last decade.
Yeah, definitely. Well, one of the things that has changed, and I want to talk to you about this, is I've noticed on your channel you've been doing a lot of VR stuff. Talk to me about that.
Oh yeah, so like Skyrim VR and Fallout VR came out. I don't even know when actually. I think it was probably around like 2016 when VR like took off. They did the VR thing, and I was like, oh, VR is so expensive, I can't get into that. And then more recently, I've been like, ooh, some of the kits like the Quest. I think the Quest 2 is on its way, but the standard, the Quest 2 was actually quite affordable. So I was like, oh, I can buy this and do the Skyrim VR stuff. And dude, VR's like just blown my mind. It's so immersive. And there's a bunch of mods to make the game even more immersive. Like you can pick things up and interact with objects or just put like food here to eat it or drink potions and whatnot. And it's so immersive. It's incredible.
Do you think that's the future of gaming?
Not yet. I think it's got a long way to go, just in terms of accessibility. Like, how much money and time gets developed into putting these mobile games out. They make a lot more money than a lot of the desktop and PC-based games because everyone can access them. Yeah. And I'm not a mobile gamer, but like, it's crazy how much money goes into some of those games. I'm more of a desktop or a console player for sure. That's where like the quality is at. But I think VR is just so inaccessible, and it probably will be for quite a while longer. So in maybe like 10 years from now, it's something where like everyone can easily access one of these devices, even through their phone, like an attachment or something, where we, look at what Facebook are doing right now with the whole office setup and VR chat and whatnot. Yeah. I don't think that'll take off, but I think, the world's not ready for it yet, but it will at some point. We'll be like properly in the game and immersed in that sense.
I think it'll definitely, you got to imagine VR's been going on since the 80s, right? Like that's when they started putting goggles on people and putting them on little platforms and stuff. Like until they figure out the accessibility component like you're talking about, I don't think it'll ever be mainstream until they can figure out, make it affordable and make it accessible.
Yeah, exactly. Mama Java, thanks for the $20 donation there in the chat. Appreciate you supporting charity.
There we go. Taking it one step closer to our goal. And I want to show you guys, we do have stretch goals for the day. Our first stretch goal is $250. Mama Java, thank you so much for helping us out. Of course, we've got ESO Danny on with us right now. We'll be tracking this all day. We are here from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. We've got great guests all the way up through the end of the day. It is going to be a long day. Marathon, not a sprint, Danny, right?
Love it, yeah. You guys are going to be super busy, but keep up the hard work, man.
Well, thank you. And hey, we still got plenty of time to talk to you. And the next thing I want to talk about is future of ESO Danny. What games are you looking at in end of 2021 into 2022 that you're like, you got to pull away from New World at some point. Somebody's going to pull you away. Yeah.
To be honest, with New World, going back to it quickly, I think I was very addicted to the game, but then I took a bit of a break to like do some other personal stuff. And now coming back to it, I'm a little bit less like hot on it. And I think that's because like that sort of addiction phase is coming to an end. So I don't know, maybe I'll do a few more guides and stuff, but there's other games I'm looking at, like I kind of like survival RPG games or unique indie games even that have caught my eye. I've been working on one called, what's it called? Damn it. I've got it in Word somewhere. It's basically like a top-down Souls-like combat game where like there's like darkness all around you and you're kind of like wandering around and then enemies come out of the darkness and attack you. And if you spend too long in the dark, it like starts to do damage to you. And if you die, you go all the way back to the start. So essentially as you play, the enemies and loot and stuff is all random, but you kind of like progressively get to the end of the game, I guess. But I've not got that far yet. But I found myself getting strangely addicted to it in the same way like Dark Souls is. You kind of want to go back and get to the end of it, even when you die repeatedly.
Yep.
So you get like further and further each time you play. So it's quite an interesting concept in that sense.
Oh, neat. How about any big major games? I mean, indie games, covering indie games is awesome. Any
Yeah.
big games?
We got a lot of big games coming out 2022, right? But 2021, like, I mean, apart from the Skyrim re-release for I don't know how many times it's been now.
Does that piss
God.
you off as somebody who's like really invested in the Elder Scrolls universe?
No, not at all. I mean, like from a like a channel perspective, it's great for my channel because it just means like loads of new people come and check it out.
Right.
But like, yeah, I'd love to see the next game at some point, but it looks like that's going to be like 2025 after Starfield, which is next year. So it's not, it doesn't annoy me or anything. I'm excited for it. But I'm kind of thinking like, they're going to update the game, and then all my mods are going to not work again because of how they're updating it. So all the script extender mods aren't going to work. So that's a bit frustrating for a lot of people. But hey, we get some kind of new content. We don't know what it is yet, and we're literally like 20 days from release, which is really strange.
That's crazy.
So yeah, I don't know. They've been doing like some developer insider tips and like sharing little tidbits of knowledge on Twitter, which is nice. But I'm kind of like, are they just going to drop it on that one day and be like, hey, look, just
Here
check
it
it
is.
out? Yeah, literally. I think that could literally be what they do. And they know that we'll cover it, I guess. So that'll be interesting. But I'm just kind of like, yeah, it's a really weird marketing strategy on that one.
Yeah. You mentioned Starfield quickly. I know you've made a couple videos on
Yeah.
Starfield. Is that something that you think you're going to be pretty invested in?
I think so. I think like Starfield's a pretty epic game in terms of what the scope might be like, and especially after watching like the Dune movie. I will need to read the books now. I'm not. I usually I'm like a fantasy person, not a sci-fi person, but it's growing on me. But I can see the popularity difference between like Starfield and like the other franchises that they have. It's the first new IP they've done in a long time, so it'll be interesting to see how that goes down.
Yeah.
But I'm hoping it's a good game. But like, we still don't know a lot about it. So
Still a lot we
it's
need to figure
tricky
out.
Cool. Yeah.
For sure. Later Taser, thank you so much for the donation here. I know it converts to 68.43 US, which is kind of a random number, but every bit counts. So thank you so much. 50 pounds, and thanks for supporting Danny, of course.
Thanks, Taser. Appreciate you. He's actually one of the most awesome moderators ever. So
Oh, that's awesome.
he always has my back.
That's great, man. Let's talk about content creation a little bit, because I love. We haven't really had a chance to talk about. We talked about games a lot. Let's talk about content creation. So you mentioned you started your journey, with a camcorder recording a screen, which is hilarious to me, because back in the day, that's really what. There was no OBS. There was none of this stuff that's around nowadays.
Fraps.
Yeah, Fraps, exactly.
Yeah, I remember Fraps. Yeah.
Which maybe worked, maybe didn't work.
Yeah. Oh god, when it didn't work and you'd recorded everything. Then you'd have like Audacity and Fraps in the background, and it was a different time. It's so much easier now.
Yeah, totally. So my question for you is, how has your process changed? Or actually, let's start here. What is your process now? You obviously have a lot more flexibility than a lot of content creators because you have such a huge audience, which is a testament to the work that you've put in over the last 11 years. How many years have you been doing this?
God, it must be coming up to like 11 or so now. Probably around there.
I think it was, I think I looked back and I was
yeah.
like, man, he's been doing this a long time.
Damn, no, it's been long.
But your process is clearly, it works. So if you wouldn't mind sharing, what is your process for making content?
Well, it depends. It's changed a lot over time. It depends on what I'm doing. So like guide videos, let's plays, or live streams, all very different like sort of styles of content. But usually like these days, I'll do like a part one, and I'll play the game, and I'll sort of. It's so important to like capture someone's attention immediately when they click on the video. And that's so important for like retention and viewership and how YouTube calculates if the video was good or not. So I think that opening intro is really important. Just like showing people what the game's about and then going into the part one let's play. But it's so hard nowadays to go beyond the part one. I mean, YouTubers like Rad Brad, for example, do it very well, and that's their whole channel concept. But if I'm doing like a 20-part let's play, a lot of people are going to, like, you're going to lose about 90% by the last video. So you've kind of got to think of ways to like continuously like make something look new and interesting. So each video has to have its own story, like a beginning, middle, and end. And I found a lot of success with that, like trying to come up with a story for each video and plan things out separately. But yeah, I mean, compared to what YouTube used to be, it's changed a lot in that sense. There's a lot more, analytics, like the bane of my life now.
Yeah. What about, so a lot of people think that once you reach a certain threshold, you're just playing games and you got this massive team of 30 people behind you helping you make content. That's not the case for you.
No, it's just me. I just
you.
Sometimes I'll have my fiance help me out with editing. She's recently like learned that. So I did like a whole Dark Souls live stream, and she edited it down into smaller videos. But then YouTube had a mini adpocalypse, so I couldn't swear anymore because I was getting like, yeah. So this is the thing about being on the platform for 10 years as well. I've been like, to hell and back again in terms of not making any money and then suddenly making money again. Right. So you've always got to like prepare for a rainy day in that sense. But what was your question again? I went off on a tangent.
No, it's I just think it's funny. We were talking about Tim the Tatman before we popped on the stream here, and how there's these YouTubers that are at these thresholds where they have these teams behind them. I mean, you're closing in on 2 million subscribers. That is a mark that 99.9% of people that make content will never reach, and it's just you. It's crazy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, it's strange, but like it's one of those things where I mean, there's some of that core audience are still watching me, which is incredible to me. But after I got 1 million subscribers, I honestly stopped caring that much. It was more about like, can I just make content that continues to entertain people at like a high quality level, and continue to make like videos that I'm happy with and I'm proud of, and do what I enjoy as well. Because obviously, like, I think the last year or so, I kind of like got a bit sick of Skyrim. I might go back to it for the 11th of November when it comes out, but I needed a break, so I stopped for like about a year or so of like Bethesda games, and just sort of started doing variety content. And it was nice to see that actually people would watch me play other games and just enjoy it for my personality. And that was kind of like gave me a lot more confidence, because initially I was like, oh, people just watch me for Skyrim. And some people would even tell me that in the comments.
Oh yeah.
which hurt, but like it was like, yeah, no, maybe they're right. But now I know like that actually I can carry myself no matter what game I'm playing, and I can make it interesting and exciting. Yeah. And that's a good feeling. And it's nice to be able to support all these indie developers as well in that sense.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting. You brought up the thing about Skyrim, and I want to share a little story. So we had spent some time covering Minecraft Dungeons, knowing that was going to be a very different audience than the audience that we had kind of pulled together before that. And then when we switched off of Minecraft Dungeons, we got those comments too, man. Like, make more Minecraft Dungeons videos. We're not going to watch you unless you do that. It hurts a little bit. It's hard.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. I mean, the way YouTube works, and anyone like in the chat, like thinking of starting a YouTube channel, bear this in mind. Like when you're making content on specific games or like what you enjoy, like Skyrim, for example, or whatever other game you might be playing, you'll have like a core audience that just maybe plays that game or watches that. And then you have some people that maybe come by and watch a bit and then go and watch someone else and so on. But you'll have that core audience of mainly people playing that game. And you've got to bear in mind, how do I transition to this other game? Are my audience going to like it every time you play something else? So, like I do play lots of other games now, but I always have to think, how can I make this interesting for people who like Skyrim, where it's an RPG game, it's got like fantasy aspects. Does that convert well over to this game? Sometimes it doesn't, and sometimes it does. Like with the New World guides, for example, they're so in-depth that they like about 80% of the views come purely through search and not through my audience. So having 2 million subscribers literally doesn't really matter that much. It's more of a number. It means I have a big core audience as well that sometimes watch my New World videos. But at the end of the day, a guide on how to get from level 1 to 200 Arcana just isn't exciting to them. So, it makes it difficult to go really in depth in some games. And that's one thing I miss about being a big YouTuber now.
Yeah. So we have a question here about how do you capture and record your games? I assume you're using OBS, but maybe if you want, you don't have to get up and show us, but maybe just a little studio tour of like how you capture yourself. You know, you use a lot of green screen stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I've got like, so there's a green screen behind me. It's a roll up green screen.
There you go.
See here. And then, so then I've got like a ring light and a Sony Alpha 6000 something camera, which is like an SLR camera. And I've got one of those set up on me, and then I've got like a key light up here, a ring light around that. Usually I just use a key light though, for the green screen behind me for the lighting. But like before that, I mean, I was using a Logitech 1080p webcam, which is about like less than $100 these days.
That's where everybody starts when they make content. They always
I mean,
start
that's
there.
perfect because you're streaming or making a video in 1080p, and it's a 1080p camera, and then you're minimizing yourself to the corner, so it's all you need. Because
all
you're
you
not
need.
like, you know, you don't need any more pixels than that.
Yeah.
I mean, the only difference is now you can see the pores in my skin, which isn't a good thing, really. So you know, like some things have obviously improved. I've got like 2 screens now. I've got like the Stream Deck, and the little things like this that like make your life easier. But ultimately, I was like using one screen, and I had like 1 million subscribers. And then my fiance came to me and she was like, or my girlfriend at the time, and she was like, "Why are you only using one screen?" And then I used 2, and I was like, "Damn, this is so much
It's a game
easier."
changer.
Yeah. But I got to 200,000 subscribers without even saying a word in a video. I just had text. A dyslexic person writing text on a video before I even could afford a microphone to start speaking. You know,
That's
and
crazy.
then it
I
was
did
like a
not realize that.
as well. Yeah, no. So I really came from like absolutely nothing. So anyone who says like, "Oh, I can't make it here and there with this and that," like I've literally watched text videos on some games because no one else has made videos about them, and they've been really good. You just kind of need to take the time to watch it. So like, there's always an audience out there if you have like quality content, and obviously quality means different things to different people, but a good guide video can just be text based.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned quality because I've had, and I'm sure you have too, a few people reach out to you over the course of your content creation career, be like, you know, I'm starting to get into it. Like, I want to get all this gear. I want to get all these things. And, you know, hearing you say, oh, I've had one monitor up to 1 million subscribers. Like, it's not necessarily about the camera, about the computer, about the whatever, the mouse, the Stream Deck. It's about the content that you're making and the quality that you put into the content itself.
Definitely. Yeah, definitely. I mean, like, what's his name? Moist Critical literally just records with his iPhone. Like, and he has like millions of subscribers, and he's like obviously has way more money and he could easily invest in like more equipment. He just doesn't. He doesn't need to. It's just like him, the creator, is what carries it. So yeah, no, I agree. It's like you just don't need as much stuff as you think you need. It's one of those things, and I find those types of people aren't the type of people to necessarily take action. Like if you want to make a YouTube channel, just start doing it. Don't sit and wait for someone to tell you to do the right thing. Just do the wrong thing and learn from your mistakes, and try and, you know, recover from things. That's the best way to learn, and that's how I've learned with everything. You know, I never did business at school, yet now I own a business. I never studied all of these different things to do with editing, but you just teach yourself that, and you learn a little bit at a time. It's a lot of fun, but some people just, you know, don't plunge themselves into it, I guess.
Yeah, and it's funny. I mean, there's definitely a daunting aspect of just starting, right? Just starting a YouTube channel or just starting being a content creator on whatever platform you decide you want to be a creator on. But it's one of the few platforms and endeavors where it's like, yeah, you can mess up and then you just have another chance to do it tomorrow or the day after that.
Yeah.
No one's gonna fire you. No one's gonna yell at you. Maybe they'll yell at you in the comments, but it's like there's always tomorrow to do something better than you did today.
Definitely. I think that's a good learning lesson for life though, because like when I was younger, I was like embarrassed about certain things and like including myself in certain sports. I don't know, rowing was interesting to me because I was like, oh, I don't know, like I've not done it before, so I might make a fool of myself. And there was like a lot of things like that through life where I just didn't take the opportunity when it presented itself. And then I kind of learned like that now I'm completely the opposite. Like if I get the chance to do something, I'll just do it. I don't even think about, you know, being embarrassed or whatnot. I'll just get that and go and try it out. And if I don't like it, I don't like it. Or if I fail, that's fine. Like, you learn something. And I've learned, I've experienced so much more in life since that sort of barrier that I've broken, compared to, when I was younger, where I feel like a lot of people just sit there and wonder about doing things and watch videos about doing it, but never take action themselves. And YouTube's definitely one of those things. Like, anyone can do what we do. It just takes time to get to the quality and, have the money for the equipment, but you can still start for sure.
Absolutely. It's so funny. I mean, this content creation is so different for so many different people. What was a moment for you early on where you like had a I guess clarifying moment or one of the most satisfying moments? I mean, you've had such a long career on the platform, but I'm sure there's moments that stick out to you.
Gosh, probably a few, to be honest, but I think, so the first time I ever streamed on Twitch, that was weird because obviously YouTube didn't have streaming back then. So I think I had like maybe 50 or 80,000 subscribers at this point, and I was making guide videos, and then I was like, oh, I'm going to do a stream. And I literally had this really crap laptop, and I was trying to stream, and it looked like a slideshow. Like, it literally looked like someone was like, here's one picture, and now I'm over here, and there's another picture. And it was just it was unwatchable. Yet there was like, I think there was like a few thousand people watching it, and I was like, dude, this is crazy. So in the end, it was just kind of me talking and being like, oh, I don't know why this isn't working.
Learning experience, right?
Yeah. But it was like, oh my God, like this many people have actually showed up to watch like a live stream and actually care about what I'm doing. Yeah. And it was a bit more real because obviously those people were there live instead of just a number on a screen. And it still is a little bit like that. But even meeting fans in real life, like, I always take the time to be like, if I'm free, I'll be like, oh, do you want to have a drink, or do you want to go and like talk or something and have a coffee? And I've met a lot of people doing that, and that's been pretty life-changing as well. Like the sheriff of Boston Prison, for example, which is really weird. And then he took us to where Fallout 4's Sanctuary is in Boston, where that location is in game. Took us to like the real life location. He drove us all the way over there and stuff. Wow. So like lots of things like this, where it's like, damn, like these people are real and they actually like enjoy my content enough to, want to hang out and have a relationship is incredible. So I always take the time to talk to them.
Do you feel like that happens a lot? Like, do people around your hometown like know like this is your thing?
No, I mean, I've recently moved to Milton Keynes, and I do sometimes get a few people like noticing me or saying hello. But usually I'm quite a private person, so I'm not like, if someone recognizes me, I'll take the time to talk to them, obviously, but I don't go around like flexing any money or anything like this, so I very much keep to myself.
You're not rolling up in your Lamborghini?
No, I drive a Vauxhall Astra, and it actually failed its MOT recently, so yeah. So I'm not like out. I mean, the next thing I'll probably get is an electric car, but that's because I care about the environment, not because I want to like flex my new Tesla on people.
Yeah.
And I don't think I'd even necessarily buy a Tesla. It's like that's just not what's important to me in life. But it always surprises me when someone says, "Oh, I watch your videos," and I'm like, "Shit, really? People watch my videos and you're real? I thought it was just like a bot or something."
It's it's so funny that even at closing in on 2 million subscribers, you have that same groundedness, because there's not you're at the superstar status in the YouTube world. Like people know ESO Danny, they see those big numbers. How do you stay so grounded? I mean, after doing this for 11 years, how do you just stay humble and grounded?
I think it really comes down to, so I didn't have a lot before this, and I don't need a lot now. I think PewDiePie put it quite well. I think he said he had this video about this book he was reading, a famous can't remember the name of the guy. Damn it. Oh well, it's famous like Greek philosopher. And he was saying about like owning nothing and not having objects in your house is quite a liberating thing. Mm-hmm. And at times I have thought about like, I enjoy painting miniatures and Warhammer, for example, and I thought, oh, I don't need all this. I could just sell it because I kind of just enjoy the painting aspect. And just kind of like moving to like just living like bare minimum. And at times I've literally like lived on just a mattress on the floor and my like gaming PC next to it, and just been very content, because what makes me happy is the same thing that made me happy at the start, which is like people like replying in the comments and saying thank you, or like you made me happy today, or
Yeah.
just like one person like literally just make my day by saying that, and that's it for me. That's all I need.
Yeah.
And like obviously if I can put food on the table and support my family, that's also great as well. But you know, obviously like that's like you have to be able to make it work financially. But what I really enjoy is just the feedback, and that's I don't know, I've always been this person, so I've not changed because of money or anything.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that actually?
I mean, I'll tell you, and I think I've talked to you a little bit about this before the event. You know, when we started reaching out to people about joining us for the charity stream, you know, you were one of the special guests, like bigger names, bigger numbers, and it was like talking to a buddy that I've hung out with my entire life, and it's so rare in the YouTube space. You know, I'd reach out to 1 million people and get no response, or just get really cold responses. And I'm talking to Danny, and I'm like, it's like we've known each other our whole life, and that's it. I could feel the humbleness, the groundedness, and just the willingness to be a good person. And I think that's why you have amassed this incredible community and audience, because it just flows out of you. It emanates out of you. And I think everybody realizes that.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, huge donation just came in. Maybe they're inspired by all of your stories of everything. Jesus, longtime subscriber of our channel, with $200 coming in. Thank you so much, man. This is all going towards Connecticut Children's Medical Center. That's why we're doing everything today. That's why Danny's here. That's why we've got Raptor coming up, because we both love gaming, right? That's where we come down on this thing, and we want to share that with these kids at Connecticut Children's Hospital. So, Danny, I'm going to let you go. We're going to take a quick little intermission. Last question, though. Last question. Okay. There are content creators watching these videos, these streams, things like that. I would be stupid if I didn't ask you this. Over the 11-year journey that you've had, what is some advice that you would give? Maybe, I mean, we talked about that a little bit, but something that you've learned or advice that you would give to some up-and-coming content creators.
Mine would be mental health, which is difficult because sometimes I don't follow my own advice. But just doing what you enjoy, and not necessarily what you know your audience want to see, but also enjoy what you're doing and remember why you started doing it. And if you ever find yourself veering off that path and doing something you don't enjoy, just try and come back to it, or remember to take a break. Because like creative burnout is very real, and sometimes you go through periods or even days of just being down for no reason, because obviously when you're on the camera, you're like constantly outputting all this energy and positivity, and then sometimes in your personal life you're quite quiet, even because you're just exhausted after a day's work. So don't forget to like reward yourself and set milestones, and don't worry if you don't meet those milestones all the time, because like you're only human.
Yeah. Great advice. Guys, Danny is closing in on 2 million subscribers, so if you are not subscribed to his channel, let's help him reach that milestone. And again, man, I cannot thank you enough for your time today. Hopefully we'll do more of these in the future, and would love to have you back on. And maybe in the future we could play a game together. That would be pretty cool too.
Oh, that would be awesome, dude. I mean, I appreciate like the whole opportunity, and I love what you guys are doing. So, I mean, it's just great to see, and it's lovely to see all these people in the chat and all the donations. I mean, that huge $200 donation.
Yeah,
Thanks
it's
so
great.
Much for the support, guys. And
Marathon, not a sprint, guys. We will get there. Well, Danny, thank you so much, and we'll see you for the next one.
Goodbye.
Take care, guys. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. We will be back with our next guest, which is Raptor. Stick tight.
Rise up from the ashes, wings on my back, stay lit like a matchstick. We ain't coming back, I swear. Just let go and see what happens. Gotta let go to see the magic happen. They got us a quick change, so we like them in phase. I just bought a new watch, time to make my wrist ring. The zero gravity keeps elevating me. So we like them in phase. I just bought a new watch, up above the clouds. So high, I can't see the ground. So high, I ain't coming down. So no, I ain't ever coming down. Rise up from the ashes, wings on my back, stay lit like a matchstick. We ain't coming back, I swear. Just let go and see what happens. Gotta let go to see the magic happen. They got us a quick change, so we like them in phase. I just bought a new watch, time to make my wrist ring. The zero gravity keeps elevating me. The zero gravity, they got us a quick change, so we like them in phase. I just bought a new watch, time to make my wrist ring. The zero gravity keeps elevating me. So high, I'm up above the clouds. So high, I can't see the ground. So high, I ain't coming down. So no, I ain't ever coming down.
Hey, I'm kind of glad you didn't pick up. I kind of just called to hear your voice. I miss you. I've been thinking about you, and I've been thinking about our love, and how much I miss you. I miss being around you, hearing your laugh and holding your hand. I think of you every day. I hope and I wish that you're doing okay. I want us to go back to the old days, because I miss you, and I just thought of you. The idea of you listening to this, the thought of you on the other side of the line, I can't hang up. I don't want this to end. Not again. I don't know if you miss me too, but I hope you do. Even if things never go back to what we were, what I became so used to, what I thought would be forever.
I know we grew up a little too fast. I miss the days that we chill and relax. Where did the time go? It all passed. Now I need to go back. I had no worries, but always had plans. Only thing I did was pick at the trash. Now it's much harder to laugh. Hard to get up and not work on my craft. I need inspiration. Don't need no validation. No more medication. Just try some meditating. I don't need you to save me. Feel like all of you hate me. Everything's been so hard with all the situations lately. I just need to numb the pain for a minute. I just wanna run away on vacation. I don't know what else to say now. I just need to numb the pain. done, maybe I've lost. Still putting up a fight because I love my mom, I love my family. When I was young, they would all look after me. I don't know why, but I feel like a burden. I spent my life overthinking my purpose. I can't really cry, I'm so used to the hurt. Trauma creeps up at me at the wrong moment. Oh, I just wanna numb the pain for a minute. I just wanna run away on vacation. I don't know what else to say now. I just need to numb the pain. I just need to numb the pain. I just need to numb the pain for a minute. I just wanna run away on vacation. I don't know what else to say now. I just need to numb the pain.
Hey there, friends. We are back for the Leave a Legacy charity stream. So incredibly excited. We had ESO Danny just with us. Now we've got another fantastic guest. I'm going to bring him in right now. You guys know him from Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, Horizon. You guys know him. It's Joraptor. Jor, what's going on, man? Of course.
They're there to watch my step.
Type of overworld games, high coverage. not much going on, so that's kind of strange in a way too. But yeah, I've been covering all the Far Cry, and now
Yeah, it's
seeing
it's
what's
great
up.
to have you. I mean, we have watched your channel for so long. We model a lot of our content after your just work ethic is incredible, and we try and look at all the content creators in the space that are making videos and stuff. And you've been somebody that I personally followed for a long time. You've been on the platform making videos for a really long time. And you know, what has your journey been like as a content creator?
Yeah, so first of all, I wasn't like a content creator. I was like making still gaming content, but as like a writer. I did like a journalistic. I have my journalistic degree, and I did an internship at IGN Benelux. So IGN, of course, everyone knows it, but they also have their own, sort of national websites for each region. So in the Benelux, I joined there as a writer. I did some like volunteer stuff for like smaller websites as well, and that's where it just became clear that I like to share my opinion on gaming news, and I have a very broad I like a lot of games, but I quickly saw that also because I was like really into making content and seeing what happened in the world. Writing was kind of on the downtrend, and people were watching more videos. And that was back in 2014. So that was already when YouTube was kind of getting bigger and gaming videos became more the norm. One channel that I watched that I think a lot of content is now also kind of based on is Eric's Gaming. You guys know him as well. He did like a lot of Destiny guides when that game released, and that type of content is something we're now seeing way broader, and I kind of applied that to more single player games that I liked. But so I started. I was like, okay, I'm almost like done with school. What do I do? And there was like nothing else that I could think of apart from making content about games that I would actually like enjoy doing, because if I like something, I really go for it. I spend a lot of time doing it. But the moment I do something that I don't like, I'm really bad at it, and I can't get my attention. I can't focus on it. So so I was, because school was pretty easy for me. I could spend a lot of like my free time. I did not need a lot of income to sustain myself. So I could like spend a lot of free time in making videos that only 10 people watched. I started actually as a Dutch channel because I am from the Netherlands, but only for like a few videos. And at that point I was like, okay, the content I make, because in the Netherlands only people watch, it was Fortnite, Minecraft, like all those, because the kids, like, they watch Dutch content, but the moment they grow older, they learn English, and then they start to watch English content. So I was like, okay, I need to make English content. And that is kind of where I did everything. I did Nintendo games, I did PlayStation, PC. I like everything. Yeah. But and you guys already talked it before here on the stream. If you focus on one thing, it works way better. It's kind of like you don't go to the shoe store to buy like a t-shirt. Right. You go to the shoe store because you want to buy shoes, and you want that's hilarious. They have the best shoes, right? And that's kind of how I view YouTube in a way as well. Everyone walks like YouTube is their mall in a way, so they go there and they're like, okay, for my shoes I have to go there because they have the best shoes, and for every like kind of game you have that. So you have, because if you're a viewer, you have everything. You can like go to one person, and that's also where I saw that kind of game sites were going downwards, because they had to cover everything, so they could not really cover one thing really well. Right. And that's what so I was like doing everything. I was like applying the game website mentality on YouTube, and it was working a bit. Like it was going well. But the moment I early 2017, when I started doing some For Honor stuff, that game was pretty, like, there was quite a lot of hype for that game. Yeah, definitely. I did a lot of stuff for that. And then Horizon, like, that was the game, because I was already called Joraptor. Like, I like dinosaurs, and my name is Jordan, so that's where it kind of, like, it morphed into Joe Raptor. And it's also, pro tip, if you want to start a YouTube channel, do something that people like. You want to Google it, and then you want to be number one. If you have something that, that is already very common, that does really work. So then I was like Horizon, and that was a pretty big game, but nobody really was making the content that I was making. I was like looking at screenshots. There was like a behind the scenes thing. So like we did not know the max level for Horizon. So I was like trying to figure that out. Like little tiny things, but for the small channel that I was getting 10,000 views on a video. That was like pretty
Huge,
big.
Right.
Yeah, because people were really interested in that game. And because I already had a lot of like experience in the Dutch gaming industry, I actually could go because Guerrilla Games is in Amsterdam. And I also did a weekly sort of radio segment on the biggest radio station in the Netherlands where we wanted to talk about Horizon. So I was actually invited to Guerrilla Games while like being a really small channel.
That's cool.
To get the game super early, and that helped me a lot. Of course, I got the game, I think 3 weeks before it came out, so I could grind it as a madman, and that really helped me because I had the Shield Weaver on day one. I mean, looking back at that content, I'm like, how can that have like 1 million views? I'm like, there was one video where it's like, can you fly in Horizon? And I already knew the answer, but the idea was, okay, I'm gonna figure it out with the audience. So I'm gonna override a Stormbird and then jump on that Stormbird. But no, that Stormbird was just flying. It was like going to be an ally. And a lot of dislikes on the video, but still, like I was figuring things out. But that's really when I figured out, okay, focus on one game. And it kind of got crazy because I wanted to make a video every day. And at one point, you run out of things to do in a single player game. So I was killing every machine with a rock. Like I was coming up with crazy ideas just to have a video each day. And that content actually turned out like there were quite a lot of views. But at one point, I was speculating about everything, every tiny detail that they changed. I made a big video on it. It was getting crazy, but then also... What
happened?
Yeah. I don't know. We're still here, right?
Oh, yeah, we're still here.
Okay, sorry. I was hearing like a Discord sound. There we go. So I was also... I was like lucky enough because I was like from my internship at IGN Benelux. I heard someone say... Yeah, the first time I went to E3, I paid for it myself. And I was like, is that possible? So I went to IGN. Bring me with you to E3. I will pay for the flight myself.
Yeah.
But they paid all the other expenses, so that was great. So I went to E3 in 2015, which was... Or, no, 2017. Or... it was 2017 when... So I went to E3 again, and that's where I played Origins, Assassin's Creed Origins, the reboot, of course, for Assassin's Creed, where I got to interview the developers, and I really felt that game it really connected with me in an interesting way, where Assassin's Creed before it, I did like the series. I always thought the combat was pretty weak, and there was not a lot of progression for me to keep me interested. Like, sure, there's like a trophy for collecting all the feathers, but I want the cool armor set for doing that, right? And Origins kind of morphed that, and sure, I was like, I was into open world RPGs now. I did Shadow of War as well. I really hope that we get like a info on a new game, because that studio has been quiet for a long time. But yeah, that's where kind of the Assassin's Creed journey in terms of content started, because I was like invited to Gamescom as well by like a Dutch person from Ubisoft who saw some of my videos, and I knew him through IGN. So he was like, okay, I'm going to give you this spot to make content for Assassin's Creed to capture the game before launch. And I was like looking, because it was already like 2 days into Gamescom, I was looking through YouTube, okay, what did the other people do? And I saw everyone was doing the main mission.
Yep.
So I was like, okay, but what makes Assassin's Creed cool? The outfits. That's like a huge part of it. So what I did, and the person like behind me who was like looking at me playing, I was killing only I was like grinding for 1 hour during that session to get a lot of money to buy one of the outfits. And I was the only one who had the outfit. So then my Gamescom video kind of went viral.
That's cool.
And I tried all the different weapons because I was like, okay, what's the content I want to make? All the weapons, because that was all new. Everything was new in that game. So I made quite a lot of videos. And then the pre-launch stream happened. We had the first look at the Anubis outfit. I was really looking at that game as an MMO, like where everyone wants to know the tiny details.
Right.
And that's what I figured out. And that's what you don't really notice, but you guys figured it out now, of course, as well. Even in single-player games, people want to be the badass. Even if they can't show it to other people, right?
Yeah.
That's really fun to make content about. And it's now really cool to see way more people cover these games in the same kind of way.
Yeah. One thing you mentioned when you were just talking was, you wanted to put out a video every day. And I think if people know your channel, they know that you are so committed to your craft and what you guys do. I know you have a small team of behind you, but, where do you find that drive to just keep making great videos day in, day out? Like, what drives you every day to do that?
Like you said, I now have a team, and I actually met them because they were also interns at IGN Benelux. So I
cool.
grabbed them. They were still in school, so it kind of started as a smaller thing, and now they are actually full time. Both Dennis and Joyce are full time working on the channel, so that really helps a lot. We can divide. Dennis is focused on reading all the comments. So if people find cool things in the game or have feedback, we have that in one doc. And he also prepares all the videos. So he records a lot of the footage that you see in the videos. And Joyce edits the videos, but also does social media. She does a lot of other things. So that's how we kind of divide the work. And because that's really the next step, I think, for YouTube. At one point, you're like, okay, it's working out. But you have to kind of also see it as a job in a way in order to make it work. And it's still a lot of fun. But you also sometimes, there are, of course, videos where I'm like, okay, this is not the topic that I would really want to discuss right now. But I know a lot of people are interested in it. Right. So I should still make a video on it. And then that's kind of the balance that you have to look for. We are such a well-oiled machine right now where we just have a lot of ideas and they keep coming, and that's how you kind of do it. And I don't know, it's just super satisfying to have a video on the channel, see a lot of people enjoy it day in and day out, and just share a lot of things. I don't know, and another part of it that people don't see, and you guys, every YouTuber has this, you don't like to see the analytics go down. It's also kind of a numbers thing in a way, where it's sometimes it's so weird. It should not impact you that much. But if you, for example, have a few videos that did not hit the way you wanted, it kind of feels bad, and you should, of course, then learn from that and then apply that to the next content. But that's what also a drive to constantly improve the content and get more people interested. That's also, I think, a big part of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a learning experience. That's what Danny was saying too. I mean, I think every content creator would say the exact same thing. You got to learn from your mistakes that you make, or maybe they're not even mistakes. Just learn from your previous content and create something new and different in the future. But speaking of the future, we talked a little bit about Horizon. I know that's a big game for you in 2022. What other games right now your Far Cry is kind of done for you for right now. What other games in the future? Kind of ish. What other games in the future are you looking forward to?
Yeah, there's a whole list. But I've been thinking this last week about the way to approach content a bit more, because how I was doing it previously was, new game came out, channel is now only focused on that game. But when you, I feel, get bigger, it's less like ideal because a lot of people come to your channel for a particular topic. So if you then completely do a 180 for even if it's like a few weeks, there's like sort of a disconnect. So I do feel that at some point you have to say, okay, this is still a big game, but we still are going to do a few videos on it, have them be big, but also still provide the other content that people know you also make. So in terms of other games, like the DC games, Gotham Knights, Suicide Squad. I don't think Suicide Squad is gonna make it, but
You think
still looking forward to it. No. It's gonna make it in 2022. Sorry.
Gotcha,
No.
I thought you were
It's
saying
totally
you think it's
coming
gonna
out.
get canceled. I'm like, oh boy.
Maybe the post-launch is gonna get. I mean, they are going for an Avenger route, so that's gonna
I
be
know.
interesting to watch. Yeah, like a lot of other games, God of War, of course, is like a big one. Also made a lot of videos on the 2018 reboot. Yeah, so like the mostly, and that's kind of nice. The games that I'm looking forward to myself are also games like that I make content on, so that's really nice. But I'm also kind of, I do feel that the industry right now is kind of in an interesting position where I feel not everyone is getting reached. And you guys did content on Outriders as well, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. So what really happened with that game is that it released on Game Pass, and you really see that way more people are able to enjoy it then. And I feel that that's where Ubisoft is kind of going with their free-to-play sort of move. And I like a lot of things they're doing right now. They're just throwing things at the wall. They're announcing things. Like, release something. That's I think the best way to kind of know how you should approach free-to-play. But they are also, like, I really think Far Cry 6, I think this generation, it is one of the best Ubisoft games that they made.
I agree.
But it is still a Ubisoft game. It's still that same thing that we all already played, but they learned from all the other games, and they now found the right sort of recipe for Far Cry. And I think Valhalla really suffered from that learning process. Breakpoint, huge flop. Okay, so we should tune down on the RPG elements. While Odyssey was super popular, but they really went the extra mile with the RPG elements. And Valhalla became this sort of like a jack of all trades, master of none. And they're still struggling with that in the post-launch. And it's funny to see that they're still like Valhalla is slowly turning into Odyssey. It's while we all said, like, I mean, that's always interesting with Assassin's Creed. There's like the old school audience, the newer audience, but in the newer audience you also have people who like the more RPG focused, the builds in Odyssey, and the people who still want the more action adventure. They don't need all the min-maxing. But what you're seeing now with Valhalla is they are like, okay, if we want to make this post-launch work, we gotta go have people spend more time in the game. We gotta go for builds and yeah, make it way more interesting to collect all these items. But yeah, that's kind of the point is, zeg maar, is a bit that I feel that we as content creators are also really, like, we benefit also from if a game does really well. And then way more people are going to view the videos. And that's what we saw with Outriders. So that's why I'm really hyped for the Bethesda games coming to Game Pass.
Yeah.
Because I think, what's the Redfall? Looks pretty interesting. It's supposed to be like a Borderlands type game. Yep. That could be fun. And you know, day one, there are gonna be a few million people that are also going to be interested in the content if you're gonna make it on that game. And that's where I feel that we're kind of... I just want to go to the inevitable future where games are not stranded on one platform anymore. I think it's going to be the best for everyone. And you see PlayStation say that as well. We want to reach more people. We have this amazing game with God of War that they're, of course, now bringing to PC that is stranded on this console that, like, a lot of people are never going to check out. And I also feel that right now, because the free-to-play space is so... like, the quality of Apex Legends or Warzone is so good that people are like, okay, I can play that for free, or I can spend $60 on Far Cry,
Right.
which I don't know if I'm gonna like. So I really think we're in that transition period where more games are gonna be more accessible, and that's also what makes it interesting to see what what is worth it to spend the resources on? I kind of have to look at that now because I have people to pay each month. So I have to make sure that we also get the same views. First, when I was all by myself, it was like, okay, we have enough months, doesn't matter anymore. But now you have to look at it more from a business perspective.
Yeah.
And I do feel that Ubisoft's kind of struggling right now. And if you're someone who's focused on Ubisoft content, like I am mostly, then you will see that then it's not about your content. Your content can be the best ever, but if the audience is not there, if the games are not speaking to the people, then you're making content on games that can never reach that bigger audience.
Yeah, you brought up Game Pass, and I think that's really, we've seen that in the last 3 years just explode with Microsoft buying so many different companies. You know, the ZeniMax deal was absolutely massive, and, you know, they have been really focused on Game Pass as probably the premier service, and I think people are just going to keep flocking to that service more and more. And I don't know, companies like Ubisoft, I mean, we both cover their games, but you know, they have their own Ubisoft, what is it, Connect Plus or whatever it's called. That's still them being on an island away from a big platform like Game Pass, you know, where I think, like you said, Sony is getting really smart. They're like, look, we realize the exclusivity thing was really popular in the 2000s when there was console wars and all that sort of stuff going on. That's not really the case. It doesn't benefit anybody to have that sort of like combative relationship with different platforms anymore.
I mean, on one hand, it kind of does, because we hear now Microsoft say, we want to be as good as Sony at making Naughty Dog style games. Mm-hmm. So they are like more, they are willing to compete now because Sony has these amazing experiences. But I totally agree. And overall, like one thing that a lot of people, I think, forgot about, but that was like a huge thing this year, is that Horizon Zero Dawn was free for everyone for a few months. I made a video at the start of the year, Horizon Tips 2021. I think it's like 500,000, 600,000 views. Like there are so many more people you can reach when games are just more accessible. And I think Game Pass is like that also, like, it's a win-win for everyone, because if more people play the game, more people are going to stream it, more people are going to make content, and then more people stick around because they're in this community with content creators talking about these games. And Outriders was like, I really think if that was like a live service game, they were like, they put that as one of their like marketing beats. We're not a live service, you have everything at launch. I don't know, like you could still have everything at launch and release content after the fact. I think that would have been a better, because everyone kind of has forgotten Outriders. They were maybe doing something at the end of the year, they're teasing that, but I don't know, like that ship has kind of sailed for them, and they really had something. But it did show that Game Pass is enormous. And if Ubisoft has been trying it as well with their games that were like For Honor. Who's gonna pick up For Honor in 2021? Throw it on Game Pass, then it's like a win for them for sure. But I think Watch Dogs Legion, like, that is a game that had such a bad start, and that's another like Breakpoint style, like that was really captured by the Breakpoint failure, where I saw the game at E3 2019. It had enemy had levels. You had to level up your operators or operatives or whatever they were called. And in order to, so if London had regions, like it was an MMO, it was level 3 London Bridge, level 5. So if your character was like level 3, you did no damage to these characters. Like Ubisoft was so crazy with their philosophy, like Far Cry New Dawn having the damage numbers on enemies. They wanted to make a Borderlands game in a way, and that's why I'm super happy to see how Far Cry 6 landed, because sure, like it doesn't, like headshots are still one hit kill, but that just has to be the case. Right. But yeah, there are still like the parkour set where you run real fast, like that really has an impact on the gameplay, and I think that sort of stuff is still cool that they made sure that they could implement that.
Yeah, I think Far Cry 6, I mean, it hit really well for me. Like, I really enjoyed it. Far Cry was one of the first series that I played and enjoyed, like, vividly remembering when I was younger. And so, to see to salty people on the internet saying, oh, it's just another Far Cry game. Oh, it's just another island. I mean, like, there's a lot of really good stuff in this game. And I think it's probably one of, like you said, one of Ubisoft's best titles of 2021.
Of the generation, I would argue.
Yeah. I mean, are they reinventing the wheel? No, not really. But there's enough goodness here that if you look at it from a very critical perspective, like, it's a really good game. It's a solid game.
I really think 5 years from now, we will look back at Far Cry 6 and we were like, we want another one of those, because we already have rumors about Far Cry 7 or whatever they're going to call it. I don't think they're going to call it Far Cry 7. It's likely Far Cry Infinite or something. Like, they're just going, and then it will be like one island that is like getting expanded over time. All the games are moving in that direction, and I had that feeling when I unlocked that cool rifle. I think we just saw gameplay of that. Where it was kind of the Shield Weaver moment in Horizon. Every game has this sort of mysterious thing that you maybe already find early on in the game, but then unlock later on. And I really had that sort of feeling when, whoa, this is a cool open world moment. I'm able to collect everything in this world and kind of move on. And yeah, it was very satisfying. And I really think that everyone is now, I'm over it. But I think in a few years, everyone's like, I want a new game like that. I want just a simple single-player game I can enjoy, and I don't have to worry about the daily logins. And they're already kind of doing that with Los Bandidos, where, yeah, it benefits you really if you boot the game up every day to get these resources. But yeah, that's just for the stakeholders, so they can say, yeah, the engagement of Far Cry 6 way higher.
Right. There's a lot of good balance in there, though, because you've got Los Bandidos, you've got the Insurgencies, which aren't a huge time commitment, let's be honest. But then you've got, the storytelling changes. You've got Giancarlo Esposito playing Anton Castillo. Amazing addition to the game. Like, if you play through the story, if you're a story person, like, he makes the story. Adding a character to Danny.
I think Danny makes the story personally.
Yeah, no, Danny. That's the next thing. Bringing the main character to life was really the catalyst that made this game work for me. Because like Far Cry 3, like, it's a great game, but like in Far Cry 5 with your character that doesn't speak, it's basic storytelling. And so to create a character that you can see yourself in, a character that has all of these different expressions of frustration and love and longing and all these different things, it makes the game feel that much better. For sure. Yeah, I totally agree with that. Like, and all the other characters, they when they call you and they have such like cool dialogue. I really had like a smile on my face through the whole game, and that was kind of how Danny is experiencing this as well. I did feel, I'm not sure if you finished Far Cry 5, but that has such a strong ending. Yeah, it does.
Like, we are of course not gonna spoil anything, but. Yeah, I'm not sure if the ending stick the landing for me in this game, but it was still like a really cool journey to get through. And what I had with Valhalla and some other Ubisoft games, I really feel that Far Cry it's like a huge game, but they did nail the main story length. Where Valhalla, why am I trick and treating when my brother is getting kidnapped? Like, there were so many moments where I was like, I want to focus on this cool stuff. And in Far Cry, there, like, the focus is clear in these regions. You're constantly chasing this guy, and sure, you have to do some errands. You have to, like, make sure that the people that don't know you trust you. Right. So it all makes sense, and I think they did a great job. And I'm still going to go back, of course, to that game. The post-launch is going to be interesting. It's just that a lot of things that Far Cry has, I wish Valhalla had, like the insurgents or the special operations, like replayable content, right? And they have some cool end game ideas with the spec up keys that you can also earn each week, a unique weapon. Like, every week it's gonna be. I'm excited every Monday to know that the next day we have maybe a new map and some new items to earn and stuff like that. And Valhalla never had that, and it's so strange that it's from the same company where, for their biggest brands, they fill.
Yeah, it's weird. Like, when Ubisoft is on, they're so on, and when they're off, like, it makes for a product that's like just kind of like you scratch your head and you wonder like, really? You're right. Is this the same company? Are you guys talking to each other? You guys know what's going on? Because
yeah, clearly not. Like if they talked to the Odyssey team, Valhalla would have been way better because they made the same mistakes. It's yeah. I've been to that place already. But I'm kind of over it. At this point, I'm like, I'm excited for all the future content. Like, I will totally check it out. I see you guys like post videos about it too. Like, those things are interesting, right? The mythical DLC.
Yep.
Maybe it's still coming this year. There are even rumors about that now because so many leaks have happened. So that's gonna be exciting to check that out. But every time I find a new gear piece and just know that it has no impact on me whatsoever.
Right.
Then I'm getting kicked every time. Like, oh, it was so fun in Origins and Odyssey to cover all these new gear items to tell people if they're good or not. And now it's like,
yeah,
they do nothing. They do nothing.
Hey, let's take a quick second. Quebec Corner, who will be on the show in a little bit. Thank you so much for the 30-pound donation. Really appreciate you, brother.
Wow, thanks.
We are doing this entire stream in support of Connecticut Children. So one thing that we've been talking about all day is that all of the money that we collect, we're actually going to be sharing our love of gaming with these kids. So these kids that are in the hospital, stuck there, going through treatment, instead of cutting the hospital a check, what we're going to be doing is actually taking all the money that we raise and buying consoles, buying games, buying accessories, all sorts of cool stuff, and bundling them up, giving them to the hospital. And we're actually working with a special unit within the hospital to figure out exactly what these kids and these families need. So really excited about that. Before we get back to Jor, I promised that Livid that I would start doing some giveaways. And so we're going to start doing some giveaways really quick here. So really excited about this one, guys. This entire stream is sponsored by Power A. They are an accessories company. They make Nintendo Switch stuff. They make Xbox stuff. And I've actually just got a huge box of enhanced Power A wired controllers here. Kind of hard to see. So we're giving away 10 of these guys. We're going to start with one today. I've got the blue color and I got the green color. Both very cool colors. These are wired controllers. There we go. There's the camera. So we're going to do a giveaway in our Discord. So if you guys have never done any of our giveaways, we do have a little quick instruction thing for you here. And I'm actually going to get it set up right now. I'm going to play a little bit of music while I set it up, but there's the instructions to take part in the giveaway. Probably take me about 30 seconds to get this going, and then we'll be back with Jor to talk a little bit more about games, his channel, all sorts of good stuff. So we'll be right back in 30 seconds.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
All right, guys, like I said, that giveaway is live for the next 15 minutes. And while I was doing that, Jor came in with a huge 50-pound donation. Is that pounds? No, that's not pounds. That's euros, right?
That's euro. Yeah. It's a little less than 50 pounds. But
I appreciate it, man. Well, thank you, Jor.
Sure.
Let's get back to talking to you,
great.
man, because, I mean, you've been on... Nope, that's the wrong screen. Hold on. There we go. You've been on YouTube for a few years now. You've covered a lot of great games. You know, you've learned a lot. Like you talked about running it like a business a little bit, like that you're very smart about how you run your channel. You want to keep growing, keep expanding in the future. You know, do you have some big ideas for what you want to do in the next 5-10 years? Jor Raptor Esports? I don't know.
No. I don't believe. I don't really believe in esports. I don't know.
You don't believe in esports? Wait, what?
I feel that esports is its own thing, and I don't think you have to combine that with like the gaming that we do here on YouTube. It's like with sports, right? If you play League of Legends, that's your sport, and you're not interested in other games, and that's what I feel a lot of esports things have. Yeah, they try to do everything like Dota 2 and League of Legends, and it's kind of hard to get into those games because they're completely different while they look alike. But no esports. For me, it's gonna be very. For me, I gotta make kind of a choice. I think because we can just like cruise along. I think we can do great. Horizon is coming up. I'm so excited for that game. It's been like that's crazy. My channel kind of exploded with Horizon. I got the first 10,000 subscribers in February or March 2017. And like that has been almost 5 years ago, and that game is now finally coming out. So really excited about that. We will be going over that like crazy. We've been trying a lot of different things like streaming more, which has been fun. But yeah, you do notice like streaming an hour, it's like it makes sense for some things, but you do notice that after that you're kind of drained, and if you then have to go
edit
record
videos.
a video, it's crazy. So and that's why it's nice that I can have Dennis stream so people can still see the new content while I'm like editing or the other way around, right? So that's kind of nice. I personally think that I want to make the channel more broad in a way where I think it's gonna be for me, one trap is wanting to cover everything for the games that we cover. So when there's a weekly reset for Reda, sure, we're gonna cover every item, even though it's like a tattoo on the back of your character. We're still gonna provide that because that's what I used to do. But I think the goal or like an evolution will be to nitpick and like look at, okay, this makes sense to cover, this makes sense to go in depth on. And we talked about like launching a new video every day. Like I kind of backed away from that because I think it's way more important to have every video, and you already talked about it with ESO as well, like every video be more meaningful,
right?
So that people can expect that quality instead of just putting it out there because you need that content that day. And the cool sort of goal is to still maintain that quality while being able to post that day. But that's obviously not can't happen. So like I'm kind of like right now in a interesting period because I know the next 3 months we won't have something big like Far Cry. And to be fair, Far Cry was pretty big. But I covered Far Cry 5, and that was crazy. So
Far Cry 6 did not have the same staying power as Far Cry 5.
No, for sure. But I do think, and that's what we see with Odyssey, for example, as well. That game, when it launched, it was like a year after Origin. What?
Yeah.
And that game is like, I still think the most, like, they made the most money with Odyssey for an Assassin's Creed game. And that's why we see Valhalla turn into Odyssey. That's why the Odyssey team is maybe doing a free-to-play Assassin's Creed. Yeah. That will be very interesting. That will be my only game if that comes out. So like I'm kind of looking at it. So okay, what we can just cruise along these months till Horizon arrives. But I want to also maybe switch a bit and see. Maybe we can go where the people kind of are with a game that still makes sense for the kind of audience or the games that we used to cover. I also kind of see what we kind of do, and that's what I really like. For example, we did a sponsored video for Guardians, and like we would have made Guardians content anyway. So if a publisher comes to us, hey, want to do a video, and that we were going to do anyways, they'd of course, it only makes sense. But like that's what I think is going to be very cool, to be this sort of group that people know, okay, if they cover our game, we get quality content. So we want to, like, maybe not in sponsored, but also I just want to be one of the like as a team, one of the just if you watch our content on a game, you know I'm gonna learn a lot. I'm gonna know things that I didn't know yet, and it's gonna be of good quality. And I think you guys are doing a great job with that as well, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
So that's really cool to see. So that's kind of the goal. That and just apply that to more games. If that means, because that's the kind of problem. And that's why I'm like, well, you guys are like doing a lot of stuff, but still wanting to be like on top of these games, because the content we make, you have to be at the end game. You have to have most of the items, and that's going to be hard for multiple games. So that's why I like that I have like 2 people now working for me, who maybe we can like divide it a bit more. So Dennis is gonna focus on these games, I'm gonna do these games, and Joyce will be doing the other games. That would be ideal. So yeah, in short, less videos on the main channel, so not like covering everything, but really only covering the interesting stuff. Maybe that means less videos per week. But I do think that, okay, everyone, if he drops a video, I'm going to watch it. But I still want to do that heavily covering as well. But then for games that just have a bigger audience.
Gotcha.
So maybe start a new channel. Because
cool.
I think like we started like with the shoe store, it's way better to have like one channel focused on one thing. And I think that's more sustainable if you maybe have also this other channel that is doing a lot of other things. So then it's like sort of your side channel, and that channel is only focused on that game, but you know you have your like main channel who's doing a lot of other things. So
Gotcha.
Maybe that's like something that I might want to explore in the future.
Nice. Well, you got a lot of things going through your head, that's for sure. You definitely plan things
for
out.
sure.
Always working through things, which I totally...
For you guys then, I'm curious about that. I'm not sure if you guys already noted that a bit, but...
Well, what? Just like what our process is?
Yeah, but I'm also curious, because when I look at your channel, I'm like, you guys are doing so many games, and you guys already talked about it during the stream, where it was like, if we only focused on one game, we would go crazy. So it makes sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're still covering also games where you know that won't reach like a big audience, and I get why, because you're like really interested in that game. But aren't you like maybe I'm like putting words in your mouth, but I'm like curious, like aren't you maybe at one point be like, okay, maybe let's have those games for ourselves, right? Let's just enjoy those for ourselves and focus on the games that we know that the time we invest in that content might actually like be worth it.
Yeah, so I mean, for us, we're still part-time content creators. Like we both still work, 9-10 hour days for our jobs. So it's absolutely that's really the only goal. Like if you said, put a gun to my head and said, what's your goal for the channel? Like the goal is to go full time so that I could dedicate those 9-10 hours to making content. Because I know if Livid and myself were both full time, what we'd be able to do on the channel would just be that much more. But that being said, I think the decision to cover smaller games, like we're gonna be jumping over to Darkest Dungeon 2 in a couple days. Like we made the decision a long time ago, like we want to cover the games that we like. And like we were talking about Minecraft Dungeons before, like I got to a point where I was just ready to jump off anything I could find, because I was so sick of making videos on the different weapons in the game, because, and this is kind of where I am with Valhalla, the game is fundamentally flawed. Like there's issues with the game, and it's just kind of like a money suck, and I don't like that. I don't appreciate when developers do that, and I don't appreciate when developers like look at their player base as money. So when I find a game like Darkest Dungeon 2 that's by this indie team that's super passionate, they made this incredible first game that kind of sparked this big indie movement. Like, is it going to have a huge reach right off the bat? Probably not. But you know what? Because we have those other jobs, like we don't need the money. So it's like, okay, if a few videos of ours reach a smaller portion of people, we're still very much in a growing phase for our channel, figuring out what the heck we're even doing on YouTube, which, it takes, as it takes years to figure out sometimes.
Yeah, for sure.
So I think we've gotten...
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I'm maybe too far gone into thinking, okay, how can I get the most out of the time while still enjoying the content I make? Because I totally agree, and I think smaller games like we've been talking about, Far Cry being samey, like we kind of enjoy that, but for a lot of other people it's kind of samey, and I really think in these next couple of years we are going to see only those like live service type games, even for the franchises that are now like, I still think like Genshin Impact really showed you can still have a single player game and be a live service and be successful. So I'm kind of hopeful. Sure, that game has a lot of like gacha elements. Don't like that, but I am hopeful that people look at that and are like, for example, Ubisoft, they are going to make huge mistakes if the next Assassin's Creed is only co-op. Like, that's not what people want. And I do think that would be a trap for them, but maybe looking at Genshin Impact, they're like, no, people just want to experience the game for themselves. But yeah, I do agree, like, the smaller games is kind of where it's at in terms of interesting gameplay. And when I do play those games, I really, really like it. So yeah, I totally like applaud you guys for also bringing those games to people's attention. And I should probably do that more often too. But yeah, it's kind of like a balancing thing.
Yeah, I would love to know. So, I mean, I have to imagine that you're not just sitting there playing Far Cry 6 all day long. You have to have some guilty pleasure games that you play that people never see. Like for me, my game is RimWorld. I love simulation games, and I've actually played hundreds of hours in RimWorld because that's kind of like my de-stress game. That's my kind of like game that I'm never... I mean, I think I made some content on it when I was the Game Gurus back in the day, but it reached like 5 people. So you must have a guilty pleasure game or two like that.
Yeah, for sure. But for me, like what I started this I have like 100 hours into it. League of Legends Wild Rift. Like I loved League of Legends back in the day on PC, and I'm a lapsed player. Like I don't game on PC anymore. I did get a new rig, but that was mostly for exporting. Like I now export videos in like 3 minutes, and it's amazing. Like that saves so much time because they're like 20 minutes before that. So yeah, like I kind of like handheld and mobile gaming in a way, and I think League of Legends Wild Rift is such an amazing port of the experience that I know on a mobile phone, and in 15-20 minutes I'm done. While like still the sort of skills I earned years ago, I can still kind of apply. It's more casual, so I do like that trend of like bringing games to mobile, so they're like more casual friendly, and bring in people that maybe did not play your game anymore. So that's totally one. I mentioned Genshin Impact, and I'm like playing that nonstop right now. But there are multiple reasons like for that. One of the reasons also, like, I know Ubisoft is gonna make a Genshin clone. Like it's a matter of time. So I'm already thinking, okay, what are they doing here? And I'm kind of crazy at this point where and maybe you guys are noticing that now too, where every time you play a game you're constantly in your head, okay, can I make content about that?
I totally hear that.
And that's why it has been nice for example Deathloop to just play that. I was still recording stuff, like I love the recording on PlayStation 5, so I play most of my games on PS5, and recording 1080p 60 is like amazing on that. So we actually use a lot of the footage from the direct PS5 capture in the videos. But at one point I was like, no, Deathloop is just a game I'm gonna enjoy. So I did not record anymore, and I just enjoyed it, and that was kind of great. But it's still fun to like stream those games. So I'm still kind of figuring out, like, being able to get a code to stream it one day before launch. That makes sense. But yeah, let's not make the best weapons guide. While I did find some cool weapons early on, right? Yeah. That's kind of the thing. So it's still, I played Life is Strange, so there are still like a lot of different games, but really with Far Cry I knew, okay, when Far Cry came out, it was Far Cry all day, all night, and even through the content these last few weeks, now I'm playing Guardians, so that's like a lot of fun, or I can't say if it's a lot of fun, but maybe it is. And after that game, I know there's nothing coming till Horizon. So that will be when I'm kind of, spending some time in other games. But yeah, I would say Wild Rift is maybe something that people would not expect as like a
definitely
thing,
would not expect you to play that game. That's cool. It's
and
fun.
I said esports is dead, but
yeah, it's always fun because we're content creators, we have businesses, all that stuff. But the reason why we started this is because we love games, and there's always those games for anybody that you talk to that makes content that they don't actually make content on. They just enjoy them to enjoy them. There's always going to be one. You mentioned Deathloop too, and we can kind of wrap up because I know we're cutting it close on time here. Oh, there it is. Nice.
Yeah, listen.
Deathloop was a game for me. Like, I really wanted to go so hard in that game. That's actually right when I was having my daughter. So it was, I was in the hospital writing scripts, and Anthony's at home. I'm like, hey, can you put this together? I think the footage is in there. It's somewhere. It was a wild experience.
That doesn't sound good, man. To give you some advice, like some games, you can already see that they are not gonna hit.
Yeah, totally. Deathloop was never gonna hit. It never was.
So yeah, then it's not worth it to spend that time. I mean, you were waiting anyways, right? Or
well, that's what I was gonna say. We're literally sitting in a room, a 5x5 room, just sitting
fair
there
enough,
waiting.
fair enough.
And I have a laptop in front of me, and I'm just scripting stuff.
I would have done the same. Fair enough,
Right.
fair enough. But yeah, you gotta, I think, pick and choose. And at one point, like and that's what I really like about you guys. You're still in that sort of early where let's grab everything and put a lot of time and effort into it. At one point, you will still have that, but you know how you have to manage your resources. You have to, okay, it's worth it for this game, but it's not for this game. And if I still want to make a Deathloop video, sure, but then I'm not gonna make it long nights and stuff like that. That's what I think is.
It's been
smart.
amazing in the 2 years that we've been doing this of how much we've learned. And my last question to you on that same topic is, like, for any content creators that may be watching this video or watch the VOD when it's over, you've learned something, I'm sure, quite a bit in your multiple years of being a content creator. What would be the one piece of advice for an aspiring creator? Like, what would you say to them if they stopped you on the street and said, what does it take to be a content creator?
Don't do it. No. No. Kidding. Like it's really depends on. I think you can easily, or not easily, but you can more easily make it if you like if you really want to make the content. One of the tips, let's put it that way. One of the tips that I saw early on that really helped me is, don't make people watch your content, but make content that people want to watch. So
nice.
Make sure that you are there when they want you, but not like what you see very early on is that people WhatsApp their friends, hey, I made a new video, go check it out. But those people are never gonna watch your content. Those are never gonna be the viewers that you want. But if you find, for example, what I did with Origins, if you find that people want to know where they get the flaming sword, even though it's a main quest reward, but they don't know yet, you have to be there, right?
Right.
You have to provide, and YouTube kind of changed, tips and tricks. Search engine has been on a downward trend. When I started, it was a huge thing, but it's still for starting creators. It's still a big way to get more people into your content. So it's really find that niche that you really, really like, because otherwise you can make it. If you play a game you don't like, you will not make it, because it's gonna be long hours anyway. So then, yeah, if you don't like what you do, of course it's not gonna work out. But yeah, and then make sure that you are the person who's making the builds. I always find it super interesting how the launch of a game is the most crucial part for the excitement and stuff. But some people, for example, during Borderlands or during Odyssey as well, they started and they became kind of big 3 months after launch, because they did the builds, or they farmed the game so hard that they got cool insights that other content creators that are juggling way more things could never do. So that would be my tip, to really make sure you are something that people want to watch, because you have something that other people don't have.
Cool. Well, Jor, it was great talking to you for the hour. Thank you for joining us for the stream. I know we cover a lot of the same games, but hopefully you and I can get together, talk about some other games in the future, maybe play a game or two.
Sure.
And, obviously, best of luck to you guys and your team. I know you've got Horizon coming up next year. That's going to be huge for you. So excited to see what you guys can put together for that one.
Yeah, thanks a lot, and good luck with the stream. Great, great stuff you guys put together. So yeah, I will
Thank you
be
very
keeping
much.
an eye out for sure. And
All right,
of
man.
course, if you're watching, donate to help the kids.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon.
Hey, bye.
All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break. We'll get our next guest up, which is Psyche, who is a big Dead Cells creator. One of the first games that I covered. We will be right back with you with that content. Hey guys, we are back for another guest. In just a few minutes here, we'll be bringing in Psyche. He is a Dead Cells content creator. Dead Cells was one of the first games that I covered as the Game Gurus all the way back in the day, way before I met Livid. So I am really excited that he is going to be joining us. But I do want to let you guys know our first giveaway for that Power A controller. Somebody did win it, I think. I got it. Right here, we've got One Shot Gamer 24 won the first Power A wired controller. I'm going to be doing another giveaway right now. And again, this entire stream is sponsored by Power A. They really, I mean, huge, stepped up, donated 10 of these wired Xbox controllers. So if you're in the US and you want your chance to win a wired Xbox controller, these things are really cool. They've got some additional buttons baked in. Power A is a great company. So we're incredibly excited to be working with them for this stream. So we're going to be doing another giveaway right now. If you guys don't know, here are the giveaway instructions. You can join us on Discord, become part of our community, and you'll actually have access to our giveaways channel. And that giveaways channel, we do all sorts of cool stuff in there. We're giving away stuff constantly, whether it's artwork, whether it's, in this case, controllers. Sometimes we're doing games. I mean, we're giving away all sorts of stuff. And we actually have a lot of stuff that we're giving away today. So we've got the Power A stuff. We've also got some stuff from our friends at Fan Gamers, as well as Insert Coin Clothing. So we've got a lot of really cool stuff coming your way. But for right now, we're going to do another giveaway for the controller. So if you want to join, be part of that giveaway, there are the instructions on your screen right now. But I am incredibly excited to introduce our next guest here. Bringing him in right now in the chat with us is Psyche. Psyche, how are you, man?
Good. How are you, Cody?
Good.
Or I
Thank
guess
you so
Codiak.
much. No, it doesn't matter. Both work. Super excited to have you here, man. I was just telling everybody, you know, Dead Cells was one of the first games that I covered as a content creator. And man, you are still killing it with the Dead Cells content. So, you know, maybe because you're a little bit smaller of a content creator, nothing wrong with that. Just give people a little bit of insight into your channel, what you do and why you do it.
Oh, that's kind of a big question to answer. I could probably talk about this for a very long time. So historically, when I was in high school, I used to be extremely introverted. And starting out college, I was kind of the same way.
Okay.
And then at the end of the third year, this was when COVID hit, and then everything kind of, you know, went terribly. So at the end of my third year, I just thought maybe I should actually do something. So it was originally a project for me to improve public speaking.
Mm-hmm.
And Dead Cells has always been one of those games where I just played a lot of, and it is definitely known for being this extremely difficult game.
Yeah.
And I just really loved it for that. So I just created a bunch of videos here and there, just trying to see how it goes. And then, yeah, surprisingly, it ended up the way I am today. So it's been going really well, actually.
Yeah, I mean, you sent in some gameplay footage, and I'm going to put it up on the screen here. Watching you play Dead Cells just brought back so many memories of playing this game that really took the world by storm, the gaming world by storm when it first came out. It was an incredibly popular game. That's why I started making content for it. I think it's still within our top 10 videos that we've made. One of the videos about like finding the keys or something like that. I mean, it was so long ago, but it's still incredibly popular, and there's still a really big fan base that plays this game. So maybe for people who don't know, can you give us a little bit of a snapshot of like what the game is about nowadays?
Oh, actually, in the last couple of years, they actually updated the game a lot. Speaking of your tutorials, I think I've actually seen a couple of them.
Oh, cool.
Even like before I started my channel. So that's been really cool.
That's awesome.
And but in terms of like the gameplay and the story, the lore, it's essentially you're playing as this beheaded that cannot die. So whenever you lose all of your health, you just kind of go back to the first level. And that's kind of how they set up the lore in a way that makes sense, like within the context of a roguelike. So I think that's been pretty cool. And yeah, I think I mentioned this a bit earlier, but this game is very hard, which I'm pretty sure you will have experienced that by now.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's so crazy watching this gameplay now. There's so much different here. So I see you've got this like owl companion, you've got a fan weapon. Like none of this. I think your Y ability, the shield, and one of your left trigger ability were in the game, but the other ones I've never seen before.
Oh yeah, so the fan is part of a DLC. I think it's called Bad Seed. It came out, I think over a year ago.
Okay.
So in the beginning of this year, they actually had another one called Fatal Falls, which introduced 2 new areas as well as a new boss. And then from rumors, at least from what I've heard, they're actually doing one more later on.
Nice.
So pretty excited about that.
That's pretty awesome. And actually, I remember, so when we were covering this game, we actually got to talk to, I believe his name, Sebastian. And he was part of the company Motion Twin at the time. I know he just branched off and just launched a new game on his own. But I know that they had so much success with this game that they actually split their studio in half. And there's a team that just focuses on Dead Cells content. And I think they still do that, right?
I believe so. I think the company that makes the game still hasn't changed. As far as I know, it's still Motion Twin.
Yep.
But yeah, they've been updating the game very frequently. So that's kind of how I've been getting, new content to work with.
Yeah.
And with the upcoming DLC, I'm pretty excited for that as well.
Nice. So talk to me a little bit about, you said you got into YouTube because of, you want to get better at public speaking. I mean, I'll tell you, man, I've watched some of your videos. That's why I reached out to you. And I was like, wow, man, you are so put together. You speak so well. You've got a really clear direction with your content. What is your process like? How do you go about making videos?
Oh, so originally, at least if you look at my build videos, what I do is those videos are actually completely unscripted. So maybe I would have like a couple ideas on the side in case I run out of stuff to talk about. But in general, that's kind of how I test myself to improve. And even with some of my guides, what I do is I just have like a simple list of stuff to go through. And then I kind of just elaborate on each one.
Okay.
And then whatever I put up, that's kind of just what I put out as a video.
Gotcha.
And yeah, there are going to be parts where things can get a little bit awkward or stale because it's not completely scripted, but honestly, I think that's part of the charm.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I think overly scripted videos, it's tough because it can almost sound robotic, right? And so if you have a little bit of that like natural flow in there, just like the natural cadence of the game, people respond to that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So talk to me about some of the, what's the most recent content update in the game right now? Like what's the newest content in Dead Cells?
Oh, actually, they update the game, I think, every 2 months. So the latest update is update 2.5.
Okay.
They didn't change any weapons or items in the game, but what they did do is added these things called aspects. Essentially, they're kind of like modifiers to make the game significantly easier. It's there to kind of give you an edge in your runs.
Okay.
But it does limit some achievements, so you can't actually just cheese the game with them.
Okay.
Yeah, I do actually plan on making a video about them in the near future.
Oh, cool. So talk to us about what is this run that we're doing right here. So for anybody that doesn't know, in the bottom right-hand corner, you see that 5. So this is a really challenging run that we're on right now.
Oh yeah, so every time you beat the game, you get something called a boss cell. When you just start out the game, you start at 0 BC. So that little number on the side there, I think it doesn't even show up. But essentially, a boss cell is a kind of difficulty modifier that you can use at the beginning of each run. And then what it does is that it just makes the game harder. So you beat the game on 1 BC, and then you unlock 2 BC and onwards. And then 5 BC is the hardest difficulty so far in the game.
And you've beaten the game at 5 BC?
Yes, I do all of my runs at 5 BC.
That's crazy. I remember playing this back in the day, and I think I was on like 2 BC, and I was like, man, I am just not good enough at this. And it was eye-opening, like how well they scaled all of the difficulty, because you watch the gameplay now and you're like, oh, this doesn't look too bad, but until you get it in your hands and you realize, wow, this is really challenging stuff. 5 BC is brutally hard.
Oh yeah. So interesting story actually. I was stuck at 2 BC for almost 2 years since I started playing.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I heard about this game in 2018. I believe that was when the official version just came out.
Yep.
I know that the game back then was actually significantly harder than it is now.
Oh, okay.
So back then, 2 BC was really hard. And Dead Cells is one of those games where, like, after a certain time, I just couldn't beat it. I'm a big fan of roguelikes. I've played Binding of Isaac.
Nice.
I played Hades. I played
Nice.
Nuclear Thrones. Yeah. So for those games, I never really had like a trouble beating it. I always could do it after 10 or 20 hours, but it wasn't the same with Dead Cells.
Okay.
For 2BC, it was to the part where I couldn't beat it, and then I was just getting frustrated, and I just kept on uninstalling the game. I don't know if it's happened to you.
I don't uninstall games, but usually, like, I come to a point where I'm like, okay, I'm just done with this game, and I just walk away. And very rarely do I go back and like feel like that nag in the back of my head, like I really need to go beat that game. It doesn't happen to me too often. Like if I'm done with a game, I'm usually pretty done with a game.
Oh yeah. So at the end of I think 2020, I just came back because I thought, might as well. Let's see how this goes. And for some weird reason, that was when the game clicked for me. And then I was actually able to beat 345 BC after like some practice. I don't know how it happened, but that's kind of how my experience went. And then after that, that's how I got interested in making content for the game on the channel.
Nice. I mean, so you've talked about other roguelites that you've played. Do you plan on branching out? I mean, obviously you focus a lot on Dead Cells. Do you plan on evolving more and focusing on different roguelikes or anything like that in the future?
Oh yeah, I've actually had some gameplay videos of other roguelikes, and this was for my 10,000 subscriber special.
Nice.
So I played Nuclear Throne, Enter the Gungeon, and I think Hades, and then something else. I don't quite remember.
Nice. All great games. Quick second here to thank Sophia Nardi, one of our friends at the channel here, for the $10 donation. Sophia, thank you so much. Appreciate you. So let's talk about Hades for a second. That was one of the biggest roguelikes of the last couple of years. Halion is actually coming on a little bit later to play that live. What was it about Hades? What was it about Dead Cells that like drew you into these types of games?
Oh, so I would say it's more of like the roguelike genre as a whole. I just really like the idea of forcing the player to become better at the game because roguelikes, they're very unforgiving. You die, you go all the way back to the beginning.
Right.
And I don't know, there's something about that just really intrigued me. And then Hades just happened to be one of the few that I was actually interested in because something that roguelikes lack is story. So that was kind of the reason I wanted to get into it. I know it was pretty popular at the time.
Yeah, I mean, Hades was the perfect combination of what that brutally hard gameplay could evolve to when you add a story into the mix. And that's why I think Hades works so well because, Supergiant is a great company and they always make great games, but their systems were so flawless. And then you mix in the great storytelling with the fully voice acted characters and just the incredible artwork. I mean, you have a really great game. I think Dead Cells, in some way, actually helped pave the way for Hades. Granted, I think Hades was always going to be made, but I think Dead Cells was, it definitely probably put a little vigor in their development because it showed that this roguelite thing was continuing to evolve. People were really responding to it, and it probably helped make Hades that much better because, the genre as a whole was being elevated by all these great games.
Oh yeah, so I think for Hades, Dead Cells can actually learn a couple things because one thing that this game does lack is lore or story. There is lore, but you do have to go into the different rooms to kind of find out about it, and it's not guaranteed that they appear every single run. So that's something that I would like to see Dead Cells expand on. I know they're probably going to do something about that in the next DLC.
Yeah, I mean, their world building is so good. You've got all the different biomes, and the way that you go from one biome to the other is so flawless, and you have some choice in the matter. If they could inject a little bit more of not just environmental storytelling, but actual storytelling into the game. I think back to the trailer that came out right when this game was launched. You remember that animated trailer? Like, it was so fun, and it reminded me of just this quirky game that was so brutally hard but still had this kind of lighthearted feel to it, and I would love to see them be able to capitalize on that in the actual game itself and create some sort of elements that you could just kind of latch onto other than the gameplay itself.
Oh yeah, but one thing I would say Dead Cells do really well is the variety. There's just so much variety in the game. I actually recommended this to a friend, and after one run he could not stop playing. It was like that addicting.
So what, I mean, I'm seeing so much new stuff here. It's really overwhelming to somebody who played the game way back when it launched. What are some of, for people who don't know, you know, you get 2 weapons, you've got 2 kind of trinkets or items. What are some of the things that you really like to use? You know, you're using the fan, you're using a shield. You just picked up 2 new items, I think. What are some of the items that really stand out to you as like over the top or cool or just something that you really gravitate towards?
Oh yeah, so I think everybody have different sets of items that they really like. And the thing about this game is that there's no objectively the best weapon.
Right.
I think a lot of it comes down to personal preference. But I would say one of the most interesting ones I've seen is this weapon called Rhythm and Bazooki. Essentially, it's based on like a music, like a rhythm timing.
Okay.
So when you press the attack button on a certain rhythm, it does more damage, which is crazy.
Oh, that is crazy. Yeah, that's really cool. I mean, that's one of the things that, you know, when the game first launched, it didn't have wildly outlandish weapons like that. It was very straightforward in terms of the weapons that were in there. And then I know like things like the frying pan got added because of the anime. But the weapon you're describing is just, that's so cool to see that they took their concept and they just continued to evolve on it, make it bigger and better. Really, really interesting.
Oh yeah, and then the other weapon that I have, I know this one's pretty new. So the skill that I have on the right trigger is called the Scarecrow Sickles. Essentially, you bring it out, and it fires these 2 sickles around you, and then you're supposed to move around in a way that it hits the other enemies, and the more enemies it hits, the more damage it does.
Gotcha.
So that's why you see how the sickle is becoming more red.
Gotcha. That means it's hitting more enemies, or it's doing more damage at that point.
Yeah.
What's in your left hook, your left trigger?
Oh, that is the grappling hook. So it has a really small ability, but it has a very quick cooldown. It just pulls enemies towards you. So this is extremely good at kind of close range combat. So with the frying pan, it does critical hits when you're hitting like an enemy directly from the front. So it kind of has synergy there.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and a big part of this game is kind of figuring out how your build is going to go. So there are a lot of builds that are possible in the game, and there are actually combinations that nobody has ever thought of because there's just so much variety, so much you can do with this game to get creative.
Right, and there's so many weapons in the game now too. I think aren't there like over 100 weapons at this point?
I would say easily, yeah, including skills, and they're probably still adding a couple more in the next DLC.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. Well, let's talk about the future. So, you know, you've already mentioned that you love roguelike games. What about future games coming out that fit into the niche that you've kind of carved out for yourself on YouTube? Is there anything that you're keeping an eye on or excited to play?
Oh, yeah. Well, recently I've been busy with school, but in terms of other roguelikes, I've actually downloaded 2 from Steam.
Okay.
They're not new, but they're called Noida. I don't know if you heard of that one.
Oh, yeah. That's the particle one. That's like everything is a particle, right?
Yeah, everything tries to kill you.
That's crazy. I hear that was actually really good. Have you started playing that one yet?
I tried a couple games, but it's hard to get the hang of.
Okay.
Because you have to kind of dodge everything. So, but I'm really excited to try it out more.
Nice.
And then the other game I got was Crypt of the Necrodancer. Don't know if you heard of that one.
I have heard. That's another rhythm one, right?
Yes.
Very cool. Have you started that one yet, or are you still not playing that one yet?
I just bought it. I'm actually planning to play it this weekend.
Cool. Well, if you're ever looking for another one, we played very briefly, did a couple videos on it, was Curse of the Dead Gods. So that was
I've heard of that one.
Yeah, that was a really interesting roguelike game. I would say it was a little bit easier than most of the other roguelike games out there, but it was really well done. I just enjoyed my time with it. It wasn't an incredibly long game, but it was more of a isometric, used a vision element. So like you had a torch, and that torch like would reveal or hide things, and so there was elements like that were implemented into the game, which I thought was really cool. But that was probably one of my more favorite roguelites in the last couple of years that we played. So if you have time, definitely check that one out too.
Oh yeah, it definitely reminds me a bit of Hades.
Yeah, definitely. Plays slower than Hades, much slower than Hades, but enjoyable. Definitely enjoyable. I can't remember who actually developed that game at the moment, but It was a good one. It was definitely a good one.
Oh yeah, I'm really excited for future games that are coming out. I think things like Hades is exactly what we need in the roguelike genre.
Totally. I mean, it just transformed it just solidified that the roguelike genre is never going away, and it's only going to get bigger and better, and that there's so much that people can do, that developers can do, that players will gravitate towards. I think Hades is the gold standard right now, but I'm excited to see what the next gold standard is, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, and I feel like if this trend keeps on going, there's a good chance that the roguelike genre will become more mainstream.
Oh, totally. I mean, I think it's already been getting more mainstream. We've still got a ways to go for this to be like, the Call of Duty, of the world. But I think more people are starting to realize, like, hey, these games remind me of my childhood, or just I really enjoy playing these games because they're fun. The systems are crisp. So I think you're right. I think we're getting there, definitely.
Yeah, recently I've heard of this one called Returnal. I think it's on PS5.
That was a roguelike third-person shooter, right?
I think so, yeah. I would have played it if I can, but it's kind of hard to get your hands on a PS5 these days.
Yeah. No, that's weird. I don't think one of the things about roguelikes, I think you have to release it everywhere for it to even break through the noise. And for the PS5 to release Returnal as an exclusive was kind of weird. Like, I would have loved to play that game on PC. But, it's a PS5 exclusive. Is that ever going to make me buy a PS5, that one particular game? Probably not. So it would have been cool to be able to play that. But maybe it'll come to Game Pass at some point. Who knows?
Oh, yeah.
Going to take a quick break here to just remind everybody, we are doing this entire charity stream. We have still got 8.5 more hours to go. Our goal is $10,000 for the day. We're almost reached $500. So I want to actually show you guys, we had our first goal of $250. That was our first stretch goal. So Livid and I will be donating 10 video game t-shirts to the fund that we're putting together for the kids. And just to remind everybody, we are putting together this gaming bundle for the hospital. We're working directly with Connecticut Children to create bundles of video games, consoles, accessories, whatever the hospital needs for the kids. So we've reached our first stretch goal. We've reached our first stretch goal. There it is. You know how that content creator thing goes where you just can't get the words out, Psyche? You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah, for sure. It happens to me all the time.
So we've reached our first goal of $250. We are closing in on our second goal of $500. When we reach that goal, Livid and I will be donating 2 new video games to the fund on top of everything else. So if you guys have a few bucks, I mean, seriously, we can string together $2 donations, $1 donations, whatever you guys can give. We would really appreciate that. But for now, let's get back to Psyche and continue our discussion about Dead Cells. So Dead Cells is a game that you've been playing for how long now?
Oh, I would say like over 2 years, but this is including breaks.
Okay.
Like I said, I did actually uninstall the game a couple times because I was just getting so frustrated with 2BC.
I gotcha. So you mentioned that the game has gotten easier. Now, when you say that, what systems have the developers put into the game to make it easier?
So I think it comes from multiple updates. So I think the first thing they did was revamping the melee system, because how it usually works back then was that every time you took damage, you would get this yellow bar. It's the one right above your health right there.
Yep.
You would get 1 bar of it filled up, and then if it filled up, I think like 8 bars, you would just lose like 90% of your health.
Ugh. I kind of remember it, to be honest with you, and it was not fun.
Oh yeah. And then I think in version 2.1 they changed it so that it's a timing based system. So now it kind of just increases by itself slowly. And the way you can stop it and decrease it is by killing enemies and clearing the biome.
Oh,
so
okay,
it kind of, yeah, it's kind of like Risk of Rain 2. I don't know if you played that one.
Oh yeah. I mean, so looking at your gameplay here, I mean, you are just flying through this, and that's one of the things that's really hard to wrap your head around until you actually play the game, is how fast Dead Cells actually plays. And that's actually one of the reasons why I think it's so popular, is because it plays incredibly quick. It's probably the fastest roguelike action game on the market. I don't know if you'd agree with that, but that's how I feel, at least.
Yeah, I would definitely say the pace is extremely fast, and with the melee system, it kind of forces you to play faster, in a way.
Right. Lots of bosses in this game. I know they've added more into the mix. What was your favorite boss when playing Dead Cells?
Oh, my favorite boss, I would say. I don't want to spoil it, but it's the 5BC one.
Oh, okay.
It has like multiple phases, and it does some really interesting things.
I remember looking up a YouTube video on the boss because there was no way I was ever getting to 5BC. And you're totally right. It is a really cool boss. Throws you for a little bit of a curveball, which is neat.
Yeah.
Well, since we're here and since we're talking about an indie game, how do you feel about doing another giveaway?
Oh, for sure. Let's do it.
So I need your help here. So I need you to pick. Let's see what I got in this box. So I need you to pick one of the following games: Stardew Valley, Undertale, or Hollow Knight.
Oh, this is a tough choice. I would say Stardew Valley. I've been playing that one with some friends recently.
Okay, Stardew Valley it is. So let's see here. What do I have? We're gonna save the really cool one for a little bit later, but I still have something pretty awesome. So our friends at Fangamer, we reached out to them and we said, hey, we're doing this cool charity event. We'd love for you guys to be a part of it in any capacity that you can. So my friend Alex at Fangamer sent us a box of cool stuff. And one of the things they sent us was this really awesome vinyl collection of all the Stardew Valley music. Now, this is probably one of the coolest things I've ever seen. It's all of the music in the game broken up by the different seasons. For anybody that loves Stardew Valley, you'll know that there are 4 seasons in the game. It's got some really cool artwork on it. It's the complete official soundtrack in vinyl form. And look, I understand probably you guys don't have a lot of vinyl players laying around. It's just a cool collector's item. So we're going to be giving this one away. So if you give me 30 seconds here, I will put this up in the Discord. Again, for anybody that doesn't know, this is how you enter our giveaways. You have to join the Discord. The link is in the description. You can accept the rules in the welcome channel and then assign yourself the giveaways role in the roles channel and then enter the giveaway in the giveaways channel. I know it's complicated, but I'm going to leave that up for a minute here. I'm going to pop up some music while I do the giveaways thing. And we're going to give this one away. I'm super excited about this. Psyche, you said you've been playing Stardew Valley recently?
Yeah, the thing is that I'm not good at multiplayer games. Like, I suck at shooters.
Okay.
So I think Dead Cells has fit into one of those niche things. And same goes for like casual games that I play with friends. I think Stardew Valley just does a really good job of that.
Did you see that he just unveiled his next game?
Yeah, I saw actually.
Haunted
I'm
Chocolatier.
really excited for that too.
It's gonna be so cool. All right, so we're giving away the Stardew Valley vinyl official soundtrack. This is going to be U.S. only as well because shipping this stuff across the country or the world... Sorry, shipping this across the world would be much harder than shipping it across the country. And we'll do one winner here. All right, guys, so that giveaway is live right now for the next 15 minutes. I'm going to just put the link in the chat in case anybody needs to get to it. And again, this is thanks to our friends at Fangamer here. Hooked us up with this awesome vinyl set, Stardew Valley, all 4 seasons. Are there 4? Yeah, there are 4 discs in here, each with their own custom artwork. It's a really, really cool collector's item. I honestly, I don't have a vinyl player, but I'm looking back at this and I mean, I spent hundreds of hours playing Stardew Valley. I loved Harvest Moon growing up. So it's a cool item, and I'm excited to be able to give it away. All right, back to Psyche. Psyche, you are a content creator, which means you're editing videos, you're writing scripts, you're doing all that sort of fun stuff. Talk to me a little bit about, what you want to do with your channel moving forward. What are the things that you've learned so far, and where you want to take the channel in the future?
So I think my hobby for editing started in high school. So I was really interested in Photoshop for some reason because I like to make memes about it. So that's kind of how it grew from there. But in terms of editing, I've actually knew a bit about it just even when I was not having the channel yet.
Okay.
And this was just from personal projects. So when I started, I was kind of trying to see how this entire YouTube thing worked. And I was just experimenting with a lot of things.
So what do you want to do? So, I mean, you're experimenting now. Obviously, you've been able to grow your channel. I think you're closing in on 20,000, right?
Right now, I actually just hit 14.
Just hit 14. So you're on the hunt for 15,000, but you're chasing down 20,000. You know, what are some of the things that maybe you'll do differently in the future?
I would definitely say make more high quality videos.
Okay.
I know it sounds a little weird, but the thing is though, when I just started out, you can tell that I was pretty awkward in front of a mic, especially some of my earlier guides.
Okay.
So one thing I wanted to do, well, one thing I've always wanted to do was kind of redo them, but with like the skills that I have now, with the different techniques for editing.
Okay. I mean, what are some of the things that you've learned from the editing front that maybe mistakes that you made early on that you're not going to make anymore?
I would say just for like transitions and just quality in general, because I used to not know that you could put like adjustment layers on top of footage.
Okay.
So that kind of made life a lot easier.
Yeah, for sure.
But in terms of like every video, I would say I would spend around 4 to 5 hours in total.
Yeah. Oh, that's totally normal number. I hear you there.
And the thing is though, I actually make my thumbnails even before I start editing. I don't know if you guys do that.
Well, Livid makes the thumbnails for us, and most of the time I'm making the video. Livid makes videos too, but usually he's working on the thumbnail while I'm working on the video. But yeah, I mean, the thumbnail first definitely probably inspires you to make the content after, especially if you have like a game plan going forward.
Yeah, so because as the channel got bigger, I was kind of seeing making content in a different perspective now.
Yeah.
Because before I would just make whatever I wanted to, but now I'm also thinking, you know, how do I market each video in a way that makes sense? Like, how do I design the thumbnail? How do I create the intros?
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you, I mean, for you know, the only couple years you've been doing this, like the thumbnails themselves are really cool. They grab me right off the bat. I would love to see, really, I mean, I don't know how hard you want to get into YouTube. I know you're in school, you're going for your degree, but like would love to see like this new roguelike content creator just absolutely killing it with all these brand new roguelikes come out. Because again, I really love your content. Like you're so well spoken in the videos. The thumbnails are sharp. Like that's all the components you need. You know, the audience will come. It just takes time, you know?
Thank you. Yeah, because that's kind of my main concern too. I'm in my last year of undergrad, but things have been pretty busy.
Yeah.
I've been just trying to find the time, probably each weekend, to work on a new video.
Nice.
So, but yeah, you're right. I would say the main restraint that I have right now would be time.
Of course. I'll tell you this, and Livid can say this too, like we're old man gamers at this point. It has only gotten harder somehow. Like there was this nice stretch when I had just gotten my first job, and you know I had an apartment and there was no kids or anything in the works, where it was a lot easier because there really was just so much time. Like I was going to work from 9 to 5, and then I had all this time to do whatever I wanted after. But once you start mixing in like buying a house and having kids or whatever you want to do, it's fun. It's a fun balancing act. Isn't that right, Livid?
Yeah, definitely a complicated one.
Just making sure he's still awake. I know he didn't get a lot of sleep last night.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just woke up too, actually, just to start the stream.
Well, you know, it's a Saturday. It's a nice, easy Saturday to sleep in and join us for a little charity event, so it's all good. Psyche, I did have another question for you, but it's escaping me right this second. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
Psyche, do you have any interest in Darkest Dungeon 2? It's coming out.
Darkest Dungeon 2.
I don't know if you ever
heard of it. Yeah, so I have heard of it, but the only thing I heard about it was that it's very punishing. I'm not sure that's true.
Yes.
Yep. So the first
punishing.
one, Darkest Dungeon, was really punishing. That came out in 2015. The new one, Darkest Dungeon 2, is actually coming out on Monday into early access. So it is a roguelike. So it may be something that you're interested in. Definitely worth checking out.
Oh yeah, for sure. And there's this other one I've been looking at. It's a pretty small indie game. It's called One Step from Eden. I don't know if you guys heard of that one.
Have not heard of that one. What's that one about?
No.
Okay. It's kind of like Slay the Spire. That's another one I played a lot. But essentially you have these different tiles that you can move around on, but it's also a deck builder. So you kind of have like tile manipulation cards.
Okay.
Cards that deal damage a certain tiles away. So it's kind of interesting. It's similar to Slay the Spire in a way.
Nice. Yeah, that's
It's
one
kind
of
of like
Livid's favorite games.
Yeah, I love Slay the Spire, but it also reminds me. This seems to remind me kind of like Mega Man Battle Network.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's actually inspired from that, I believe.
No,
Yeah.
That's cool. I mean, I used to play that game on like road trips and stuff on that. Was it Game Boy
Yeah.
Advance?
Yeah, they had multiple iterations through different generations, but yeah, love that series.
What is it called? One Step from Eden?
Yeah,
Yep.
Neat. When is that one out now or coming out soon?
I think it's out.
Yeah, it's out. I think.
Neat.
Yeah,
And I'll tell you, the roguelike genre is just one of those that continually changes the game. Like it constantly is redefining itself and like what being roguelike means. I feel like the best ideas come from this genre. I really do. And I feel like big companies have finally started to realize like, yeah, these guys really know what they're talking about. They know how to make great games. Maybe we can implement some of that into, our AAA stuff. Like for example, like Far Cry 6's DLC that's coming out, I think in November, the first one. There's a roguelike component to it where you start at square one, you push as far as you can, you die, you repeat. Like there's just so many elements there that you can mess around with that as its basic framework, which I just love this genre so much.
Oh yeah, and I don't know if it is for you guys, but I would love to like play all of these games.
Totally.
I think like for you guys, do you kind of just find games just on the go, just see what interests you and kind of play it to make videos about it?
So we plan out our full year. Like we try and focus on like, okay, we know that these games are coming out at these times, but I think on multiple occasions a game will like sneak in or just like take the world by storm for a little bit, and we try and just kind of pivot and cover it. So we try not to get too spread thin, and that was a mistake we made early on. But over the past year or so, we've gotten a lot better at just being able to control, like, okay, we don't really need to make content on this. We can just play it or skip it entirely and focus on the things that we want to make content on. Because there's so many games. I mean, if you go to SteamDB and you look at like the trending games that are coming out, there's probably 10 to 15 games coming out every single day, and it's impossible to play them all.
Oh yeah,
like
for sure.
Like we generally like to, if it's a game that we're not going to heavily cover, we'll generally just do a review on it, because that's a way for us to just personally enjoy the game on our own time, but also get just a little bit of content out there for people who want it. To know if they want to buy the game, because that's kind of a big thing for us, is just making sure we save people money on things. If it's not worth their time, that's kind of our big thing there.
Right.
But otherwise, yeah, like Cody said, we plan it a year in advance. Usually we look at what's all the major releases are for that year. And, we see like, okay, well, this is in our wheelhouse of like, these are the kind of games we like. This is the kind of games that maybe our audience might like. Or, or this is a smaller game that we think is going to be really good, that it might not make a lot of waves, but we think it should. So we cover that in an attempt to give, that game more of a spotlight, hopefully.
Right.
That's kind of our thing. But otherwise, like, generally everything's pretty much like fully planned out. But occasionally there'll be a game that just sneaks in, and we're just like, you know what? That looks really fun. Let's go play it right now.
We definitely have. I mean, we've spent a lot of time learning, about each other and how to plan out our content, how to build our content. There have been opportunities that we probably would have liked to have jumped on that we missed, like Valheim, for instance. Like, definitely a game that I think Livid and I would have been okay covering, but it didn't. The timing never worked out, or something didn't quite work out with it. So you have to be flexible as a content creator. You have to be ready to pivot if you need to, but it's also important to have a plan. So you love the roguelite stuff. It would be cool to lean into that. I mean, I know there's channels that cover indie games and stuff like that, but roguelites is such a great genre in and of itself. And there's such a voracious audience that follows these games, starting all the way back at like, I'm trying to think of like what was the first roguelike game. I can't even remember. Binding of Isaac probably was one of the first ones, right?
Yeah.
you know, there's just people that love those games, and I just don't think it's going to slow down anytime soon. It's only going to get more crazy and better, honestly.
It's also one of the few genres that like people play these like a particular game to death. You know what I mean? Like they'll play it 4 or 5 years long. So like I feel like there's always an audience for every single, or not every single one, but most of them, right? Most of the ones that really get recognition for being good examples of the roguelike genre. You know, so like in a sense, like that's a really good genre to really have your niche focused on, because I feel like you always have something that you can just pivot to if you want to at any point, you know?
Oh yeah, and part of me still can't believe that you can get paid for playing video games.
It's crazy,
It's kind of
right?
crazy.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, Psyche, thank you so much for joining us to talk about Dead Cells, to talk about your channel. You know, if you guys want to follow Psyche, if you wouldn't mind, Psyche, you can put your channel in the chat here. Would love to have some new people follow you, and he makes great Dead Cells content, great roguelike content. So seriously, go check him out. And again, Psyche, thank you so much for joining us and helping support the charity event.
Yeah, thank you for having me. This was my first time trying out something like this, so it's been very exciting for me.
Oh, great, man. Well, I'm glad we could get you out of your shell a little bit, and you know, hopefully we'll be doing this again next year, and we would love to have you back.
Yeah, good luck to the other guests, and yeah, I wish you guys have a successful stream.
Great. Thanks, man. Take care.
Thank you very much.
You too.
All right, guys, we are going to take another quick little break. We will be right back with our next guest, Sir Simalot. We're going to be playing some Grounded. We'll be right back.
Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm fearless. Exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still. Hanging in the balance, not the life I want to live. I want to take it all, standing tall. Fear I weighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it in a sense, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless.
All right, friends, we are back. We have a very exciting guest coming up. Sir Sim, the grounded guru. Obsidian calls him that. I'm super excited because he has been covering and playing Grounded for quite a long time. He's a content creator that I respect. I love his content. He just brought over a ton of people from his stream. So welcome to the entire Sir Sim crew. Really happy that you guys are here helping out the charity stream. Just so everybody knows, we are collecting money for Connecticut Children's. It's a hospital in my home state of Connecticut. And we're putting together bundles of video games, accessories, toys, everything. And we're going to actually deliver them to the hospital in this special unit within the hospital that basically gives these games and these toys to the kids that are there for a long period of time. They can play these things. They can just forget that they're in a hospital. So that is kind of the goal of today. Any bit that you can donate would help. I see Curtis Binder kicking us off with a $2 donation. Curtis, thank you so much. Every single little bit counts, guys. We have a very lofty goal of 10K. If we can get there, great. If not, that's okay too. We're just going to do as much as we can for these kids in this hospital. But I want to bring in our friend Sir Sim here. And look, Livid and him are already like doing stuff. So we're going to just jump right into the game screen here. Because, Sim, you guys are going absolutely bananas already. So, what are we doing? What are we doing here in Grounded today? Wait, sorry, I had you muted. Start again. Sir Sim, hi. What's up, Sir Sim?
Hi, woo, I'm muted. That's awesome.
Sorry,
Hi.
You're not muted anymore.
Great. Okay, so like I was saying, first thing we're going to do is we're going to go check out some of the new zones that were added. So because the Hot and Hazy update just came out on Wednesday, they added 4 new biomes. So they added the picnic table, they upgraded the haze, they added a sandbox, and they added the trash heap. So the first one we're going to go check out is the picnic table because there's something really cool up there. And then we'll check out the trash heap, the new black ant hill that they added, maybe even go take out a boss. And then go over and explore the anthill to kind of wrap things up. So we'll start by running over this way.
Man, Sounds good. It's crazy. This game has been out for, is it been 2 years yet?
No, it's only been out for about a year and 3 months now.
Year and 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
Man, it's crazy. This game was one that really caught our eye early on, and obviously it caught the attention of a ton of people. I think I think at the time, what was the concurrent player base? Probably like 30, 40K. I know it's dropped significantly, but man, it's still got a voracious following, and you're probably the guy when it comes to Grounded now.
Yeah, I've done a lot of videos and stuff and streaming with the developers of Grounded, Obsidian's team. Really wonderful people, really into their game. They love making this game. They love working as a team and trying to develop new things to impress people. And yeah, I've been privileged to be able to go through. Hey, we're just gonna run past these guys. Don't fight them. I've been privileged to be able to become known as, the Grounded Guru on YouTube. Obviously there's some bigger names out there that will always pull an audience, but I try to make it my mission whenever there's an update to this game to cover every piece of it that I possibly can. So whether that's, new food items added, new building systems, they move things around in the yard, new bugs added, the secret new praying mantis boss that they're adding to the game. By the way, that's a secret. I shouldn't have told you that, but anyway,
wow.
Yeah. So
spoilers.
Yeah, spoiler alert. But yeah, there's all sorts of really cool things that keep coming to this game, and as the team says, they're not even done developing it yet. They're maybe halfway there. So can't wait to see what else comes to Grounded. But this was definitely their largest update that they've ever released. So really cool stuff here.
That's awesome. Crash Bang 69, thank you so much for the 20 spot. Really appreciate that. Thank you for donating to the Leave a Legacy fund. We are closing in on $500, guys. That is our next stretch goal for the day. Once we reach that $500, Livid and I will also donate 2 new video games to the fund. We've got a lot of cool stuff planned. We want to hit these stretch goals. We want to donate more stuff to these kids. So if you guys have you guys have the means and you can donate a few bucks, we would really appreciate that. Crash, thank you so much. Curtis, thank you so much. And back to the game. So you guys are heading to which section now? The table?
Yeah, we're heading to the new picnic table biome. So Livid, if you would, first off, I want to make sure that you're in third person. But second of all, take one of those brat bursts that I gave you inside of that chest and just go ahead and throw it at this rock behind the shovel for me. And this is one of the cool new things that they added to the game. So just go ahead and just chuck it on down there.
Edgar, thank you so much for the 5 spot. Appreciate it.
Nope.
R.
How do I throw it? R.
R. Yeah.
There we go.
Okay.
Oh,
neat. That is really cool.
Yeah, so what they did in this update is they wanted to make it feel as though that you're actually interacting with the yard a little bit more and give you a little bit more of a feel of changing the map as you go. So this is one of the really cool things. Another one of the cool things that they've done is you can actually turn the haze off now. The weed killer that's over there. Yeah, you can actually turn it off. Another little spoiler, we won't be doing that today, but I will say that if you do that, the infection that's over in that area will spread throughout the entire map. So it makes the map a little, so it makes the map a little bit more dangerous. Yeah.
Gotcha.
So
how do you do third person again? I forget the key.
Press U.
U. Thank you.
There you go. Grim, thank you. Thank you for the $1 spot. Appreciate that.
So this is the new biome. They've added all sorts of really cool things up here to really give you that feel that you are the size of an ant now.
Yeah.
From lunch boxes to pieces of gum that are stuck underneath the picnic table, to even like paper plates and stuff that have been tipped over. So really, really a lot of cool things that got added.
This is awesome.
Yep.
And so we've got, what do we got? Bees under the table? Are they mosquitoes or bees? They're bees.
These are bees. So yeah, the new bees that got, well, these guys have been in the game for a while. One thing they did add with this update though is they have made it so they do quite a bit more aggro to you, meaning if you get anywhere near them, they get quite angry about it.
Gotcha.
Which is new. They used to be very, very, very docile. And unless they were provoked, like you hit them, they wouldn't come anywhere near you.
That's great.
Wow.
Scottrick 1, thank you so much for the $50. Really appreciate that. I think we did hit it. So we just hit our $500 stretch goal. So thank you guys for that. We will be donating 2 additional video games into the fund. Our next goal is $1,000. If we reach $1,000, Livid and I will be donating one Nintendo Switch console into the fund. So that is our next stretch goal. We've got a long way to go. Really excited. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Graham. Thank you, Ed. Thank you guys, all of you who have donated. Really appreciate that.
Yep. So this is another part of that was just added. This big book that you're standing on. This is supposed to be a play on Dungeons and Dragons that was added to the game. This is called Minotaurs and Myrmidons. It's their version of Dungeons and Dragons, more or less.
That's awesome. Dude, this thing is hard to kill.
Yeah, so the bees have a slowing attack. That's that pollen attack that you saw, and it's bad. It really slows you down. You need a tier 2 hammer in order to break this, which, oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Which really kind of stinks because I don't have, we don't have that. But yeah, if you go up there, there is now a big Minotaurs and Myrmidons or Dungeons and Dragons game set that's up there.
That's
so like
awesome.
there's a maze you can go through. But the reason why we're not going up there is I like to leave a little bit of mystery for people when they want to play the game for themselves. So what we're going to do now is we are going to head our way back down, and we are going to make a quick stop and go looking for one of the new roly-polies that they added on our way over to the trash heap biome. So, Livid, I don't think I gave you a tuft, so you're going to have to just jump to your doom, and I will have to revive you. So I'll meet you right down here.
Corey, in the meantime, thank you so much for the 20 spot, man. Good to have you back in the chat. And Curtis, to answer your question, we're going to be working with a special unit within the hospital. They're going to keep all the stuff at the hospital. So our goal is to donate Nintendo Switches or Xboxes, whatever, and they're going to keep them at the hospital. And when kids can sign them out, they're not going to take them home.
So I'm going to go ahead and say this now. This is the first time that this has ever happened to me. I don't know how you died on top of a grass blade and I couldn't bring you back up, but that was pretty cool.
There we go.
You should have some healing items on you as well, though, that you could take.
So now we're under the table now, right?
Yep. So now we're under the picnic table. This entire area was completely revamped as well. They added this new milk molar bottle over here. Before they added what this was,
cool.
A lot of people were thinking that this was going to be some sort of exotic creature that was added to the game that was going to be roaming the backyard now.
Okay.
But sadly, it's just a milk molar bottle. It's
is that a candy? What is that?
Okay, so milk molars are an upgrade system that they added to the game.
Okay.
And what they do is it makes it so you can up your maximum amount of health that you have without using any perks, stamina, lower your food consume rate, lower your water consume rate, stuff like that.
Oh, cool.
So it really gives you a little bit more customability when it comes to your character in game now.
Nice.
Yeah, and then you can find gold ones, which are mega milk molars, and those ones give it so you can make it so you can carry more than 2 perks. You can carry up to 5. You can increase arrow stack sizes and stuff like that.
Cool.
So
nice.
If you want, we'll actually have you go ahead and dig up this gum right here with that tier 2 black ant shovel I gave you.
There we go.
And we'll be able to show you guys one of the mega milk molars, as long as they didn't move it in the last 2 days with all the updates that they've been doing. Yeah, there's one right there.
Oh, so, cool.
Yep. So mega milk molars do require tier 2 hammers in order to break. So it's another one of those things that we're going to have to leave for a mystery for people today. So let's run over to the trash heap, though, because there's a lot of really cool stuff over there.
Nice.
And maybe we'll find a roly-poly ourselves, too, on the way.
Now, was this all part of the Hot and Hazy update? Was the picnic table, the trash, the sandbox, that was all part of that one update?
Yep. So in that update, we got 4 new biomes, 3 new armor sets, 3 new weapons, different elements added to weapons, new perks, all sorts of really, really cool things were added to this update. So
nice.
Yeah, they gave us a new food system. It literally, like, when people thought that the pond update was big, this one really put it to shame.
Well, it's funny because that's when they started to change their mentality too, because I know when they launched, they really wanted to do content every month, but it was very clear that it was not going to be feasible for them. So it seems like this is a much better approach to them making new content.
It really is, because I mean, what we were seeing before with month-to-month updates was, we got, a swamp biome that has 1 creature in it, and then the next month it was an update to that swamp biome, and nothing else got added. It was just some like rocks being moved and stuff like that. Or we got fireflies, bees, and mosquitoes added, but it didn't really add anything else to the game.
Right.
So it really felt like that they were just putting out content just to put out content.
Right.
And now it's like, let's really make a big jump forward, not only like in the map, but what's being added story bit wise and everything like that. So
Especially when you're
of
adding
cool
new
things.
systems into a game. Like that's really like you can add new creatures, that's cool, but that's that's a little bite of content. Whereas adding new systems into the game, like the milk molars, and new biomes specifically, like when those things interact together, now you're talking.
Yeah. Yeah, so with some of the new systems that got added, I mean, they really wanted to drive home that RPG feel with this new update. So giving you the ability to customize your character's stats and stuff like that, and hone in on whether or not you're a ranged character or you're more of a quick using like sword character. Maybe you like to use the two-handed weapons and stuff like that. It really changed depending on your play style. And now that you can adjust your skills to that, it's really cool. And it's really added a lot to the game.
Nice.
Yeah.
So what was it about Grounded? I mean, you are, like you said, the Grounded guru. Like people know you from Grounded. What was it about this game that really drew you to make content for it?
So really, it was just out of, as much as I hate to say it, sheer dumb luck.
Okay.
Literally, I had another YouTube friend named Raptor. I was gaming with him for a while, and he decided he was going to play Grounded, and I had made a couple Grounded videos before that as well. And it was just like, okay, well, let's try to stream together. And we did, and it ended up being really cool. And one of the first things I did, where's the roly-poly that's supposed to be over here? One of the first things that I did was break into a base you weren't supposed to be able to get into yet.
Okay.
By using like a lean-to, and I glitched my character through the wall. And people really liked that, and it kind of just stuck with me that people were so interested of me getting into things and explaining things and how to do things in a game that others couldn't do yet. So then it kind of just stuck, and I went for it and I ran with it, and it became, the next video I think was how high can you build, and I ended up building a clay tower that was higher than the oak tree. And
nice.
I just started doing all these goofy different builds, and it turned into how many different things can I do. And sooner or later I started punching bugs to death in the game. Like how many punches does it take to defeat the boss in the game? And it was, it was a fun thing to do. And I just kind of got hooked, and the audience started booming behind it, and people really liked it. So I just went with it.
Now, do you see yourself branching out and doing other content in the future?
Yes, I do. So, a lot of people don't really recognize it or see it because a lot of the time, the most popular videos on the channel are obviously Grounded. But whenever there's not a Grounded update, I'm covering other games that are simulation-based games, RPG, city builder games,
Nice.
that the channel's built around. So one of them that I really was looking forward to that sadly got pushed out this year was Smallland. Smallland is a lot like Grounded. So, but when it got pushed out into 2022, I had to kind of put a kibosh to covering it every week when they were putting out their updates. And next year, when they really kick it back into high gear and are ready to release their beta, that's when I will start covering that game again. But yeah, I cover a lot of other things that aren't just Grounded. You're going to want to put your gas mask on now. Otherwise, this area will probably kill you. This is the trash heap. This is another one of the new areas added to the game. And why I like this is probably one of my favorite areas added. And why I like it so much is because it really sells that feel that you are the size of an ant. Like you pale in comparison to what you would be if you were a fully grown human.
This is
so
Oh wow, this is cool.
Yeah. So one of the fun things about over here is that you can run back all the way through this area and discover a lot of different things. Like for instance, hidden things, like right in here, this hot chachas candy. This is one of the new spicy candies that was added to the game that will make it so you can do more damage by adding a spicy effect to your weapon. So there's now elemental damage in the game. Yeah.
Neat.
So for instance, you guys remember the good old mint mace, right?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
The mint mallet?
Yeah, the mint mallet,
Yeah.
which is now the mint mace.
Oh.
It was the most powerful weapon in the game.
Yep.
Now when you make it, it adds a weapon damage type called Fresh, which is a completely new weapon damage that was just added in Hot and Hazy, but it's still the same old looking mint mace that it's always been.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Well, this is actually much bigger, like this area, than I thought it was going to be. I thought this was going to be like, I don't know if small was the right word, but this is like pretty expansive.
Yeah, yeah. It really is, and everything I think that their thought with this update is people have been waiting long enough to see what we want to do with this map. Because even in the Doom and Shroom update, it was great, right? That was the last large update that came out. We got mushroom building, we got the new Broodmother boss that got out of the game, and like some curved buildings and stuff like that, which was fantastic. But really, people were still like, that's it. That's all. You guys didn't really add anything else. We want more. We want to see what else is coming. And then they came out with this, which, if we look on the map, they added an entire quarter of the map into the game.
Right, it's huge.
Yeah.
And that's the sandbox right there in the red that we're looking at?
Yeah, that is the sandbox. Livid, what you're fighting right now is one of the brand new upgraded enemies in the game. It's called the Meaty Gnat. And they are like 3 times the size of your standard gnat. And they carry around the stench of the garbage with them. So they actually can hurt you if you're not wearing your gas mask.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That was, you guys practiced that? That was pretty impressive. You said that exactly at the same time.
That's what happens when you work together with somebody for 2 years.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, so this is the top of the trash heap. It's really cool to be able to climb up here. You got raw science up here. You got another the milk coolers that's back in this cup over here.
Oh, okay.
And really gives you a pretty good look at the sandbox. So
yeah,
that looks really
big.
The sandbox.
The sandbox is really big. And when we get over there, I'll explain, one of the new dangers of the sandbox called the sizzle and all of that, and one of the new enemies that they added to the game as well.
Now, Broodmother was the boss that they had in the original game, but really officially in the Doom and Shroom update. You mentioned a praying mantis boss. Like, one of the things that Livid and I found that there was a big disconnect in the game was, they were telling this story very piecemeal-ish. They weren't connecting the dots of what we were doing in the backyard. Has that gotten better in the last couple updates?
So a little bit. After talking with the Obsidian team a little bit more, their idea is they don't really want to piecemeal the story anymore. They want to develop most of the map, get it out there for people to see, get people playing their game, develop the different enemies that you're going to be fighting, get all the systems in there. And then towards the end, when they're ready to release 1.0, do a big drop and release the most of the story.
Got it. That makes sense.
Okay. I think that's a good way to do it. Yeah.
Yeah. So we've got little pieces like, for instance, the infection that's over in the haze was caused by Dr. Tully. He was experimenting on mushrooms because he liked to eat mushrooms and used the raw science that was in the game and ended up infecting that entire area. And because of that, he blew up the 420 gas canister and ended up flooding this entire area. Yeah, the 420 gas canister, yeah. But yeah, so there's just little pieces like that that's kind of side story. But Burgle did add a new Burgle's little robot in the beginning. They added a brand new line to him that says you're going to have to follow Dr. Wendell Tully's notes in order to get big again. Which is something that was newer that was added. That kind of gives you a hint of what you're going to be doing.
Because that's obviously got to be the end game, right? Like, you have to get big at some point.
Yeah, so the team likes to say either go big or never go home. So that tells you kind of the end goal of the game is to find out what happened in the backyard and then go big so you can go home. So grow back big. And so this guy that we're looking at right here is the new roly-poly that was added to the game. They're actually sickly roly-polies.
Okay.
Funny thing about the sickly roly-polies is that he does have a ton of health. It's the strongest enemy in the game.
Wow.
So, at least health-wise. So I think it's 1.5 times the health of the ladybug.
Wow.
So it hits like a truck as well. And it does roll up like Sonic. I want to fight it and show you we are on mild modes as just
there it is.
Sure you're blocking. But yeah, so that's one of them. This is a healing move that it likes to do, which is kind of a pain in the neck when it does that. So it will heal itself.
Hey, while we're fighting this thing, I want to thank Shane Rooney for the $100 donation to Leave a Legacy. Thank you so much, Shane. Really appreciate that. guys, you can donate $1. Doesn't have to be $100. You can donate $1, $5, whatever you guys have. It's all going to go towards Connecticut Children's putting together this Leave a Legacy fund that we're building for the hospital. Video games, controllers, consoles, everything. It's going to go right to the kids so that they can have a better experience while they're there. So thank you, Shane. Thank you to everybody who's donated. And you guys are still fighting a roly-poly.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. These guys, they are no joke. When I say that they have a lot of health and their healing effect that they can do as well, they really have a lot of health, and they take a lot of time to be able to take down. And mind you, this is a mild gameplay right now.
Yeah.
So this is the easiest roly-poly in the game. And another fun fact about these guys is that these are sickly roly-polies. These aren't even at full strength. So another section in the game, there will be a harder version of the roly-poly in the game to fight.
Jeez.
Yeah. So lots of really cool things coming to this yard, and it still baffles me the things that they come up with for this game.
I mean, it's such a crazy cool concept, and that's really what drew us to it right when it was released. Was there was no other game that was doing this, and it was Obsidian is such a well-known developer, and for them to put together something that was not just easy, right? It wasn't just a version 3 of a game they've already made. It was something completely new. It was a unique idea. Again, I think I think a lot of people gravitated towards the game. I think a lot of people still really love the game, as you know. And hey, you guys finally killed him.
Yeah.
I always hated that little like squelch effect when you loot them.
Yeah. So we didn't see it here, but it's kind of silly. Just a little fun fact for you. If you're using a blunt two-handed weapon when you're fighting it, and you knock it silly, you'll actually knock it on its back, and its little legs will squirm up in the air and it's stuck. Yeah. So yeah. But yeah, Grounded's community, I have to say, it is by far one of the most passionate communities I've seen surrounding a RPG-like game that is survival. The fan base does grow every time they release an update. I mean, it was originally a lot, 30, 40, 50,000 people were playing the game and wanting, to find out what's next and everything like that. And it's dropped down since then. But after every single update, it grows a little bit more and gets a little bit bigger. And I really look forward to what the future to Grounded's going to be and what the fan base will end up being once it's completed, because it has, everything a good survival game should have in it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the 1.0 launch plus, it being on Game Pass is going to be huge. I mean, it's going to have this really big influx of people that are interested in checking out a new survival game when it's fully fleshed out. What do you think? Do you think that's an end of 2022 type of thing?
I'm going to guess at the earliest, probably sometime late 2022.
Yeah.
Just by looking at the map and how much time it's taking to develop things for them and how much detail that they're putting in there. I know that this team isn't going to rush anything when it comes to Grounded. They are going to want to, take their time and make sure that it's done right. So I would say probably at the earliest mid to end of 2022. Yeah.
Nice. So what I mean, you mentioned the Praying Mantis. What else is on the horizon for the game? What sort of things are you looking forward to if you had a wish list?
So yeah, if I had like a wish list for Grounded, we'll take a pause here before we go down to the anthill because it gets a little dicey in there. If I had to add some things to Grounded that I really wanted, as you guys have noticed from us running around, there's not really a whole lot that's out at night in the game. So, the worst thing you can see is maybe some lightning bugs or fireflies that they added to the game, or the wandering wolf spiders. But other than that, there's not really a lot to do at night. There's not really a reason to be out. And I want them to give us a reason to keep playing the game, not just play during the day and then go to bed at night, because it's almost like you miss half of an in-game day then. And I feel like that system needs to be built up a little bit more.
Okay.
A little bit more character customization. I would love to see it where we could actually customize the character's clothes a little bit.
Okay.
Before you start a game and stuff, just to give you some more things to branch yourself out from everybody else, because they are looking at dedicated servers. And if they were to add a dedicated server to Grounded, if you had 5 Pete's in there, they would all look exactly the same. I mean, you'd have your nameplates, but 5 Pete's is 5 Pete's. So
do you think the game would benefit from, you know, I know they're still doing peer-to-peer and that was a big part of like kind of the choke point early on. Do you think if they added dedicated servers that were, you know, that expanded like not just 4 players, but like 20 players or 30 players, it would open up the game, especially the crafting side of the game for more longevity?
I really do. I really do think that if they were to open up dedicated servers, it really would increase the longevity gameplay of anybody. Yeah. The problem that I have with the dedicated servers at this point, though, is that the map still is only half done, right?
Right.
So it's still a long way to go before we're really ready to have really, really big bases be built. Now, I've seen some fantastic YouTubers and Twitch streamers, Rudar, Obi Bert Kenobi, Smitty Survival, lots of really great builders in this game that have made impressive builds. But the only thing I worry about is whenever they release updates, there's always parts of their bases that either get covered up, destroyed, and stuff like that. So if we got dedicated servers, we could see large areas of people's bases that they're building because they'd spend hours playing and then they could lose it, and that would not be fun.
So you'd rather have them wait until the end where the map is done before you make those kind of big systematic changes to the game.
Yeah. So, because right now the gripe with Grounded is you only can play, like, people feel like that the story and, you know, exploring everything has been doubled now, but before it was like 6 to 10 hours of gameplay before you got everything that you could do done. Now it's closer to 20 hours of gameplay before you can get everything done.
Right.
But that was people's gripe. It's just like, why would I play a game that I can only play for 6 hours and then I've done everything and all that stuff is building?
Right.
So that's why I want it to be a little bit more.
Gotcha. All right. So we found a base in the Black Anthill, huh?
Yep. Yeah. So this is the new base that got added. We're gonna ignore that Black Ant. And I'm gonna have you run up here, and we're gonna use another on an area over here, and then we're gonna go explore this base. So yeah, just go ahead and grab another one of those and throw it at that rock that's over there.
The rock
that's
yep. This one right here.
Yep. So you see the rock that has this crush pattern on it? This signifies a rock that can now be blown up and moved. So you need to use one of the brat bursts that they added to the game. Yeah. So go ahead and just give it a hook on over there.
Oh, and it
wow, way to bank that shot. Oh, it still worked.
Ah, you got it.
That was funny. That thing took a sharp right turn.
Okay, so this is one of the new labs that was added. This is called the Black Ant Hill Lab. And this is what they would consider to be their first dungeon that was added to the game, because you have to unlock certain computers in order to keep moving through the dungeon. There are these little robots that are all around for you to be able to fight. So you want to make sure that you're avoiding those.
Dude, that one's freaking out right now.
Yeah, is a little. I think it's stuck on that table, to be honest.
Yeah.
So, still a little buggy. They're working on it.
Early access.
Yeah, early access. So yeah, what you do is you run up to this computer and you grab clearance level A. That way you can explore further into the base. Back down this area, this is kind of like a little bit of a gimme. Like, hey, run down here and you have, you know, just another little area to explore. There's not too much down here. This will probably be story, future in time.
Right.
Will be down here, but we're not going to go back in that room because that's full of robots, and well, I don't want to get destroyed by robots. Go ahead and grab one of those granola bars. It's good for your health.
Choke it down, Pete.
Okay, so now we're going to go over to the next area, which is kind of fun in this area, and then we'll get security clearance B, and then we'll run down and see if we could fight the new boss that was added to the game.
Oh, cool.
Yep. Yeah, just so we go right through this door that's now unlocked because we have security clearance A, and we're gonna jump down the big hole of death here. So let's jump down there.
Okay. These are like my least favorite spots in games where you have to jump down a giant hole.
Yeah, and you never know what's gonna be at the bottom.
Yep.
All right, so this is another like little fun area
this is cool.
That they added. It's a little like pit stop for you to be able to get a place to save inside of here. Grab a couple pieces of food for your character, and make sure that you're really prepared for what's coming in the close future of what's in here. So
I genuinely, I've watched a little bit of Grounded content recently, but not a ton. I have no idea what you guys are about to run into, so I'm super excited about this.
Yeah, and we'll keep it a little bit of a secret till we get over there. I'm gonna go ahead and open up that chest in there, and the first thing you'll see in there is an omelet ant. It's supposed to be a play on omelet and ant, and it's one of the new food items that was added to the game. It not only gives you a perk, but it'll also stave off your health for up to 20 minutes.
Oh wow!
Yeah, so you won't get hungry at all, which is a really, really cool thing. So just go ahead and open that up by pressing E and grab that out, and yeah.
Now I might have missed it. This is an instance, right? Like this, once you do the dungeon, that's it. Like it doesn't regenerate.
Yeah, sadly with this one, it is a one and done. The Black Anthill is a one and done.
Yeah.
But the Broodmother you can fight as many times as you want to.
Gotcha.
Should I eat that thing right now?
I'm sorry.
Should I eat that omelet right now, or?
If you want to, it'll help keep your health up. We're gonna just avoid these teas for now and just kind of dodge and weave. I grabbed the security clearance B.
Gotcha.
And we're gonna go out this door over here.
Raw science.
That was a lot of people's like favorite audio loop that was added, or audio bit that was added when they put it in the game, because before it was always just so quiet and there was always just the kids talking or Burgle talking and then just the sounds of the backyard.
Yeah.
And then they added in that and it was like, whoa, there's something new. So
great.
Raw science.
Okay, so we're gonna go through this door now. This is into another area.
Oh,
kind of keep running away. We're gonna avoid fighting the black ants for now because they do have a lot of health. Yeah. And we don't want to just spend all day fighting only black ants. They are one of the new things that got added. Yeah, they are. They're rough. They have 3 times more health than your standard red ants do, and they hit twice as hard. So
oh my gosh.
It's pretty rough.
I can imagine those on the hardest difficulty are quite a bear.
Yeah, everything that they put in for this new update on the wool mode is crazy difficult. So go ahead and press this big button over here. I'll take care of the black ants for a second. And then go ahead back down the hill or jump off right there and look on in there. So pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, that's pretty neat.
Oh, you can break this, huh?
Yeah, so just grab your bomb and throw it right at the glass right there, would you?
Yep.
Hey, don't miss.
You get...
Nice.
All right, perfect. All right, jump on in here. The ants will stop once you're in here. Okay, so this is the boss's arena.
Oh,
surprise. So get your food to full, so that way you're not running out of stamina mid-run, and heal up if you need to, making sure that you have full health.
Yep.
I'm gonna give you a couple hints before we start. This will spurt lasers while we're going, so you either need to crouch underneath the 2 or jump over the 1 because this does spin. So yeah, it's spinning lasers, and then these are more or less Tesla arcs, so Tesla coils, so they will shoot out lightning at you once they get too close.
Oh man, I cannot wait to watch this.
All right, so let's fight the brand new assistant manager boss that just got added to the game.
Assistant manager?
Yep.
Oh my gosh. Oh, there he is over there. Oh,
yeah. So he's this red one that's over here, and he does hit pretty hard. But the worst part about the assistant manager is not how hard he hits; it's how hard the traps that he has in here hits. So as soon as we get him down about a quarter health, here he goes. Here is trap 1, and get ready to move.
Oh dang!
Oh.
So just follow the double around. This is what I do. I jump over the single.
Oh, and you still have to watch out for the for the other little guys. Holy moly!
Yeah, they were pretty rough with this boss fight because in the beginning, of course, Sir Simulot made a video on it, and that guy likes to make well, maybe they should make it harder. So what did they do? They went and made it a lot harder.
Way to go!
Yeah.
You're now that YouTuber.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Yep.
So great laser beam effect too, like the sound, the look, like it's really solid.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that they did an excellent job in this little arena. They lock you in here and tell you And yeah, it's all around really, really good mini boss. This isn't even a full boss. This is considered a mini boss, which is why you can only fight it once.
Nice.
Here comes the lasers again. Ow! Oop. Yeah, don't get hit by those. They hurt.
Yeah, I mean, so crazy to think that this is where the game has gone to. You know, I just remember, you know, running around smacking wolf spiders. Like, now that there's some things like this in the game, it's really neat.
That hurt.
Yeah, wolf spiders used to be like so scary all the time, and you know, if you saw one, you ran away no matter what. You never wanted to be near them.
Yeah.
And then now, they actually added a perk that makes wolf spiders not as scary.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so with the Doom and Shroom update, they added the Mithridism perk that makes it so you can't be poisoned. And without poison, the wolf spiders actually aren't that bad.
Very cool. Yeah, the Tesla coils look really neat too. They did a really great job with the animation, the sounds.
Oh, you can reflect the ball back, huh? Interesting.
Definitely got a lot of health on him.
Yep.
Stamina.
And we're almost there.
I love it too because it's like the mechanics are simple enough, but they're complicated enough at the same time that it can definitely cause you to like lose track of the fight, slip up. You know, I can especially see it on the harder difficulties, this being a challenge.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Nice.
and what I'll tell you is I've fought this guy in medium and it is night and day difference. So what you're wearing right now is the Black Ant gear. What the set parts that I'm wearing is parts of the roly-poly gear that got added, which makes you look like a Spartan.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, and without that armor, fighting the boss is almost impossible.
With other roly-poly gear?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so a little tricky, but still fun. Still
Nice.
fun.
Now, you mentioned there were some other some new weapons into the game. You know, the Mint Mallet was renamed the Mint Mace. Anything other like quote unquote legendary items that they put into the game?
Yeah, so you know, we'll stick to just the hot and hazy update. So we got the Livid, if you just want to go into your crafting menu by pressing tab and then going into craft and clicking on the weapons tab, we'll kind of just go down and I'll point them out, the ones that got added that we have. So the Black Ant Sword was one of the ones that was added to the game.
Okay.
It is a really fast weapon. It's kind of an upgraded version of the Spider Fang Dagger that was in the game.
Oh, yeah.
That works really fast to fight things as a quick fighter. And then if you scroll all the way to the bottom, they added the Black Ant Shield as well. So that's kind of a really good combo for just getting started in the Hot and Hazy update. Another weapon that they added to the game was the Salt Morning Star, which is by far my favorite weapon that's added to the game. We'll see if we can get that before the end of the stream. It requires a little bit of working in order to get there.
Okay.
But we'll see what we can do.
Like Morning Star is in a mace?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
neat.
literally,
Cool.
it's a big mace. And then they also added the Antlion Greatsword, which is like the Mint Mace, but a giant greatsword instead, which
Nice.
Antlions are another thing we're actually about to go fight right now. So
Sweet.
we'll run out this way, and we're going to...
Oh, these guys are not happy.
No, they're not happy at all. We need to get out of there now because they're very sad that we're in here.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, we talked about it a little bit before, but you know, this feels like an update. Whereas, you know, before, you know, the one little bit of content they would add every month just never quite felt like a full blown update.
You're correct. Yeah, it really didn't. And what I tell people now, because a lot of people, the question that they ask me right away whenever they join streams now or videos, Sim, should I start over? Should I start my ground and save over? I have, 400 days in game. Should I start over? Or I have 2,000 in game days. I've seen some really crazy saves. Should I start over? And I tell people that with this new update, it warrants you starting over. It really does, because the game just feels different. It feels like a different game. So to me, I think that it's worth it.
That's awesome. Guys, I'm going to take a quick second here. For whatever reason, the Fan Gamer Stardew Valley OST did not work in the Discord, so I'm gonna kick this one more time. For anybody that missed this, and I know we do have a bunch of new people here, we're giving away a bunch of stuff thanks to Fan Gamer. Fan Gamer is an online store. They make all sorts of like cool ultimate bundles of games and stuff like that. They actually sent us this Stardew Valley vinyl OST complete edition. So you got 4 vinyls here with the spring, summer, fall, winter complete OST of the game. So I'm going to be doing this in Discord right now. It's going to be live for 15 minutes. So before Sim is done with Livid here, we will have a winner for this one. If you guys are not in our Discord, that's totally fine. Here's the instructions to entering into the giveaway. You do have to join the Discord. You've got to accept the rules in the welcome channel, assign yourself the giveaway role, and then you can enter any of our giveaways moving forward. So I'll keep this up for one quick second while these guys are moving, and then we'll just jump right back in. Just give me 1 second here to make this, and I'll let you guys all know when this is live. So it's going to be 15 minutes. One winner, Stardew Valley vinyl OST, and of course it's US only because I can't ship these items all around the world. US only for this one. That giveaway is live now. Of course I put it in the wrong channel. Hold on, because I'm an idiot. That's what happens when you do things live, right, Sim?
Yeah, it happens to me all the time.
It happens. All right, hold on, we're almost done.
This is so cool.
Yeah, Livid, we're gonna go out there in just a second, but I would just back up down the anthill a little bit because things are gonna get tricky out there in just a minute.
Gotcha.
Sorry guys, 1 second, and we'll jump right back into the stream here. Okay, all right, that giveaway is up now. I'm gonna link it one more time so you guys can see what it is. Ends in 15 minutes. And now we're going to swing back to you guys. All right, so you guys are clearly someplace different now.
Yeah, so we went through the Black Anthill out a different exit just to kind of see, you know, where all it can go. And where it led us was brand new sandbox biome.
Nice.
This sandbox biome is very dangerous. What we're going to do right away is we're going to run here at the top, and you'll see that you now have a new effect that's happening to your character. Yeah, you are literally baking alive. So we are going to run straight over this way so we can get into some shelter really quick. Because there's a little bit of an
fast
Easter egg.
effect.
Yeah. There's a little bit of an Easter egg over here that I'm going to grab and go down in here. And this is the sandbox base, sandbox outpost. But I want you to take a peek at this whiteboard right here. This whiteboard actually has a riddle on it.
Okay.
Yeah, so there is a hidden chest behind the sandbox sandcastle inside of the moat, and there's a key in order to unlock it. And what this riddle is telling you is at a certain time of the day, there is a shovel out there that will shine upon the place to dig. So it's kind of a play on Lord of the Rings, you know, the Hobbit movie, you know, shine upon the keyhole. Well, this time it's shining upon the key. So you go there, you dig it up at that time. The time is actually 15:30 or 3:30. And if you're out there at that time, you can dig it up and get the key. And that is how you unlock the Salt Morningstar.
Oh, so, very cool.
Yep. So really cool things there. I don't know if we'll get there. But I just wanted to say, before we go any further in the sandbox here, I want to do something really special because I really appreciate what you guys are doing here. So the next $100 that's donated, I'm going to match it. So I want you guys to go through anybody. So if we get up to $100 donated here, Sir Similad and the Similad family will go ahead and match that donation.
Oh,
so,
wow. Thank you, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very appreciated.
I really like what you guys are doing here, and I want to do the best that I can. So, but yeah, so you see that how right here we're by this yellow shovel?
Yes.
This keyhole that's right here, or the shovel hole, will end up on the other side of around 315. And that's where we're going to dig. It'll be a little bit, and I don't just want to be sitting here for the next, you know, probably 20 minutes. So what we'll do is we'll actually run towards the edge over that way that I'm looking. And we're going to get up on the edge of the sandbox, and then we're going to see if we could jump in and get inside of the sandcastle that's over there. So
nice.
Let's get to, as I like to say, get your Chevrolet legs a pumping.
I like
Now,
that
is
the
there-
shadow actually affects your sizzling. Like,
Yeah.
Is there any way to stop the? Oh, what the heck is that thing?
So that is the new antlion that got added to the game, and they are
Oh my god, these are terrifying.
they're very brutal. They dig underground, and they want to fight you constantly, and they make terrifying noises when you're fighting them.
Yeah, I
and
don't like
really,
these guys
really,
at all.
really hurt. But thankfully, they don't have that much health.
Yeah, they do make some really god awful noises.
Yeah, they really, really do. And there is a ton of them that spawn in this area too.
jeez.
But as soon as you get out of the sand, the sizzle stops and they stop chasing you. So we'll just go ahead and run out of there. Or we're around the back.
So is the blue thing the sandcastle? Where's the? I'm missing the sandcastle. Oh, there it is. I see it now. I see it now.
Yeah, so there's a sandcastle over in the distance, and it is surrounded by a moat. So the only way to get there is to jump from behind it over into the sandcastle, or by building yourself your own bridge.
Gotcha.
So cool ways that they're updating the game to make it so you have to interact with the environment in order to explore everything, and to get all the unlockables and stuff like that.
Now talk to me about the building. I know back before, like right when we stopped playing, they were introducing things like the zip lining, ways to get around the backyard. I mean, with them expanding, Livid, what do you? Oh, okay. With the backyard expanding so much, have they added other ways to get around?
Sadly, no, they haven't. A lot of people have been requesting things like gliders or some sort of catapult system to be able to get yourself around. But traversing wise, I think that they're leaving the traversing as it is because they want to slow the pace of gameplay.
Gotcha.
To get people to focus on the survival aspect of it and not just how fast can I get through the game. Because Grounded was never meant to be a speed run game. You know, it was meant to be an explore and find and play game. So interesting how they did it, but still personally, I'd like something a little bit better than, this tuft.
Yeah, the tuft was always not like, it just didn't ever click for me.
Yeah, so a thing that a lot of people don't understand with the tuft is you need to have stamina in order to use it.
Right.
So if you don't have stamina, it won't work. We're going to get over here and make sure we don't sizzle to death. But this is how you actually get up into the sandcastle. Jump from there right up onto that ledge. It's a little tricky, but you can get it.
Nice.
Yeah, so let's just jump back here and get into this this shade that's over here. Okay, so you are now inside of the sandcastle. This ominous hole that's down here that they have, you would think there would be something in here.
Nothing.
There's not. They didn't put anything
Okay.
in there. And I think that was maybe something that's going to be a boss in the future, but just not yet. But if you'll take out that shovel for me, I want to show you something really cool that's in this area. All right, just run over here with me. I'll deal with the antlion. But look on the ground, and you should see some shiny marks that are on the ground. And then just use that shovel to go ahead and just dig it up.
I'm looking for one.
Look right
Oh, I
behind
see
the
one.
antlion
There it
over
is.
here. Yeah.
No, you're gonna die.
I'll deal with him, and if you go down, I'll get you up. Don't worry.
The buried treasure. Nice.
Yeah, so that's another thing that they added to the game is now there's a whole buried treasure in the game that you can go and find inside of the sandbox. You do need the tier 2 shovel in order to dig it up, but you now have buried treasure that you can go and find, and
What was that
inside of those
spicy shard
crates.
that he just picked up.
Yeah, so that spicy shard is the spicy candy that's in the game. That's how you have to melt it down with the new ovens that were added to the game back in the Doom and Shroom update. And when you have 5, well, we'll call them spicy shard ingots, or spicy globs as they call them, you can use the new anvil that they added to the game to imbue your weapon with a perk, whether it's spicy, fresh, salty, or mighty, which is by using quartz.
Nice.
That they put in the game.
Yeah, they really definitely are leaning into that RPG element, which is cool.
Mhm. Yeah, so the last thing that they did with that anvil that I hadn't brought up yet is they did add a way to upgrade your weapons. So as you can see, fighting things in the backyard is never easy. For instance, like fighting the antlions up there. They're not that hard, but then again, they're also kind of tricky if you're not careful. We're down here so we don't roast to death.
Yep.
But for instance, antlions are susceptible or weak to salty damage. So if you were to say put a salt damage perk on your weapon, you will actually do more damage to that type of bug. So it's pretty cool how they did it. And then using quartzite, you also upgrade the overall damage of your weapon from 0%, and it also does a durability adjustment as well. So
nice.
Lots of really cool things.
Well, Sim, I don't know if we'll be able to get to the Morning Star. We got about 5 more minutes. Anything else you wanted to show or talk about with the game?
Not really. I just want to say thank you guys for having me on. It was really an honor to have you guys reach out to me and present Grounded for the community and be here for you guys' stream and be able to take part in it. So, we've covered pretty much everything that's new in the update. I've left a couple things for those of you who want to go try out Grounded. I owe it to the Grounded team to say if you guys want to play it. It is free on Xbox Game Pass, Microsoft Game Pass. If you guys want to play it, otherwise you can pick it up on Steam as well.
Yeah, it's a great game, and Sim, you did a great job tour guiding us around the new content updates. So you truly are a champion of the game because you just it's clear there's a passion behind this game, and you have a passion for making content and talking about the game. So we are incredibly grateful that you came on. Thank you so much for being part of the community, part of the streaming event. We do have a giveaway that you're hosting. We'll do that a little bit later in the evening when it's just kind of Livid and me, and we're not doing so much interview stuff. But
sure.
Yeah, I mean, thank you. I can't thank you enough. And I know you have an event coming up next month. No, sorry, December. If you want to maybe tease that.
Yeah, sure. So a lot of people may know, but one of the larger YouTubers puts on a community-wide streaming event that's a large charity called Thankmas. And last year, I was in the top 20 creators for most raised for Thankmas. So I wanted to jump in and once again throw my hat in there and try to raise money again. And a little fun thing about it is that if I reach a certain goal, I'm actually going to dye my beard green for the rest of the year. So a little bit of fun that's going to happen. So I hope that you guys will join me for that one. I know I think I sent you guys an invite to join me for that.
Yeah.
So hopefully you guys are there.
We will be there. And right in the last few minutes here, we have Simply Kate 17 coming in with a big $100.
Oh, absolutely fantastic. I will make sure as soon as we're done streaming here that I will match that donation. And once again, guys, thank you so much. Charities do mean the world to everybody, and everybody's part, even if it's a small one, does play to a larger goal of making the world a better place. So thank you guys for putting this on, and really hats off to you guys.
Well, thank you, Sim. We will be back here, guys. I believe who's next on the list, Livid? Do you know who's next on the list? Is it 4 a.m.?
I think it's 4 a.m. But
right,
you were also a fantastic tour guide, by the way. Just want to let you know.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Sim, if you want to drop your channel in the chat, would love to have more people follow you. Obviously, you brought a big audience over to the stream, but if anybody is on our side that may not know who you are, would love to have them over to see your content, and hopefully we'll connect in a couple months for Thanksmas.
Absolutely, absolutely. And thank you guys again. I really do appreciate it.
All right, take care.
Yeah, bye now.
Thank you.
All right, guys, we will be right back with our next guest, 4 a.m., covering Minecraft Dungeons. We have got a full rest of the day planned, so make sure to stay here. We've got more great charity stuff coming your way, more giveaways, more games, more interviews, all that good stuff. We'll be right back.
legend. I have nothing to lose. Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up. Wake up. I know what's real. Escape reality. Hardwired. We used to look up at the sky and wonder at our place in the stars. This is the world you've made yourself. Now you have to live in it. The end is in our sights. The future is already here. No matter how hard we tried, we're doomed. Say your goodbyes. Brace yourself. I can see the end inside. Three, two, one. Hardwired.
Hey there, guys. We are back. I know a lot of you are excited about our next guest, 4 a.m. He has been a friend of ours for quite some time. We met obviously covering Minecraft Dungeons. If you think of Minecraft Dungeons, you think of 4 a.m. He is just the man when it comes to that game. But he does a lot of other stuff too. He's a very passionate guy. He's a great designer, loves video games. So we're going to talk about all of that in just a few minutes here. 4 a.m. is just getting the last little bits of stuff set up on his end. But I do want to tell you guys, if you are new to the stream, we're doing all of this today in support of Connecticut Children's. This is a hospital in my home state of Connecticut, and we're trying to do things a little bit differently. We're not just, cutting a check to the hospital and saying, see you next year. What we're doing is we're actually taking all of the money that we donate today, and we're putting together this bundle, working with a special unit within the hospital to support the kids that are there long term. So we know that video games are wildly important to us. We love video games, but we also know they're wildly important to kids and their hand-eye coordination and their mental health. So what we're doing is actually taking all the money from today and building these video game bundles, consoles, games, shirts, stuffed animals, whatever it is that we can use this money for, we're going to do it, and we're going to donate all of it to the hospital that they can use with the kids. Just get them to forget about the fact that they're in a hospital and hopefully share our love of gaming with them. So if you guys have a couple bucks, it doesn't have to be a lot of money. It can be $2, can be 50 cents. It does not matter. If you can donate to the cause, we would greatly appreciate it. We are so close to our next stretch goal, which is $1,000. So we're up to $800, I believe. Our next goal is $1,000. If we reach $1,000, Livid and I will donate a Nintendo Switch to the fund. So we are so close, guys. So if you have a couple bucks and you want to donate, we would appreciate that. Now, coming in hot, I mean, literally just ran in the door and came on the stream, is our good friend, 4 a.m. So great to have you with us today, man. What is going on? There he is. Sorry, I had Discord muted. Now I'm going to introduce you again. 4 a.m., what's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, hello. Welcome to everybody, of course, and big thanks.
It is so great to have you here, man. I mean, we have been chatting for months now. We met during Minecraft Dungeons, and we've just kind of continued that friendship over, the past year or so. What is going on in your world? What have you been doing? What are you up to? I mean, I want to know it all.
So, long story short, I've been doing a lot of Minecraft Dungeons, also a little bit of Minecraft on the side, and actually, just like you, I was also amazed with Far Cry 6. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So basically, I'm working towards making YouTube some kind of full-time thing, and most people don't know this, but of course, we're all, as gamers, content creators, we're all also working a lot besides playing the games. And yeah, I did some graphic design on the side when I wasn't really doing much for my main job, because we had COVID in Belgium. The entire world was impacted by COVID, and I decided to, because I had to work from home, and then all of a sudden work called and it said like, yeah, we cannot give you any hours. So we stayed home for a couple months, and then it started to become a very, very long time of being home isolated, and I was like, okay, let's pick up my YouTube channel again. I actually started in 2014. And I stopped in 2016 because of school, because of work, etc., etc. But last year I actually started again with what was left of it, 10,000 subscribers, I think. And then, yeah, we both picked up Minecraft Dungeons, also you, and it was very nice. And right now we still have COVID going on, but yeah, I'm really, I think both you and I were doing great with the channels, and we're working towards that full-time commitment for the channel, and I really hope one day that's going to happen. So yeah, there's that, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you have been the Minecraft Dungeons guy in the last year. I mean, you have such a great following, a passionate following. Your content is just top notch. I mean, you really, I know when we had talked way back when, you had said, I want to double down on this. I want to make it the best I can be. And you just leaned into it. And one of the things that I love about you, man, is that you were just you work so hard at it. Like, there's a new video when there's content, there's new videos coming every day, sometimes twice a day. Like, where do you find that drive to make the videos? How do you do that?
Yeah, this is something that so many people, I think, underestimate. They think like, okay, you can just push out as much content as you want, but there are different factors in here. Of course, you need enough free time for it. So if you have a full-time job, it's simply not gonna happen. Or maybe you get it to work, but I simply couldn't pull that off if I weren't at home during COVID for a lot of time. And I guess I just really like to share all the newest things with the community. That's also why I started my YouTube channel in the very beginning, to help people get better at games, to help people discover things early, like for example a nice build with a character, how to get your hands on the best items in the game, or fight certain things, or unlock secrets. For every single game you have things to unlock, to discover, and I think it's just really fun to discover those things on your own, and of course also during live streams, share that experience with other people, and especially with updates. We just kept going. I mean, there are new items added to the game. You just keep making showcases for new unique weapons, new unique armor, pretty much. Also, of course, new builds, because those items have new sort of enchantments which get introduced. So I think it's a lot of fun to, just have so much stuff to make content about. And that's also where it, at some points, felt burnt out a little bit. After you find out that you pretty much made content for already pretty much everything there is to make content for. And sometimes you have a lot of stuff to make videos for, sometimes it's less. But in general, if you just spread it, I think it's just really nice to just keep going. As long as a game continues to be interesting, and I think the developers of Minecraft Dungeons are definitely trying really hard right now. At the very beginning, we didn't have a lot of content, and I think also many people thought like, okay, this game is just too small. I paid a lot of money for like a game which you can only play for a couple of hours. I even myself also completed it after a couple hours. So I was like, we really miss out something right here, because I also played Diablo 3. And that was a really, really big game. Right now they also have Dimensional Rifts, etc. And Minecraft Dungeons is pretty much the light version of Diablo franchise.
Right.
But it's pretty easy to pick up. It's entertaining as well. At some points, I feel like, okay, this could use a little bit of tweaking, but in general, it's very easy to pick up. It's really nice to play co-op as well. And the way which they're going to right now, I mean, the new updates they're constantly pushing out. We just got our hands on a Spookier Falls seasonal trials. In December, we're going to have the tower update. You might have seen something about it. Looks pretty cool. It's like a big tower with 30 floors, 30 levels. They become more and more difficult. And you have some boss floors in there. You actually start from 0 with your avatar. So you're entirely naked, let's say. You get to choose new weapons, armor, artifacts. And I really hope, I already made a video about it yesterday, by the way, if people are interested. But I really hope it's going to be randomly generated. So the experience is going to be entirely different for everybody as well. So for example, you get to pick up a mace at the beginning. I get to pick up a bow or a crossbow, and we both have a different experience, and we share that. And nice. They also said that it's going to be pretty difficult to get to that top floor, but I already know that I'll be able to do it pretty soon, I guess.
Nice. So is the tower update the last thing that's coming to the game?
They're working towards some kind of, I think it's some kind of a battle pass thing right now.
Oh, really? Okay.
I'm not really sure. I'm pretty sure this is going to be good for everybody. Oh, I just messed up with my... Wait a second. Yeah, I just clicked on my my microphone on the wrong thing, so it was omnidirectional. But
you sounded better.
You can hear me
now.
loud and clear, right?
Yeah, you sounded great.
Okay, so this is the newest thing. It's going to come up in December, and they are going to release this. So it's going to be something with adventure points, so you will be able to get your hands on a lot of cosmetics as well. So you can get flares. For you, it sounds Chinese right now, literally. Flares. What the hell is the flares? So basically, these things are things. If you drink a potion, for example, you see an animation around you, or if you use
like
a special
stuff.
animation, if you shoot with your bow and kill something, you will have confetti. So there's a lot of different things, and I think it's gonna be cool. But I also really hope that the majority of it is gonna be free, because we already, and I think also you talked about that a lot on your channel. There is like a lot of paid content from Minecraft Dungeons right now, but I think the community also really is waiting for some free content to pop up, because the mainland itself is pretty small, and with the DLCs you can make it a pretty big game, but of course you have to pay for every single DLC, right?
Right. Yeah, that was always my thing with the game, and while we both covered it and we're really into it at the beginning, that was really what started to bother me. Was like every time we would want to play something new with the game, it's like, oh, here's $15 more, here's $15 more, and it was like, man, your
Yeah.
audience is not going to be able to sustain that. Like every little DLC, 3 new maps and a couple new items, like it just felt like they I don't know. It just felt like an older way of developing a game, whereas, you know, hopefully content like the tower, which seems like it should be free content, is available to everyone, because I think that
it's
will
gonna be
better.
free. Yeah. I think so too. But then there's gonna be a path, so everybody will be able to play for free. So probably just like with a battle pass, you have the top row and the bottom row. Right on the top row, you get like every X levels, you get 5 diamonds. I'm just saying
just
for
spitballing.
random games. So yeah, you have you unlock 5 diamonds. But if you have the battle pass, so you pay for it, you won't get 5 diamonds, but you get even more. You also get some extra cosmetics. And I think if it's gonna be cosmetics wise, to pay for the cosmetics, then it's gonna be fine. But if you actually have to pay to unlock things, that's not gonna be good, I think.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you know, I kind of saw the writing on the wall way back when they do the Ultimate Edition, which I know they're going to do at some point. Is that what it's called? The Ultimate Edition, whatever it may be called. You know, that's probably when they're going to introduce some sort of battle pass where here's the full game. You can buy it for $40 or whatever it is. If you want to keep paying money, there's the battle pass.
Yeah. That would be nice. That would be nice.
Yeah. So let's not talk about Minecraft Dungeons the whole time. You've been a content creator. You've been interested in content creation for years now, and you actually revealed to me a couple days ago that back in the day you actually covered games like Far Cry, and you had some really cool videos. Like, talking about some of your first videos that you made, why you made the videos, and you know what was the old 4am like, and what's the new 4am like?
Yeah, I think everybody can hear that I'm not a native English speaker, and sometimes because I just want to say a lot of things which are in my mind, but sometimes it turns out a little bit strange if I say it. But this also brought some kind of, I don't know, it makes my videos the way they are. They're very spontaneous, and like I already said, I really like to make content that entertains people, helps out people in games. So at the very, very beginning, I was like a super skinny, small guy, just went to college, and I played World of Warcraft day and night, and I didn't go to school. And yeah, it was a really nice experience. Something entirely different in comparison with the retail WoW right now. So the classic WoW the vanilla WoW was top notch. It was so much fun. But that is also the beginning of my channel pretty much. So I started making videos where I explained people how to get free game time in World of Warcraft. It was super cringy, but I look back to all those videos of a very long time ago. They're all unlisted, by the way, so you can't find them. But yeah, I was young, and some things I said back there I shouldn't have said, I guess. But it was just a really nice experience to dive into new games, and that's actually what you're doing right now is exactly what I did in the past, but not really with some thought behind it. It was more like, okay, I can just stay at home. I don't have to go to school because I'm in another city and my parents don't really know that I'm actually playing games instead of going to college. But yeah, I just played one game after the other. So it started with World of Warcraft. I continued with Battlefield, with League of Legends, with Overwatch, with Heroes of the Storm. Man, I played so many games. Shadow of Mordor, Shadow of War. And I made content for every single game. And some were not really good. Some others were, very successful. I also made videos. Do you know the game The Forest, for example?
I've heard of it.
Yeah, it's a very small survival horror game where you just crash with your airplane on an island. You have to fight against cannibals, and it was really well made, but of course, just like with most Steam Greenlight games, it's like filled with bugs and glitches, and it wasn't very well optimized. And yeah, I was playing on a MacBook back then. I played on my MacBook with Boot Camp on, and I played games like Skyrim, and it was so bad. So after like half an hour of game time, I had to put it in the freezer. And this was really bad. I don't recommend anybody to do something like that. It's like literally destroying your own hardware. But the laptop is still alive, and it's alive and kicking, works very well still. I think it's a MacBook of 2011 or something.
Wait, the MacBook that you put in the freezer still works?
Yeah, it works like a charm still. I did a lot of resets though, but it still doesn't have any scratches or cracks. I wouldn't recommend anybody ever to do that, but that's how I cooled off my PC to actually be able to render videos while I was playing games. I mean, I played, for example, the first one I think was Shadow of Mordor from the Middle Earth games. I played this on like really poor graphics. Then I started building a PC, and of course I didn't have a lot of budget for it, but yeah, I slowly worked my way up to getting better hardware to do better rendering. And you'll probably also know that if you are rendering a lot of videos, then it takes up so much of your time. Right. You simply have to wait until the rendering is done, and you're just sitting behind the computer waiting for it to be complete. Of course, you can make some thumbnails while you're at it, but yeah, right now I have a better PC also for graphic design, and I don't know. I would really love to continue doing this for the community, and that's of course also why we're doing this stream, right? For the children. I'm very happy to be part of this stream.
Yeah, well, we're so happy you're here, man. And so you have a background in graphic design, and I think that's one of the things that Livid and I both first really like gravitated towards watching your videos. It was like, oh man, you've got some like really cool animation chops, and like your thumbnails are always really sharp. I think Livid actually said something to me the other day about a video of yours. She's like, man, his thumbnails just keep getting better and better. You know, how long have you been doing that sort of thing? And I mean, that was kind of your past world, and now you're moving towards the content creation as full time. But yeah, you know, obviously those skills are super valuable to you.
I have to be honest, I am not happy with my thumbnails. I think they look really bad, but sometimes I just have to give a clear message, let's say, and people also got used to them. I mean, it's the same format which I've been using for a very long time right now, and I do want to move to a newer, fresher format. But yeah, I graphic design wise, I actually made logos for companies.
Okay.
So I pretty minimal logos for, I mean, dentists, for people who do nails and lashes, for butchers, and it was a lot of fun. But at the same time, I am not really good. How do I say this? Not really good with prices, with negotiation. Oh, I don't know. I just wanna deliver somebody like a really good logo, and they only care about how much do I have to pay. So they're like, yeah, this price is too much. But I'm like, dude, this is literally Fiverr prices. It's so cheap, and especially in my country. I mean, they're literally graphic designers who earn thousands and thousands of euros with one simple design. I mean, the harbor of Antwerp, the port of Antwerp, it's like the biggest port in Europe, I think. They had a logo designer who made a logo for, I think, what was it? Well, also the branding, but it was $250,000. I'm like, whoa, this is insane. Yeah, but it's also, of course, things with the government, etc. But yeah, I was just really, I don't know, bad with prices, and I was like, okay, YouTube is for free. If I make content, I don't charge people anything, and if they like it, they pay me with likes, they pay me with views, they pay me with so much more, like the valuable comments. It's so precious to see people coming back to your videos and say like, hey man, you did a good job. And that's literally what I live for right now. I mean, same for you probably. You just live for that community, and you just constantly wake up every single day. You're like, all right, this is so much motivational wise. It's so much better than getting paid for something. And right now I don't get paid, of course. Yeah, we all have monetization. We also do make some advertisements every now and then to get something extra. But in general, it's all about making the community happy. And I think that's a really good thing about being a content creator, and that's why I want to do it full time. And yeah,
nice.
Pretty much it.
So you mentioned recently that you branched out, moving onto games like Far Cry 6 and stuff like that, experimenting with other games. You know, you must have some games in the end of 2021, 2022 that you've been keeping an eye on that you're excited about. You know, obviously Minecraft Dungeons is a staple of your channel. That's never going anywhere. But what about in the future? Are there games that you're excited about right now?
Yes, I've been saying this for a very long time. Elder Scrolls 6.
Nice.
But oh man, this is gonna take forever before this. Maybe I'm gonna be a grandpa before this gets released, right? I mean, it's always with these kinds of games. They make an introduction like, oh yeah, this game is gonna release somewhere in the future, and I'm like, okay, super hyped, super pumped, and you're waiting for that game, but I feel I'm getting older and older every day, and the game still isn't there. I mean, when was it released? It was 2011 or something. Elder Scrolls Skyrim.
I have no idea.
Yeah, long time ago, 9 years.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, 10 even already. It's 2021, almost 22. Yeah, I think they said something about 22 or 23, but still, yeah, Elder Scrolls 6 is definitely on my list. I am curious about Diablo 4 as well. That's definitely something that could work on the channel, but of course, if everything is going to be a little bit easier also with work on the side, if I get more time, of course, I'm going to also do some streams for other games. I mean, I already do that on Twitch. I just don't want to mix things up. People get confused a little bit if I start doing different content on this channel, clearly. I mean, I made some Far Cry 6 content, and it doesn't get this appreciation, which I would love it to have, but that's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine.
Yeah, that's always the fun aspect of being, starting to cover variety stuff. And we go through it all the time. You and I have talked about it in DMs and stuff. It's like, as soon as you jump to a new game and you're like, you put all this effort into a new video and it gets like 100 views, 200 views, whatever it is, you're like, oh man, I could make something that gets 10,000 views, but then I make one thing that's different, and it's like,
exactly. Exactly. And I have to be honest, I respected so much how much effort you guys are putting in. First of all, the thumbnails, because you guys said, oh yeah, he made a cool thumbnail. But I think my thumbnails, if you compare to yours, man, those are like the best. They're like pieces of art, every single one of them. And I see also, because I am subscribed to your channel, I sometimes see new games popping up. And I'm like, oh, cool. For example, that Fox character, the Zelda kind of game.
Tunic.
The Steam Greenlight. Yeah, Tunic. I was like really excited. I saw this one and I was like, okay, this is definitely on my list as well. It's already wish listed on Steam. I'm definitely gonna check it out. Nice. It looks so cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely fun. I mean, that was part of when we started our channel. Was we just got so bored with the same. Like, I couldn't play Call of Duty every day. Like, I don't know how those guys do it. Like, I go absolutely nuts. And when we were playing Minecraft Dungeons, we were doing the weapon showcases, and I was over it. And I was like, okay, I got to move on to another game. And Livid and I had a real conversation, like, okay, are we going to be okay changing gears frequently, and losing viewers, losing whatever? And we both were like, yeah, I think we're okay with it. It takes a lot of time to build up like that huge net of supporters. But it works. It just takes a long time.
It's working, man. It's working really good. Well, I mean, when I started with Minecraft Dungeons, and you were also making content for it, I think you stopped that after a couple months already, right? Like with the second or third DLC. Yeah. I had like, I don't know, 12 or 15,000 subscribers. You had like 30. I mean, look at you right now. You're almost 160 already. It's going so fast.
I know,
it's going so fast.
I'm so excited to see all of our friends.
I'm very proud of yeah.
It's so thank cool you, man. I mean, it's so excited to see like you. Vulcan is another one of our good friends on the channel. Quebec Corner, like all of the content creators that we kind of like. It's not like we're a group, but like we all kind of started at the same place at the same time, and everybody's growing in their own little worlds. And it's so cool to see it. That's kind of why we did this event, because all the content creators that are coming onto the stream today were, our friends of our channel that, we all covered the same games at one point, and we all have our passions for our different things. And it's just, it's awesome, man. It really is.
Yeah, it's really cool to see where this is going. I mean, of course, you picked some different people with entirely different games, and I think you probably covered every single one of them, right? Or more or less. You also played. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I think so. I mean, some of the games, like we had Psyche on before for Dead Cells. Like I covered that when I was the Game Gurus, which, you and I didn't even know each other back then. That was like one of the first games I ever played as a content creator. But yeah, no, I mean, we tried to pick the games that we've played at some point, either played or covered.
Yeah. But I just think it's so cool that you can be excited for a new game, and then you're like, okay, we're gonna put this on the calendar, and tomorrow we're gonna have to do something for this update, and then we're gonna have to do that. I reckon this is extremely stressful, right? I mean, you have so much to cover, so many different things to cover. How can you keep track of everything, honestly?
I mean, honestly, it's a lot of planning. I think we've learned a lot in the last 2 years. Like, we were so bad at that stuff in the beginning. Like, it was just awful. And we were talking about this a little bit before. Like, when we first started working together, Temtem was a game we were not expecting to cover. We just kind of like fell into it, and we're like, okay, well, we're gonna commit some time to this. And then a new video would come out, like on a trailer reaction. We're like, oh, why are we doing this? And I think we've, after 2 years, gotten a little better at realizing, like, okay, maybe we don't need to make a trailer reaction video for some trailer that everybody's already seen 10 times. You know what I mean? If it's super relevant, if it's super exciting, and it's something that we're definitely going to play, like, we'll do it. But it's just about learning. And then we've talked about this with ESO Danny. Like, it's just about learning from the mistakes that you make, or just learning from your experience as a content creator. And, like, I think you could say too, like, you've probably learned so much in, you know, the multiple years, even though you started and stopped in the beginning. Like, you've probably learned so much about, you know, what makes people want to watch your videos, what good content is, and just the logistics of, like, planning out stuff, editing, thumbnails. Like, we all have learned so much.
Yeah. Like, you're literally doing what I was doing at the beginning, but I had no plan at all. So I was also covering different games, and some games died really fast. I mean, there was like a lot of hype going around it. Then a couple weeks later, it crashes. Minecraft Dungeons also kind of. I mean, it was huge at the very first weeks,
so big,
and then it became so small. I mean, right now it's actually a super small game if you compare it on Google Trends with other games. That's why I think it's also working well for my channel, is because I am one of the only guys making content for it. Right. But you guys, literally, if you make content for Far Cry 6 or a smaller game, people will watch it, and I think that's really cool. You're definitely putting I mean, it doesn't really matter what kind of content you put out there, it will always get the attention it deserves. Let me just say that, because there you guys put so much effort in the editing. You can definitely tell that you spend a lot of time, first of all, making those intros. Who made the intro, by the way? I am very jealous.
It's all Livid. He's done everything.
Oh, wow.
I do all the design
so
and
nice.
animation.
Yeah.
It was
I actually wanted to ask you, how can I get in touch with the guy who made it, and how much does he charge us? Literally, and because I really want to get my hands on a new outro, for example. But
nice.
That's really cool to know. That's really cool to know.
It's so funny, you know. Livid is he's a classic designer where, like, he hates his own work most of the time, right? So
I hate everything I make,
and you know that because you're a designer too. So
also the thumbnails.
Yeah. I do all of it.
Okay, yeah. They're good, man. They're good.
I have to tell him. I tell him that all the time. I said, dude, you got to understand. You are so good. You are such a cut above the rest. Like, we just went through. So the Leave a Legacy logo that we have on the screen, we went through Fiverr because Livid just didn't have time. We both have new babies. It just, you know, there's not enough time in the day, right? And so we're like going through Fiverr, and man, I had to explain to him after like 30 revisions of bad designs from people. I was like, Liv, you don't understand how good you are. Like, there's a reason why we work so well together. It's because your designs are so good.
And I still ended up taking things and making it myself.
And it's like, it's, you know, it's amazing that just because you're so good at designing something doesn't necessarily mean you got all of the skills, right? And that's what we found on Fiverr.
Exactly.
Like, these people have great portfolios, but they can't put the pieces together.
The problem with Fiverr is because it's really funny. Actually, you might have noticed it, a slight change in my logo. I mean, it was extremely basic. I am still not very happy with it, but I asked like 2 or 3 people to redesign it, and I wasn't happy with the results either, so I ended up doing it myself as well.
Yeah,
but,
exactly.
I don't know, Fiverr. Sometimes you also think like, okay, this portfolio is wow, this is really good stuff.
Right.
But then you also see the price, and you're like, oh, this is even better. But then you know it's just too good to be true, I guess. I think so many people out there they just use images of other people's portfolios or videos. And I did discover something really nice though. Like 2 days ago, I bought a pack for editing, for video editing, and this one has some really nice transitions.
Okay.
I'm gonna send you the link tomorrow or after the stream, but it was definitely worth it. I mean, that's probably one of the best things editing wise which I bought. But Fiverr is difficult, and seriously, Livid, you're doing a really good job. I think all the graphics, they look so nice. Also, the Leave a Legacy charity stream logo right now, everything fits in so well. Also, the Legacy shorts looks really nice. So yeah, man.
We're gonna get back to the shorts thing. We tried it out and we're like, man, I don't know if this is gonna be good. And then we ended up, like moving away from it because there were some other things that were popping up. But I think once we're done with the charity event, we're gonna try the shorts thing again because that seems to be a direction that YouTube is pushing people towards, which is fine. But just trying to be like gaming news or something. We're not going to try and be like TikTokers on YouTube Shorts. Like we are just not exciting people. We're not very funny. We're not good looking. We don't dance. Like it's.
Yeah. I feel you. Yeah, I think YouTube wants to dominate all things. Like they are definitely trying to make TikTok happening on YouTube. And honestly, I couldn't care less about the shorts, but sometimes they are funny. Honestly, if I open up my phone, and you probably also have YouTube Studio on your phone, and sometimes you're just clicking in for your analytics, you're like, okay, this video is working well, that one is doing less, but you can discover things very easily, and the shorts always pop up, and then you see the most random things popping up, and you're like, wow. Do people actually watch this? Sometimes they're funny,
man, the randomness
but sometimes I'm like,
me.
wow, this is... Also, that was a random Minecraft video, sorry, but it can become so cringy, and then they're like videos with millions and millions of views, and then I'm like, oh, there are some people who spend so much time and effort. For example, just artists. I mean, people who paint things on the internet, on live streams, or people who, I don't know, make a huge Lego build. I'm saying random things right now, but those people don't get the attention they deserve if you compare it with like super fast content, which many people make. They try to beat the algorithm by uploading shorts every 3 or 4 hours. So they just have so much information or so much content on the internet, people just can't click next to it. They just click on it eventually, and it's starting to work very well in the algorithm. And you see people literally speedrunning YouTube. It's crazy. It's
crazy. And honestly, I totally feel you for like the cringy Minecraft stuff that pops up. Like it kills me to know exactly what you're saying. Like there are artists out there, there are craftsmen out there that are working on these projects for days, weeks, months at a time.
Yeah.
And they get 30 views or whatever. And then, the kid who jumped into a puddle in Minecraft because it was one by one block, like got 6 million views. Like it kills me. As and same with you as content creators that put so much effort into every video that we make, and I know you make. It's like that's the type of stuff that just kind of eats away at you. Like, man, I could be doing this easy stuff and making millions of views, but like, it goes against every fiber of our being.
Exactly. That's not us. I mean, I already talked about this with friends, and I said, like, if I want to make money easy mode, and I also said to some friends just as joke, like if you only had a female body and you went on Twitch and you go in a tub, and I don't know, it's gonna be so easy to make money. And I think I'm just proud and I'm happy about the things which I make. If I talk about it with friends or family or with random people, they're like, okay, cool. But if I say like, hey, I just upload random things, I don't even enjoy it myself, or other people don't really care about them, but they do generate views, they do generate money. Yeah, that's just not the way I am.
Yeah, no, actually, you just touched on something that I really value too, is that, when I first started making videos on YouTube by myself, I didn't really tell anybody about them because like I was a small content creator, like I wasn't really proud of what I was doing. I was trying to find my way. Now, with the audience that we have and some of the cool achievements that we've made, I'm excited to tell like a family member like, oh, how's that YouTube thing going? And I'm like, it's going really good. I would love to tell you about it because I'm proud of what we do.
Exactly.
And that feels good. And that's part of the unknown stuff with YouTube and content creation that you don't get to talk to about a lot. Like, sure, you could be making $1 million, you could roll up in your Bugatti or whatever the hell, ridiculous thing you bought. But like, I feel good about the content that we make, and I'm sure you do as well. And if there's a proud feeling that comes with that, that's really, you can't put a price on that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, just the financial security, the fact that you can do what you want more or less is enough for me. I mean, it's scary to abandon your work kind of and start to commit more and more time on your channel, and then of course if things go wrong, then you have to end up just shutting down everything entirely and just go back to focusing full time on something else. But I am slowly working less and less every year, let's say, and at a certain point I will be able to say that yeah, I can do this full time right now.
Yeah.
So maybe already, but of course you need some security. You want to know that you can pay the bills.
That's
and,
right.
Yeah, you have to keep your wife happy as well. I mean,
That's right.
It's happy wife, happy life, and yeah. If I'm just playing games, I'm not making content. My girlfriend also says like, "Hey, dude, this is not gonna work.
Right.
You're gonna have to make money. The money has to come out to the table." And yeah, I don't know.
That's so funny. Yeah,
but
it's
really good. Yeah.
One of the things for me recently, and you know, I don't know if you're at this point yet, but one of the things recently for me was, you know, I convinced Livid. I said, hey, you know, I got a kid now. You've got a kid now. Like, I would love to just be able to work on a laptop. And so, you know, bought a solid laptop. So like, I've been actually in bed at a decent hour, but I'm editing on my laptop, you know, until like 3 a.m, and I'm actually okay with that because like I'm still with my family. I'm still not. I'm there and I'm doing my thing, but I'm present in the family stuff. So like I think YouTube is great because it's allowed me to do stuff like that, which you know, you know, to spend $1,000 or whatever it was on a laptop, you know, without the YouTube stuff, it'd be hard.
Yeah. As for me right now as graphic designer, I can. Well, I'm literally not making anything anymore for it, but it's the same VAT number, etc. And I'm saying, yeah, I'm a content creator, so hey, I can buy a new graphics card. Hey, I can buy a new screen, and this is for the company, and that's for the company. So of course it costs money, but if you can do it all the company, let's say, it's really nice. And also, yeah, the thing you're mentioning, the fact that you're as content creator have more time to be at your own place with family. I bet you have a son right now, right?
Anthony does. I have a daughter.
Yeah.
Oh, a daughter. Sorry. Yeah. So, if you were doing this full time, then in the night or during the day, you will have the time to go to them, to help them, to bring them to school, whatever. And if you're working a full time job, that's gonna complicate things a lot more. I think this is also something I'm working towards. I think it's gonna be really awesome to have kids someday as well. And man, it's gonna be so much easier, I think, in comparison with other people who can't really be there all the time. To as content creator, to just be at home and do things with your kids.
Yeah, I mean, I think honestly, really nice. The pandemic has been it's been awful. Don't get me wrong, pandemic has sucked for everybody, but it's also been like super eye-opening in the sense that like I really enjoy being home. I really enjoy being around my family, not stuck at an office for 10 hours a day. You know, can I make this a real thing? Can Livid make this a real thing? You know, we both still work remotely, and while that's nice, like, you know, you're still stressed out about your normal job that you don't actually like. There's passion behind it, but it's not the right kind of passion. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean, I totally feel you, man. Being home, being able to be around my family and my dog, and it doesn't work for everybody, and I totally get that. There are people that love, you know, blazing a trail, going around the world, seeing things, doing things. But for like me, I'm a homebody. I know Livid's kind of a homebody, so it's like it just works for us.
Yeah. I think talking about traveling around the world, for example, that is also something I really want to do. I mean, we all have jobs in the world at some point. We all have to work for our money. And I think as a content creator, I mean, you don't always have to do the same thing. Of course, I really love games. You guys are probably going to make content for games forever as well. But
forever,
or maybe not. I don't know. But yeah, of course, at a certain point, we're going to have to stop playing games, right? But
right.
Yeah, I think if I have time to go away with my girlfriend, I'd love to do some longer holidays to, like, I don't know, go to Nepal, backpack right there, or I don't know, I want to see America, for example. I already told you that I should come and visit you guys someday.
Be awesome, man.
when it's
Would
all
love
possible.
To have you down here.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be really cool to, I don't know, play some board games. I also want to check out the Grand Canyon. I want to go to the southern part of America. I want to see the entire world. I mean, we all live for a pretty short time. I mean, you just have to take the best out of every single day. That's why I also live from day to day. I don't live towards something. For example, I'm trying to earn a lot of money to save up for like the biggest house ever. No, that's not me. I mean, I'm just fine with my small apartment as long as I have enough to pay for money, etc. But of course, you are working towards that. I mean, goal of getting that 100K subscribers right now, for example.
Right, man. You're close. You're so close.
Yeah, it's getting closer and closer, and I mean, it's just so much fun to just keep doing this every single day. I really enjoy it, but you guys too probably.
Well, I'll tell you. There's one thing that Anthony has been telling me since day one. Marathon, not a sprint, and that's what the content creation thing is. So what I will say to you, a little tiny piece of advice is, once you hit that 100K, and I know it's coming really soon, give yourself a second to step back and enjoy it, because it's something. Of course. It's something that I didn't do very well, and Livid will say that I never take the time to appreciate those moments. But enjoy it, because man, you deserve it. You have put in so much hard work in Minecraft Dungeons and all the other content that you've put out. I know you have just an awesome following, and yeah, you only have big things ahead of you. I cannot wait. And obviously we're good friends now, so it's so easy to just message you and be like, hey, what's going on? What are you working on? And you're like, oh, I'm doing this, and it's great, man. It's so great.
Yeah, I feel you. I mean, you also make posts about every, I think, 10K, or you used to do it.
We used to do it a little bit more.
Yeah, it was like, oh yeah, 50, and then 16 and 70. And I also was like, when I was at like 20K, it was like, wow, once I reach 50,000 subscribers, it's gonna be like, wow, I'm gonna throw a party or something. I'm gonna be so happy. And then you get to that point, and it's like, 50 is cool, but what about 60? And then what about 70? And I mean, it doesn't feel like a grind, but I mean,
feels like it never stops.
Once you get to it, it just never stops, man. But it's gonna be nice. It's gonna be nice.
Yeah. Well, look, you must have. I've been asking all the other content creators that have come on. You must have some piece of advice or something that you've learned along the way for the content creators that are possibly going to watch this stream or watch the VOD when it's over. What's one thing that your younger self, you wish you had known back in the day, that you would share? Say some kid walks up to you on the street and says, what's your best tip to being a content creator? What would you say to them?
Oh, that's a difficult one. I would say multiple things, but I think one of the most important things, especially for new content creators, is consistency. Like, you have to be a little bit consistent with your uploads. You have to have some kind of schedule. Let people know that you will be uploading at a certain moment, and do that also on for a good schedule. Like, upload 3 times a week on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, for example. Or if you only want to upload once a week, I wouldn't recommend it. But you do it in the weekend, and you also make sure that that's in the right time zone. So I actually always premiere my videos in the evening, because then I know in Europe most people will be done with school or with work, and in the US, and I know my audience is a pretty young audience, so not all of them are always at school, or maybe they have like a holiday or something. They will be able to join the premiere as well if it's like in the middle of the day. I think that's very important. If you launch your videos at random times, it's gonna confuse people.
Right. Well, Florian, man, it has been great to talk to you. Hopefully we'll have more charity events and reasons to get together in the future. I wish you nothing but the best. I know you are very close to going full time with the YouTube thing. And man, I am so excited for you. I'm so excited for you to hit that 100K. And hopefully, if you follow through, I would love to see you back here in the States at some point. Would love to get a beer with you and just maybe explore New York City or something like that. Would be awesome.
Oh, you live near New York?
So I'm in Connecticut and Livid is in Jersey. So New York City's right in between both of us.
Okay, that's fantastic. We're gonna have to go to New York one day then.
That's
Sweet.
right, man.
All right. No, big thanks for having me on the show, and of course, I really hope that this live stream is going to continue to thrive. All the best for the Connecticut Children's. Once again, I think it's really good that you guys are doing this one. If you ever have something else I can help with, just let me know. I'm very happy to be here.
Will do. Thank you, man. Take care. We'll talk to you soon.
Yes. All right. Bye-bye.
All right, guys, we will be right back with our next guest. We're going to have Quebec Corner on, our good friend Connor. We're going to be playing some Hypixel, most likely talking about Hytale. We will be back in a few short minutes. Hey everybody, we are back for our next guest, but before we bring in Quebec Corner, also known as Connor, I just want to remind everybody we are going till 10 o'clock tonight. All of this funds, everything that we're doing today is in support of Connecticut Children's. And what we're doing differently here for this charity event is that we are collecting the money and then we're going to use that money to buy all sorts of cool stuff for the hospital. Video game consoles, video game accessories, shirts, toys, whatever it is that we can buy for the hospital. That's what we're going to do. We're not just going to cut them a check and say, here you go, do what you want with this. You know, we really wanted to do something that was going to have an impact on these kids. And so that's why we're partnering with Connecticut Children's. That's why we've worked with all these different content creators to put on this event. And we are so close to our next stretch goal of $1,000. That is our next goal here. Once we reach $1,000, Livid and I will donate a Nintendo Switch on top of everything else that we plan on buying with the money. So if you guys have a few bucks, it doesn't take much, couple bucks here, couple bucks there, we can reach that goal. Obviously, we have a grand total goal of $10,000. We are still quite a ways away from that, but that's okay. We've got a long day ahead of us. We still have 6 hours of streaming left to go before the stream is over. So maybe you're saving it for the end. That's fine. Every little bit counts. So if you guys want to use super chats or want to become a member of the channel, that is all that money will be used right for the Leave a Legacy Fund. But for now, my friends, I want to pull in our next guest. You guys know him. You love him. He makes content for Minecraft. He makes content for Hytale. He's just a great all-around guy. Of course, I'm talking about Quebec Corner, a.k.a. Connor. What is going on?
Hello. How's it going?
Oh, he did the voice and everything.
I wanted to say welcome back to Quebec Corner, but we're not on Quebec Corner right now, so...
Oh, man. No, the corner is coming to Legacy Gaming for the day. It is so great to have you here, man. Thank you for making some time and being part of the show.
Thank you for having me. We're just playing some Minecraft mini games right now on Hypixel. I'm losing because I'm tremendously bad at mini games on Hypixel.
Dude, this is the most chaotic thing. What am I watching right now? So what is
jousting? Apparently,
jousting.
Yeah, pig jousting.
Man,
it's not just jousting; it's pig jousting.
Pig jousting. I'll tell you, man. Obviously, we met Connor covering Hytale when we were all in that phase of Hytale's coming out soon. Obviously, not the case anymore, but. It has been such a crazy ride for all of us. You know, your channel, our channel, all of the new friends that we've made along the way in the Hytale space. And it all is because of this company here, Hypixel, right?
100%. Yeah. I mean, like, they're technically two different entities now, but yeah, it all started with Hypixel. And these guys making mini games of Minecraft and then eventually surpassing Minecraft and needing something bigger, something that they wanted to create themselves. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, your channel has undergone some incredible milestones and just reinventions of itself. I know you've been a little bit quiet as of late, but I'm sure you're working on stuff behind the scenes. If you wouldn't mind, what have you been up to? What have you been working on? What's new in your world?
100%. Yeah. Well, so like you said, I think there's been a lot of evolution in terms of the channel. Like if it's not been getting really excited for Hytale being around the corner, then it's been trying to help pace everyone in the community or trying to help sort of deal with that weight. And obviously I love Minecraft as well. So I've always sort of had an enjoyment of making content there. It's just like what works on my channel, right? And it's hard to find a Minecraft video that works in the sense that it covers sort of game development topics and games design, but isn't like very over the top Minecrafty and like super sort of cliche, like Minecraft, but everything's sort of upside down, right? So I always try and pick my topics kind of carefully, like whether it's talking about a really substantial update or if it's talking about the history of the game itself, sort of thing. But yeah, in terms of what's coming up, I don't really know. I took a break because I think burnout is it's kind of a very under talked about thing in the creator community. But I think burnout is just something that everyone faces when they're sort of constantly coming up with like new video ideas and trying to like come up with something, especially when you're in a community like Hytale where like the content possibilities are quite limited. So I think that was becoming a problem, and especially with the recent news, it just made sense that with summer and sort of lockdown lifting from the last year and a half that, now is the time to sort of take a break, reconfigure and figure out what I wanted to do. I am working on a video right now. I don't want to say too much about it, but it is just sort of going to be like a general talk about Hytale video.
Nice.
And then from there, I've got a few bigger Minecraft things planned and a live stream that will be very exciting to talk about as well. So, yeah.
Nice. One of the highlights of your channel over the last couple of years was the incredible history of Minecraft video. I mean, what an absolute testament to your determination to make an incredible piece of content. I mean, it's literally a documentary on that game, and rightfully so. It has amassed an absolutely incredible following. What has it been like for you to watch those numbers kind of grow into this? Is it at 2 million now?
Thank you, by the way. But yeah, it's at 2.5 million as of like
gosh, what has
month.
that been like for you, man?
It's surreal. I think obviously like now it's been a year since the video's out, so it's sort of I guess it's gone to the wayside, the hype and excitement. But I still like I'm always intrigued by the comments that just flood in. It's sort of like I guess in the YouTube sort of guru world, they call it evergreen content, which is sort of like making content that will remain popular. So for example, like something that's this game that releases in 2015 and it's covering the exact launch, like people are only going to be interested in it for a limited time, right? Whereas if you make something that's like this is how to start in the game, that's going to be more popular like for as long as the game is popular, right? And so I think that was the idea going forward, is that I wanted to cover a game that had like that I knew the history around, and yeah, that's basically what I did. Just made a documentary, and it really didn't perform for the first Sorry, I'm sort of in a bit of a chicken fly mini game right now.
Good,
trying to figure out.
Great time. I'm loving watching this. This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen.
It's so ridiculous. You see, like back then, you wouldn't have thought that Minecraft could do anything like this, but now it's sort of like second nature to so many people around the world.
Yeah.
But the documentary blowing up really came out of nowhere, because originally it had a few strikes on it because of the music that I used, which realistically, knowing YouTube, I should have known to probably like limit the amount of music that I used. But because I interviewed the creators whose the music was, I figured it was sort of like, why not, right? Like it felt like logical that I'd be able to sort of like, they were talking about the songs in the interview, so I was like, okay, I'll add the songs so people know. But then I got like a bunch of different strikes. It took like a whole month or two to remove all of them. And then when I finally did, I knew that I shouldn't have been pushing it very hard when it had the strikes, because YouTube sort of like doesn't like promoting content that like gets strikes, right? And so I was like, okay, I'll sort that out first. I had a back and forth and sort of figured it all out, and I spoke to the creators of the songs, and they were like totally cool with me using them because they like really enjoyed the documentary. And I was like, this is great. And then suddenly out of nowhere, I woke up one morning and it was on like 100K views, and I was like, excuse me? yeah. And it was just the views, like it's obviously great for like a YouTube channel's I guess growth, but to a certain extent it can limit you in the fact that like, okay, this video got 500% or 1,000% more views than your regular videos, and it sort of sets that milestone a bit high for you to perform again. And so that's why I've never really done too much Minecraft content other than that, because converting that audience from like long form to hightail updates or like small Minecraft videos is quite hard, because they were there for a sort of once in a, I don't want to say once in a lifetime, but it was sort of like a one and done video. Like there's no way I could really do the history of Minecraft 2.
You pretty much covered it in your 2-hour video.
Yeah, and there's some really great channels out there that do sort of solo like individual topics on the Minecraft history. Like there's the Mr. Epic and I believe Sipover, two really good channels that I watch that they sort of do like individual breakdowns of a history of, say, like the history of Minecraft usernames or the history of block editions and stuff, and just cool things like that, which I think if I was to ever lean more into the Minecraft content, I'd probably aim for something like that. I think that'd be quite cool. But the views, yeah, I don't know. It's I really, the biggest thing was the comments, because just so many people got super emotional there, like unexpectedly so. Everyone was saying it was like really nostalgic, and I felt that way when I was editing it as well, because it was like editing through sort of the last decade of my own life. It was a really weird introspective experience for me, and it seemed like it was for a lot of people who watched it. And so that was the most gratifying part for me, I think, was just people enjoyed it. And
it's an incredible video, and for anybody who doesn't know what it takes to put together a multi-hour piece of content, I mean, it's a ton of work, and I can imagine you were spending a lot of long nights interviewing people, collecting footage, doing graphics, all that sort of stuff. I mean, what was that process like for you from the creator side of things?
The first thing I want to say is it was educational, because now looking back, there's so many things that I would have done differently.
Right, of course.
Like just from like the way that I organized the interviews, the fact that in some of the interviews I didn't record my audio of asking the questions. So in that case, like if I ever wanted to release the interviews separately, then I would never be able to really do that without it like not really making too much sense, or just having to show the questions as text on screen and stuff. And just really small things like that, all the way down to like the edit pacing and the music, like I mentioned. And I think at times I sort of got, I don't want to say lazy, but when it comes to editing any video, you sort of put your all into making the intro really good, and like making those first few segments great. And then most videos tend to then just follow like a basic sort of up and down pattern of like a basic I guess like story arc, if you will. And it sort of comes second nature. Once you've got out of the way that big beefy first part, you sort of are able to get through most of the rest of the edit quite easily, I believe. Right. And then like, but with a long form documentary, it's just so weird, because there's certain parts you feel really passionate about editing, and you'll edit them like, and they could be like 2 hours in, or it could be like 30 minutes in. And so there was a point where I had like sort of increments of 10 minutes edited all the way throughout the 2 hours, and bits where I had to go in between. And I didn't really plan it as well as I could have done. But yeah, I think educationally, like I learned so much from developing that. And yeah, I think, it was a great experience. The question was what I learned, right? Or was it?
I mean, that was a pretty great snapshot of what was going through your head and what's going through your head now, looking back at that incredible piece of content.
I appreciate that, but
it's the one thing that, like I've talked about it a bunch with different people that have come on the channel today. It's, there's so many things that people don't see or realize about making videos. I think sometimes people think that these videos just magically pop up, like they just happen. And it's not even close to the case. You've talked about burnout. You've talked about the stress of, thinking about new video ideas is only one small piece of the puzzle that is being a YouTube content creator.
100%, and it's only getting more saturated every year. Like the amount of people that want to become a YouTuber or a content creator or some form of influencer, or even just making like a business online. It's just all expansive. And I work with a lot of creators, and I see plenty of channels, and it's amazing what goes behind them. Like some channels that back in the day, it would be you'd see maybe like 1 or 2 people that are behind the channel that has like 1 million subscribers, and it'd be like the person and maybe their editor, right? Or say if it's video essays, it may be the person who's narrating it and then the writer. But now you're getting channels with teams of like 10, 15 people. In some cases, I mean, Mr. Beast has like a team of, I'm pretty sure, almost 100 or over 100 at this point.
Yeah.
And it's really just incredible to see what goes on behind the scenes, to the point that like I'd say that behind the scenes on YouTube or on any sort of social media network for a company or for a creator is a really good sort of work experience if you want to get involved in it. So is making a channel for yourself. Like everyone's got that one channel that they started when they were a kid, and like you should always have that going in. But I think working for channels now has become so much more what's the word, like viable as a career path, right? Like you could be in college and then working as an editor part-time for a YouTube channel, and that could be going into your like film and media course or whatever. Like you could be like combining the two, and that was like sort of nay to unheard of like 10 years ago, which is insane. And I just I find it so interesting now that we've got like such a big economy, and there's so much potential there for like creators of all kinds. Yeah,
it's funny. I was watching a video the other day that it was I don't forget which multi-millionaire it was, but they were basically saying, what I would have told you, 10 years ago about what professions are most viable is like being an engineer, being a scientist, whatever. Now it's, can you write? Can you create content? Can you be a personality? Like it's just the age of personalities and content right now. It's crazy.
Yeah, 100%. And it's interesting. I sort of lost my train of thought because I was shooting zombies, but I think the whole I guess it's hard to say, but the bridge between I guess I should say like high education and then like online what's the word, like online sort of job roles, I guess, or like remote work or working for yourself. I'm trying to envision a future where they sort of come together more, because I know that a lot of people do get part-time jobs when they're in higher education, but I think that they should sort of blend together to a point of like, you know, it's hard to describe what I'm envisioning, but yeah, I just think that we need to be more integrated, sort of in terms of you know, social media, content creation. I remember a funny story actually. I actually went for a film university interview. Gosh, it must have been like 5 years ago now, or 6 years ago. And they were like, sort of, what do you do? Like, can you show us like your portfolio of like films and work? And I remember like linking them and showing them a bunch of like Minecraft machinimas and some video essays that I'd done. And they were just so bewildered by it, and they were confused, and they were like, but do you have any like in real life films that you've made? And understandably, like those types of courses are very specialized to be like, you know, working with in real life cameras and equipment. And they're probably, at the time, they probably didn't have any modules on YouTube or content creation, which is like really bizarre, because even back then it was popular. But I just remember that being the point where I was like, okay, these guys don't know about it, so they're not going to be able to teach me anything about it. Like, if that makes sense. Like, maybe there's plenty of things like in terms of filmography, cinematography, like editing, that I could learn. But I think fundamentally, I wanted to stick it out on my own and sort of like make my own path.
Yeah. And I mean, you sure as heck have. I mean, obviously, Hightail is going to be, you know, such a huge thing for you and your channel. It's the moment that a lot of us have been waiting for. But you know, you've still been finding these different avenues to build up your community, build up audiences, make connections with people. I think you're somebody that knows a lot of people in the Hightail and in the Minecraft space. I mean, those are all really essential skills that you don't usually get taught those things in school, you know?
100%. And I mean, don't get me wrong, I think there's plenty of things you can learn by sort of like going out in the world and experiencing stuff, and say like, sorry, this game's really loud. Let me
I just keep watching this. This is like crazy. This is like Fall Guys before Fall Guys was a thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like, I think you need a healthy mix of being like active, but also, you know, being able to explore the world using the internet, like finding out what different cultures are like, and watching YouTube videos from people of different, you know, ethnicities and backgrounds, and all this stuff is like super important. But I think you also need like a healthy balance, because I imagine now more than ever, kids are probably feeling more sort of socially anxious and not as sociable because of the online world, and because we're so, you know, we have phones in our pocket from such a young age at this point. Oh, did you die?
Yeah.
That's sad. But yeah, I think, yeah, it's always important to have a sort of healthy aspect of socialization, and the important way to do that is by having communities and socialization online, right? Like, that's sort of the first step. I remember like having friends online, and sort of having these social groups in gaming, and like working on projects together and writing scripts and YouTube videos. That helped me expand as a person, and that helped me become more confident in talking to people in my real life. And eventually, you know, YouTube wasn't always like, it was never the popular thing, and it wasn't a popular thing to play Minecraft or even game. But like now, I imagine it's a lot easier to sort of like relate to people and socialize through those mediums, right? Like, oh, I have Discord, I play Minecraft, like I do these things, so you can then make friends in real life as well,
right?
Sort of at school or wherever it may be, right?
Well, to kind of piggyback off of that, you know, that's part of the reason why we are doing this event. And so I'm just going to take a quick minute here to remind everybody. So we are partnering with Connecticut Children. The whole goal of this is to share our love of gaming with these kids that are stuck in a hospital, maybe isolated from their friends and their family. So if you guys have a few bucks and you wouldn't mind donating, our next goal is $1,000. We're within the $200 mark of reaching that goal. Once we reach $1,000, Livid and I will donate a Nintendo Switch to the bundle. That is the goal, because we want to be able to share, you know, what we love about games, this community aspect, the social aspect with these kids. We know that video games are beneficial, not just hand-eye coordination, but also developing social skills, especially online games. So we're just trying to do something a little bit different. And Connor's talking about that right now. But if you guys want to donate, be part of the Leave a Legacy Charity Fund, we would of course love that and appreciate that. Connor, let's talk about Hightail for a little bit. just because that's a game that, you know, you and I are so excited about. Livid's excited about it. Everybody, you know, that follows both of our channels is excited about it. You know, we had a roundtable video right after the big news, and we talked about it as a group. But you know, let's get really candid about, you know, Hytale is now probably slated for 2023, 24, 25, something like that. You know, have you, now that the news is kind of cooled down, you know, what are your thoughts on Hytale?
It's a cool game.
It's a cool game, right?
Looks cool. Looks pretty nice. Yeah, I might start a YouTube channel on it actually.
Oh, really? Interesting. I think you do really well with that.
Yeah, potentially. To be fair, I think I was most concerned about the community sort of dissipating and the things that we'd sort of like spent a lot of time building up sort of falling to the wayside for a while. And then like the lack of motivation for wanting to like start again and getting that hype up. But to be fair, I think everyone involved in the community to some degree is like kept connected. No one's really like completely pieced out. I know a few people were like super disappointed by the news, and that's completely understandable. Like I get that. And yeah, I mean, I was also disappointed. I expected it sooner than obviously we're getting it, but at the same time, I also only expected it to be a PC version, whereas now they're developing it for mobile and console.
Right.
And there's just so many cases where I've recently, there's been a creator called Rasputin. He put out a video called The Pain of Waiting for Games.
Okay.
It's literally uploaded it yesterday. And it's a really good video that just sort of discusses how first hype, when you don't know, when you're excited for something and the date you don't know, and you don't know how long you're going to have to be excited for it, eventually that can turn into animosity and a sort of disdain for the title itself. And then that almost eventually turns into indifference, which is sort of the idea that, you know, it doesn't mean anything to you now. And one good example I could use for that for myself is like Avatar 2 by James Cameron, right? Like when Avatar came out, man, did I want a sequel like that first time. And when I watched it 20 more times as a kid, I wanted a sequel so bad. Now, 10 years later, I couldn't really care less. Like, you know, I went through that stage of animosity where I was like, why is this taking so long? Why are you delaying it every year? I hate you, James Cameron. To then this point of indifference where now it's like, it'll come out, I'll watch it, and I'm sure I'll enjoy it for what it is, you know?
So is it safe to say you will not be covering the new Ubisoft Avatars game on your channel?
I don't think that I'm going to be checking that out. I do remember watching a video essay about an Avatar game that came out once that was apparently pretty good. I don't remember if it was either pretty good or pretty bad.
I didn't even know there was an Avatar game that did come out.
Yeah, I think it was a console game, if I'm right in remembering. But yeah, or it could have even been a game that got cancelled. I really don't know at this point. But I've watched so many video essays on so many games.
That's funny. Yeah, I mean, Hytale obviously has gone under some serious transformations, and you know they're making a lot of, I don't know if you want to call them late moves, but I think the writing was kind of on the wall that this game was not as close to finished as I think a lot of people thought. Especially if all you did was spend time on the you know, that subreddit, I even forget the name of it because I try not to go on it anymore because it's so negative all the time. But yeah, no, I mean, look, it's a really cool game. I guess the question, and we can go all the way back to this question that I think really kind of was one of the first questions we talked about as content creators, was like, what is it that Hytale is going to bring to the table that Minecraft doesn't bring to the table?
Exactly. Like that's sort of their whole be all and end all is to surpass the sort of pseudonym copped by the community of Minecraft 2. And right. I think it's going to be really tough considering their roots. And that was always the initial challenge. And I think that was always the skepticism behind it, was just like, what if it comes off as lacking? Or, you know, which I think they dispelled early on with like the trailer. It put up high expectations. But like you say, I mean, we look at Minecraft's development, and now, you know, they advertised last year at Minecraft Live, the addition of like the Deep Dark and obviously the new caves and everything and the Warden. And while they've been adding that sequentially, they've had to split the update into 1.17 and 1.18. So they had to add all the items in 1.17, and then in 1.18 they're now adding like the cave generation and cliff generation and all the new biomes and stuff. But they're still not adding the warden, which is like the big sort of pull of the update. Or not the big pull. The big pull is sort of like the new caves and everything in the new generation. But one of the other big pulls is sort of this warden, which is this looming giant golem figure that is said to be like right at the bottom of the world and can beat you in like 2 punches with netherite armor. And the whole thing there is that it can hear you, but it can't see you. So you have to sneak, and you have to use like sound and stuff, and vibrations will attract it, and you can sort of like distract it with a snowball. But they announced that last year, showed like working footage of it and everything, and it's not set to be in the game until 1.19 now. It's been delayed until next year. So it's one of those where, in retrospect, and I sort of jokingly tweeted about, haha, Minecraft fans are laughing at Hytale people for waiting 3 years for a game when you're waiting 3 years for one mob. And I really did mean that as a joke, but like it goes to show that like at some point, game development just is a process that takes that time, whether it's one new feature or an entire update, or the game itself.
Yeah.
Right. Like it just does take time, and I think the community of gamers that are in Minecraft, I don't know. I think everyone got very excited for the trailer and thought it was a lot closer than it was, because it just looked so completed, right? It just looked ready to go.
Right.
It looked like you could play it right there and then. And it's the same case with everything that you get shown gameplay early of, unfortunately. That's just how it is.
So, I mean, eventually this game is going to come out, obviously. I mean, right? We hope? Maybe. I mean, I can't imagine it's going to get canceled.
That would be nice.
That would be nice. One thing I don't think I've ever asked you this question is like, you clearly have a passion for all different types of content. You've made long form content, you made short form content. In a perfect world, if you could do exactly what you want to do, what are some of the ideas that get you most excited about content for Hytale?
For Hytale, it's really hard to say. Like off the get-go, I'd love to just stream it and sort of like be in that world of streaming a game that I finally wanted to watch, and I like have a whole community there, like as hype and excited for it as me. I've always wanted to sort of do casual streams, which I feel like Hytale's sort of like game loop will be really good for, like in terms of the adventure mode. Like it's surely got to feel I feel like a little bit more adventurous than Minecraft in terms of what you can do. It is like technically more RPG, and I love RPGs, and I'm always excited for that. So there's definitely that. In terms of like the filmmaking, I definitely want to go like straight to narrative content. I've had like a full series of like a show, like written, scripted, like all the characters decided and everything for a good part of like a year and a half now.
Nice.
I think I've teased that a couple of times, but at one point I really wanted to do something with it, but like I didn't want to do it in Minecraft and sort of do it in Injustice or create issues, down the line. And I also felt like perhaps I could learn a bit more about storytelling, and practice when Hytale comes out on their sort of actual game. But yeah, I want to make sure that is one of the big projects I focus on. I'd love to dabble in servers, but I really need to know more about how that's all going to work and how they plan to operate and how they, want people to monetize, and if UGC will be a thing, which for people, if people don't know, it's like user-generated catalogs of items, so be it mods or clothing, accessories, or whatever it may be. I'd love to see what they've got planned and then hopefully do something, that works, whether it's like Quebec land or like something. You heard it here first.
That's awesome.
I don't know, but yeah, I'm sure there's so many things that we could do. And really, I'm only touching the surface, because in terms of like the Quebec Corner brand, yes, that's like basically centered around Quebecs, but like what else could be possible, right? Like, I believe, if you look at Roblox, for example, right? Like there's just so many different experiences. It's so vast. And now recently they're planning to implement like a mature games filter, so that if your account is under 13 or under a certain age, it can be like blocked from joining the game. So that they're trying to like push to an older audience. And so there's going to be even more sort of genres of game on that sort of platform. And I truly believe that Roblox is the most comparable to Hytale. Like, I don't think that the Minecraft, I think it gets a bit of a hard stick when people compare it to Minecraft, because I think they've got higher ambitions than that in terms of accessibility, especially now that they've announced mobile and console as well. Like, they're going to launch. Hopefully, they're going to launch on all at the same time and have parity, and that would be a great thing. And I see a world where there's, I believe there's like probably over hundreds of thousands. There's probably millions of Roblox experiences, but I see a sort of world one day where there's hundreds of thousands of Hytale server experiences, whether it's like GTA sort of like remakes or open world or like sort of like Blockshot, right? And like all these different sort of environments and ecosystems, kind of like that is on Roblox. I see that as being more the direction that they're going, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much potential there, and I think that's why a lot of us are drawn to Hytale. And of course, that game is coming out eventually. It will come out, and we will all get to experience it. So yeah, we can shelve the Hytale talk for now. I'm sure we could talk endlessly, and as we have for the past 2 years, talk about that game. So it'll come eventually, and just know that we'll both be there along with all of our other friends in the Hytale space to cover it, which will be really fun. I'm gonna let you guys keep playing for 1 second. We're gonna do another quick giveaway here. Connor, pick what do you want? Stardew Valley, Hollow Knight, or Undertale?
Oh, I watched a video that had Hollow Knight in it last night, so let's do Hollow Knight.
All right. Well, this next giveaway, guys, is really cool. This is by our friends at Fan Gamers. Really excited to be giving this one away. They sent us a Hollow Knight's Collector's Edition for the Nintendo Switch. Ooh. So this is really... I actually have no idea what's in this. I know there's some artwork in here. The game is in here. There's this little like chibi little character thing in here. It is for the Nintendo Switch. The Collector's Edition by Fan Gamer. They've custom made all of the assets in here. Obviously, they didn't make the game, but they made all of the cool packaging, all of the cool stuff in here. So we're going to give this away really quick. Again, sponsored by our friends at Fan Gamer. So if you don't know, to join any of our giveaways now or in the future, you do need to join our Discord. You need to accept the rules in the welcome channel. You have to assign yourself the giveaways role. And then, of course, you have to enter the giveaway itself. Now, because these are big items, I can only send these to peeps in the U.S., so I apologize to all my friends abroad. But let me, give me 30 seconds here, and I will put this up in the giveaways channel. Throw some music up here, and we will be right back.
When it's real good to you want to do it one more time.
Oh. Most infuriating game I've ever played.
Yeah, this is stressful.
All right, guys, we are back with Quebec Corner. Of course, they're still playing some Hypixel stuff. They're doing something called pig fishing right now. But Connor said he wanted to flip the script and ask us a couple questions, so we're going to do that for a little bit.
Awesome. Okay, well, I know that you guys, obviously, you cover a variety of titles. I was just wondering, just out of interest, what's been like your favorite one to cover since, I guess, like covering Hytale, I guess?
Oh man, interesting. You know what? This is a corny answer. But I always really enjoy covering the game that we're covering in the moment. So like when we commit to a game, like full-blown coverage, like top to bottom, guides, reviews, whatever it may be, ranking videos, whatever it may be, I always really enjoyed that process. So like I love starting with Livid and planning out all sorts of different pieces of content. What I really don't like is when we're like between games and we're like, do a one-off video here, a one-off video there. Like I don't thrive in that space at all. And I don't like, ideas don't hit me over the head like they hit some people over the head. So I need to have like something tangible in front of me to know like, oh, I can make something on this because these things kind of like presented themselves to me in the game. When we're not covering a game or we're not super passionate about a game at that moment, it's much harder for me. And I think Livid knows I get kind of stir crazy.
Yes, he does. Yeah. He definitely does.
Yeah, it's like having enough content to sort of satiate that creative need, and not being like super stagnant, like you say, like with sort of like one-offs so often, like 100%. I think that's why I never went to, like I personally I've really only tried to stick to like 1 or 2 games on my channel as well, is because like I've never really felt that for any other titles really, unless it's been sort of like because I've been working on a channel that's, say does Fortnite videos or something, for example.
Right. And you never know, like it's so hard to know when the next Fortnite or the next Minecraft is coming out. So like, obviously you don't want to miss that boat, especially if that's a game that you're interested in. But at the same time, like there's always new games coming out, in a few weeks or a few months or whatever. And so, that was one of the decisions we decided to make early on was, we're not gonna, we just can't cover one game. It gets so boring for us. So, yes, do we suffer because of it? Absolutely. Do we lose opportunity because of it? Absolutely, because there are channels that are much smaller than us that have more consistent viewership, and we knew that we were making the conscious decision to go against the grain in that sense. But you were talking about mental health before. Like I was playing Minecraft Dungeons nonstop, making videos for it. I was going insane. I was so bored, and I really just didn't enjoy it anymore. And so, I'm not gonna, and Livid is the same way. We're not gonna chase a dollar sign. We're not gonna chase a view, just to chase it. Like if we know there's a real opportunity there, sure. But you gotta be sane too. Or like you said, that burnout is very real.
100%. And I think it's you have to have your like heart and soul in the game, sort of thing. Like, creator burnout's real. I remember playing Minecraft Dungeons. I think I streamed the beta, which was really cool. But then after that, it was like I didn't really find much else in it. To be honest, I would have like really enjoyed those features in Minecraft, but like that's a whole other conversation because that would have. There's reasons. I also disagree with myself on that point as well. Like but anyway, point being is it didn't feel like the right game when I streamed it that first time, and so I didn't end up covering it at all again, which I don't know. In retrospect, it probably would have been cool to take the channel in that direction of just sort of covering a variety of games and being more on that side of like just game development. But I've tried to do that in terms of like I'll pick a title and then relate it back to Hytale and like make that a video essay.
Super smart.
I've done that at the moment with. Thank you, by the way. But I've done that at the moment with, I think, well, obviously Minecraft. I've done it with Roblox. This upcoming video is going to do it a little bit with No Man's Sky and Cyberpunk.
Oh, cool.
So that's going to be fun because I've always wanted to do a video on No Man's Sky, but everyone sort of has always got there first because like there's just so much to be said about what happened there and how they've recovered and the comparisons you could have to sort of game development studios like Hypixel Studios, which were initially quite small, not as small as Hello Games, but yeah. I was also just sort of like completely unrelated. Actually, go on if you have something to say.
No, I was just gonna thank 4am. I just see he dropped by back in for €100 donation. So thank you, man. Really appreciate that. Thanks for coming on before, if you're still watching. And we are just really close to our $1,000 stretch goal. Remember, at $1,000, we'll be donating a Nintendo Switch to the Leave a Legacy Fund, all in support of Connecticut Children. So we are $70 away from that. So if you guys have a few bucks, you want to support the stream, the charity, that's how you're gonna do it. All
Come
right,
on,
back to
guys,
you.
you can do it. You can do it. I believe in you guys.
Come
You
on
got
now, we
this.
can do it.
I reckon that everyone who's watching is generous and lovely and great, and they're good people. And if they can, will help support a great cause, because that's what I've supported it. I think a bunch of other people that are getting involved today have shown their support as well. And I think, if you enjoy what Legacy do, if you like the cause, I think it's super important that we understand why we're all here today. As much as we all love games, it's super important that the right people get the games that they deserve. It sounds kind of cliche, but it's super important. I've seen there's a lot of I mean, 5 or 6 years ago, I think they were quite new. But I've seen a lot of sort of startups and companies. Sorry, there's randomly fireworks going off in the background for some reason. But yeah, it's surprising what a difference having access to games can make, especially when you're in hospital or if you're going through a tough time. And I know companies like Special Effect that create like devices and stuff for disabled people that are in hospital or need to play games and stuff like that. It's so important, right? And I think it's something that goes unrecognized sometimes. It's easy to get caught up in the games that we play and forget that there are other people that maybe aren't as privileged as us. And so yeah, super important cause. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my my one note.
No, it's great. And honestly, man, you brought something up that made me think about something. Like, I don't know about you, but I've had a lot of days where I think about, I think back at like what we're doing as content creators, and I just think about how lucky we are to do this. Like, play games, make videos, make a little money, whatever it is. Like, you're right. Not a lot of people get that opportunity. Not a lot of people have that kind of flexibility in their life. And that's really where, Leave a Legacy kind of started was, when we're done with all this, when Livid and I eventually pack up the keyboard and mouse and we just say, okay, we're going to leave it for the next generation of content creators or whatever, hopefully we could have done a little bit of some good. And that's kind of why we decided we wanted to start this charity thing, because, it may have a small impact, but, I think it's a little bit about leaving our mark on the world and spreading some of that goodness.
I couldn't agree with you more. And like, I think to some degree, I think that's right. Like, trying to help the younger generation and the next generation of creators and the people that are getting into the industry, and anyone and everyone, and making it accessible to all of those people. Yeah. And it's like one of the most enjoyable and like things that has given me most gratitude has been cultivating a community and like helping to try and make it more accessible and help support every single person that's trying to be creative, whether it's just making fan art or talking about theories about the game or being active in Discord, or it could be people with their own channels. Like I really just I think community is so important, and whether it's for a game that's out or whether it's a game that's coming out, I think just having those safe spaces and having those places where you feel comfortable with people and where you can socialize is it's super important. And it's rare that I see that happen with online communities to such a degree that I have seen it with Hytale. And it really is sort of ironically like the friends you make along the way, I think. There's so many different people. Definitely. I think I probably got I know for a fact that there's over 30 people that are very creative, talented people that I sort of like regularly speak to, whether it's in Discord servers or we talk about projects. And then beyond that, there's probably another 60 people that I could mention just from memory in the community that I get on well with, or I enjoy their tweets or I enjoy their videos. And to say that is so incredible. Like, it's one game. It's one game. It's not out yet, but that's 60 sort of connections, sort of bonds there, like friendship. And I think that's really, really cool. And obviously then there's the viewers as well, like the audience that's watching and enjoying the content and supporting. And that's a whole special thing as well.
I think when we look back at Hytale in 10 years, I mean that even in 10 years, it may still be pretty in its infancy of, you know, what the vision of Hytale actually is. But yeah, man, the future with that game and the communities that can come from it, and just the moments that can come from that game are pretty incredible.
I mean, I'm sure as well you guys see the same thing. As like, I'm sure you guys have like a core community, and to some of them, you're probably like their guide, right, through the games that they play, and sort of you sort of they follow that narrative of like, okay, well, this game's next up, and this one's like up and coming, and they enjoy the Easter eggs and the secrets and get doing the best stuff or whatever it may be. I feel like obviously people will come around for, you know, their favorite game or the game that they're playing right now in this moment. But you also have people that are there for the journey, right? They're coming along because they're inspired and they feel like they enjoy your opinions. And yeah, I think, yeah, journey is super important. It's cringe sort of thing to say, but it is about the friends you make along the way, you know?
So great,
and yeah, making that accessible to everyone is super important as well.
I mean, you've always been, since the moment both of us have met you, you know, all about community, building up the people around you. And it's so important. I mean, it's just one of the most wholesome things. I mean, you've always been kind of like, I don't know what's the right word, like this just beacon of friendship. It's so corny, but the beacon of friendship within the Hytale space. And I think it's why so many Hytale creators gravitate to you and your channel, is because you're just that guy that, you know, wants to embrace new people that are coming in, old people that are still hanging around. And, you know, I just can't wait to see what that looks like when Hytale comes out. I mean, I just think you're going to explode in a way that, and I think a lot of the guys along the way that we've met, you know, Red and Exo and, you know, I'm blanking on a bunch from Power and Hugo, like all of them are going to blow up in different ways. And it's going to be really exciting to watch.
I mean, like, ironically as well, like, as much as you say that as well, like, I don't want to really remain that Hytale guy, right? Like, I would never really enjoy being in a position of someone like Sky does Minecraft or Dream, and not to compare myself to those guys in any way, because they're super achieved and super established and talented. But I think one of my whole efforts, like, ironically, has been to sort of like push the greater community and inspire these newer creators that I know for a fact are going to sort of come up and be of the age where that's going to be really important to them to either make a living or to sort of find their career path and become entertainers in their own right.
Yeah.
And sort of helping pave the way for that and being someone who is mature enough to do so and is able to do it in a non-toxic way, I think was super important. And yeah, I think I'd always been in the Minecraft community, but I never felt like I had helped to sort of stabilize anything there in terms of being like, I don't want to say like, what's a good word for it? Like a magnet. But what I'm trying to do is inspire other people to be magnets too. And that's happened in buckets over the last 2 years. So many people who either started off in my community or were just part of the Hytale community in general have gone off and done like absolutely huge things now, for like huge creators, and they're parts of different communities and they're leading other communities. And that's what I want. Like, that's what I want to be able to say that I left, you know, and that I achieved.
It's amazing, man. Well, Connor, thank you so much for taking some time to be with us, to talk about your channel and your philosophy. And, you know, obviously Hytale's not coming out tomorrow, but, you know, we're going to keep in touch. We're going to hopefully be able to join you guys in December for your next event. And yeah, just, you know, keep doing what you're doing. You're inspiration to a lot of us content creators out there. And I know you're, you know, good friends of ours. So can't thank you enough for being on the show today.
Guys, thank you so much for having me. It's been a real blast playing flying chicken games and parkour and stuff and talking about some real cool stuff. The cause, so important. I'll remind everyone again, I'm sure you will do as well, Codiak, but I'll remind everyone again to please be as kind as you possibly can. If you feel in your heart that you can spare it, then I'm sure it will all go to an incredible cause. And yeah, thank you guys so much for having me. I'll leave the floor now for the next guest and what you guys have coming up next. Good luck.
Thanks, man. Talk to you soon.
Bye.
All right, guys, we will be back in just a few minutes with our next guest, who I believe, Livid, is Vulcan. All right, our good friend Vulcan. We're going to be diving back into Remnant from the Ashes, which was a game that Livid covered, just incredibly, back on his previous channel, The Livid Lion. So we'll be back with that guest and that gameplay in just a little bit.
family I used to have. I feel like everything's so different now. Sitting by the fire as we'd watch the flames burn out. I miss the days I wasn't afraid. Now I always have my guard up, hands on my face. I learned to cope with the pain. I know that people think I'm trying to get attention, but in reality I'm trying to send a message. I know there's kids out there that are going through the same thing, and if you're one of them, I hope to help your suffering. Just know it will get better, and these feelings do not stay the same. No, they don't stay the same. I don't wanna make you feel bad, but you kinda ruined my life. You hurt me and ruined my life. And I don't wanna make you feel bad, but you kinda ruined my life. You hurt me and ruined my I lost a couple friends on my way up. I took a couple L's, but that's just normal talk. I popped a couple pills, but they don't do much. And now I take Prozac in the morning with some other stuff. But why did I get into this? I feel like this is all a dream. But when I wake up, look around, this isn't even make-believe. So I sit in a corner thinking back to all the memories. I grew up with these fake beliefs, by the time I find a remedy. I don't wanna make you feel bad, but you kinda ruined my life. You hurt me and ruined my life. And I don't wanna make you feel bad, but you kinda ruined my life.
Hey there, everybody. We are back for the evening portion, the nighttime portion. Man, I can't believe it's already 5 o'clock. We have 5 more hours to go. We are closing in on our $1,000 goal. That's our second stretch goal, I should say. Sorry, second stretch goal. So if you guys want to donate, if you guys want to support the cause, we would love everybody just to be part of this event. All of the money is going to support of Connecticut Children's. It's a local hospital in my home state of Connecticut. It's the only healthcare system that focuses primarily on kids, exclusively on kids. So what we're doing differently is that we're donating items, physical things that these kids can enjoy. Nintendo Switches, video games, t-shirts, toys, whatever. We're going to give them to the hospital to use with the kids. So every single dollar that we raise from this event will go right to the hospital, right to this Leave a Legacy fund that we're making. It's all going for a great cause. I'm really excited, pivoting. Our next friend joining us on the stream is somebody that Livid and I have been good friends with on the channel for quite some time. You guys might know him most recently for covering some of his New World content, which has been incredibly popular. Our good friend Vulcan, welcome to the stream.
What's going on? Thank you guys so much for having me. I'm excited to be here.
Dude, I am so glad to have you. I mean, we've been friends for a while now, and you are just absolutely killing it. You just keep finding new ways to reinvent yourself and kill the content game. Absolutely crushing it in New World, but not talking about New World today because we're actually playing a game that you and Livid both covered extensively back in the day. Talk to me a little bit about your time with Remnant from the Ashes.
Man, so this game, I talk about it all the time. This game is one of those that really snuck up on me. I had seen a little bit about it, and I was really excited to finally get my hands on it. But I'm not a big Souls-like person, right? Because when it comes to those games, I'm just not good at them. So originally, I was like, I don't know if I want to play Remnant because people were, it's real Souls-like. But I decided, what? Let's give it a shot. Dove in, instantly fell in love. I love the world. It has this like dystopian kind of apocalyptic, but at the same time, really kind of supernatural look to it. And it's just so much fun. So jumped in, played through that, and decided, I'm going to start creating some content around it. And started doing that, and it really took off. This was the the first big game for my channel that really brought people to it, and I would say kind of put me on the map. Nice. Yeah, it's also still one of the biggest games I have, or videos I have. It's like 900K on one of my videos. So
that's awesome, man.
Yeah.
So, I mean, what was it about this game? You mentioned the dystopian vibe. You mentioned not being, super into Souls-like, but there's something about this game because obviously you loved it, Livid loved it. I mean, there's something here that the developers got really right. What was it for you?
So it was definitely the gunplay, right? The way I always described this game was Dark Souls with guns. And I think the gunplay is so well done. Coming from being a big Bungie fan, right? Destiny, Halo, they just nail gunplay. And this one really kind of falls in that same vein. And everything feels so tight, accurate. But then at the same time, there's so much potential to build your character out. All the different items you can get, the different mods, they all feel extremely unique. And I think that really just kind of sucked me into it. Not to mention the story is pretty good.
So what are you guys doing right here? Because right now Livid and Vulcan are playing live, and I think this is some sort of survival mode.
Yeah.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So so this is survival mode. Basically, think of it like a roguelike. So me and Livid both have sunk so much time into this game that we have just characters that'll steamroll everything. Mm-hmm. So this mode allows you to go in and you start off naked with a pistol and some currency. You buy a couple starter items and then roll through randomized maps.
Okay.
And at the end of each map, you have a boss. If you manage to survive, then you get more currency. You can go back and buy some new stuff and continue moving. If you die, then you start all over.
Was this something that was in the game originally, or is this newer content?
No.
This is newer content.
I was going to say, that's pretty awesome. I didn't realize this was even a mode within the game.
Yep.
Yeah.
They
alluded to it, and they were like, yeah, we're adding in something that we think... Because they're really torn between a horde mode, where it is wave-based, and people really wanted that, but they didn't want to take kind of the generic route with it. So they decided, let's put in our own little spin roguelike and see how things work out. And it worked out pretty well.
That's great. So most recently, I mean, absolutely blowing it away in New World. What the heck happened, man? You just like popped off overnight, and you're just like steamrolling closer to 100K. What's going on there?
Oh, man. So I think it's just one of those things where, you know, timing and the right type of videos really just set my channel up for success. Coming in, having some builds, having some generic knowledge, because the way I like to design my channel is, you know, if I was explaining something to a friend that, hey, yeah, he snuck up on you. If I was explaining something to a friend, like, you know, hey, you know, Vulcan, what's New World? You know, what would I talk about first? How would I explain it to them? And what are some of the key things that they would need to know to get started playing? And I try to design all my videos like that, where it's just more of a me talking to some buddies type of approach. And I think maybe that helped with some of those videos kind of popping off. But yeah, it's been phenomenal, to be honest with you.
It must be. I mean, look. We still, whenever one of those videos pops up, it's a great feeling. But I mean, to have so many pop off in conjunction, I mean, it's almost like this like wave of like just dopamine that you can't stop because it's just so exciting all the time. Every video, it's like 100K, 200K, 300K. You're like, what is happening?
It is such a high. Let me tell you, it's gonna be real tough when it stops, and and I have to move on to the next game or kind of figure out what I want to do next. And because I think that's something that, you know, both of our channels, we do a little bit different compared to other folks, right? A lot of channels have one game that they really focus on and put a lot of time and effort into, but we seem to go from game to game to game. And a lot of that for me personally is I've always just been a big gamer at heart, so I'm always looking forward to the next thing and to the next big thing. And yeah, you know, it's that old saying, right? You know, there's nothing wrong with chicken, but you can't eat it every day, right? So
I've never heard that, but that's awesome.
Yeah. So you know,
is that one of those? Remind me, you're Virginia, right?
I'm Kansas.
Kansas. Is that one of those like Midwest, South Midwest things? Because I've never heard that up here in Connecticut.
That is 1,000% probably a Midwest thing.
That's awesome. Nothing wrong with chicken, but you can't eat it every day.
Exactly.
Oh my God. Oh, that just made my night.
Yes. So that's exactly the way I approach gaming. You know, nothing wrong with Remnant, New World, Halo, but you can't do it every single day. You need to have some variety in your life.
Yeah. Well, so I mean, let's talk about that for a second, though, because you know we're talking about an MMORPG that's been incredibly successful for your channel. I mean, that content's not going anywhere. In fact, it just launched, right? So, you know, is that something that what's going to happen? So, I mean, you're known as Vulcan ARPG, right? Like you are the ARPG guy. That's kind of how you got your start. You know, are you going to cover Diablo 4 and New World at the same time? Like, how are you going to do those things?
That's the game plan, right? So the next big one's Lost Ark. Which is kind of like a hybrid, but I do plan on it. The way I've kind of done it in the past is I've been lucky, one, where there's a lull in content between, you know, the games, but at the same time, it's really just kind of figuring out where I need to spend most of that time, and also letting my audience tell me, right? If they spend a lot of time watching all my New World stuff, but then they don't spend any time watching Lost Ark, things like that, then I'll take that as an indicator that, hey, you know, maybe this isn't something they're interested in right now, and I need to make some adjustments. New World is going to be a little bit different because I think that one's going to be very ebb and flow.
Right.
So we'll see how that one turns out. But I do plan on covering multiple games.
That's going to be, I mean, it's, you know, we've talked about covering an MMO for quite a while. New World wasn't it for us. We just didn't pull the trigger, and rightfully so. Livid enjoys it as a casual MMO. As I've told you in DMs, like, it's just not for me. So I, you know, because it's such a commitment to cover an MMORPG, so I'm, you know, more power to you, man, especially with Lost Ark. That got delayed though, right? So you have a little bit of time?
I do have a little bit of time. That's going to be, early 2022. Now they have a beta coming up here pretty soon.
Oh,
so
nice. Okay.
yeah, so we'll be able to jump in on that, and I'm not sure if you guys will, but it's gonna be, I think, for a week. So
Oh, cool.
yeah, so I plan on jumping in and doing a little bit of content around that one, just to kind of cover, what you can expect, first look type stuff.
Now remind me. I know Livid's told me about this game before. That's is it South Korean ARPG?
It is.
Yeah.
It is. And this one's a little bit different. They were able to westernize it pretty well. I've jumped on and played the Russian version that they've had out for quite some time, and it works pretty well. There's a lot of really cool features in it, and the combat system is great. It feels truly like a Diablo Online,
Gotcha.
which is great.
So
Yeah.
what's gonna set it apart from the other ARPGs, that are out here in the West?
So, I think it's just going to be that online element, right? When it comes to action RPGs here in the West, they're very feast and famine. You play a lot of them for, here in like a month. Look at Diablo 3, right? You play a ton of it when the new season's here, but then when the season's moving on, not necessarily. You don't log in. Same thing with Path of Exile. You play a lot and then you move on. Lost Ark is going to be more always there because there's going to be constant events, things to engage in. Plus, there's a whole bunch of different classes that you're going to be able to go. I think there's 18 total classes, so there's going to be a lot of content to roll through.
And they're not your typical classes either, right? Isn't there some like really interesting like Techmancer and stuff like that? It's like some really different stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. There's Techmancer, there's Paladin, there's Brawler, there's Bard, regular like Warrior, Priest. There's a whole bunch of different ones that you can kind of jump in and figure out. But the cool thing is each one also has different, specs and builds and things you can do. So yeah, there's just tons of stuff, and I think that's going to be the thing that really gives it some legs to stand on. It got announced in 2017, and here we are in 2021, and people are still clamoring for it, wanting it to be here in the West. So it didn't ever really kind of fall off the radar, which is a good sign.
Do you think it's going to be, a pretty popular game across the board?
I do. I know my Discord people are just, they're so excited for it.
Gotcha.
To the point where, they're still playing the Russian version and the South Korean version, and they're already prepping, making builds ahead of time and all sorts of cool stuff.
So, is it a separate team that's going to be focused on the Western side of things? Like, how are they going to, if it's an MMO type of ARPG, how are they going to modernize that and make it, applicable in the West?
So, yes, right. So it's being published by Amazon. So, yeah,
right. I forgot about that. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, so Smilegate's the actual developer, and they hired, a bunch of folks to help kind of support the game from their end. But Amazon also hired some people to take care of the Western side of things in the publishing. They're also helping with the localization and all of that. So there's a whole bunch of different stuff that Amazon's doing to help out. But Smilegate's been pretty, I guess, not adamant, but specific on the way they want things to be converted across. So, we still want to keep the spirit and the identity of the game and not just sacrifice everything for the sake of being Western.
And that's the South Korean developer, Smilegate.
Yep, correct.
So they have this list of demands or whatever requirements that they want to make sure that the integrity of the game doesn't get ruined in the translation.
Exactly.
Got
So,
it.
yeah, they were talking about it. It's some odd, like, geez, they were talking about like over 1 million, lines of code and stuff they had to change, and then they were talking about like, tens of thousands of lines of dialogue that they had to flip over from South Korean to English, and they had to make sense. So it was a pretty big undertaking, and one that I think even myself, why isn't this here yet? They told us 3 years ago it'd be here, and you just forget how big of a project it truly is.
And it's so funny. I always think of that sort of stuff as like the equivalent of like busy work in the gaming world. Like remastering a game or converting it, localizing it. Like, man, that does not sound like the fun side of game dev. You know what I mean?
Not at all.
I don't know how people do it, because it just sounds like you said, thousands of lines of dialogue, converting that from South Korean to English. Like, that does not sound like fun in any way you slice it.
Oh.
It just doesn't sound like fun.
Not at all. And I think, you know, being somebody who went into the game dev world and tried my, you know, my hat at 3D animation and making actual games and all that, even the big things like 3D animation are tedious, and you have to be a very specific person to enjoy that type of stuff.
Yeah. Hey, I'm going to take a quick second here. Greg, thank you for the 5 spot. Appreciate you, brother. And then Alregard, I think that's how you pronounce it. Thank you for becoming a founder. Just so everybody knows, all of the donations from becoming a member or super chat stickers, all are going towards the Leave a Legacy Fund today. So whether you want to become a member or if you want to just do a super chat, all that money will go to the hospital, go towards all of those video game consoles and accessories that we've talked about. Since we've got Vulcan here, and I know Vulcan... Now, remind me, you're not a console player. Are you a console player or not a console player?
I am on both.
You are both. Right. That's what I thought. Okay, so
Yeah.
while we've got Vulcan here, I figured we'd do another Power A giveaway while these two are focused on their thing. So just so you guys know, Power A is part of our sponsors for today. They've given us 10 of these wired controllers to give away. They're enhanced Xbox controllers. They've got metallic D-pads. They've got a headset dial, all that cool stuff. I don't really use a lot of controllers, so... but I do my due diligence, and I do know that Power A makes some really good products. So we're going to be giving away 2 of these right now on the Discord server. So as we've been showing people, you have to do a couple things to get into our Discord. Join, of course, then accept the rules in the welcome channel. Once you do that, you'll be able to assign yourself the giveaways role. And then once you do that, you'll be able to join in all of our giveaways moving forward. You only have to do those steps one time, and then you have access to all of our giveaways moving forward. That includes games, freebies in terms of, I don't even know, artwork. We've done some artwork giveaways. In this case, we're doing accessories. So this is going to be for 2 of the Xbox wired controllers. I'm going to do the giveaway right now. I'm going to put on some music, and we'll be right back with you guys in just a few short seconds.
Oh, we just got a...
All right.
Another
While
game.
we were away, Simply Kate 17, just so everybody knows, that is my family, and I love them dearly, made another $100 donation. So you guys know what that means. That brings us over our $1,000 mark, which means we have hit our third stretch goal, which means Livid and I will be donating a Nintendo Switch to the Leave a Legacy Fund. We will also, of course, take all of the money that that has been donated, put it into the bundles, and hopefully be able to get more Switches, more games, more awesome stuff for these kids. So thank you to everybody who's donated. Greg, Aligrad, Simply Kate 17, 4am, all you guys, fantastic. So our next goal is 2,500. It is a lofty goal. We've still got 4.5 hours to go. If we get to that goal, Livid and I will donate 5 more video games into the fund. And yeah, we just gotta keep plugging away here. All right, so while we were gone, what is happening on this stream right now? This thing is huge. It's jumping at you. I don't like what I see right now.
We got a boss fight. We got Ur4 the Jackal, so we'll see what we're working with here.
So so Livid's rocking a crossbow, so that can't be good. That can't be the best weapon in the game. I mean, he's doing like 100 damage every time he hits him. There's no way that's good.
Oh man, the boss just got stronger because the longer you take to clear bosses and maps and things like that, they grow in strength.
Okay.
So you have to stay kind of ahead of the curve a little bit. You have to kill enemies. Oh shoot, I fell off. You have to kill enemies to gain experience, and
you're just dead, aren't you?
I think I'm just dead.
Oh, I'm dead.
Oh,
Yep.
Do we lose? Oh no!
We lose. No.
Guys, you're supposed to be the best of the best.
That's on me. I rolled off the platform.
Oh, well, that's a classic move. I mean, you can't be mad about that.
I mean, watch my footing.
That's too
We're
funny.
just showing off the game. We're just showing off the game mode. So this is what happens when you die, and it's fine.
Too funny. You know, it's so funny that people don't realize how hard it is to also talk and play a video game.
It's
incredibly
tough.
hard.
I keep like losing focus, so it's tough.
All right,
But
so
hey,
now,
that's okay.
so you're still doing the survival mode. So what happens if you die in survival mode? Do you like just literally start over, like completely new level, completely new everything?
Yep.
Completely.
Yep. So you can see I'm naked, Livid's naked, and we get 1,000 scrap, 1,000 currency. And the cool thing is you have these different pillars. So you have an armor pillar, a weapon pillar, accessories, consumables, and then health. And you can spend that 1,000 however you want to kit out your character.
Okay.
So yeah, so like one of the things you want to get, right, is armor. That way you're protected against stuff. There's different resistances.
Yeah, and different perks and sets and everything.
Mhm.
If you get
Gotcha.
the pieces.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so crazy. Like this game, it's not a live service, right? So they've obviously released content for it, but this honestly, minus the Souls thing, reminds me a lot about Outriders and like what Outriders could have been in a sense. Because now that I watch this because I'm watching this after playing Outriders and covering Outriders, like I really want to jump into this because it looks so good and it kind of looks like all the things about Outriders that I wanted in the game. Which is funny because this all happened way before, I wasn't playing this game. I know Livid was covering it, and you were covering it. I was not playing this one, but it looks so good. Like it's so snappy, like you said.
It is. It's so well put together, like in such a time. And I think this is the thing that really drew a lot of people to it. The state of the industry right now is, a AAA game releases, but it's going to be 8 to 12 months before it's actually at a point where, it's clean, it's optimized, and it plays well. Remnant launched that way, and it really reminded me of the way games used to launch.
Yeah.
And me and Livid were just talking about that, just how like snappy, clean, optimized, and it just runs so well on just about anything, which is great.
Now, how big is this team? Do you have any idea how big the team was that put it together?
I do not.
I don't know the exact numbers.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not. Is it considered a AAA game?
I think they did consider a AAA game. When I was talking to the developer, I always spun it as, the developers were surprised at how well the game did.
Okay.
But talking to the developers, they said, no, we knew exactly how well it was going to do. We believed in it. I'm like, well, that's good at least.
They have to say that though.
Exactly. But this was the same team that did, I believe, the Darksiders stuff, if I remember correctly.
Oh, okay.
Right. I don't know if they
Yeah.
did 3. They might have done
Yeah.
3.
But yeah, they definitely did 1 and 2.
Gotcha. So now you guys are back in another survival mode, right?
Yep. So all randomized from all the different worlds. So there's
Yeah, and-
different. Yeah, go ahead, Livid.
And the cool thing about survival and the other game modes, like aside from the main adventure mode, is there are secret rewards that you can earn by getting progression through here that carry over and bind to your main account.
Oh, that's pretty neat.
So there's rewards you can earn by doing X amount of bosses on this or in a certain amount of time and stuff like that.
Gotcha. Now, is the loot shared? Like, you guys have to coordinate with each other, like who takes what?
Yes.
Yes.
Ah.
As well as ammo.
Oh wow! I mean, so that's like the soul stuff coming into really into play because like if Livid steals all the ammo, there's no way for him to drop some for you, right?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I generally watch what gun he's using, and I know not to pick up the brick of that color if I'm using a different one.
Gotcha.
Yep. We got a big boy here.
So I remember watching Livid play this game, but I don't remember this world or these guys at all. What world are we in right now?
So this is the second world called ROM.
Okay.
And this one is pretty interesting. So it's all radiation. Essentially, long story short, this game, there's this thing called the Root that invades worlds and takes it over. It's like a corruption. This is the worst case scenario where basically the leader of this world decided, took the nuclear option. They used to be this way super crazy advanced race, and they completely nuked the planet, scorched everything, sent them back to the Stone Age, and got rid of the corruption that way. So
there's no root on the planet, but they're in like a prehistoric situation.
Yep, but unfortunately the root's coming back, so it bought them some time. And the interesting thing is, the one that took the nuclear option, that king, they still live in a place of like futuristic and high technology and stuff. So as you progress through this world, you go from Stone Age to futuristic.
Oh, is he like eventually like an end boss or something?
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. So
You can-
I mean, that was one of the
optional.
things that I remember watching Livid playing and taking on some of these bosses. I mean, they're absolutely crazy hard in some senses. Like, you know, do you enjoy like that aspect of this game, or do you just enjoy like the rest of it? I guess you could say.
So I definitely enjoy the bosses in this game. And I think this goes into the gunplay aspect. I do not enjoy bosses in Dark Souls because I'm terrible at it. I'll spend hours just on a boss in that game and get super frustrated. But in this one, I think the whole shooting aspect gives you a big enough crutch that you don't feel like you have to time things super, down to the millisecond, or there's room for error because you're ranged. You can sit back and shoot stuff from afar, whereas in Dark Souls you have to be right up on top of stuff for the most part.
Yeah, no, I mean it's so crazy just watching this game, as most of the games people have played today I've played. So like I have a connection with it. I know what it is. This is one of those ones like sometimes you forget when you make videos, like it's actually kind of cool to watch people play games.
Yeah.
And that's kind of like I'm like enjoying watching you guys do this, because it's like something, and that was the same with Connor was just on from Quebec Corner. Same thing with Hypixel. I've never played anything on Hypixel, so watching Livid and him do that, and watching you and Livid do this right now, is like, wow, man, it is cool to watch people play video games.
And and that's something that you forget about, right? It's like you just
totally.
mentioned. You go into content creation and you're so almost focused on, would that make a good video? Do I need to record that? Do I need to write this down? Do I need to, and you're not fully kind of enjoying the game or anything like that. And I've talked about that at length with a couple of my friends. And it's been good, but there's some games where I just won't make content because I truly want to sit back and enjoy the game.
Yeah, I think that's kind of where Livid came down the mountain for New World, right? Because we kind of realized that I wasn't invested in it, so I wasn't going to be like really any help if I was content wise, and Livid was into it, but like casually so. And so, which is strange because it's probably the bigger game of the year. I mean, Steam DB wise, it was probably was it the biggest game of the year? Maybe.
So far, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so it's funny that it's like one of those games that, you know, you would think you would really love and just want to jump on as a content creator. But for us, it was just like, didn't click, which is cool because, you know, not everybody has to have the exact same experience. You know what I mean? With content creation.
Exactly.
Man, that's cool. So let's pivot back and talk about New World for a second. Obviously, you've established yourself as one of the content creators to watch, you know, constantly putting out quality content. What are you're 60 at this point, right?
Yep.
All right. So what after playing the game at length, what are some of the things you hope to see in the future with that game, you know, development wise?
So I have a couple. One of them, I definitely want to see some of the more traditional end game content that you would see in MMOs. I want to see raids. I think raids would work out really well in that game. I come from a very long history in World of Warcraft, and that was one of my things that I absolutely loved were raids. You know, going through Ice Crown Citadel, going through, you know, even simple things like Onyxia's Lair, but being able to get into a group of 10 players, 25 players, and go through that content is really where I get a lot of my fulfillment. New World doesn't have anything like that. They have 5-mans, and as fun as those are, and they are challenging, it just doesn't have that same feel. So I really want to see that in the future. I was gonna say I'm not on Team Mount. I don't think it needs mounts, personally. So, were you gonna say something, Livid?
No, I mean, no, I was gonna say with the mount thing, I'm not entirely mounts either, but I do think there could be a universal, like everybody gets the same speed mount or something like that, like a horse or something like that. That if you get tagged, you get knocked off and you can't summon it for X amount of time. Like, I think that would be a fine way to implement it. I don't want flying mounts because we all know what flying mounts did to World of Warcraft.
Yep.
You know, I don't want mounts with varying speeds because we all know what that does to, like, you know, equality when it comes to combat. You know, there's a lot of things that are really fine lines with that. Like, I'd want like the most basic restricted version of mounts if they were going to add mounts. But
I
otherwise,
saw a lot of people
you know,
talking about like mass public transit, like a really established public transit system that made just made the game feel more connected across the world. Whereas like right now, and this is one of my problems with the game, each region feels incredibly isolated from the other regions.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't feel like they flow into each other the right way.
Yeah. And I think one of my things too, you know, that, you know, I saw it on Reddit, but somebody's talking about, you know, something even as simple as like, oh, watch out for that.
You're dead.
All right,
I'm getting targeted by the shaman and those.
It's too powerful.
He's out of practice too. Let's cut him some slack.
Makes two of us. But you know, it was cool. It was like, if you're running on a road, you get a 30% movement speed increase or like something like that, where it makes it a little bit easier and for you to travel and do all that. Oh gosh, I need to clear.
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna
get me. Yeah. But the mass transit system's cool. I do think there needs to be a change to Azoth and the fast travel system. Yeah. It just feels like something as simple as fast traveling is too much of a big decision.
Yeah.
It's
I
like,
mean, you think about like Flight Pass back in vanilla WoW, and granted they expanded Flight Pass. They expanded Flight Pass immensely over time. You know, so much so that there was like 3 Flight Pass in each zone, which was a little much. But like even something like that, like that's where I feel like the Azoth system, like I don't understand why that currency, which is so important to so many other aspects, is tied into fast traveling. It doesn't make sense to me personally.
And see, I'm in the same boat, right? I feel like in a game that large, you know, the currency used for fast travel doesn't need to be as impactful or as important as everything else. I feel like it just needs to be a simple decision of, okay, yeah, sure, you know, I want to drop, 5 gold to travel from point A to point B. But that's it. It doesn't need to be, okay, do I want to be able to respec and reset my character using Azoth? or do I want to travel from one settlement to another? Because that's basically one of the decisions you have to make. So,
Or do you want to craft some items? Like, yeah.
exactly.
Yeah,
So-
it's a weird system that blurs, it's multiple systems that feed into this Azoth thing, which doesn't, like, the systems don't relate in a way, and it's just strange. It's very strange.
Honestly, the Azoth system to me has always felt like a mobile energy meter, like a mobile game energy meter.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And I really do, like, they say they're not going to implement those things, but I know.
It's like,
I see it blatantly.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
So-
I like the roads idea that you had. Like, that's cool. I mean, running on a road versus running on, through the jungle, it should be faster, right? So, like, there's
Exactly.
simple things that they can do, and I honestly think that's going to be the key. Is, like, this is what we saw with Outriders. Like, when they made too many big bad decisions, it has a really negative ripple effect across the community. Amazon is probably taking in all of this information. They know the things they need to fix, gameplay wise, but the changes they need to make can't be too drastic, or it'll piss off a lot of people. You know what I mean?
Exactly. You're exactly right. And I think, we're to a point where the honeymoon phase is about over. We've been here for a month now. And so we're kind of getting to the point where, okay, now what do we truly need to do? What's truly needing to be changed? What's not so something we're not going to be able to live with, right? Because every game has that. Okay, well, it's fine. I don't need to worry about it right now because it's not that big of a deal. But then, as you have to do it day in, day out, suddenly it becomes a huge deal.
They need to. I mean, first they need to get the server transfer thing behind them, right?
Yes, absolutely. That's one thing they need to do. They need to make it so it doesn't delete people's characters either.
Yeah.
The small things.
The small things. Your 200-hour character suddenly disappears.
Exactly. So you have that, and
ads.
Okay, gotcha. So you have that, but then you have a few other things, right? The weapon system I think is good. I would like to see some more skills on each weapon. Right now, you almost feel like you have to stick with the ones you get per tree. There are some situations where you don't have to, but that really kind of handicaps the build capability. I want to make all these different builds, but at the same time, there isn't a ton of build variety that you can go out and workarounds.
Yeah, I mean, I think the game is, as ESO was, Danny was talking about earlier in the day, like, it's got a decent foundation. It launched pretty okay for an MMO, but, we're in 2021. People have high expectations of an MMORPG, and it's just, it works against any company that's going to put out an MMO forever moving forward. Which is fine. I mean, look, we should have high expectations of the games that we play. Just realize, it's a company like Amazon. They're one of the few companies that's not going to run into monetary restrictions. Like, right? Like, if the Vulcan, legacy developer studio came out with an MMORPG, there's no way it would ever succeed. There's just not enough people, not enough resources.
Yeah.
Amazon, they've got enough resources to put out, multiple games, multiple flops, and now all they have left is New World. They got to focus on it, and they got to get it right. And, that's just going to take really careful work. But carefully fast work at the same time.
Yes. Because, I mean, the two games that they're working on, right? New World and Lost Ark. And so they have two massive MMOs on their hands that have a ton of attention on them, but they also have a ton of expectations. It's not like, oh, what's this new game, Lost Ark, that, we haven't seen before. It's, okay, we know exactly how it runs in Russia. We know how it runs in South Korea and in Japan. And we know that, what capabilities it has and how effective it can be. So it needs to be the same or better when, the West gets its hands on it.
Right. Yeah, and it's interesting because, even though Amazon is the publisher of Lost Ark in the West, people are only going to see Amazon Game Studios as the name on that. Who's the developer for it over here in the West?
It's Amazon too.
Oh, they are developing it too. Oh, okay. I thought they were just publishing it.
So it's a joint effort between Smilegate and Amazon.
Okay.
So Yeah, so Smilegate is kind of like the lead developer, and Amazon's helping kind of move it over.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Interesting. Dakota Rose, thank you so much for the $20. Keep up the great work, guys. Thank you so much. We absolutely will. We hit our $1,000 stretch goal. We're moving on to the next one. Obviously, we've still got about 4 hours left in the stream. We've got about 10 minutes left with our good friend Vulcan. So yeah, thank you, Dakota, and thank you everybody else who's donated. Thank you so much. Let's talk about Remnant 2. We were talking about this before we went live here, talking about how much you guys love this game. There's the potential, maybe, that this game continues or this world continues in the future. You know what? And Livid, feel free to chime in here too. You know, what would you guys like to see in a second iteration or an evolution of this game?
Heavy melee builds.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Oh, definitely that. More of the same. Double down on what they did right. So, gunplay, amazing. Build potential, solid. I would like to see more items. I'd like to see potentially like skill trees where you could have some deeper progression into your character.
Okay.
I have no issues with the world. The world itself is incredibly well put together. The lore is sound, so there really isn't any issue there.
Okay.
But like Livid said, melee builds, because that's one of the problems for this game right now is you really don't have a way to really do just a full melee style build. There just isn't the gear for that. There just isn't the build for it. It's so heavily, focused on weapons, and that's kind of where we're at. But I think for a second one, I would just love to see more of the same.
Nice. Livid, how about you?
Yeah, like I said, melee builds I think would be the most I would really like to see, because they started to lean into it a little bit with this one, but they just weren't like, I don't want to say they're not viable. They weren't enjoyable to use.
Was it really just hack, move on?
Yeah, it's not like, I don't feel like there was enough of like a flourish to the weapons to really feel good as like, dodge rolling and stuff with like guns, or the mods that you get on guns. There's no mods you could put on your melee weapons.
Gotcha. Okay. And no, so remind me, was it everybody could have a melee weapon as well as their ranged weapons?
Melee weapon and 2 ranged weapons.
So basically, it's like somebody gets close to you, hit a button, and you use a melee attack.
Yeah, that's how it felt.
Got it.
But there was like, you could do melee builds with like bleed and stuff like that, and it worked, but it wasn't fun.
Yeah, it wasn't good. It got overshadowed by ranged super quick.
Got it.
Yeah. So like, I think that would be a nice change to just add that as a viability. I'd like to see maybe armor components expanded from 3 slots to 5 slots to make it so you could do a mix and match of sets rather than, right now you only get like, it's only worth it really to run a full 3-piece. The hybrid builds just weren't really a good thing. They weren't as strong, right? But having 5 slots, they make it gloves, heads, chest, legs, and boots. You could do 3-piece one, 2-piece another, or 2 and 1, and I think that'd be way more interesting. So I just, like their gunplay systems and everything are phenomenal, and the world is amazing. The weapon combat's good. Everything's good about the game. It just needs more and to be expanded. That's it.
Gotcha. So you guys
don't
both
broke
think,
what's already there.
You guys both think that there is something coming down the pike?
Yeah, I think there is.
Yeah. It did so well, right? It sold incredibly well. And like we were talking about, they're still hyping it up today. Remnant was posting about some giveaways they were doing, and it's on sale right now, and this and that. So they're still continuing just to market the game and keep it in the back of your mind. Then they have those expansions, but there's just so much groundwork laid out too from a story perspective that it would make sense. A lot of people are thinking it's going to be Remnant Return of the Root.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which would be really cool, I think.
Nice.
And there's like all these other wards that we never explored, like all the different places that humanity's been in, all these other worlds you could possibly go to. Like they have the perfect base to like honestly turn this into any game they want if they wanted to, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I feel like you've said that to me since the beginning, Livid, is like, they found at a foundational level, like they created a world that could be infinitely expanded, and that was so smart of them.
Yeah. And it's in a way that feels good.
Yeah.
Yes. it's very much like Stargate, right? So you can continuously just build on, okay, well, there's these magical crystals in this game that take you to different, dimensions and universes, and they can just whip up another one.
Right, right. That's cool stuff. I mean, it's great to watch you guys play this. I mean, honestly, it makes me want to get back into trying it again now that I've, played a little bit more third-person shooters, and like what you guys are doing, the survival mode is really cool. I didn't even know this was a thing in the game now.
Yeah.
Yeah, super awesome. Well, Vulcan, we've got about 5 minutes left with you. I want to end, because I've kind of been ending this with every content creator. You've learned a lot over the last couple of years making content. Obviously, you do video work as your primary job, just like we do. But curious, over the last couple of years, what have you learned? Like, if somebody came up to you on the streets and was like, man, what's your one tip for content creation? Like, what's the one thing you wish you had known, before you started or early on? I was just curious, what would you say?
So my big, I guess, tip or thing that I learned was be okay taking risk.
Nice.
So, one of the things for myself was I was always so concerned with what people were thinking, or, how they would react to a video, or, what, my image was, and this and that. And it just, it put me into a place where I didn't want to take any risk, because I was so afraid that it would send people away, right? I would lose a ton of subscribers, and I would lose my channel identity and integrity, all these things, right? And that is almost paralyzing. And then I just kind of said, it's my channel, it's my hobby, it's my passion project. Let's explore some things that I want to explore, and let's be okay taking those risks and seeing how things pan out. And one of the biggest risks I took was I moved from MMOs when I first made my channel into action RPGs, and then obviously with Remnant, jumping in and taking a risk on a Souls-like shooter, and then a risk jumping into New World, when that was kind of completely outside of my wheelhouse. So being able to jump in and take those things, I think, is going to be incredibly important for anybody that wants to jump in and get started on content creation. I'm actually mentoring a couple people right now on starting their own channels. So.
Oh, that's great, man. Well, that's awesome. And honestly, part of why we started the charity event was because we were at a point where we wanted to give back in whatever way we could. When people can ask either of us, Livid and myself, questions about creating channels and all that stuff all day long, we'd be happy to answer them. But it's funny. Like, I think there's a point that every content creator gets to where, like, man, I want to do something just for the good of the world. I feel like everybody gets to that point. I know you've talked about it. That's where we're at, kind of with Leave a Legacy. Quebec Corner's talking about it. It's just, it feels good to help people using the platform that we've been working and are so passionate about. You know what I mean?
Exactly. And and that's really, I think, why I created the channel to begin with. I got to a point where I didn't have a ton of people that played games anymore. People kind of just fell out of the whole gaming space, and I wanted to create and find a community of people who wanted to play games, create a positive atmosphere, an inclusive atmosphere. And I'm super proud of the community I have now, and we're a bastion for so many people, which is great. And I never would have thought that would come from a YouTube channel, but it's been really cool.
It's funny, you said that people have fallen out of games. I think of my old World of Warcraft guild, who many of them came to my wedding back in, when was that, 2017? And so I think, it's only been a few years since then, right? But like most of them, they'll play a game or two, but a lot of them are not in the gaming space anymore. And it's amazing how much things can change in just a few short years. So, to have your own channel, have your own community built around games that you love and games that other people love, it's a cool feeling. And it's one of the special things about being a content creator.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself, to be honest with you.
All right, man. Well, thank you. I'm gonna let you guys. I don't know what the heck you guys are gonna do. You can finish it up, or you can you can call it quits. But We're going to take a quick break. Vulcan, thank you so much for taking some time out of your day to join us for the charity event. And, you know, obviously we're good friends. We're going to talk probably, you know, in a week or two, and then hopefully we'll do another one of these really soon.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me. And this has been a phenomenal opportunity. So I appreciate it. And yeah, thanks.
All right. All right, man. Thanks. All right, guys, we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back with our next guest and our next game, which is, and I'm blanking right now, I believe it's Halion playing Hades. So we'll be back in a couple minutes with that.
The truth is a damn hard pill to swallow. I'm reaching out, but all I feel is hollow. I wanna make you work, but all I do is make you worse. The truth is a damn hard pill to swallow. Don't you wanna come on over? Don't you wanna work it out?
Hey everybody, we are back. We are closing in 4 hours left in the stream. We've got two fantastic guests left, and coming up is Halion. He is, I don't know if he's the king of the roguelites, but I think he's pretty much the king of the roguelites, specifically Hades. Everybody knows Halion for playing Hades. It is one of the biggest games of the last few years by the developer Supergiant, one of probably my favorite games of the last few years. And when it comes to Hades and content creation, I think of Halion, so that's why I reached out to him. But before we get there, guys, we do have 4 hours left in the stream. We've got Halion, we've got some of our friends from Connecticut Children's joining us, and then you've got me and Livid for the last 2 hours. We're going to be doing more giveaways, more games, more interviews, all that good stuff. Again, if you guys can donate, we would appreciate all the support we can get on the event. Just a couple bucks, $1, $2, $5, it does not matter. You can use the super chat feature. You can become a member of the channel. Both are going to go directly into our Leave a Legacy fund. But for now, I want to bring in Halion, who is just ramping up here, getting ready for a run in Hades. Halion, welcome, welcome, welcome. So good to have you with us today.
Hey, Cody. Thanks for having me on today.
Of course. So you are the king of Hades. How did that happen? Where did that come from?
Oh, geez. Where did it start? It really just kind of began as a love for Supergiant games, the developers and creators of Hades, as well as many other beautiful games before it. I just became really passionate about their games when I first discovered Bastion, their first game, and then Transistor.
Such a great game.
Oh my God. Like just hit after hit. I loved them all so much. So then they surprised us with this Hades launch and early access, and I was actually upset. I missed it by like 2 weeks. I didn't know for 2 weeks it even existed because they had a surprise launch in December of 2018. I was mad about it because I didn't know. But yeah, I started playing in early access, and quickly in early access, this is very early stages, the last boss was only the second boss now, Lerny.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah, so I quickly ran out of content. So it's like, well, now what do I do? So I decided to start trying to speedrun the game, and kind of just led from one thing to another, and it just wound up me just playing the game over and over and over again. Eventually decided to try to show other people that kind of stuff, and it just kind of snowballed from there, basically.
Man, that's crazy. I mean, it's such a testament to the game, too, that you can keep playing it, still have fun with it, because it is such a good game. What about Hades, for you, what was the thing about the game that really, spoke to you?
I was already getting, semi-interested in the roguelike genre, I think, and I think Hades just kind of, cemented something. It's like, wow, I really like this. I like the idea of just really being able to continuously play, there never being a true ending or anything like that, where you just have to start completely from scratch again. And just the experimentation, I think a lot of things that we miss in games, and this inexplicable thing that makes a game not as good as we hope, is that it lacks surprises and things like that. And Hades is just a game that I think is absolutely full of surprises.
I mean, it's probably one of the, in terms of the roguelites, and maybe even games in general, probably one of the closest games that I can remember that's as close to perfect as it comes.
Right.
I mean, if you really think about it and you sat down with a pen and paper and you're like, what would I change about Hades? The list has to be minuscule. I mean, if existing at all, because it's just that good.
Yeah, I know, it's true. I mean, it was so close to, it did win a bunch of Game of the Year awards for different institutions. Not quite the Game of the Year or anything like that, but just the music, the art, the dialogue, the writing, and then never mind the whole gameplay aspect and things like that. They just did every single thing right with this game, I think. And honestly, I was kind of shocked at the reception that it got after it fully released and everything like that. I'm still almost reeling over a year later at this point at just how big of a thing it has become, honestly.
Yeah, and honestly, we were talking about this with Psyche before, who's a Dead Cells content creator. It's interesting to see the progression of this game and how once it came out into 1.0 launch, it started to really gain steam quickly, and people are like, oh, this Hades game, should I try it? And every time I saw a comment on my on a video, I was like, yes, you should play this game top to bottom, start to finish, just play it, immerse yourself in the game. And one of the things that it does so well is the fact that it adds a story element, a really solid story element, to a roguelike game, which is not something that a lot of roguelites have done. I think of Darkest Dungeon is another one that, there's a thread, a narrative thread that pulls throughout the whole thing. And that's honestly the last piece of the puzzle that made Hades a masterpiece, in my opinion.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. They clearly spent a lot of time, a lot of energy, because it wasn't an easy thing to do when you think about it.
Yeah.
You keep winding up back in the same place. You know, what if they've talked to this person but not that person? Just there's a lot of work that got put into the storyline, and I was absolutely, you know, sucked in like really quickly and just wanting to know what's going to happen for sure by the end of it. But yeah, I think you're right. Like, there's very, very few games in the genre that have pulled this off or even attempted it, honestly. So I'm really happy to see it worked out for them.
Yeah, well, I mean, you are the king of Hades, so would love for you to just, for anybody who doesn't know what this game is, kind of, you know, walk us through a run. What are we doing today?
Sure.
We know you are upper echelon player, so you're going to have to kind of dumb it down for the rest of us who may not be quite at that level yet.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, so I'm basically just going to do a run in Hades, which means we're going to play through the game, fight all the enemies, fight all the bosses. No, there's not going to be any credit sequence or anything like that. There's going to be minimal spoilers or anything if you're planning to look at the game and stuff like that. But yeah, we're just going to play through the game with one of my favorite builds. We're going to try to make it work. It's not always guaranteed. It is, in the end of the day, a roguelike, so anything could happen, really. We're going to try to do one of my favorite builds here, right? And honestly, that's one of those things that kind of makes it better, you know, because if you always got the thing you wanted, then it's not that fun anymore, right?
That's true. All right, so talk to me about this build, this favorite build of yours. What's going to be in it?
Sure, we're going to use the shield weapon. We're going to use Aspect of Beowulf, which means that we can load our casts into the shield, and after we use what they call the bull rush, or really just, you know, this charge mechanic here, the cast explodes at the end of it. So we're going to use Dionysus, try to get Trippy Flare, and I'll basically explain the rest as we go, and hopefully we'll see some big numbers.
Let's do it.
All right. We're going to use about 20 heat, kind of like a medium difficulty, and like medium rare run for me, basically, I'd say.
So when you play this game, I mean, are you constantly trying to do like hardest difficulty all the time, every time?
No,
not worth it, right?
No, I mean, this game has like a modular difficulty system, so it's really hard to even say what that is also, you know. I mostly just try to have fun with the people that are watching and stuff like that, and try to make examples of builds and stuff. Try to find something. It feels like everything in this game has a purpose, you know? Every single hammer upgrade, every single boon and stuff like that you pick up. It feels like there's always a purpose to it. So I always try to find something that people consider not good and turn it into something very good.
Nice.
All right, so we're going to pick up Trippy Flare here. So we're already going to see a lot of big numbers probably right away. All right, so we're going to hop into this Chaos Gate because we only have one cast right now, and we really needed a second one. So I'm going to pray that we got another one here. Okay, not yet. Come on. Cross your fingers over there, Cody. Come on.
I'm crossing them, man. I don't even know what we're looking for right now.
We need an extra cast boon real bad. Oh, didn't happen. We got kind of ruined here. That's okay, though.
Okay. So, I mean, you know, you've been playing this game for a few years now. You said 2018.
Yep.
You know, what has been kind of your experience as you've watched the development of the game? Because a lot of people discovered it, like myself, discovered it after the 1.0 launch, but you've really seen this thing from start to finish. I mean, have you seen the game really evolve over time, or has that vision for what Hades could be, was that always there?
I think that's a very good question. I think there was always this element of there's something really good about this. Like, they set the foundation really, really strong, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that was really good. I think a lot of the visuals really got a lot of polishing later on in the game, so I didn't really know how beautiful it would become. I didn't know how well the story would be. I mean, the music was always kicking butt, though, honestly.
Right.
There was no question there, that's for sure. But, like, the animations and everything fleshed out really fast. You knew there was something special about it, but I mean, you probably know this well too. When you really get close to a game like that, especially early on and things change, it's kind of hard to separate yourself and really give it a fair judgment from, you know, another person's perspective, you know, because you've been so close to it for so long. You don't really know, like, are people even going to like this or not? I just don't know, really.
Yeah. So you got your first hammer there. You're upgrading Bull Rush, which is your special shield move, right?
Yep, so that's the shield charge move here. That's this. Unfortunately, we didn't get anything too special there. We got Breaching Bull Rush, I believe it's called, which means we deal more damage to armored enemies. It's okay. It's not bad.
Okay. I mean, we got a long stretch of game left. Like we're just in the first few rooms of the first floor or the first biome, whatever you want to call it. So we still got a lot of game left.
Oh yeah, we got plenty of time to go.
What were your thoughts on? So you just entered a room for one of the most recent gods that came into the game, or the most recent, right? I know she was kind of controversial in the sense that like people didn't really like her abilities too much. What were your thoughts on? And I'm blanking on her name at the moment.
That's
Demeter.
okay. That's Demeter. Yep, and that's her right there. It's true. She actually came after a point where they already said they were done adding any more gods to the game, where you could get boons from at least. So it was actually a really big surprise. I think it was really called for. Prior to her arrival, it was kind of up in the air. There was a lot of, they had boons that slowed enemies down, because that's sort of her core support there, is that she has boons that slows enemies down using that chill effect. And those effects did kind of already exist in the game, but they were spread across random boons, across random gods. It felt like it wasn't super cohesive. So I think kind of centering all those into one god really made a lot of sense. And I think at the time of her arrival, it was clear she wasn't like super powerful. You know, she wasn't going to make any waves, but I think the variety she added just like is just amazing still. And yeah, I think she has a really good place in the game still.
Is there, I mean, this is one of those games where, you know, roguelike games for the most part are pretty modular, and there could always be more content. This is one of those games, you know, it's so popular, you know, game of the year, like you said, across multiple outlets, not every outlet, but you know, it's very popular, no doubt. You know, do you think this is a game that Supergiant could maybe revisit and be like, okay, you know what, maybe we will make more content for this? Or do you think they're done?
So that is like the fiery question that's been on everyone's mind for forever, really, since it came about. And the developers have always been pretty staunch in saying that they do not plan to make DLC. They never plan to make any DLC or free content for the game. Not as like, you know, a kick towards the players or anything, but just because they put their heart and soul into the base game, and they just never planned for that, and thus we probably won't see it. I mean, it's been, you know, almost 13 months now. You know, they've done some balancing and stuff like that, but I think at this point it's safe to say they're probably moving on to their next projects. And honestly, I'm just as happy for that, if not more potentially, just to see what game they'll come up with next, instead of, you know, waiting for this, you know, one piece of content maybe for this one game.
You know, it's funny too, because there are very few developers that and I'm sure you innately trust, and Supergiant is one of them.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
I mean, granted, Pyre wasn't for everybody, but like, it's still a good game, and everything that they put out has been money. I mean, just really solid. So like, when I see a new Supergiant game, I'm like, yep, it's gonna be a good game. I don't know what else to tell you.
Yep, absolutely no question about it. Yeah, I'm the same way. Like Pyre I mean, I played through it and I enjoyed it, but I can definitely see it's you know, not my favorite out of their quadrilogy that they got going on right now and stuff like that. But absolutely, like, there's just, it's kind of weird to have that kind of trust in the developer after getting burned from so many bigger companies, you know, and stuff like that. But honestly, yeah, I can say it without a doubt. And almost, I feel like there's one of the luckiest things I've had from being a content creator now is getting closer to the developers and forming some kind of relationship with them. And just knowing how they treat their whole team has just been a real joy to learn and stuff. They had a surprise launch for the game. They did not set a specific date or anything, thus relieving themselves of crunch time and stuff like that. Like, if they had to delay it a week, no one would be upset about it or anything, you know?
Right. Yeah, I mean, this company is one of the developers that, you know, like I said, I just trust, and I constantly am excited about their next game. And I think it goes to prove that the little guys, the roguelike teams, the indie devs, they can make as big a waves as the AAA companies, sometimes even more so and even more deservingly so, because a game like this is a game that comes around once in a generation. And while there are games that are like it, there's no game that is it. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I had lots and lots of people ask me, hey, what should I play after Hades? You know, like, if I liked Hades, what do you think I should play next and stuff like that? And it's really hard to answer those questions, honestly.
Yeah, because I mean, when you go to the top of the mountain, it's hard to find the next top of the mountain. You know what I mean?
I know. It's really hard. I wish I had easy answers, you know, but it's never as simple as, okay, just play this game next, because, you know, Game of the Years come out once a year, and a lot of times they're not for everybody and stuff like that, you know. So, you know, you just I think Hades did a lot for the genre in total too. The roguelike genre had a lot of good hits out there. Like Dead Cells was huge. FTL was a great game, and so many others. Darkest Dungeon 2, like you already mentioned. It had a lot of big hits, but I think Hades kind of brought it to a whole nother level, where people saw it as more than just this sort of niche genre and stuff like that. And we're seeing some AAA studios kind of embrace it a little bit more. We saw Returnal come out. We saw Deathloop come out, which wasn't really a roguelike, but they tried.
There were elements in there, I guess. There were elements.
They tried.
I've been saying it for a long time. I mean, like, this is the genre that the AAAs need to look to pull in some new ideas, because every single roguelike, maybe it's not perfect, but like I'm thinking of like Skull. I don't know if you played that one. Like, there were some cool concepts there, and like this genre constantly impresses me with its innovation and its just ability to think differently about games. Whereas, while I love AAA games and I'll play Far Cry 6, we'll cover it on the channel. Like, yeah, they do a lot of the same stuff, and they need to look at these genres like the roguelites to just inject some fresh ideas, because they're out there and they do, like, these small teams do so many cool things. Why is that not seeped into the AAA world yet? I don't know.
Right. I understand. Yeah, totally. One way I've looked at it is this: a roguelike game, might be the solution to not being able to implement multiplayer. Not having the assets, not having the funds and stuff like that for a small studio to actually have some kind of multiplayer mode in their game and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is sort of like a vague solution to that, maybe, by giving it insane replayability.
Well, and that's the thing too, and I was just going to touch on that. It's like, nowadays I feel like people just don't have the time to sink 6 hours into one play session. So the roguelites do such a great job of, okay, maybe it's a 30-minute loop or an hour loop. Like, that's so much easier to digest than, okay, you got to commit 6 hours to this or you're not going to get anywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, Hades actually, you don't see a lot of games, even within its own genre, that have actually had such a tight loop like Hades does. Like, you can beat this game in as little as 15 minutes if, you've played enough. Average probably more like 30 to 45, but even most other roguelikes, talking usually an hour or two, I think, a lot of times. But yeah, it's kind of crazy just how well they've done with it right now. And I think that's what makes it so much more watchable too, just knowing that, like, oh, we can watch this and we'll be done easily within an hour without really much of a problem, right?
Right. One of the cool things, you're talking about how tight the game is, like, you think about how much you actually experience within that one gameplay loop. It's a lot. Like, they pack so much stuff in there, from the different story beats to the action, of course, to all of these different menu systems, the boons, the shops, even some of the like off tilt stuff with
I'm
blanking on her name. She's in this zone, the lady with the fruit.
Eurydice.
Eurydice. Like, there's a lot of stuff they jam pack into this short period of time.
Yeah, absolutely. And the voice acting is something we haven't even touched upon. It's something that almost, I feel like, is an afterthought. Like, you don't even really notice it. And it's kind of like I think we all did actually notice it, but just how good it is. And it's just kind of like there's a lot of small things in a game like this that you don't really realize right away, or oftentimes you might not notice it in a game unless it's bad. I think the best example is UI design. You don't really notice a UI unless it's bad, right?
Yeah, totally.
Yep. So that means they did a good job if you're not complaining about it, basically.
Yeah, and honestly, the voice acting and the music, it's easy to have good music in a game. It's not easy to have iconic music in a game. And I feel like Hades' music is so iconic. When I hear its music, I know instantly that it's Hades. And, for the roguelike genre, music's actually a pretty big part of that experience.
Yeah.
Whereas maybe, other games that are grindy in a sense that, like, you can just go out and do your own thing for like 7 hours and like New World, right? We were talking a lot about New World today on the channel. I could turn off all the music, all the sound effects, and I'd be fine, because I'd just be, smacking iron ore and doing my thing. But in Hades, like, the music is part of the experience.
No, yeah, absolutely. And it's kind of crazy. Like I have an ongoing joke on my channels where it seems like the only games I actually stick with or play for a long period of time just end up having these banging soundtracks or something about it. There's definitely some kind of correlation there. You know, like we just got so many great games with great soundtracks nowadays, and it seems like, you know, it's kind of become this thing that developers are focusing a bit more on, which I'm really thankful for, because, you know, I don't want to have to turn off the in-game sound and have to put on my own soundtrack necessarily. I want to experience something new, you know?
Absolutely. All right, so obviously we're going to let you keep playing. We still have this zone and the next zone to get through, but I want to talk about some other games for you. Obviously, you focused a lot on Hades, a lot on the roguelike genres. You know, coming into the end of 2021, into 2022, you know, there's got to be a couple new games that you had your eye on, or at least excited about checking out, playing a little bit, maybe streaming.
Yeah, so, I mean, I was really looking forward to Deathloop. I wasn't totally disappointed, but I was hoping for something a little bit different than we actually got. I still really enjoyed the game, though, I'd say. I think it's a nice game overall.
Yeah.
For
really
sure.
Really different.
Yeah. I enjoyed it, but it's not the kind of game that you'd play over and over, necessarily, either.
Right. And it's a hard stream game, too. It's a hard game to, like, bring people along on, because there's so many things happening that you kind of have to, like, be there for every step of the way, or you lose it.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, yeah, that's kind of been a hard thing for me, is finding games that people actually want to watch and that can follow along. Because sometimes, you know, when you're a content creator, you might find a great game to play, but nobody really wants to watch it because the gameplay is either hard to follow or it's boring or something like that. You know, like, you know, I was addicted to World of Warcraft for many, many, many years, as a lot of us were, right?
Yep, me too.
At the end of the day, WoW's not really a lot of fun to watch, I think, watch someone else play necessarily most of the time.
Yeah,
but,
most of the time, like 90% of the time. Maybe some raid stuff, end game raid stuff, or PvP, but, like, you know, watching me go do my daily quests is not exactly engaging gameplay.
Yep, exactly. So I think going back to your question, what am I looking forward to? Let's see. Well, we just had literally 4 roguelike games come out on the same day. I think the biggest one that is a lot of people are talking about and playing right now is called Inscription, which is sort of like that
kind of dark card-based game, right?
Yeah, really. Like, I mean, it came out at the right time. It's because it's sort of like a few elements of horror. It's extremely unique. One of the most unique games I've ever seen, even in just how it's delivered and stuff. So that's been a great experience. There's a couple other like nice smaller indie titles I've been looking forward to, like. Loot River is one of them. Hopefully we're getting it this year. Not really sure yet, but we got some nice trailers from the folks from them, so I'm looking forward to that.
Cool.
Probably nothing. Oh, the big one, you know what? And this has been sort of like a little secret. I've been keeping a little hush lately, which is Gunfire Reborn, which is another smaller studio. It actually has a pretty big following. It's a first-person shooter roguelike. It's in early access right now. It has been. For a good year or more, potentially. And honestly, that game is so good. That game is going to be colossal when it comes out this November. It's going to be massive. It's such a good game already. I can only imagine.
You know, it's interesting. I saw that game pop off on SteamDB the other day, and I was wondering if they dropped a new update or if something had happened with the game.
I don't think so. I think just like the more word of mouth gets out, the better it's going to get, really. You know, it's going to be really good. It has lots of great variety, lots of great decision making and stuff like that. So
cool. What's the gist of it? So first person shooter roguelike, but give me some other things about it to wrap my head around.
So it has runs. So it has right now 3 different biomes. I believe they have 4 planned. It has bosses at the end of each of them, much like Hades in a way. You can pick up different guns, and it's sort of random which guns drop. So you might have to make use of them. You can put some upgrades on those guns as you pick them up, or you can drop them for new guns that you find drop, and you can get these upgrades throughout the levels, which are probably the most interesting ones, because they have 4 or 5 different characters, I believe, right now, and each of them have their own unique abilities, and there's talent trees. There's a lot, basically.
That's cool. It's almost like it almost sounds like a Borderlands-y type roguelite experience.
Yes. Yeah, I think some people have said that. I haven't played Borderlands, but some people have mentioned that, like a Borderlands roguelike kind of experience.
Really cool. Yeah, I mean, that one is one of those games. I was talking early in the day with Gym Leader Ed about Monster Sanctuary. Gunfire Reborn is one of those games that has also popped up and like, I really want to play it, but I never had the time to download it and like sit down and enjoy it. But you know, with your endorsement, maybe I'll find some time.
And the best part is co-op. That's the best part. So you can get some friends. It doesn't matter if you're different levels like that. That doesn't really matter. Everyone's gonna die a lot at the start, but that's okay. And it's just so easy to kind of join together and everything like that, and have some fun in the game. You know, even if you end up dying pretty early on. I think that's been my best, the best part about it, is being able to play with friends and people within the stream and stuff like that.
Nice. All right, so let's talk a little bit about your channel and what you do. You split time between Twitch and YouTube. You do a little bit of both. Because we're coming from our channel is like guide based and more of like reviews and information stuff. You're one of the only content creators on the stream today that really focuses on the gameplay, playing the game with the community. I've always been so enamored with people that do that, because I don't think I'm very interesting, and I also just never seem to find the time. Like, I've tried to stream. We did something called Legacy After Dark for a while, where I was streaming from 12 to 2 in the morning. Then I had a kid, and I was like, that's not sustainable. Can't do that anymore.
Absolutely, yeah.
You know, how do you, what's the right question here? When did you make that decision? Like, I just want to play games. I want to show people, like, I want to have fun with them. Like, where did you come down on the mountain of, like, I could make guides, but I'd rather just play the game?
I think, really good question. Thank you for asking it, by the way. I think it was never really a strict decision for myself. So it started, you know, I was working full time up until I became a full-time content creator. I had a job and everything like that, you know, working weird hours, 6 days a week, all this stuff, you know. And then I was, I was 32 years old when I quit to do this. So I wasn't a young man. It was a very difficult decision, but I told myself I'd work hard to make it happen either way. But anyway, it kind of just came down to where I was doing speedruns, and the only reason I put anything on YouTube was for the speedrun.com leaderboards for Hades, because you had to have a video to prove that you did the speedrun, obviously.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's the only reason I had a YouTube channel. And then more and more people came to watch me do the speedruns live, not necessarily because of YouTube or anything, but sometimes, I guess. And then eventually it's just like, well, I'll just play the game for fun and see how people like it. And it turns out people like that a lot. And it kind of just became me doing that, and then snagging those videos and throwing them on YouTube. And that seems to be the most enjoyable part of Hades. And then, of course, you know, throwing out the occasional guide or tip or trick and things like that. But for the most part, yeah, it's mostly just me playing the games. It's interesting that it's somehow worked out thus far.
Yeah, no, it's great. What is it about the speedrunning thing? Because, you know, like IGN has their big series where, like, they have the developers react to the speedrunners. And every time I'm friggin' floored by the fact that there are millions of people that watch these videos. What am I missing about speedrunning? What is the thing that is so alluring about speedrunning games?
You know, I think if you asked me a few years ago, I'd tell you I don't really know. Because at the point, before I started doing it myself, I kind of liked watching, like, classic games. I loved getting a speed run, but I never really planned to touch it myself. Mm-hmm. And then once I did, it's just like I was just instantly hooked. I couldn't stop. I literally couldn't stop. You know, I'd come home every day. I would get up an extra hour early before I went to work at 6 a.m. just to record myself playing this game. And it makes no sense, you know, but I think it comes down to, it gets kind of addicting to see yourself get better and to get better results and to get better times. And then the competition aspect and stuff like that. It takes these games that normally you're just playing alone with the sole purpose of finishing them and adds this competitive nature, which is kind of missing, I guess, in some ways. In terms of the IGN series, like, I don't know, that series is just super interesting to hear the devs, I think, a lot of the times. I think I'm really just interested in hearing what the devs think about the speedrun and the game in general, personally. So, yeah, I think I know the Hades video with a good friend of mine, Vareem. That video has done amazing for them, and yeah, it's just really interesting to hear what they think about it and stuff.
Yeah. So I mean, obviously you said you were, you know, submitting your runs for the speedrunning stuff. Do you have any sort of records right now?
No.
No.
Literally not a one. I think what it boiled down to was eventually I sort of had to make a decision, like, do I want to devote the time to do speed runs over and over again, which is very grindy is the word, you know, especially for a game like this, or really any game after it's been out for long enough, you know, or do I want to devote myself to making more variety-based content? And I think eventually, you know, you just got to know that you have to make the varieties. You know, if I could play Hades forever, you know, I might, but
yeah,
you know, it's just
funny.
Not really feasible.
It's funny. Dead Cells is the same way. You know, there was this small handful of content creators that were so, I mean, just amazing to watch play the game. You know, and obviously there's only one fastest time in the world record. Granted, there's different categories and whatever, but and it's crazy to think that there are, you know, dozens, hundreds, sometimes even thousands of people all fighting for that one record of, you know, the any run, and it's Hades is definitely that game.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's the other thing. Eventually, it became clear to me there are many, many, many better players than me at Hades, and I would love to shout them all out right now, but there's honestly too many to name. You can look at the leaderboards, you know, and it's not that I gave up, because I still enjoy speedrunning the game, but the important thing is not to really compare yourself against every single other person in the world, but to compare yourself against, you know, your previous performance, and just try to beat your own time, and that's the fun in it, you know. It's not... I don't think it's that much fun to gain the world records. It's a fleeting moment, and then you just got to get it again. You know, it's kind of like a drug or something like that. So just trying to beat your own times is honestly a lot of fun of its own, I think.
Yeah, and honestly, you know, there is a challenge too when you're streaming or when you're talking to people. Like, you can't devote 100% of your attention to the game while you're trying to, you know, perform, if you will, live perform. So there's that aspect too. Like, if you're a speedrunner, sometimes like I would rather like turn off all my lights and like just not talk to anybody and focus, which is impossible to do when you've got, you know, lights in your face and you're talking to chat and stuff like that. Crazy.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, and I think that is a problem. Like, in order for peak performance, you know, I would literally have no cam, no microphone. I would be playing offline, recording it on my own, and but then the problem is it's a lot less fun for me personally if I do it that way. And you know, like, you know, I'd rather be able to talk to people and try to have fun like that.
Yeah, I mean, you're definitely one of the content creators that likes the social aspect of things. I've popped into streams. You know, you're always engaging with the community, and there's always a nice group of people that are following you and just ready to watch you either crash and burn or just kill it, which is fun.
It's true. Thank you. Yes, Cody.
So, you know, one of the games that I have my eye on, and I'm not sure if we've already mentioned it a little bit, is Darkest Dungeon 2. Did you have any experience with Darkest Dungeon? Are you planning on playing Darkest Dungeon 2?
I do have experience with Darkest Dungeon 1. Can I tell you about that experience?
Yeah, of course.
I got absolutely trounced, and I vowed to never play the game again because I got so embarrassed at how bad I was at it, basically.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
Well, I mean, it's an incredibly difficult game, and I think when I initially tried it, actually, I just didn't have a lot of experience with those kinds of games, and I still don't have that much. You know, I come from a place of more action-based than actual strategic planning, I think, or at least that's what I'm telling myself, you know? So it definitely wasn't... it's a notoriously difficult game, you know, no one's arguing about that.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, I'm excited to watch other people play Darkest Dungeon 2, because I've actually discovered I really, really enjoy watching people play and discuss how they plan against the original game. So I'm excited to at least watch other people play it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you, you know, we put a couple videos out on it, not expecting that many people to still like be following that game or even that interested in that game. Blown away at some of the viewer numbers. I'm like, what? People are still that engaged in Darkest Dungeon? And like, you know, we did an interview with Chris Barrasso, which was incredible. I love doing interviews with developers, and you know, for him to say like, yeah, we're not really doing much marketing for the early access launch. We're just gonna release it. And I'm sitting there like, dude, our video's got like 200,000 views. You don't understand. There's like this audience that's ready to jump down and just play this game top to bottom.
Yep. There's their marketing right there. They didn't have to pay a dime. You did it for them. There you go.
I know. It's true. It's true. I should ask for like at least $5 or something on the back end. But yeah, no, you know, I'm so excited for that game. That's one of the ones for me that has always been like one of those jumping off points for indie games is Darkest Dungeon. Yeah. You know, granted, there are a couple other ones, right? Binding of Isaac. I'm trying to think. Spelunky was one of them. Bastion is actually definitely one of them. You cannot forget about Bastion. Braid, but Darkest Dungeon for me was one of the first roguelites that just did it a little bit differently. It wasn't the action roguelike. It was okay, we're gonna do a turn-based thing, and we're gonna change it up with the same narrative thread that kind of made Hades so grounded and so great. there's just something about Darkest Dungeon for me that just stands out as it's close to Hades. I think Hades edges it out in terms of like if I had to give it a number rank, but those two games for me probably the two biggest masterpieces in my mind in the indie world.
Yeah, I mean, I played a lot of like old school turn-based like RPGs and stuff like that. I'm thinking like Dragon Quest, of course, like Pokemon, the classic Final Fantasy games. Then you got Darkest Dungeon come along, and it just slaughters you endlessly over and over again, just absolutely brutally murders you, and it really holds no punches. So it's kind of interesting to see this turn-based game, you know, when you got these really popular ones. They could have gone safer in a sense, I guess you could say, and capitalize on like the easygoing games like Pokemon and things like that. But they chose to actually make it really, really difficult. And I always kind of respected them for doing that and trying something different.
Yeah, they could have catered to a casual fan so easily. They just said, nah, we're good. And just absolutely, the accuracy thing, when you're at death's door and you've got one character that's, about to die, another character that's close to dying, and they've still got 3 enemies on the other side of the field, you're like, how do I ever beat this game? How do I even come close to beating this game ever? Oh, crazy. All right, so let's bring it back to Hades really quick. We're coming up to the end here.
Yep.
What do we have? We have a 13-minute run going on right now.
I mean, so I'll be honest, I've barely been paying attention. It hasn't been good. I think I could go finish the run right now. I'm keeping an eye on the time for you and everything
we're doing
like that.
fine. We're doing fine.
Yeah, beautiful. So yeah, we are going to come up on the end here. I'll be honest, things didn't really come together that well for the run. It's not bad, but like some of the key pieces that we wanted just kind of didn't get discovered. But that's okay. We were looking for that dual boon Mirage shot, which essentially doubles the damage from our cast. We were hoping for some different hammers and stuff like that. Overall, it's kind of hard to mess this up too badly once you already have the core pieces in place. So we still see nice big numbers every now and then.
It's so funny because for somebody who doesn't know Hades and you watch you play, you just see a lot of stuff happening and you can't really like grasp it. But like when you're learning the game, it's really like a building blocks thing. Like you're really putting it together one piece at a time, and before you even realize it, you're flying around like a blur of just death and destruction. It's so crazy. But to the untrained eye, it just looks like chaos.
Right, yeah. It is a visually noisy game. I can definitely admit to that, for sure. I think it's kind of easy to follow though, because there's those moments of peace, right? When you're picking what door to do and stuff like that. And then when you're picking a boon, when you're picking what to buy, you get those moments of peace where you can sit there and think like, what should I do here, And I think that's nice that it actually does slow down for those moments and lets you kind of think about everything, instead of just constantly having to make decisions on the fly and stuff like that. And, not really knowing like, is this better? Do I actually want this? I got to decide this enemy's about to whack me in the face and stuff like that.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's again, we were talking about that kind of balance that the game strikes between the narrative moments, the action moments, and again, like every single decision that they make in this game is so finely tuned, so tightly tuned for the player experience. Like you said, picking a door, you don't think it's that big of a deal until you're doing it and you're like, man, I really appreciated that 15 seconds, 20 seconds of respite between the chaos.
Right? Absolutely, yeah. And I think some roguelikes do make that mistake where they don't really give you enough choices sometimes, Because I think, what we see time and time again, people still have questions about this game, like what's the best option in this scenario and stuff like that. It just still comes up literally every single day. And sometimes there is no answer, or you just maybe still don't know and stuff like that. Yeah. I mean, in a sense, the game is solved that, you can beat it on all these different difficulties without much of a problem. But there's still always lots of questions of, what's the best, I think. And it's interesting because just something as basic as letting you choose between 3 options when you pick up a god's boon is actually really thrilling, I think, in some ways.
Yeah, I mean, the build potential is so great in this game, and like, unless you really know what you're doing, and I'm saying, like, I think 90% of the people that play this game, their builds are going to be different every single time. Unless you're like really top tier, you know what you're doing, you're picking the right boons every time. Like, you're going to have a different experience with the game because of all the procedurally generated stuff, because of the way that the game gives you options for boons and doors. And wow, did you just die there, by the way?
That was a death defiance. Don't worry,
Oh
Cody.
my
I got everything
gosh.
under control.
I have to call you out on that one. Oh my
Oh,
god.
come on.
Oh
You
man.
know, extreme 20 heat. You know, sometimes I might lose a death defiance.
Oh no, I'm just kidding. You are still the god of Hades. I will never give you up on that title. But I saw it come across the screen. I'm like, oh man, he just slipped up a little bit. So
I
yeah,
try to
so
keep things a little spicy here.
that's right. You
just
got to
to
let people
keep
know
it
that you
interesting.
might be slipping.
Right.
It's all part of the ploy. So, terms of Supergiant, do we have any inkling of where they're going to go next with the game?
I mean, they're very tight on everything. Like they don't tell us much of anything ahead of time. I think.
Yeah.
I have no idea. I have no internal connections to really, ask that kind of question or anything like that. If I were to make like a wish list, I think something that they always have this sort of top-down perspective like this, right? Sort of Diablo-esque. So I almost would love to see some kind of, loot-based action RPG from them. I think that would actually be a lot of fun. And now that they've broadened the scope of the games that they develop with something as big as Hades, I think they are more than capable of doing it too.
When you say loot-based action type of game, are you talking about like a third-person or first-person game?
I guess like imagine sort of like an actual Diablo game, but based more in how Supergiant develops their games. I guess.
Got it. Okay, so almost like a little bit of a genre twist for them, doing something that's a little bit more mainstream in the genre, but with their own spin on it and their own what we've come to expect from a Supergiant game.
Right. Yeah. So like lots of great story elements and voice acting and amazing music. Not that there aren't games that already do this, but I'm sure they could come up with something unique to really really make it work.
Yeah. I wonder when we would see the next inklings of a Supergiant game. I mean, this hit 1.0 in 2020, right?
2020 got released in early access December of 2018. I think it was like a 3-year, maybe even 4-year. I'm kind of trying to remember when Pyre came out exactly. It might have been 2017 when Pyre came out. So we're 1 year away. It's safe to say it's at least a year, probably a couple more years before we actually see the new game. But maybe we'll get to hear something a little bit sooner.
Yeah, and I think Hades in general is a game that people are going to keep discovering. Is it on Game Pass now, or is it coming to Game Pass?
It is. It's on Game Pass. It recently launched on Xbox One and PlayStation 5, I believe. So it's on like almost literally everything besides mobile, and who knows, maybe that'll happen someday somehow. Right. And yeah, it's you can find it almost everywhere, and it's always been dirt cheap. They've always had their games, be like a great value. Honestly, I think it's like $25 at full price, but it's on Game Pass, or you can usually find it on sale too.
Yeah, for sure. Well, since we're talking about indie games, and since you're here, I'm gonna give you the choice. I've got 2 indie games in my box here: Undertale or Stardew Valley. Which one am I giving away?
Oh, that's so hard. I think I might have to do Stardew just because I think Stardew's for everyone, whereas Undertale, like you kind of got to devote a little time to get sucked into Undertale a little bit. But I think like Stardew is great.
All right, guys. Well, this is really cool. You can blame Halion for this one. So our friends at Fangamer, who are sponsoring this stream, gave us it's collector's edition version of Stardew Valley for the Nintendo Switch.
Ooh, nice.
So all of the stuff that they created in this bundle was done by Fangamer. It's really cool. On the back here, it's got actually like a strategy guide in here. It's got some like I think they're like wood cutouts, really cool. There's like a deed to your farm. It's really cool stuff, collector edition stuff. I know Stardew Valley is one of the most popular indie games of the last decade. Concerned Ape, who is the developer, just released his plans for his next game, which is pretty interesting too. So we're going to be doing a giveaway for this right now. I'm going to just pop up the giveaway instructions here on the stream. We're going to be doing this in our Discord, so you do have to join the Discord. You have to be part of the community by accepting the rules in the welcome channel. Then you can assign yourself the giveaways role in the roles channel, and then from then on out, you can join any single one of our giveaways from now until the end of time. So I'm going to pop this up right now. I'm going to put a little music on, and we'll be back with you guys in like 30 seconds. All right, we are back with Haley, and for the last 10 minutes, I want to talk about your journey as a content creator. Like I said before, you're doing things differently than some of the other content creators on the stream today. You're a Let's Player, you're a community guy, you like to engage with your the community that you've built. What is the future of your channels? You're on Twitch, you're on YouTube. What does the future look like for you, and what are some of the things that you want to accomplish in the next couple years?
Oh boy, honestly, big questions here, Cody. I gotta say.
I try, man. I try.
I am the kind of guy. I kind of take it one day at a time, maybe 1 week at a time at most, and I don't like to, I don't like to, make a determination, I'm going to hit this amount of that or by the end of the year or anything like that. I'm more the kind of person that I just want to do something that people can give me, live feedback on and tell me, hey, I like watching this. Hey, I don't like watching this and things like that. And, kind of customize what I do to that for the most part, while also making sure that I'm having fun in the process too. Because if I'm not having fun, then chances are the people watching aren't going to have fun either, because I'm just going to be, staring there dead and just not paying attention and not being a lively person, I guess. But nevertheless, back to the question at hand. I think my plans overall is just to kind of, perfect, I guess, or at least always strive to do a little bit better with literally every single video, every single week, every game I play. Not necessarily get better at the games or anything like that, but just be more entertaining, either finding more entertaining games, more entertaining ways to play games, and just myself as a personality be more entertaining. So just constantly doing that, following this roguelike genre as best I can. For the most part, we actually had just so many games come out recently. It's kind of been like almost a little overwhelming trying to cover them all a little bit and trying to tell people what I think about all of them. But I'm hoping the genre keeps going, and also I play a lot of Metroidvanias too, because that's just a genre I personally love. Like Dread was really fun to play and stuff like that. I don't know if you got to play it.
I did not, but I popped into your launch stream because I saw you about to pick it up, and I was like, oh, this is looking like a lot of fun. It actually looked like a good game.
Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of old like that, I like these classics, these classic franchises like Metroid and Zelda. I mean, everyone does still, but I really like this return to this 2D form that they had. I played Super Metroid and some of the classic 2D Metroids, just working up to it and warming up my thumbs for the right way to play and stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, that's sort of my channels, just if you're coming to see great gameplay, you're not always going to get it, but you'll get someone yelling at the game at least,
Well, plenty entertaining. I mean, I've popped into a number of your streams, especially after I asked you to join. I was like, I just got to watch him more. I want to see really what he's bringing to the table. And it's really raw. Like you're not holding back. You're talking about the game and you're just like telling it how it is. And I love that.
You got to be careful. I should probably warn your viewers. Like, you might not want to come over, honestly, if you have any amount of self-respect, I guess is what I would call it. But yeah, just like that. That's what it is. I tell them what happened in my day. Sometimes it's bad things. Sometimes it's okay things. And I do a lot of complaining, as we all do.
That's right. All right, last question for you, then I'll let you go.
All right.
Everybody's got a guilty pleasure game when you're a content creator. I was talking about it with Jor Raptor. I said my guilty pleasure game, the game that I make no content on, is RimWorld. I love RimWorld, and so it's one of those games I used to decompress. What is yours?
But that's not even a guilty pleasure, Cody, because that's a good game. You can't.
I know it's such a good game. No, it's guilty pleasure because it's one of those games you can mod 5,000 times, and you kind of feel like, man, I've really perverted this game, and it's like totally different than what it should be, but like I'm okay with it. You know what I mean?
Yep. If I really wanted to embarrass myself, I pulled up my Steam hours played for each game, and my second most played game of all time after Hades was this game called Clicker Heroes.
Is that an idle game?
It's a stupid idle game I played for like 5 weeks or something once, and you just leave it running, right? That's the idle game thing. So yeah, I mean that was a guilty pleasure, and I played too many of those. I guess you could say that if I were to pick anything.
So do you know about there's a new one, right? Wasn't it like Cookie Hero?
Yeah, I may have looked at it.
Yeah, you totally did.
I managed to fend that one off, but yeah, I've played Cookie Clicker. I've played like Paper Clips. You know, everyone's played Bloons, one of the versions, I'm sure, which isn't really the same, but yeah, you know, some kind of towery defense clicker thing. But yeah, I mean, I guess you could say like those are kind of like the easygoing, like you just look at it every now and then while watching YouTube videos and click around, and it's kind of fun, I guess. There's something
there,
firing
right?
up here,
Yeah,
right?
there's something there.
It works. I don't know how.
Well, you mentioned you were a big WoW player back in the day, and I do want to end with another question. You know, MMOs is something that obviously we've seen resurgence of an MMO, that vibe with New World. Are you going to be following the Riot MMO at all? Are you going to be interested in that game? Because look, I'm not saying I'm trying to plan out my guild ahead of time, but like if you're in the end game rating and you got your chops, like that is going to be my game. May not be Livid's game, it's going to be my game, and I cannot wait.
Right? It's kind of great to see these studios coming out with these games, at least, because it kind of felt like that genre was in a corner, right?
Yeah.
Like it's kind of like no one was gonna. It felt like, at least, obviously things are very different now. It felt like WoW wasn't gonna go anywhere. We're gonna be stuck with that, and if you wanted to play a good MMO, that's what you'd play for the most part.
Right.
So it's nice to see that there is gonna be competition, and not just any competition, but actually solid competition. It looks with everything. You know, you got Final Fantasy 14 and New World and all these other ones coming out. I mean, I played mostly during like Burning Crusade, Wrath of the Lich King and stuff, and I did raid. I wasn't like, you know, top end raider, but we did the end game content eventually, usually, you know. So you can hit me up. I got some hunter skills probably.
All right. I'm just building the network in my head because, you know, honestly, I think people are going to be League of Legends and Riot. They just already have a marketing machine behind their studio. So like when that game comes out, it's already got a huge fan base. Then you're going to get all these MMO people coming over. Then you've got the dollar signs that Riot has behind it. Like it's got everything it needs to be a successful game. And it's actually got a really good team leading it. Mark Eater and Ghostcrawler from the old World of Warcraft days are leading the project now. You know, those are all good signs. Those are all good signs.
I mean, why not be hopeful? You know, I mean, we all know don't pre-order anything. You know,
right? That's right.
The golden. That's the
cautiously
golden rule.
Optimistic and don't pre-order.
Cautiously optimistic, but why not? Why not be excited about something? You know,
that's right. Well, Halion, I appreciate you spending an hour with us. Thank you for showing us some awesome Hades gameplay. Best of luck to you with your channel, with Twitch, YouTube, all that stuff. And if you guys ever need anything from us, you know how to find us.
All right. Thank you so much for having me, Cody.
Of course. We'll talk to you soon. All right, guys, we will be right back. We've got a very special duo coming up in the next segment. We've got two of our friends from Connecticut Children's joining us. We're going to be playing some Fall Guys. So we'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes with that.
Won't you make up your mind? 'Cause I'm getting tired of overthinking every move you make. And I can help you decide who you're loving now and how I'm not quite there somehow. My intuition says to give you up, but my heart can't easily let you go. I try to tell myself this isn't love, you won't even try to survive you. Would rather keep it all inside. And I can help you decide who you're loving now, and how I'm not quite there somehow. My intuition says to give you up, but my heart can't easily let you go. I try to tell myself this isn't love, but I hate that I never really know if I should stay or be alone. If I should stay or be alone. If I should stay or be alone. I don't wanna be alone tonight. I'm just hoping that you'll be just right. And I hate that I never really know if I should
Hey everybody, it's Codiak here. We are back for the 7 o'clock hour of our stream. We've got 3 hours left for the Leave a Legacy stream 2021. Very excited to be ending our guest portion of the stream with two incredible people that work at Connecticut Children's. I'm going to introduce you guys to them in just 2 seconds here, but I do want to say we have surpassed one of our goals of $1,000. We still have 3 hours left. Any donations that you guys bring to the table, we will be using with the hospital to help these kids bring our love of gaming to them by buying them consoles, by buying games, all sorts of really cool stuff. But yeah, so you can do that using the super chat feature by becoming a member of the channel. We will have more giveaways in the 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock hour from some of our awesome sponsors. But for now, in this particular moment, I want to introduce you guys to two incredible people, two people that we've been working with to put this event on, and it is Evan and Katie who are joining us here from Connecticut Children's. Welcome, guys. So happy you are here. Cannot believe the day is finally here to be doing this event. It has been absolutely it's been a crazy long day, but it's been a rewarding day. And the reason why is because we're trying to do things a little bit differently, and we're trying to give back to the kids, and you guys are right at the forefront of where these donations are going to go. So talk to me a little bit about your roles in the hospital, and why gaming matters.
Yeah, well, I'll take it. I'll take it from there. Katie, you can go after me. That's okay.
Yeah.
I run the. My name's Evan. I run the Family Resource Center here in the hospital. We're on the. I'm on the second floor of the main hospital here, and I run the Family Resource Center. And it's a great place for families to come and relax and get away from the hospital while still being in the hospital. It's a non-clinical feel, and I've got a whole bunch of game systems and computers and fun activities for families to do. And we use the gaming systems to just get the kids excited about, being here. While they're here, they get to play all sorts of fun stuff and, just distract them from what they're doing. And I have a lot of game systems here that I use, and I can bring up to the floors. I point up because that's where they are. All the patient floors are above me. But I bring up them if a kid requests a gaming system, I'll bring it up and I'll play with them, or I'll just drop it off, whatever they want to do, just to distract them from what's going on. But I'll leave the distraction discussion to the professional Katie, who can tell you a little more about that. But that's in a nutshell. That's what I do here in the Family Resource Center. Is I just run this space. I'm currently here now. Like I said, I'm in a
Still in the hospital.
Chair. Still in the hospital. I'm a supervillain chair. This is actually a sound dampening chair. It's for children with sensitivity to noise, but it also looks really, really awesome. Typically, parents will sit in these chairs and play on their phones, but it's specifically for kids to sit quietly and relax and read a book or hang out while they're here. So, but what we do exactly with the games and how they can benefit kids, I'll let Katie run with that because that's her speciality.
Yeah, so I'm a child life specialist, and basically I have what I described kind of two big parts to my job, but the first part would be like making sure kids kind of understand what's going on, coping with procedures, making sure that it's developmentally appropriate for them. So, right, when a doctor's talking, it's not always necessarily geared to a 5-year-old or a 10-year-old, but more towards the adults. So part of my job is just help communicating with them and all that good stuff. And then the other part would be helping with long hospitalizations, helping just make it a little bit better environment for kids while they're in the hospital. And we would use gaming and distraction as a big part of that. And I mean, I'm sure we all know that games are a big deal and a big part of how kids just kind of grow up. And when you're out of the hospital, when you're in the hospital and don't have the things you're used to, or right, you're bored, it's always like a hurry up and wait kind of game. So just having different games and distractions are crucial to what we do every day. So this is really awesome, and I really appreciate you putting this on, Cody. So this is awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're super just appreciative of having you guys join us, because I really threw you guys into the deep end. I said, hey, you guys want to play a game for an hour? And we just kind of figured it out in the last week or so. So Livid's still here with us, and we're actually going to be diving into some Fall Guys, which is a game that I know neither of you really were expecting to play or knew much about, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
No.
But incredibly excited to be playing this with you guys, because this is one of the biggest games of 2020. And I know we kind of tested it out together, but now we've got a full squad of 4. So I'm expecting nothing but great things from us.
Oh boy. Oh,
And I'm hoping to carry you guys through, because I'm pretty impressive. So
I mean, you could tell by the headset and the microphone, Katie is no nonsense. It's all business all the time.
I am a big trash talker, as my patients will tell you, and they will also tell you I'm a bit of a button smasher. So.
Oh my gosh! So if you hear controllers smashing, you know it's all coming from Katie.
And I'm gonna jump into this line as soon as I possibly can. That's why I'm in the supervillain chair. So I feel like
great.
that's my role. Yeah.
I'm running out of screens. I just realized I was trying to put screens in places, and then I was covering up faces, and I realized that even having 4 screens in front of me is not enough. Is that the saddest thing you've ever heard?
More screens the better,
that.
right?
Oh my gosh, yeah. All right, guys. Well, let's ready up. Let's dive into our first round of Fall Guys here. I'm actually gonna turn my volume back on because my music stopped playing. And yeah, like I said, we actually did okay when we were testing this out the other day.
Not bad. Not bad.
Not bad.
We had some highs and lows.
That's right.
Some highs and lows.
So, which one of you is Janky Fleeing Dream?
Oh, that's me. Yeah. So I'm. Oh yeah, everyone's ready but me. Sorry about that. Yeah.
No, it's all
I'm
good.
ready now.
There we go.
All right.
So which one of you got the Halloween costume already? Is that Katie?
Oh,
that's you, Livid? I didn't.
So. No.
Oh, I didn't even realize you had it already.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I've been avoiding people with that costume because they just hold you and grab you and push you. And I'm still practicing that.
I was playing around the other day. Like I said, I was trying to get some of the Halloween stuff, and I was doing one of the ones where like the tiles fall out from under you, and somebody was holding me, and I was so mad. It was like I just couldn't believe, like, somebody held me, I fell right through the tile, and I was done. I like literally just quit the game and walked away.
They're ruthless, I tell you.
They are ruthless. And I was telling you guys this last week. You know, the people that are still playing this game, they're no nonsense. They're legit players.
Oh, perfect. That's who I want to play against. I really
Listen, there's 4 of us. We are bound to win at least something. One time. In an hour, we can win one of these games. 100%.
Blind squirrel gets a nut. That's where we got this.
We got this.
Wait, I haven't done this one.
All right. Let's go race to the finish line. Oh, I think okay. I haven't done this one either, but
just don't be last, right?
No, did we do this one? No, we didn't do this one.
No, we didn't do this one.
Okay.
Would you recommend going just starting from the bottom or trying to go from the top?
I mean, literally just keep moving forward. So if you fall down, it's okay. Like, start on the top, but if you fall down, just embrace it. All right, so you guys we're kind of all spread out at the moment, which is okay.
Oh, there's a giant frog.
See, I already fell down.
I'm gonna embrace it. I'm gonna embrace the frog.
Just embrace it.
The frog.
Spoke too soon.
All right, we're doing good.
Oh man, I'm getting absolutely smoked right now.
Ah, okay, down on the dirt. Okay.
I could have swore we did this one, but maybe not.
Oh, this is like. Oh, I'm free. Okay, I'm through. I'm going wide. It looks like everyone's. No, there's a fan.
Oh.
I'm right behind. I'm right behind Livid.
Yep.
Oh God.
Livid, I don't think we're doing very good.
All right.
Are we not?
I don't know. I feel like we're like in the back.
I think we're doing great.
Don't push me. Don't push me. Don't you dare push me. You're looking like you want to push me.
Katie, remember, it's a team game.
Oh no! Oh my gosh! I fell off the edge of the slide.
Don't worry, guys. I qualified for us. We're good.
Oh, I'm in.
I'm right there. Oh shoot.
Oh, you know what? This isn't squads.
Yes.
This isn't squads. This must be in the main show right now.
Oh, we're on our own.
We're on our own. This is Katie. I forget everything I said. You're not on a team with us.
I qualified. I'm great.
Oh, okay.
You're done. Oh, I like that.
I told you I was going to carry you guys.
Did everybody qualify?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, great. Oh, look at that. Look at us go. You see, we were worried.
Oh, wow. All right. Say.
We were worried.
For nothing. For naught.
For naught.
Pickle says this is not a team game, Cody.
I know. I should have known because I didn't see the little faces over the characters, and I was like, oh no.
I can't promise how we'll do on the next round, though. Or I'll do. We'll see.
Listen, I think we'll be. That's what I was saying. Like that was that map
That was a
was
deep
not
one.
a team map. I was like, that's weird, and then I realized, oh, we're not actually on a team together. This is the most nerve-wracking part, watching the slideshow go
I know.
by as you wait for the next game.
I'm seeing all the ones that I'm terrible in, so I'm like, okay.
Great.
This one's pretty fun. This is one of the original ones that was in the game.
Seems like they'll be pushing in this.
Have you guys done this one yet?
No.
No.
Okay, so
This
it's all based on seesaws. So you literally are trying to run to the end, but all of these tiles, these domino blocks, are going to move left or right based on how many people are on them. So a nice trick is to try and stay towards the middle if you can.
Oh yeah. Oh boy.
Yep.
Shoot.
Get that parkour. Get that parkour.
Oh no.
Okay. Ooh, that guy. How's that guy running in the middle?
I like how Livid hasn't missed a step. He's like up here cruising along.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Back to the. Oh, they send you to the beginning.
No, you're not at the beginning.
There's different checkpoints.
Okay.
Evan, I'm right behind you.
You are?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't like that at all. Don't you hold me.
Listen, she's ruthless. She might.
I am pretty competitive.
What, are you the hot dog?
I am the hot dog.
Why is this robot holding me? Get off of me.
I respect the hot dog outfit. That's.
Oh no! I just fell. I just got totally tripped up at the end there.
Oh no! Oh no! Everyone's going on that side. Right. Thank you.
Oh my gosh! This is awful.
Oh god!
This is awful. This panel is all the way down.
Oh nope. Oh okay. Well, I ran off, just straight off. Oh hey Katie, there you are.
There we go.
Cruising. I'm feeling good. Maybe not. That's my problem. Speak too soon.
Where are you guys? Oh, you're doing all right. I think you guys can make it. Livid, did you make it?
Yep, I'm in.
Who's Wonky Dreaming Spirit? That's Katie, right?
I think that's me, yeah.
You're
I'm
close. You're good. You're good.
Ugh. I gotta practice that dive you taught me.
I know. The dive is everything.
There we go.
And oh, Evan, I don't know, man. I don't know if you're gonna make it.
Not looking good for me.
It's not looking good.
This is. Oh no! Oh, come back this way.
Evan.
Devastating.
It was
Devastating.
Well, Evan, while you're
out.
out, you can talk to us a little bit about, I know you have some game consoles, you have some games at the hospital. What are some of the things that the kids, really like doing? You mentioned PlayStation to me in one of our previous conversations. What are some of the things that you think the kids would really like at the hospital?
So the we have a number of systems in the hospital, and it's been fantastic. Actually, the start of pandemic, there was when we had like a little furlough period for me where I wasn't even here because this is a place for people to gather, and we didn't want that in the hospital, so we just closed it for a little while. I stayed home with my kids. It was great. It was terrible I wasn't here in the hospital to help, but it was nice that I was home with my kids, and especially that time. But the when I got back, we actually had a huge donation of Xbox Ones in these awesome briefcases, and we were able to use them with the kids really effectively because before that we had very few, and they were we had basically gaming carts that you can wheel into a patient's room, plug it in, and it was preloaded with games. It was really awesome when we got them. The trouble is with any game system, it's a year, 2 years, it's old.
Right.
So right now, the really awesome gaming carts that we had. Oh, Katie, that was intense.
Sorry.
You got sent. The gaming carts we have are Xbox 360s.
So wow, so we're talking a couple generations old.
Every once in a while, you'll get a kid who's like, "Yes, this is awesome!" Like some of the older kids that come in the hospital, they're like, "Oh, I played this when I was younger. This is awesome. I love this game." But most of the time, about 99% of the time, you wheel an Xbox 360 into the room, and the kid's like, "Oh, thanks. This will help me pass the time. Thank you. Do you have a coloring book, just in case?" So, and then I get that. I totally get that. It's hard to go backwards sometimes, unless you've got that nostalgic feeling. It's hard to go back. But we, with these Xbox Ones, it was kind of like breathed a little life into it.
Right.
And it's getting to that point where the kids are looking at these game systems and they're like, "Oh, do you have a PlayStation 5? Do you have a?" And I completely respect that as someone who likes gaming. Like because you don't want to just pass the time with these kids. You want these kids to really have something special to do and to play.
Right.
And if you had a PlayStation 5 that you were able to give these kids, it's got that wow factor that they're completely. It's not about, hey, whatever the hospital I'm there for, I broke my arm or something there, I need a treatment or whatever. It doesn't become about that. Now they're talking about, I went to the hospital, I played the new Spider-Man game on PlayStation 5, or I played the Xbox X and it was awesome, and they gave me a Switch to play and it was terrific.
Right.
So it's anything that's like new like that. It totally changes their outlook of their experience in the hospital. And that's everything. That helps their health. It helps their mental health. It helps everything while they're here. So just keeping up to date with all those gaming systems and keeping fresh, and that's the name of the game when it comes to this stuff. And that's my goal. I've been trying to make that my goal since coming back and taking that awesome donation that we had. But the kids definitely appreciate. I mean, really, any of the stuff that we have, they really appreciate it. And what is this? What is I just need to. I'm very distracted right now because I don't know what this. This is very confusing.
It's all about holding on to this penguin.
Oh,
I played one of these earlier.
It's ridiculous.
Yes, I did have this, but it wasn't snowing. It was in a tropical. Oh.
We're crushing it at the moment. We have 43 points. Livid and I are on the red team. I think, Katie, you got knocked out the last round.
I tried really hard that last time, but
You
I
did?
did
No,
not.
I was watching. You were doing really good.
I told you I've improved.
It's only the first game. We got a lot of time left.
I'm very impressed with the. I like that just them running to go hold something is cracking me up. It's like they're like out with their little arms out like a hug.
The worst thing about this game is when even the team games, like just there, like I was holding on to Livid. That is such a staple of this game, is like messing up your teammates by accident. Like sometimes you do it on purpose, but like most of the time it's by accident, and it causes just this like chaos. I don't. Oh, we have 120. Oh,
We
it's
have so
seconds.
many
You're good.
points.
Oh, we're good. We're not good. We're good right now.
Just jump in front of the hammers. Just get hit by them.
Oh my god, too funny.
Hit by the punching bags. Yeah. Go find the hot dog. Grab the hot dog.
Just try and grab this guy's like I think he's
grab
a
the hot
rocking
dog.
horse. There it is. I got him.
Rocking.
Got it. Nope, just kidding. I had it.
Ooh, there you go.
Get
You
it,
got
Livid. He's got it. All right, we're good.
He's at the 10. He's at the 5.
I mean, we're literally. It's 198 seconds to 39. I think we're good.
How
I'll
do
just
you
get.
steal the penguin?
You got to
just have to
grab
have
them and pull them.
And then
So like
well,
when you
can
grab
get it knocked
somebody
out of your hands?
Yeah. So if you're holding something and somebody grabs you, like it flies up.
Oh, okay.
How did we have 220?
Dude, we were on fire that game.
I appreciate the one guy in the red jammies.
Yeah. I think we've got one more most likely before the final. This might be the final. I'm not sure. 11 is like
Hey,
usually like a
I'm
weird
just hoping
spot.
this will win me some fun costumes.
I know you need some crowns. Yeah, this is the
the
final
final.
one. This is free for all. This is actually one
This
of
is
my
all
favorite
you.
games.
Oh, I love this one.
I'm gonna lose this one so bad.
This is the one where like this was the only really good final level when the game first launched, and people were obsessed with it because it's just that good.
Yeah. I think, Katie, when we first played this as like a testers, you and I, one of the earlier versions that was free, I think I told you to get to the bottom first.
That is not the right
definitely
advice.
did tell me
That is
that.
not correct.
That is not the right advice.
He wanted me
Oh, yeah.
to win, I guess.
Something like
I
that.
was looking out for it.
Well,
Nice,
he
nice
stayed
dive.
on, mind you, and
No.
Oh. I changed my viewpoint. It was Livid. It was sad watching you, buddy. I had to.
Livid is
okay
not
with
good
you,
at this
Livid.
one.
It's okay.
He's not good
I'm
at this
terrible.
one.
The dive is clutch. That dive.
oh no.
It's clutch until it's not.
It's true. It's so true.
Empty space.
So what I'm doing is I'm trying to like basically get rid of as much surface area as I can. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, this is where you can lose it
Back
right
in
here if
direction.
you panic.
Yep.
All right, so we definitely
No
we're in
one's
a little-
eliminated yet.
We're definitely in a weird spot here. We're lower than a lot of people, so we gotta be really careful. Oh no. Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Oh no no. Oh god, we're at the bottom level. Okay. I'm gonna make this big old pit for people to fall in.
No.
Like Livid.
I think someone fell into it.
Did I just make a? Did you just fall into the pit that I just made?
Yeah, I did.
Oh,
wait.
no.
That's it. That's it.
Oh.
Nope, we're okay.
Oh, he's holding on. Oh, good.
I feel like I get stressed watching this sometimes.
Nope. Nope.
Oh, into the drink.
Not bad. It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. But
Oh,
look
I
at
like
this
the
guy.
Sonic.
This guy's still 2 layers above. Oh no, 1 layer above.
He's got the underwear. He's got Sonic with a beard gut. Like
So
I
great.
like it.
Let's see who makes it.
Oh, with the dive.
I think Sonic
That
won. I
dive
think
won
Sonic won with the dive at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, he didn't.
Oh.
I like the Robin Hood costume. That's a cool costume.
Techno Robin Hood. Like it. Like it. Do my little happy
How
dance.
excited they get.
I know.
It's kind of how I feel when I play video games and I'm successful.
I think this game really captured just like the whimsy of video games so well. Like it's just what the game did so good. It's just like this is what it is like to play a party game. It's just like kind of a big ball of fun.
Controlled chaos.
All right, so Evan, go ahead and unselect main shows. Only do the squad one so that we actually play on a team.
Done.
There
So
we go.
This one right here.
So this is the Halloween show, the trick show.
Yeah. Okay, the trick show. Oh, you can't see my screen. Yes.
Sweet.
The Halloween
Awesome.
trick show. Ready.
Awesome. Whoever, Livid, you got to back out, I think.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
There we go.
There we go.
That your cold yeeted coffee.
The names
I
are
like
so
that.
ridiculous.
Janky. Anything janky. I was excited. We actually used janky. Someone sent me a janky in an email, and I was just meant to be.
That's funny.
We're setting up. One of the things we're setting up at the Family Resource Center is hopefully if we get all the cards right, it's we're gonna have a studio in the. We have a small classroom that we're gonna turn into a studio for a closed circuit TV within the hospital.
Okay.
And Katie and I are gonna create content. We do a lot of virtual programming now because COVID. We've pivoted to do more virtual, and we're gonna do all our virtual stuff out of there. Create stuff, have kids come down, direct, star, produce.
That's awesome.
And develop all this awesome programming for the rest of the hospital. So it's gonna be really cool. A lot of green screen work. I'm very excited.
That's really cool. When is that launching?
Hopefully we're targeting the end of the year. That's what I mean. If our stars align, hopefully by the end of the year we can get it going. It's just we're not doing any demolition or anything like that. We're just adding some cameras and kind of renovating the space just a little bit on the surface. So it shouldn't take too much. We're working with an awesome guy who's taking care of it for us as far as all the tech stuff.
Cool. So I don't know if the trick game is team based either, because this is not a team game at all. This is another race. So we're just gonna. I've never done this one. This one looks intense.
I have not done well at this. I've done this twice and out relatively quickly.
This is a huge race.
And slime follows you.
Oh, is this one of the ones where the slime grows, like starts rising up?
Yeah.
Great.
And he's. Oh, my
I'm just
other
getting
problem
piled
with
on
video games
now.
is I keep watching other people. And I think I'm them.
Oof.
Wow, I am playing so
Nope,
bad right now.
I'm doomed here.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I just need to do this the right way.
Oh.
I'm lost.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna get absolutely destroyed in the comments.
You're
This
gonna
is
get
awful.
yeeted?
Oh,
I'm doing so bad right now.
I'm out. I'm already out.
I'm in the drink.
Are you
Yeah.
really?
Yep.
Oh,
I got pushed
shoot.
around so much.
Oh, I'm out too. Oh my god.
We're out. I'm all out.
Is everybody
Done.
out?
Yes.
Katie, are you in? You're out too?
I was so close to missing this line, but I am out.
Well, everybody can hit B and go back to the main
Yeah.
menu because that was awful.
I like that he's excited that what we just did. Don't get excited, guys.
That was awful. I was really optimistic that I was gonna like get out in front of the pack, but it was not good. So Evan, you can actually just select any of the shows because our buddy in the chat here is saying that there are no team shows right now. So just select them all. That way we'll get into a game quickly.
Perfect. What are we doing here? Oh, it's not letting me do the 2. Okay, it's only letting me do the 2. Okay.
Excellent. So you were mentioning this new program that you guys are starting at the hospital with the content creation of your own kind of volition. What sort of programs are you guys going to do with this new kind of interactive studio, if you will?
So at minimum, bingo.
Oh, okay, cool.
Got to do bingo. We'll do it like a weekly bingo. And then, I'll try to do it with fun topics, fun themes and whatnot. But we do a lot of programming already virtual. So we have organizations that we work with that will we'll do a virtual tour of Mystic Aquarium and a virtual tour of like the Beardsley Zoo. But there's also a group that does safaris out in California, and they do awesome stuff. And we can just pipe that right into a patient's room directly. All the patient rooms have TVs in them already, so they'll just go right to that stuff. I do a Science Monday program. My background is in as a science teacher, marine science, and then I became a science teacher, and now I'm here. It all naturally progresses into the hospital, right, in healthcare. Fishery science for 8 years. That makes sense, right? So I do a science program where the kids can do like a fun science program with me, or have an organization do it with me. And then there's the Hole in the Wall Gang does a great hospital outreach program where they'll do art. What am I missing, Katie?
We're hoping to get things like, we have a hospital clown, so hopefully she'll do a show.
Got to get Valentine in.
Yeah, Evan and I have talked about doing gaming reviews and get similar to this. Maybe we'll have some guest stars. Who knows?
Nice. Very cool.
Maybe.
So those are the big ones. I think we can do like music virtually, as far as or through CCTV, and offering that to patients and families right into their room. Yeah, so we've had to pivot a lot this year, as I'm sure you could imagine, as I'm sure we all have. But figuring out how to get kids to be able to still have a positive experience in the hospital with the challenges of COVID and having to limit things and people who are coming in. So.
But no shortage of good ideas and cool stuff around the corner.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, very excited. And that's the great thing about having video games, is because, I mean, I can wipe them down.
Yeah, that's true.
Keep them clean. It's very helppul. Yeah, we're gonna get mowed down by that. But it also, I can set it up and we can play. They can play we can play with them, or we can play. It's just awesome for them to just set them up and have them just go to town on a video game, all like on their own if they wanted to. But the virtual stuff is the best, because we can like at least play with them, hang out with them.
Right.
I want to get launched. No, that's not what I want. I don't want to get. I guess I don't.
Oh my gosh, these fans, no.
All right, let's check in on everybody else. How are they doing? Livid's doing okay.
I don't know how do I get sent? Oh,
I'm trying to find you guys.
Oh,
I qualified.
I'm with you. This fans. No.
I can't find Katie. Oh, there's Katie.
I'm at the back of the pack, probably. Let's be honest.
You're doing good. Keep going. You're doing good. You're doing good.
Got it.
Uh-oh. Ooh,
there you
missed that jump
I'm telling
pad.
you, they need a second speed on these things.
It's like booster. See, that's what I couldn't figure that out. I couldn't time that well at all.
Oh, there we go. Get up there.
Nice. Oh, you just made it.
I like to keep everyone on the edge of their seats. That's how you keep them engaged.
So we have a super chat here from Ryan. I'll double this if Katie can make it to the 3rd round.
Oh, that's no pressure at all.
Katie, look. This is a big deal, Katie.
I feel a lot of stress now.
I'm gonna hold people down to let you go. Like, I'm gonna make sure I block people.
You know what's so funny? When this game first came out, that was actually like a lot of the big streamers would actually do that. It was awful for the game. Like, they get their entire community, just like hold people down and throw them into stuff while they collected crowns. It was awful.
I thought, I was gonna say, how many people got like reported for that? I thought I got reported the other day, which was pretty comical.
It was intense.
You thought you got reported in this game?
I thought I got reported. I had like finished a round, and I was really excited because I was doing well. And then I looked back. I must have hit a button wrong, and it said something about report a player. And I was like, I'm getting reported? What does this
Oh
mean?
no
I'm
no no!
reported?
You were doing the reporting. That's the
Right,
report.
and I didn't realize that.
Oh, that's funny.
And then I was so shocked and appalled that I could be reported that I fell out of my chair, quite literally.
Oh, this is not going well for me. This is
That's
not going well for me.
hilarious. Katie, come on! Oh, Katie's doing good. She's got this.
Oh, there's a wall. Oh, I missed this part.
Oh no, Katie, no!
No. Okay, this
Well-
is not ending well.
Oh no!
Unfortunately, Ryan,
I'm
Katie couldn't
devastated.
deliver. Evan, did you make it through?
No, I did not. No, that
so
last
close.
that last slide was brutal.
That last one, it's funny. Like the first time you do that one, you don't realize that like the slide plus the gates moving. There's like a lot of timing that goes into that one move right there. Yeah, it's a funny one.
Didn't see the gap there.
Listen, I don't think anybody's more disappointed than Ryan is right now.
It's probably true.
Oh, this was the worst one at launch, man.
Yeah,
What is this? What do
You have everybody into these corridors. This is awful.
Yeah,
Does this thing rotate?
Yeah, so basically these things will come up out of the slime here, and you basically have to find the opening. But at the end, it like boxes you into a corridor, and as you can see, we're all just kind of like standing in one spot, so everybody just starts to hold each other.
Oh, this is. I'm so stressed out right now.
Yeah, it's not a good one.
This is not good. This is. No.
There's something to be said about having an inconspicuous character in things like this, because like me with the giant hot dog, like I'm very easy to see, and it's very easy to be like, oh, I'm gonna go hold the giant hot dog. Whereas like somebody who doesn't have like a fancy costume on, they kind of blend in a little bit, you know?
I did find a costume that is the opposite of that. I might give that a try. I might have to
What,
change
like
my
crazy
outfit.
out there?
Yeah, it's not so crazy out there. It's I don't know, depending on how you look at it. It's like just black. Like it looks like a latex suit. I'm like, I don't know about this.
Oh, that's funny. Well, there's somebody right there next to that shark on the right side of the screen that's just got like a very basic costume, but it's
Looks like
very
a
easy
seal.
to like lose them because you can't like it doesn't stick out really.
It's not like a giant hot dog, you're right.
Right, exactly. Yeah, giant hot dog in retrospect probably wasn't the right decision.
I respect it. I respect it.
I'm putting a target on my own back. Let's just put it that way.
I love the grill marks. It's really.
Yeah.
I mean, it's what we all hope to achieve when we're going hot dog.
I have never grilled a hot dog like that in my life.
Really?
I mean, I've never been
man.
able to perfect it like
You
that.
say it like it's so
Right.
easy, Evan.
You gotta get it on the
Oh
angle
my
there.
gosh, I got yeeted.
There it is.
Did it?
Livid
I
is
think
still in?
Livid made it through though.
All right, we're gonna have to
There
follow
he is, his
Livid.
little imp suit. Yeah, he's got the little imp suit. He's still there.
That was not, I just like hit something and I couldn't recover from it. It was not good.
See, that one's like, there's
Probably
an
your hot
elephant
dog
there.
is weighing you down.
I know.
How about that?
Honestly, I think I'm gonna need to change it because I think the hot dog suit is holding me back at this point.
We'll all do an outfit change. We'll all do a.
That's
see
right.
If that helps us.
I feel like it actually makes you a bigger target, not only just because of how it looks, but it actually is bigger than most other costumes.
It's taller than most.
It's true. It's true.
I'm a giant palm tree. I mean, that can't be good.
This one, I don't know if you guys have done this one. This one is challenging. So these hoops come down, and you have to use the environment and jump in them. The white ones are worth 1 point, and the gold one is worth 5 points. And only the first 12 people that jump through and get 6 points qualify. And you'll see, it's complicated because you have to like move pieces of the world around. It's a tough one.
And then hang on.
It's a tough one.
Oh yeah, you gotta get that. You gotta get that hang.
Come on. I can't climb
Well,
anything.
it's safe to say we're going to be
Livid, all
starting a new
eyes
round
on
after
you.
this.
Okay,
Livid,
I'm just not even
what
gonna climb
is
this.
happening right
No
now?
pressure. No pressure whatsoever. Everyone's going for that gold one. I mean, that's.
I mean, it's gold.
I literally can't grab.
You
Knock
need
him
one
down.
gold
Okay,
one and a silver one, and you're through. So it's worth it.
Oh,
It's so
I mean, you
quick,
gotta
though.
go gold. You gotta go gold. at this
Oh, that
point.
guy just got that one just right in front of him.
Does it go fast?
Go Livid! Go Livid! Get that one!
Get that parkour.
Oh,
he held me,
missed.
dude.
Oh
See,
no.
they're vicious.
They are vicious. This one's brutal. It's so brutally hard.
I
It's
like that
really
you're-
deceptively hard, honestly.
I like that you're taking the time to move the box.
Get it, Liv. Get it, Liv. Get it, Liv.
No way.
Oh,
What just happened?
it's a box.
You just did like a loop-de-loop around it.
Yep. I'm so bad at this
Oh,
game.
you can
Still
like
there?
run through
Oh
it.
nope, he got
You
it.
can run
It's not
through
there.
it. Oh,
Oh my gosh, that's brutal.
8 have qualified. You got 4 more people. Oh, there it is.
Here it is. Here it is. Don't mess it up.
He got it
You got
before
it?
me.
He got it before
No.
you.
You got it.
Oh my gosh.
This just makes me sad. It's like watching
I mean,
myself.
go get one of those white ones for now. I mean,
Wow.
that one's on the ground.
Katie throwing shade. Holy moly.
No way, he got
Oh,
that.
he got it. They got it.
You
Yeah,
still
just
got
hang on
time,
to-
Liv. You still got time. Right there. There it
Bring
is. All right, get
Got it.
one. Gotta
Nice.
get one. Gotta get one.
Ah,
Take your time. Take your time. You
I
got
know what to
time.
do.
get that box. Is it coming back?
Whoa.
Okay,
No,
sure.
Just going for the gold.
There it is.
Oh.
All right. Well done.
Nice.
Wow, 2 golds
I mean,
too.
you gotta get more than that.
That was crazy. I really thought you were about to drop the ball there. Quite literally.
I hate that one.
Yeah, it's deceptively
stressful.
hard. Deceptively hard.
I mean, it stuck with it with the gold. I respect that.
Yeah, 2 golds. That is not
Just
an
gotta
easy.
commit.
Gotta commit.
Oh no.
Is this the final? All right, here we go. We get to watch Livid in action in Hexagon.
Oh.
This is gonna be the highlight of the night right here.
Remember, don't go to the bottom first.
Right. That was Jump up and down. Oh, where are you?
Great
All right,
tip.
so you got 2. You got 2 that you can mess with.
Yeah, you're good here.
Oh, you both decided to go.
You're good. You're good. Oh no, you're panicking. You're already panicking. I
No,
can
he's
tell.
He's got it. He's got it.
Nice. Take your time. No.
Okay.
Oh no.
Oh, boy.
no.
No.
Oh, this is less than good. This is less than good. Just run. Just
What
run.
is
Just
happening,
run.
Liv? It's
Just
funny
keep
because
swimming.
on the channel,
Just
Livid
keep
is
swimming.
Livid is the one who usually is like the top tier gamer, and he's much better
Oh,
at most
I'm
games.
awful at Fall Guys.
He is just not good at Fall Guys.
Oh, you kept it.
Oh,
Like
nice
it.
move.
Like
Nice move. Dude, where's your jumping technique? You gotta do the jump technique, man.
What? I'm using a mouse and keyboard code. I'm not using a controller.
Oh, that's
boy.
right. That's right. I forgot.
You know what though? I think the jumping was hurting you at the start there. Just that you got this much space to just run.
You don't have to
Just-
do it right now. It's when you have like 2 tiles left.
But if
Oh,
he gets
no.
out of it,
Oh,
he might not be able to get back into the jumping technique.
Oh, it's true. You're doing great,
Well,
Liv. We all believe in
nobody's
you.
fallen. I like that. I like this technique. This is good technique. Oh, we're all here. Okay, we're all here. We're all friends.
Nope.
Oh, come on.
Oh no. Well, you tried.
I will never win that
Hey,
mini.
you got farther than the rest of us.
That's true.
Really?
That's true.
There is a 100% chance that I do not win that mini game.
We did the other one, Livid. I don't know if you've done this one. When we were practicing the other day, we had the ice version of Hexagon. Have you done that one?
No. That
So
sounds awful.
It's awful. There's like 3 layers of ice and you're sliding everywhere. It's not good.
You have even less control. Great.
Yep. These guys are killing it right now. Look at them. That's the jumping technique. Look how much time he takes just getting
I'm
one
sure he's
tile.
on a controller
Jump
also.
and dive. Jump
100%.
and dive. Okay. I'm gonna keep that strategy in mind.
There you go. All right. Well, we didn't get a win on that one, but there's still time. Still time. This guy's got the full Halloween costume going on right now, too.
They're ready to just skip past rewards because it takes so long to load these.
Only if we had all quit during the middle of that game.
Gotcha.
All right. Let's do it.
What must do?
You did change your outfit.
Oh, I gotta change mine. I gotta change mine. Hold on, I'm backing us out. I totally forgot.
Yeah, gotta get rid of. I mean,
I gotta get
like
rid of
the
this hot dog. It's weighing me down.
Let's see. What's more inconspicuous?
Oh man, this
Look
is.
at all those fun outfits. I'm so jealous.
I mean, the chickens.
The chicken? That's definitely not inconspicuous. I could do the elf. It's not Christmas time yet.
Oh, I like the workout outfit. That's nice.
The workout one? Purple or blue?
Well, no, that's what Livid did.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's go with the Monkey King.
I've seen a lot of people with that. That's good.
It's still fancy.
You've
but
seen
not...
a lot of people with the Monkey King?
It's
what
funny.
games have I been playing in?
It's fancy, but not that fancy. You know what I mean? All right, there we go. I'm feeling good about that. All right, somebody has got to get a W on this one right here.
Pickles wants to know if I want lessons.
Yeah, so one of the people that follows our channel, his name is Pickles. He is a huge Fall Guys fan, so he was so pumped that we were playing this game. I don't need Pickles. How many hours of Fall Guys do you have? I would imagine it's got to be over 300 at this point.
Yeah, probably.
That would be my guess.
How frustrating is this for you?
Oh, did you see what Greg said? Greg said, as someone that didn't have a program in place when he was in the hospital, I find this amazing. Thank you, everyone.
Oh, awesome.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, so Greg is a good friend of our channel, good friend of Livid's that's kind of come with us through all of our different evolutions of the channel, and he was dealing with a lot of like long-term care at the hospital. So I think he more than most people that we know could definitely understand like this is a really important thing that we're doing. We know that you guys do great work, so super excited. This is only year one. We obviously want to do this for a really long time, but hopefully once everything is all said and done, we'll be able to make a pretty big impact on some of the kids that you guys care for.
That is.
Yeah.
That would be great because I mean I work with patients up on the floor and I see a lot of repeat customers, as they say, and we have a lot of kids that stay for weeks on end getting treatment. And I even had last week a kid, or maybe it was a couple weeks ago at this point, but he comes in often for treatment and usually feels pretty crappy when he's here, and then when so he just kind of sleeps through his treatments and doesn't really want to engage in much. But last week, his mom found me and she said, is someone ever to hang out with him? He's like ready to play video games. And like, I was like, I am all for it. He wanted to play Call of Duty. I agreed. However, I am not very good. But we play 1v1
oh my
and
God.
he kicked my butt and would often try and not shoot me just because he didn't want the round to be over so fast.
Oh, that's funny.
So he would stand around and like jump in front of me and taunt me and talk trash, but I thought I was pretty good, but
well, you know, it's something. There's a reason why those Call of Duty players are so good. It's because they have a knack for the game. I just want everybody to know that I came in first place on that one. So
You know that I haven't made it out of the starting zone.
Same. I don't know what the strategy is here.
So you can walk. You can walk on the little part between the fan belts.
Yeah.
Unless someone.
There you go. There you go.
This metallic shark. I'm gonna push him. I'm gonna push him.
You could jump to the blue one there. You could have jumped to the blue
I was
one.
I think that's what I was trying to do.
Oh, this
It's
shark
hard
and I
to
are
say.
dead last.
All right, where's everybody else right now? I can't even find anybody else.
Because see, this is why I don't like to walk on those, because I'm not very coordinated on them.
There's no way I fell that long and I'm gonna possibly make this.
I'm a little worried about Evan right now too. Not gonna lie.
It's a ways. It's a ways.
You're worried about him.
I'm worried about both of you, to be honest with you.
I know, I can't get past the first. Dang.
There we go.
I'm scared this unicorn's gonna push.
See, that metallic shark is just taunting me.
Oh wow, when you said the beginning, you really meant the beginning.
This isn't a joke, Cody.
There you go. There you go. All right, be patient. Just be patient. Just be patient.
Okay.
Oh,
And that
there's so many people at the
There
end
you
right
go.
now.
Jump and dive. Jump and dive.
Let's dive. Oh, there's dive.
There it
Okay.
is. Okay, you made it to the first one.
Yeah, I also usually get a lesson on what all the buttons do.
Yeah, you definitely.
No, that pickle.
The jump and dive is the strategy here.
Now is that?
Oh, you're right.
That's
is
X
the
if you're on
strategy.
a Xbox
Yeah,
controller.
no.
Oh, this cactus really has your number.
I know.
I wonder if that's your friend Ryan here, who's coming into the game just to mess with you.
Probably.
Oh, this is not good.
Oh, there's a
7
time
people.
limit?
Yep.
Oh, one. Oh boy.
Oh boy. Well.
Right when I started to get the hang of it.
Too funny.
Shoot.
Katie, I think you have another supporter here. I missed it before, but Vanessa was cheering you on.
Oh man, I feel like I'm letting everyone down. I should have
okay.
practiced more.
It's okay. It's okay.
That one was infuriating.
That one's a hard one. Deceptively hard. That's actually kind of the name of this game is Deceptively Hard.
Man,
I'm
this
glad-
was one I was good at practicing too. I was ready for this one.
You mean the boring matching game? The game that requires very little skill?
Listen. We all have our strengths, okay?
Oh, this one's good when you stay in the far corner.
Yeah, that's
Like,
right.
If you stay in the far corner, it doesn't get you.
That's right.
There you go. Just hang out there.
I'm just gonna hang out here. Somebody always grabs me, and most of the time I fall off. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, I like that duck outfit. That was fun.
Oh, that's a good one.
It's like the duck hunt look.
Yeah.
And I like that vacant look in the eyes of that duck. What was it? What
Nailing
was it
it.
yesterday, Katie? Like watermelon? Watermelon?
Oh, that was a lot of people that got eliminated.
Did you get eliminated?
Oh.
Oh, you're right next to me. You're next to me.
Yeah. All right,
Squad,
watermelon,
stay
orange,
together.
cherries.
Whoa. That guy just got launched.
Oh, you're on it.
Yep.
You're good.
We're in
Wait,
the
Evan,
right
are
spot.
you eliminated too?
Oh, I've been eliminated a long time ago. Last round.
That guy standing in the middle?
Yeah, I've seen people do that with this. I only played this one once, but I was like, oh, come on, I want to be able to do that.
So what are we on? We're on grape right now, right?
Yeah.
Grape, watermelon. Oh
you're on.
yes! Look at that.
Oh,
Don't get pulled off. Don't get
let him
pulled
push,
off.
Don't let him push you. Give him a shove. You won't.
Wow. Nailed it.
Woo!
That was funny.
eliminated so many people.
Whoa.
Oh, we're gonna get a win here.
I
No
was,
pressure.
Look
wow,
at
that
that.
really. You know what's so funny? That one little addition of that that spinning bar in the middle
Yeah.
made that game go from nobody ever got eliminated to almost the entire group got eliminated. Because when that game first came out, there was no bar in the middle. It was just like it was just a
nice.
matching game. This one sucks. This is my
awful.
least favorite final round.
When are we gonna play red light, green light?
Yes, little Squid Games.
Oh,
You
see,
know-
this is the one that I got all the way to the end. It was me and this other guy, and I wasn't able to grab the crown, and he grabbed it
Oh, yep.
a hot second before me.
Let's see how we do here. I'm not good at this one. Notoriously not good at this one.
Oh,
I'm feeling like
oh, brazen.
so great.
Livid's doing really
Livid.
good right now.
Getting
Yeah.
after it. Pause.
Oh,
Oh, right in the kisser.
I can't
Ah,
never
right in
get
the
past this
kisser.
part.
Yep.
I may get it. I may get it. I may get it. No, I missed it. Oh my god. Oh, I'm so bummed.
Oh.
I had it. I had it won. Oh, that's so disappointing.
Oh, you get hit with those penguins.
I like this mad professor look he's got going on here, though.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we need to get past the first round as a group.
As a group, as a team. Oh,
As a team.
30.
I know we're running out of time here, but I would love to play one more round if you guys have the time.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm ready. I'm
Okay.
ready to do well this time.
We all have to get out of the
I
first
have
round.
really high hopes.
Kind of had a feeling this is how it would go for me. I'm not gonna lie.
So just to go back to the thing about how many hours Pickles has in this game, he's got 679 hours in this game.
Oh my gosh.
How do you know that? Where does it say that?
He said it in in Steam. It'll let you know how long you've played your games.
Oh, Steam shouldn't do that. Steam, they gotta turn that off. You don't want to know. I don't want to know how long I've spent on gaming. Okay, that's
too funny. Pickles, thank you for the $5, man. Appreciate that.
Much appreciated. The kids appreciate it.
Maybe
All right,
he can give me some lessons. That would be great.
The goal: get out of the first round, guys. We got to do it as a team.
All right. I'm ready. When they all like wedge into one spot, is it jumping helping? Is just hold someone back? Is there like what is just keep moving forward?
I think honestly the goal is to always never be around people if you can. Like people in this game are going to ruin your run. So like the goal is like even on a race or something, if you can break away from the pack, or even if you have to wait a second for the pack to kind of do their thing, that's often really a good strategy. Like this is one. So slime climb is. What was that, Liv?
I said this game is a lesson in social distancing.
I was gonna say, yeah, this is all social distancing.
This is one where you'll see people will clump up really, really bad. Just take your time, run through it as fast as you can. You don't need to be first. You just can't be last.
Don't be last.
It's the running from a bear theory. Got it.
Yeah, and you guys are all in the front row, which is good. So just get out in front. Don't do anything fancy. Like you see how they're all jumping up here? Don't do that. Just run. Just run. There you go. Because look, all those people are still down there on the bottom.
Around that.
Doing good. Doing good.
No! I got eliminated?
Katie!
I thought they would have just like start me over.
No, it's slime climb. There's slime at the bottom.
Man.
Oh man.
I was going around those guys.
We still got a 3 squad. We're doing okay. Oh, somebody just held me though. That was rude.
Sheesh.
Yeah, now I can't panic because I got slime below me. So if I panic, I'm done.
No.
I don't know who I'm watching. Why am I not watching my squad?
Oh no! Oh. We got eliminated.
Oh no! Did we not make it out of the first round again?
I'm watching some guy with a TV on his head.
Oh, you can hit your right bumper to move to different people.
Oh yeah, here we go.
No, the clumping has begun.
Yeah, the clumping in this mission this level is awful.
There's Livid.
Hey,
oh boy.
No panic.
Nope. We're okay.
Nope.
We're okay. I don't know what this variation is at the end here. I've never seen this, so I have no idea what is happening.
I don't know what this.
Oh, this seems awful.
Oh yeah, that's. What?
Oh my gosh. These dummies.
What's going on here?
I don't know.
I tell you, everybody who has those outfits, they're made.
Get off me.
Oh, this TV outfit is kind of crazy.
No.
Oh, well, I lost it. Livid, where are you?
What is this
qualified.
technique?
Oh, good.
What is it? Oh, that wasn't good for that person.
This one was great because it doesn't have a time limit. The only goal was just to not to fall in the slime. But, you know.
And we failed that.
Why is this genie just messing around? Oh.
All right, Livid, let's back out. Let's back out. Give everybody one more shot at this.
I'm trying to. Why can't I back out?
Yeah, everybody's got to back out now.
There we go.
Oh, I leveled up.
One more time.
Ready?
We're gonna get out of the first round, guys. We got this.
As long as it's not that round. We don't. I mean that level. That's the rising slime ones really stress me out.
Which is, the thing is, you just got to remember and you got to look. Some of them are timed, some of them are not. So usually, like in that one, you don't need to really race other people. You could just kind of take it at your own pace.
This is true because they're gonna eliminate themselves.
Exactly.
Got it. Don't need to Leroy Jenkins.
Feeling stressed already.
Listen, it's going to be fine. We're going to get out of the first round, and then it's going to be smooth sailing. All 4 of us are going to end up in the finals. I'm calling it right now.
I believe.
I know. I'm telling you, it's going to happen.
Appreciate your confidence.
It's going to happen. So much. All the practice you've done. Well, here's your chance. You get to redeem yourself and do the exact same.
Oh, no.
You get to do it all over again.
Gosh. See, it's also deceiving because they don't show the little launchers that they have. So I'm like, oh, this is fine. It's just zigzagging, but no.
It used to be just zigzag, and then they added all these
And it
like
was too easy.
variations.
Yeah.
It's gonna go. You're right. It's gonna go around. I don't need the stress.
Nope. Nope.
Go nice and easy.
I appreciate
Don't push
the
me.
motivational
That's right.
talk here.
I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
Oh boy.
No.
These Pokeballs are just killing me here.
Oh.
Big Rush.
You guys are doing good. You're doing good. Just take it slow.
Oh, there's a gap there.
Don't go too slow. Slime's right behind you.
Yep. Slime's right there. Slime's right there. That guy doesn't need to hold me. Not necessary.
Oh, come here.
Guys are doing great. You're doing great.
Are you sticking with us? Or are you
I'm a little bit
Oh,
ahead of you,
no.
but I'm watching. I'm watching.
Oh, I appreciate that. Oh no.
I'm in the slime.
Please
I'm in the
turn.
slime.
Oh no.
I'm in the slime.
You got eliminated?
I'm eliminated.
Oh
Eliminated.
no.
I'm eliminated. I had it. I was doing well.
Katie, did you just get eliminated too?
I got pushed off by one of those things that Livid's by.
This
And
guy's
so-
holding people like a jerk.
Oh my god. Well, I'm getting murked by
No,
this.
I'm dead. Yep, this guy's holding people.
Are
on
you
the-
serious?
on the
All
thing.
of you are
Yep.
out?
Do you see the guy holding every single person that tries to get on the log?
Oh
What does
my
that? What does
God.
that do?
I'm launching the ball out there. You see it? Knocking all the people
Oh,
over.
good for you.
This is
Well, now that we're
maniacal.
eliminated, you keep hitting that.
I-
Oh.
Whoa, I was
Double
flying
bounce.
in the air. Oh my god, this is brutal. All right, guys, one more time. You got one more in you?
Oh, look
Yeah.
at this action.
Oh yeah, that's not. Yeah.
Not cool.
All right, let's
Not
back
cool.
it out.
This guy deserves to lose, the pink one.
Back it out. Let's do it one more time.
I got my 30 points. I'm ready. I'm ready. Just don't do that one again. Come on. Anything
Dude,
with that one. I'll
change
take the ice
change
one.
the show. Just do the trick show. I don't think Slime Climb is in the trick show.
Oh, just do the trick show. Got it.
Yep. Yep. All right.
Ready.
Finals or bust, guys. Finals or bust.
Man, I was doing so well that time too.
Livid, ready up.
I was ready.
Yeah, I'm bummed that like I kind of thought that they were gonna get rid of that squad game for the this week. Of course, would have been nice to have that here, but
It just
That's
helps
all right.
me grow as a gamer so that I can, better my skills.
that's right. The next time
for the
there's gonna be a
children.
kid at some point that asks you to play Fall Guys with them, and then you're gonna impress them so much.
I mean, that is my goal, is to impress all the children. I like to show off my knowledge, but then when they see it in action, they realize it's all a facade.
Well, look, Call of Duty is not a great game to try and showcase your skills. Like a Fall Guys or like a Super Mario, like I feel like that's more like a normal, acceptable speed.
I mean, I can also talk Minecraft. I usually ask them about creepers and zombies and, survival or creative mode, but they don't usually ask me to play that, so it's pretty good. We're good on that too.
Nice.
It's nice playing a game and not getting trash talked by a small child.
I can imagine that happens. Are you serious? We're doing it again? Well,
Oh my.
guys,
I'm ready. I'm ready.
This is it. Redemption is now.
Or bust.
Pickles did say slime is the trick show.
I did not realize Slime was in the trick show. I thought Slime was not in the trick show. Of all the, I mean, seriously, what's the probability that we get this 3 times in a row? It's pretty low.
Apparently 100%.
It's pretty low.
No.
Just take it nice and easy.
No, no, no.
Oh no.
Bad
Katie,
news,
you're not
guys.
eliminated, right?
Katie, are you out already?
I caught the tail end of that thing as it was pushing out, and
Oh no.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm an embarrassment. It's fine.
What? I didn't know there were fans here. This is crazy.
This is different. They added fans.
I was messing around with them, trying to make use of them, but I'm giving up.
Okay, there's already people
I did
grabbing
too.
here.
30 people grabbing me.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh well, I just got eliminated because I suck. Hey, my dad just donated $100. Thanks, Dad.
Oh, don't. Oh, that guy.
Where's Livid?
No. Oh well, I just got yeeted. So.
Are you
I didn't
out
realize
too?
we were- Almost.
Oh my gosh. All right, now I got Evan. I got him.
Yep. Here's the dude grabbing people. Yep. I'm out.
All right, Evan, you're the last one alive. Let's go. Oh no. Oh no.
I'm just gonna hop over here, and we're gonna. Don't you?
Oh.
This guy.
He really is holding you and eating you. That's awful.
You just
I don't
jumped
need this.
You're not supposed to do that.
Oh my
No,
god.
I hear it's bad news. Oh, good. Is he gone? The imp's
You're
gone.
good.
right?
You're good. No, don't jump on him.
I could not have been sent anymore.
Okay. Okay. For serious, last time, we have to get out of the
Last
first
time?
round. Don't worry, there's
Alright,
nobody else waiting for us. It's just us at this point.
I'm gonna get rid of the.
You'll be
the
here
trick
all
show
night.
part.
Yep, don't do the trick show. Apparently that was the wrong choice.
Oh wait. Main show.
Oh my
Ready.
gosh.
We couldn't possibly get it a fourth time, could we?
I mean, who knows?
We're on the main show now.
We're pretty lucky, so we might.
The fans threw me. They added that. What the heck?
The fans threw me too. I was like trying to get up on them. I'm like, this is not working. I fell down like 6 times.
I thought you meant spectators, and I was like, oh, there's spectators in Fall Guys? like
All the
like
people
in the
swimming around the
slime
slime.
waiting.
Nope, just the giant fans that were coming
Yeah,
at us.
I
like
didn't get that far, so I couldn't tell you.
Fair enough.
I think I wasted a lot of time on those fans. I was like, oh, it'll blow me up on.
That's
No,
what I
no,
did too.
just-
Yep.
I just got held at that yellow roller area constantly.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like you get held a lot, Livid. Maybe it's because you get
I
really
do.
far.
There's choke points in all of these maps, and these choke points are like brutal because there's always one person that just stands there and wants to make your day just awful.
Just eliminate everyone else, and then they'll just hop up.
All right, there we go. Gate crash. We can do this one.
Okay.
Remember,
Okay.
this is the one with the slide jump at the end.
Slide at the slide jump.
Slide jump.
Slide jump.
I can do it.
Anticipate the gate that's gonna come down as you're ending the ramp.
Yes.
And don't forget to jump. You gotta jump.
And jump. Slide,
Gotta
jump. Because the jump is before the gate, right? Okay.
Yep.
I'm in the back. Is this one timed?
It is not timed. It's just like qualified timed.
Okay.
Ooh, just made it through that.
Okay.
Come on.
Slide, jump.
Oh.
Alright.
All right. One is through. How you guys doing?
No, get up, get up!
Around.
Where's Katie? I'm trying to find her.
No.
Evan's through. I cannot find Katie. Where's Katie?
I'm farther. No, shoot!
Oh.
I was so close. I just picked the wrong gate both times. Man.
Well, hey, look, 3 of us got out of the first round, so that's better.
Keep
That's
going.
better.
That's better.
Man.
Sorry, Katie.
It's
Pickles just said he's
alright.
in our game. That's hilarious. Pickles, which character are you?
Oh no, he said, guess not. Same map, same times. Weird.
Oh, darn.
Oh, weird.
Oh, this is a
Oh,
fun
that
one. Evan, have
looks
you done this
cool.
one yet?
No, navigate else. There's 2
Oh, is this
left
the
on the course.
So this is, you got to do 2 laps around this one, and there's gravity fields. So I believe blue is light gravity, so you can jump higher, and pink is heavy gravity, so you jump, like you barely jump, like you barely get off the ground.
Oh boy. Yeah, it'll be fine.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
This makes complete sense.
Yeah. Look.
This is
Fall
normal.
Guys is one of those games you have to experience the levels once before you can even like remotely try and wrap your head around them.
Sweet. Oh, they don't like this at all. Oh, I can just go around? Oh. Well, why am I jumping around these things?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, laser beams are rough.
Yeah, they're a little rough. They're a little rough.
Oh, good. I'll just take it around. Just take it around. Get out this time. There we go.
Okay, I'm on a carousel of death right now.
A carousel of death. What a visual.
Just gonna...
I literally can't get up. My guy's constantly falling down.
All right, feel like we're doing okay right now. You guys on lap 2 yet?
Yep. Oh boy.
Look at you, Evan, crushing it.
I think I am.
I mean, you're doing better than I am.
Oh no, I just totally went against the grain. Oh yeah, Evan's crushing it. He's right next to me. So either I'm doing really bad or he's doing really good.
Oh, I don't know what I was gonna say. This is probably not a good... Ooh, right into that post.
Oh god, I thought it was stuck.
No, not back.
All right, I think we're gonna make it all through. We're all right here, right?
Nope.
Oh, I don't see Livid.
Nope.
Oh no.
Oh, there...
Where are you?
Katie, where are you? Oh, you got eliminated. Sorry.
Jokes. Funny.
Rude.
Sorry.
No. Gravity. Don't betray
Oh man,
me.
I couldn't even find you. You're done. All right, Evan, you and me. Gotta get to the finals. Let's go.
Let's do this. Oh, they need to knock more people than that.
We got at least one more
want
game
part
before
left.
we could even consider the finals.
All right. I'm ready. I got my latex suit on.
Let's see what we got. I think we're gonna get a team game here. That would be my guess. Let's see. Nope.
Avoid this. Don't fall off the platform.
This was that one you saw us do before with the square platform and the blocks coming at you.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I feel people are going to be very pushy.
I love it when they like do their stretches before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I respect that. I like that. Oh, someone else is matching me. That's nice. We both got our...
Right. Oh
steel
man,
suits
those blue guys like really blend into the like this one right here with the blue and the white
Ooh,
face.
yeah.
You barely even notice he's there. That's smart. That's really smart.
Oh, there's a lot of people grabbing. I don't like it.
Yeah.
I don't like it. I'm gonna go in a circle.
You got the right idea though. Just keep moving and stay away from people.
I want to get away from you. No.
You look frantic.
Because I am.
You're a little spastic.
That's a
there.
that's a
I was gonna say you almost got boxed in there.
I was like, I'll go in the middle. Oh, no. Oh man. I don't know what's going on.
Livid, I can't believe you got eliminated in that last round.
I can.
I'm so disappointed in you.
Oh.
Ooh.
Nice. Doing good.
Ooh, too close.
Somebody's holding like crazy.
Want you to touch me. No touching.
And then you have a twin.
I know. I saw. I'm very excited. I'm rooting for him. I'm not though. I don't.
That's
I don't think
this
that's
is
not how
a
this
every man for himself sort of situation.
Yeah, 100% is.
Yeah.
20 seconds.
How are
Let's
not-
go.
More people need to be eliminated.
Start pushing people.
I refuse. I'm just gonna dive.
Oh, that guy just got taken.
There we go. Are we good? We're good. Evan and me are still good.
That was real close, Evan.
Well done. Well
I
done.
watched that last one.
There's a sweaty controller right here.
Oh, gotta love it. I don't think anybody got eliminated. Oh, okay. 4 people, 5 people, 6 people. All right, so we're still gonna have one more mini game before the final.
What do they have to get it down to?
Usually, it's like somewhere between like 15 and 10 is when they'll trigger it. Snowball survival. Try not to break the ice and don't fall out of the bowl. I've never done this one before.
Wow.
This looks like that.
This is the final game?
No, it's not the final one. They said it wasn't the final. It looks like a final game though.
I mean,
is this ice gonna crack?
Oh,
but the pink ice doesn't crack. Interesting.
The hot dog's just staying there where he was.
Are there? Okay, all right. So there are only 2 snowballs at once.
For now.
Oh, that's true. That's a good point. So I don't get... Oh, okay. There's only 1 layer of ice there. Got it. Oh, this is going to be brutal in the end.
It's really easy to avoid the snowballs, no?
Yeah, until there's a 3rd one and a 4th one.
Oh.
As long as you got
Are they adding more?
I don't know. Yeah, this is the...
No, you only have 10 seconds left to go.
Oh, maybe there's only 2. Oh, now they're out of... Now they're totally in a different orientation, though.
The guy's just standing there.
Okay, maybe that was way easier than I thought it was gonna be.
Okay.
Did anybody get knocked out?
I don't know.
Wow, really? Okay.
I probably would have been one of those.
Okay.
I'll take it.
Okay.
Take it. All right, so now we should be at a final. Evan's got a chance to win his first crown.
Woo!
Big pressure.
Oh, here's the... I'm going for the... Oh, no.
Oh, no, this is not the end. This is not the end.
a final. Nope.
So, have you done this one, Evan?
No.
Okay, so it's kind of like Legend of the Hidden Temple type thing. There's like an invisible path, and you have to find it.
Oh, no.
And here's the thing. Most of the people will be like really shy. Like somebody will get out ahead, and they'll find the path, and then everybody will just kind of like tiptoe towards the end. And it's like just that last few seconds that are going to make the difference. You'll just... I'll try and find the path early, and we can do it together. Let's see here. So the first thing you gotta do is basically just try and guess. Okay, so there's the path on the left side. Keep going right, keep going right.
Yeah.
Nope. Okay, so that's not it. So it's got to be left and up, maybe.
Oh.
There it is. There it is.
Okay.
Left
I see
up.
it.
Nope, not right.
Wow, these rollers make it awful.
Way different. Go, Evan! Oh, no, I'm dead. Wow, that's really hard.
Oh. How was that even?
I had that one too, Evan.
Oh, my gosh, man, that's so hard. All right, so he just found the path, so we just got to get there.
Oh, you gotta dive. There's no way to get past that without.
All right, nailed it. Come on, Evan, you got this. You got this. You got time. You got time. You got time. Wait for it to go. All right, go. Oh no!
Oof.
I think you need to jump from there.
I think you need to jump and get hit by the roller on
Yeah,
the right
and
side,
launch
right into the
it.
goal.
Go, ready? Ready? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
I was gonna try and jump that. That
Try and jump and launch.
Oh, we got one more person to make it.
You got it. You got it. You got time. You got time. Ready?
Scared.
Oh, he got through. He got through. You gotta go. You gotta go.
Oh.
Oh.
Oops. Wait a minute.
What happened?
I got.
What did you do?
I didn't know they replaced them. That's stressful.
Oh no, he's gonna get it. Oh, bummer.
Well, you're our only hope.
That was much harder with the variation with those rollers on there. All right, I'm this crown is gonna happen because it's a charity event. That's what has to happen, right? The charity person has to win the event. That's just the way it goes.
Right? You
in
got
the
it.
streaming world.
Oh, I hope it's the.
Oh no! Oh,
That's what I'm
no!
talking about.
Oh, this is gonna be awful. Livid, this
You
is
got
the
it.
hexagon on ice.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
You got it.
Oh, okay.
All right. You got it.
We'll see what happens here. Channeling the power of the Monkey King.
Really hoping my wife got the kids down.
All right, let's see what we can do here.
Oh, why am I on the
terrible
duck?
Oh, I started on the duck too.
The
There we go.
Oh, somebody already got
when-
eliminated. That was funny.
The nutty professor was just standing there and didn't move, so he probably went home. He probably just gave up.
Well, we've already got one elimination, so we're doing okay.
You got this.
Two
You got
eliminations.
this.
Oh, no. Oh,
don't
you.
you dare.
That was so jerky. Oh, my gosh. I thought he
got
had
it.
me there.
You got it.
Always the dangerous thing when you play on, like, the edge of these maps.
Nope, he's going for you.
Oh, man, they're really going
Hunting
for
you.
me. Okay, I'm gonna try and mess this guy up.
Oh, he's coming for you. He's coming for you.
Yep, he sure is. There's just too many tiles at this point. So, like, I think the only goal should just be to, like, try and get as much of these gone as I can.
I mean, it's hard to tell which ones are. Oh, okay.
Yeah, these are all bottom
Okay.
tier right here.
This is where I would just run off the edge because I wouldn't be paying attention.
Oh, this guy's
Oh, yeah.
he's coming for me again.
He's got your number.
He totally does.
Nothing to see here.
Just gonna keep running. Just keep doing my thing.
All right, 3 are eliminated. We focus on that.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
he's going for
I
it.
knew exactly what he was doing. I saw him beeline for me.
Hunting. Oh, that imp's gonna hunt for you too. Nope. All right.
Blue guy
Oh,
just
he's-
blends in so well.
No, that's the key.
I was like, where's the last? I was like, where's the other?
I need a light blue costume. That's what I need. Oh, he's going for you.
Oh,
good,
no.
Good avoid. No, you're good. You're good.
We're talking through Evan.
This is a giant pickle. What is he? Oh yeah, no. Get out of there.
Yeah, play
He's
hard to
coming.
get.
He's coming.
Yeah.
Nice. What?
Yeah.
Oh no, that was a mistake.
You got it. One more. It's the pickle.
No! Oh no! I was so close.
What is that?
Oh, I'm so mad at myself, man. I had that.
You had it.
What? Yeah, that's not even a pickle. It's
Well
like an
played.
alien.
It's an alien. Yeah. Well played.
Oh, well, you know what? We had a good run, guys. We had a good run.
That was good. That was impressive.
I don't know if we can all agree on that.
Well, look, we got out of the first round that last time. That was what mattered, really.
Really close.
Really close. Well, guys, thank you so much, Evan, Katie. I know this is a Saturday. It's, you know, this is the last thing you want to be doing is playing video games on a stream after a long week of work. Maybe it is what you want to be doing. It actually sounds kind of fun.
I don't know. This is pretty fun.
So thank you guys so much for coming, talking a little bit about what you do at the hospital. Obviously, we've got a couple more hours here left in the stream, but we'll keep everybody abreast on the channel about like what we're doing after the fact, after the stream is over. And of course, we're going to update everybody once we figure out what we're going to get for you guys and what, you know, items we're going to buy. We'll do another video and hopefully, you know, change some lives. That'll be cool.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you for having us. This was awesome.
Yes. Thank you so
course.
much. Really appreciate all that you're doing.
Oh, absolutely. Guys, we're going to take a quick break as we say goodbye to Katie and Evan, and we will be right back with you.
at you, you looking like a star shines. And you bright, 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 bright. Like the lights on a fight night, night. Love hit me like a mic, mic, mic. You know I'ma get it right, right, right. So stay with me. Run away with me. Need like a dope fiend, need dope. Need like a coke fiend, need coke. Even though your heart cold, ski slope. I really hope the song bringing me close. Shine.
this do or die. Feel it in my veins tonight. Emotional suicide. You know it's a knife for eye. I didn't wanna walk the plank. But the Mariona, it came like the thunder. I was on my way to going under. Swimming in the pain, yeah, I was covered in a tidal wave, But I'm a fighter, trying to take me down, I'm going higher. Maybe you've been playing with some fire. You've been playing with fire. One day you will see what you made of me. Found my inner peace. You watch it release in the dead of night. In the dead of night. Maybe when the spirit die, you know it's an eye for eye. Feel the energy align in the dead of night.
Hey everybody, we are back, Livid and Codiak, the actual
Hello.
Legacy team. We're here together. It has been a long day. It has been an exciting day. I am exhausted from talking all day, and I'm sure you're exhausted from sitting there playing games and being the support staff on all of this stuff. Man, what
Good.
it's been a good year. It's been a good year for our channel. It's been an awesome year for gaming, even though it's still in the middle of a
Definitely.
pandemic. And yeah, here we are. Almost November.
I can't believe we're almost done with a year.
I know, crazy. So Livid is playing some Destiny 2 right now. We were going to play Star Citizen, but something happened with Star Citizen where we couldn't play it, so we're going to Destiny. That's fine. This is a game that's been a big part of your life for a really long time, isn't it?
Really long time. Yeah. Like,
and you're just
unbelievably
recently
long time.
You're just recently kind of getting back into it.
Yeah, I was away for like 3 seasons, and then I decided with Greg that we would play some more. So
Nice. Very cool. Well, Livid, we're going to take this last hour and a half to do a bunch of giveaways. We do still have some stuff here from the server that from our sponsors, I should say, that we have to give away. So you just play you just do your thing. You play. I will start giving stuff away. And guys, this is going to kind of be rapid fire. So hopefully you're here with us. Hopefully you're paying attention. So first things first, I want to give away, again, this is from our friends at Fan Gamers. So let me throw that up really quick. So this is from our friend at Fan Gamers. This is the Undertale vinyl complete set. So if you love the music in Undertale, as you can see, it's 4 vinyl discs here. 5 vinyl discs here. Sorry about that. Some awesome artwork on this thing. I never actually played Undertale, even though I'm a lover of indie games, but I know the music is iconic. A lot of people love it. So we are giving away I guess it's the collector's edition of the vinyl set. So for anybody that doesn't know, that anybody, maybe you just joined the channel, to join in any of our Discord giveaways, you do have to be part of our community, accept the rules in the Discord server, give yourself the Discord role, the giveaway role in the roles channel, and then enter the giveaways. You can do that. It's one time. You do it one time, and then you can enter all of the giveaways moving forward. So there are the instructions up on your screen. And I'm going to do this right now. So this is, I don't even know what we call this here. We're going to call this
Undertale vinyl set. I don't know.
Yeah, there you go. Undertale Collector's Edition vinyl set. Again, guys, this is for the US only, mainly because of shipping costs. It would cost us insane amount of money to ship this stuff anywhere else. And there's only a 5-minute time limit on it. So if you guys are watching the stream, or you're part of our Discord community, you gotta kind of jump on this one quick. All right, coming back to you, playing your Destiny. What are we doing in Destiny today?
Just PvPing.
We're just PvPing, huh?
Yep.
Is the Destiny PvP scene still pretty big?
It's huge, yeah.
Yeah. Did they ever get into like tournaments and stuff like that with this game?
I mean, there's trials, which is like weekly. Oh, I'm gonna die here. Yep.
But like,
Yeah, there's
like hosted stuff.
No, like esports? No, no.
Why is that? You think it would be like the natural fit for the game?
Yeah, I feel like they could do something cool with it.
So what are you playing as right now? What class are we?
Warlock. Warlock.
Got it. So this is capture the flag or just like a domination?
You hold points, and when you it's control. You hold points in order to like as you get kills. Your kills are based on how many points you're holding.
Got it. Okay. Now this is using all of the gear that you have in the main game.
Yep.
Now is there like a leveling? Like is there a way to like?
There's no level. There's no level influence in this game mode.
So you can be level 1 and still be fine.
Correct.
Cool. One Shot Gamer, Woodles, good to see you guys in the chat here. We've got about an hour, a little bit over an hour left with the stream. So if you guys have, you know, the means to donate to the Leave a Legacy Fund, we would love you forever. We are a little bit over $1,000, moving in towards our next goal, which is great. We'll be able to do a lot of stuff with that money, guys. So $1, $2, whatever you have, the kids would definitely love it. And again, today's entire stream is in support of Connecticut Children's. It's a hospital in my area that, you know, it's super important to me. It's just a great healthcare network that only focuses on kids. That's all they do. And as you guys saw in the last hour, Evan and Katie are just fantastic representatives of the hospital. Tons of fun to hang out with them. We played a little Fall Guys. But yeah, we still have an hour and a half left. So if you're waiting to donate, now would be the time. My throat is killing me, not gonna lie. Grego sent me a DM saying, tell Anthony to get me in his game.
Message him. Just join me after.
There you go.
I'm dead here.
Excuse me. So we've got 20 people in the giveaway for the collector's edition vinyl set for Undertale. Again, guys, if you want to do, we're going to be doing a lot more giveaways in this last hour. If you want to join any of these giveaways, all you have to do is join us on Discord, accept the rules in the welcome channel, and then assign yourself the giveaways role. There's a special channel on our server that we use for giveaways. And like I said, this giveaway that we're currently doing right now, it's only lasting for like another minute or two, is all because of our friends at Fangamery. They gave us this awesome collector's edition vinyl set of Undertale. You are not going to want to miss this one. Really cool set. They make awesome collector stuff. I actually want to buy some stuff from them because the stuff that they make is so cool.
Gosh. Yeah, that Undertale stuff's dope.
Yeah.
All the
really,
stuff
really
they
cool.
make, really cool.
Yeah, and they make it all custom, which is just the coolest thing in the world. Like, they always are putting together like these packs and bundles around games that are super popular.
Yeah, that's really cool. Oh, he had a super.
So we got 2 more minutes in that giveaway, guys. Last chance to enter that. And then we're just gonna kind of keep firing off giveaways because we got a couple more things we got to give away. I actually got to see how many controllers I've given away at this point. I don't want to give away too many controllers. I only have a few. So let's see. We've given away 1, 2, 2, 3, 4. 4? I've only given away 4. I got 6 more left to go.
You captured Zone A. Power play. Keep the pressure on.
Yeah, Fangamer, they've got some really cool stuff, Radis. Like, they just made some stuff based on, oh my gosh, I'm blanking on it right now. New indie game that just came out from Chucklefish. Eastward. So it's really cool. They work with all these developers to make this, like, merch that's just so different, so unique, and really art, like, there's a lot of art baked into it, which I really appreciate. I know Livid does too.
Yep.
Wow, you just got yeeted.
We did. They're all there.
Fight on.
All right, looks like William the Tiger Knight, I almost said Tiger King. William the Tiger Knight has won our Undertale Collector's Edition vinyl set. Congratulations to you. We're going to just jump right into another giveaway. This one is sponsored by Power A. So you guys may have heard, if you've been here for any period of time throughout the day, Power A sent us some awesome Xbox controllers. So they gave us 10 of these to give away. We've given away 4, which means I've got 6 more to give away. So we're going to give away 2 of these right now. We've got a blue version and a green version. Really, actually, they're really cool. So they've got additional buttons on them. It's got the headphone port. It's got the extra grip on the pads, like the molded diamond grip. Really cool controllers. I actually kind of want to try one just to see how good it is. But I'm not going to because I want to give them away. So we've got 2 more of those we're giving away right now. Hopefully they didn't break because I just dropped them in the ground. Oh, it's been a day. It's been a long day. Yes, these are all U.S. only. If I had to ship these around the world, it would end up costing a ton of money, and that kind of defeats the point of the charity event, doesn't it? All right, so I will do this in 1 second here while Livid keeps playing.
Oh, you had me right there.
Nope, that's not what I wanted. Another 5-minute one, guys. Very, very quick one. Power A, wired gaming controllers. Xbox.
Got it rocked.
USA only. There you go. Another one's up right now. You guys can join in. I'm going to put it up on the screen one more time here. If you guys are not part of our Discord, you can join the Discord, accept the rules in the welcome channel, then assign yourself the giveaways role in the roles channel, and then enter the giveaways in the giveaways channel. There you go. Does my beard grow that way, or do I trim my cheeks? That's a great question. I do shave all the way down to like the edge, I guess you could say. You're a weirdo.
Oh my gosh, it just got melted.
Zone C lost.
I like your pumpkin head that you have on.
Thanks.
Getting in the Halloween spirit. Is that a cosmetic or is that an actual item?
The actual item.
Oh, cool. Is it good?
It's just for the it's basically for the event. Like while you're wearing it, you can get candy from things you do.
Oh, okay. They really are making this an MMO, huh?
Yep.
Impressive.
Hey, you won.
Give the Red Jacks a lesson in territory control.
Let's get Greg in here.
The Grego.
Yep.
I really want a nice, ginormous cup of tea right now. My throat is actually on fire. 12 hours of talking is a lot of talking.
That is a lot of talking. I'd probably be able to make it through 3. If I'm being completely honest.
It was nice when you bring in some of the other content creators and they're also so used to talking that they just kind of talk, which was nice.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Which was very nice.
Watching plays a good opportunity for what, Greg? Greg's just here to make fun of me.
So who's better at PvP, you or Greg?
Oh, Greg, without a doubt.
Oh, is he that good?
Greg, without a doubt. Yeah.
Okay. What character does Greg play?
I don't know. What are you playing right now? Are you playing your Warlock or Hunter? Warlock.
Nice. Oh, he's got the Halloween head too.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I'll use something different.
3 minutes left on the controllers giveaway, guys. So if you want to win your chance for some Power A wired gaming controllers, you can do that right now. Again, to get into our Discord, check out that link there. You can accept the rules in the welcome channel and then assign yourself the giveaways role in the roles channel. And a quick way to do Discord. I set up some chat commands because we're fancy like that. Took me way longer than I want to admit how long it actually took to set up those chat commands.
Did it actually post a Discord? Oh, there we go.
It just it takes a second, but it gets there.
Gotcha.
So are we doing more PvP or are we doing PvE now?
Just doing PvP stuff right now.
Gotcha.
We got time.
We got time. All the time in the world. Are we doing the same like control type thing?
Yeah. That's the general game mode. That's fun.
Got it. Are the other ones not fun?
I don't like them as much. Control's just like it's a lot of it's almost like deathmatch, but it has objectives, so it forces people to go into areas. Whereas like if you don't force people, they kind of just lane certain things together.
Gotcha.
You captured Zone C. Enemy claimed Zone A.
No.
It's so fast paced, man.
Yep. Oh, I spawned right on this point. Sure.
So what are your abilities as a warlock?
Turn my grenade into a little soul around me that shoots people.
Okay.
Which is cool. I have a rift that I can stand in and heal. And then I have a kind of ranged melee attack.
Nice.
You captured Zone B. You have zone advantage.
What is the bar below their health? Is that their shield that you have to knock down first?
Yeah. Yeah.
Got it. Usually you see that above the bar, not below the bar. Interesting.
Oh, I thought it was in the... Oh, boy. And warlocks can float in the air.
Got it. Oh, he got you.
Got him low. Yep.
All right, congratulations to Radis and Krilly TV for winning those Power A wired gaming controllers. So that is 6 controllers. We have 4 left that we're going to give away once we get towards the end of the night. We do still have an hour left. We do still have some more things to give away, but I wanna try and poke you guys to donate $1 or $2. So the next person who donates $1, $2, whatever the next donation is, then we'll do another giveaway. I'm only gonna do another giveaway if somebody donates something. So we are over $1,200, which is awesome. But let's try and keep bringing that number up if we can. Got a couple more things here next to me to give away. One really cool thing, actually 2 really cool things, and then some more controllers, and then some other games and other things like that. So if you have a couple bucks, you want to donate, you want to support the stream, that'll kickstart another giveaway for us. Again, you can use super chats, you can become a member of the channel, whatever you want to do.
Oh my goodness.
That'll kickstart another giveaway. And for now, I'm just enjoying watching Livid kill people. Are you using a rifle or a shotgun?
Shotgun.
Oh, okay. Is that a pretty, like, do most people use shotguns in this PvP?
Yes. Yes, they do. It's like shotguns or fusion rifles. Which is like you have to wind up the attack before it shoots.
Got it. Do you run faster with the pistol?
No.
Oh, dude, I don't know what you just did, but you got destroyed.
I did, but I killed 2 people, so works.
You respawn really quick, too, which is cool.
Yeah. Ooh, is anybody going for that heavy? Someone is going for heavy.
All right, Radis. You can always rely on you, Radis.
Oh my gosh, this guy.
Welcome to being a founder of the channel. Radis, of course, kickstarting our next giveaway. Wanted to give away something really cool here. This is again from Fan Gamer, just because we know we are getting towards the end of the night, so want to give away everything that we have here. And so we've got a collector's edition of Undertale. This is, again, sponsored by Fan Gamer. They send us some really awesome stuff, guys. So Collector's Edition of Undertale for the Nintendo Switch. I have no idea what's in this box, but you can see it is a thick box. There's some really cool stuff in here. I don't know if it's artwork, I don't know if it's music, I don't know what it is, but absolutely cannot thank Fangamer enough for hooking us up with this. Undertale Collector's Edition, one of the most iconic indie games of the last like decade or so. So you're definitely not going to want to miss out. And again, I'm going to put this up on the screen. If you're not part of our Discord, you do have to join to have a chance to win that Collector's Edition. You join the Discord, accept the rules in the Welcome channel, then assign yourself the Discord giveaways role, and then, of course, enter the giveaway itself. 4 steps, but once you do that, you can enter any of our giveaways from here on out for, you know, forever and ever. So this is going to be another 5-minute giveaway. Gonna do one winner here, and this is Collector's Edition.
Enemy has your zones.
Undertale. Switch. And it is again the US only.
You have zone advantage.
Oh my gosh, dude. Like super central in the middle.
5 minutes remaining.
You having problems over there?
Yeah, everybody's using their super right now.
I'll keep this up on the screen for just another quick second here, so anybody that's joining the stream can join into this giveaway. This is not one you're going to want to miss. Again, it's the Collector's Edition Undertale by our friends at Fangamer. Could not, you know, I mean, we honestly had no idea they were going to be so generous with their donation. So huge thanks to them, and I think you guys are really going to like these vinyls, the Collector's Edition. They're really awesome. I just can't believe how fast this game plays. I really did not think it was going to be that fast.
It is. It's really fast.
Super duper fast. It's probably some of the fastest PvP I've seen.
Zone B lost.
Oh, Knight. Sorry, buddy.
Your enemy can't kill if they're dead.
Blitz, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, it's funny that the music became so like big in parallel to the actual game, which is really cool. But yeah, no, the game is really it's I don't know why I have not actually played a lot of the game, but I you know, it's just one of those games that if you love indie video games, you have to play it. William, what's going on? William, I did see that you DM'd me. I will get you the information that you need once the stream is over, probably tomorrow, most likely. Corey, this is Destiny 2. Livid's playing some Destiny 2 PvP with Grego.
Oh, almost got him.
Are you guys winning or losing? It looks like you're losing.
We are losing right
you're
now.
Crushed. What is supercharged?
That's my ulti, so I can use my ultimate now.
What is your ultimate?
You'll see.
Okay. Is that it?
Yep, now I can use this. Yep.
Oh, that's cool. Wow, you just murked that guy.
Yep.
How long does that last for? That lasts a long time.
Yeah, it lasts for a solid, I think, like 15 seconds.
Nice.
But you can obviously get killed out of it. I almost got killed twice there, so.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he slid under me.
What is Warlock the most popular class to play in PvP?
No, I think Hunter's the most popular.
What's the Hunter special ability?
Well, they have a bunch. Depends on what class you're running. Like, so you have like different subclasses, so you can choose between Arc and Solar and Void and Stasis. But the most popular for PvP is Stasis, and basically you have the ability to freeze people.
Okay.
So it's the most controversial thing because it's the a hard stun in gun combat is kind of, you know,
right. That's it.
disgusting.
Yeah.
Zone C captured. That's a power play. You took them, now hold them. Your beat. This time.
It's that ability that made me stop PvPing in Destiny. Oh,
not
really?
Yep.
Is it that bad?
Controlling those
Yeah, it's that. It's pretty bad.
Do you
It's
actually
getting
get
nerfed in the
weapons and
next.
stuff for doing PvP?
Yeah.
You,
You
get
can
gear
fully-
for PvP?
You can fully progress your character just doing PvP.
Oh, that's cool. It's crazy. Looks like there's so much gear in this game.
There's tons. Then you also have like the ability to transmog your stuff.
Oh, that was that whole controversial thing, right?
Yeah. But like you have, these are just masks for this one, but I can do like the chests. And then I can unlock different things. All the armors I've
gosh,
earned,
that's
I can
all
unlock
armor?
them. Yeah, these are all armors that have been in the game that I've earned like through just playing over the years. And now they're available to be unlocked to be cosmetics.
But once you unlock them, do you have them forever to transmog? Oh,
Yep.
okay.
Once you've earned them once, they're just infinitely there, and then you unlock them through like their. That's the controversial thing. You have to use like the synthwave stuff, which is like kind of time gated in a way. You can only do so many per season.
Okay.
So, but once you do, you spend one of those points, and you can unlock one of those things as a component.
Wait, you can only do so many per season?
Yep, that's
that
why it's
sucks.
controversial. Yeah, they should just let you infinitely grind it.
Why
but
would they?
it's
Why would
because
they hate you?
because they sell the same resource to be able to unlock them in the store.
Oh, dumb.
That's why it's controversial. So like you
I
can
mean,
earn
it's-
up to, you can only earn so many per season, but you can buy as many as you want, which
Yeah,
is
of course,
yeah.
of course. He Selder, congratulations on winning the collector's edition of Undertale on the Switch. That is awesome. We'll be working with you in a little bit after, probably tomorrow, most likely, to get you that. All right, guys, same deal. Next person who donates or becomes a member of the channel, it'll kickstart another giveaway. Not going to do another giveaway until somebody, can be $1, can be $5. Doesn't have to be anything crazy. Once you do that, we'll kickstart another giveaway.
Let's see.
We're doing good, guys. We've raised $1,200. We've got Livid and I are contributing some of our own money to it as well. So we're going to be able to do some really cool stuff for these kids. I'm really excited. This is only the first year of doing this. You know, we put a lot of work in this time around to make all these new graphics, to work with all these content creators. Like 1 full year is a long time in the YouTube world. You know, hopefully our channel has grown immensely more. By that point, we can bring even more people to the table. And yeah, just super excited that we've had such a great day. It's not over yet. You still have about an hour to donate. I know there's not a ton of people watching still, but if you haven't donated and you're watching, it's very easy to just use the super chat feature. Throw $5 towards the fund. You know, that's, you know, half of a t-shirt. Well, not really. It's like a quarter of a t-shirt.
Captured Zone
We need that door reopened.
A. Enemy claims Zone B. Enemy claims Zone C. Enemy.
Oh,
you got
domed.
sniped.
Yep.
There it is. Corey kickstarting the giveaway. Thank you, Corey. Appreciate you, brother. I've got one more kind of cool thing in this little bundle from Fangamer. So many people were just interested in the last Undertale thing. So I actually have a standalone. This is called Deltarune Chapter 1 soundtrack. I assume this has something to do with Undertale because it's got the same kind of look to it. But this is the Deltarune Chapter 1 soundtrack vinyl. So if you're interested in music and you just like collector's editions and vinyl, that is what we're giving away next. It's only the Chapter 1. It's not like a massive collector's edition, but it's still really cool. It's got some really cool artwork on it. I have no idea what Deltarune is, so somebody can tell me that. And as you guys are getting into the giveaway, for anybody that doesn't know, that is how you join. You got to be part of our Discord. You got to accept the rules, assign yourself the giveaways role, and then enter the giveaway. But once you do that, I know it sounds complicated. Once you do that, you're in for life.
Zone B. You have zone advantage.
All right, so we're gonna do this. We'll do another 5-minute one. Do one winner. Deltarune, vinyl, USA only. Deltarune was the next game from the Undertale group. Gotcha. I didn't know if it was a spin-off or like something crazy different. So that was our last giveaway from Fangamer. Cannot thank them enough, honestly. Coming in huge to support this event. Really appreciate Alex, who was my contact there, and just their very generous donation. Of course, we've got more controllers to give away from Power A, and we've got some other giveaway stuff to do as well. But for now, if you guys want to win the Deltarune vinyl disc, you can do that. The giveaway is live for the next 5 minutes, and we'll do more after that. For now, we're going to get back to watching Livid get killed in PvP. So, if you weren't doing PvP, what other content could you be like diving into right now?
Depends on like what we need, but there's how many raids are left in the game right now? They took a lot of stuff out because they transition content like per year essentially.
Okay.
Like because they don't want their excuse is they don't want their game to get so bloated in size that it doesn't run well.
Okay.
So they rotate certain planets and content out, and then they kind of bring it back in sometimes later, like fully refreshed. So, but what they have right now is they have a couple raids that you can do. There's numerous dungeons, which are like not raids, but they're like 3-man like elite activities.
Okay.
And then you have strikes, which are kind of like, if you'd equate them, I wouldn't say they're dungeons, but they're like in a normal like MMO, they'd be like maybe delves, right? If you think of it in that manner, like they're not dungeons, but they're smaller, like little focused content. Oh, I'm gonna die here.
What about like if you were looking for the best gear in the game, what would you do?
There's not technically, you don't technically farm a specific place for the best gear in the game. Like every activity or everything has different kinds of weapons per season. So like you can find like maybe you'll do an activity that gives you like a special exotic weapon, right? Like I'm using a special exotic one right now, and if you do a certain quest, you'll get it. If you do, how do I describe this? Raids will give you some pretty decent loot sometimes. Like there's usually a special weapon drop that's only exclusive to that raid.
Okay.
And it's a random drop. So you can't just like, do it once and get it most of the time. Most of the time you have to run it like, there's some raids I've done where I've ran it 70 times before I finally got the drop. It's the equivalent, of like something from like WoW or something,
Wow. Wow, you guys smoked there.
Yeah, still had a high KD though, so it's fine.
That's true. That's true. Greg did really good.
Told you, Greg's disgusting. Greg is a carry bot.
He's a carry bot? Nice.
Yeah. But yeah, if I can show you stuff here. So like there's different planets, and these will change. Like this director usually changes each season, right?
Okay.
So sometimes a new planet will appear or a new activity or something. So this always gets arranged with each big like comet expansion, right? So this one, like if you go here, it's got a bunch of stuff here. Like this is a big open area that you can explore. It's got enemies, little lost sectors where you can farm for certain loot and everything. But there's also like bigger activities that they release, that you can go do these curated kind of things. So you have like strikes. You have like these mini dungeons that are like kind of like hacking into like the Vex. They're like these robotic entities that are like futuristic. They see all time periods of existence essentially. Okay. And they try to basically take over. They're trying to take over all existence. But this is like, you go into like do a hacking activity to penetrate one of their firewalls that they call it, and you get a bunch of loot at the end. So you got stuff like that. What's it called? This person down here, way at the bottom here, she usually has like a bunch of quests you can do to unlock special fragments for your for like the stasis class, and that'll give you like brand new ways of using that class. So there's like a ton of those to unlock, and I just can't be bothered to do them because they're so tedious.
Gotcha. So what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
There's
planets?
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 planets technically right now. This is the main like social hub. This is the little social hub that's attached to this where they do the seasonal content. Okay. And then at the top you have like Crucible, Strikes, which is like a playlist, so you just queue in to play with people.
So if you wanted to just farm raids, you could do that.
Yeah, you can't queue for raids. That's the only thing.
So you
have to either have a pre-made group with a clan that you're in, or you go on like the Discord. You go on the Discord to, find a group, the LFG.
So are people running things like raids like all the time?
All the time. How did you kill me there?
Wow, I
Oh,
thought
he's
you
got
him.
Void Warlock. Yeah, it's because Void Warlock, they have like an ability to basically regenerate their health on a kill. So like if he had lethal damage at that time and we both kill each other, he could technically, if he kills me first, get his health back.
Gotcha. I cannot imagine being a sniper in this game. Everything is moving way too fast.
Oh, Garrett is a disgusting sniper in this. Well, he was a disgusting sniper in this game. He just refuses to play it anymore.
I was gonna say you must have to like really train yourself for like the flick shots and stuff in this one.
Yep.
I'll tell you, the maps don't really interest me that much. It all just seems like it's kind of on like a vertical plane.
Vertical or horizontal, I mean?
Horizontal, sorry. Like, it feels like they don't really make a lot of use of, like, the floatiness of your characters.
You can abuse stuff like in here. Like when you're inside this room, people are trying to push in. Like I have a floaty ability and I can literally hover over these doors to get people.
Yeah,
there are ways to abuse a lot of these things.
The maps are also a lot smaller than I thought they were going to be.
Yep.
Zone C captured. You have advantage.
Let me switch weapons. This is too close of a map. Let me try. Get rid of this. I'll put this on. So, this is so this will, if he shows, it'll track him basically. So now he's primed and I can hit him and he detonates.
Oh, neat. So you just have to hit him once, basically.
Well, yeah, you hit him to track and then you have to do a focus shot to actually trigger it.
Got it.
So hip fire will. Oop. I'm gonna die here.
Zone B captured. That's a power play.
Yep.
You took them. Now hold.
You can't win against shotguns when you don't have a shotgun equipped there.
Yeah. Honeybee, you looks like you won the Deltarune vinyl. Congratulations to you. We'll make sure to get your information tomorrow and hook you up with that. All right, guys, we're gonna do something a little bit different for the next giveaway. Same thing for the next person who donates to the Leave a Legacy Fund. We'll do a giveaway. It's something that we have not given away at all today. A little bit interesting, different, cool, I think. I think you guys are going to like it. But, yeah, like I said, whoever does the next donation kickstarts the next giveaway. So there you go. I got stuffs to give away. I'll tell you that much. So like in PvP, does it really not matter what gear you're using?
No, it does. I mean, there's each weapon has like roles. So like all these stats, these things, are farmable. So you can get weapons that do more damage against, like, if you're in your super, you can get weapons that do more damage against people in their super.
Got it.
I'm gonna die. I'm getting supered. Yeah, we're in a lobby that's full of sweaties right now.
Is it because of your MMR?
No, this is just a casual thing, but a lot of people are sweaty in this lobby.
Gotcha.
Even Greg.
Raid is coming in with that 10 spot. Thank you, Raid. Appreciate you, brother. I love it. I love it. Thank you. All right, guys. So this next giveaway comes at us from Insert Coin Clothing. I don't know if anybody knows who Insert Coin is. They do some really cool stuff where they basically make video game clothing, and so they were kind enough to do this really cool like giveaway codes for us. So as you can see, I'm scrolling through their website now. They do really like neat modern clothing, but still with like a video game thing. Like you got a Let's Play pin, you got the You Died hat from Dark Souls, and I'll show you right here up at the top. They've actually got some cool stuff. If you shop by game, you can see they've got like Siege 6. They've got Cuphead, Dark Souls, Deathloop, Demon Souls, Guild Wars, Ghost of Tsushima, Mass Effect. Like they've got really cool stuff on here. And so they actually threw us 3 €20 coupon codes. So you guys don't need to ship this anywhere. You guys can enter it. You're anywhere in the world. They've got pins. You can use the code on anything you want at the shop. And yeah, 20 euros will get you a long way. It won't get you like a sweatshirt or anything like that, nothing crazy, but it'll at least get you somewhere on some of these items. So this is Insert Coin Clothing. Once again, want to thank them for sponsoring part of the event. And again, we'll be doing this doing this giveaway in the Discord. And to enter the giveaway, you do have to be part of our Discord server. Join the Discord at the link above, accept the rules in the welcome channel, assign yourself the giveaway's role, and then enter the giveaway itself. And again, once you enter a giveaway, once you enter the giveaway's channel, you're never going to have to do it again. So it's 4 steps right now, but it pays off in the long run. All right, let's snap back to Livid while I'm doing this giveaway, getting this all set.
It's an absolute sweaty lobby, man.
Yeah, you guys are having a hard time.
Even Greg said he had to take off his fun loadout because he had to get on his competitive mode.
Oh boy.
That's a power play. You took them, now hold. Zone C lost.
All right, so there's going to be 3 winners here. Insert coin, clothing, 20 euro coupon codes. And this anybody can enter. And there we go.
3 minutes. Hold strong, and this battle is yours.
Greatest, thanks for the 10 spot, man. Thank you for the donations. Corey, everybody who's donated tonight, thank you guys so much. It means the world to us that we're going to be able to do some really cool stuff for these kids.
Oh my gosh, just got supered. Pulled ahead. Probably not for long. Our season is super.
Did you pull ahead? Oh, you're going up, not down, right?
Yeah.
Is it how long you're holding the spots for?
So no, the spots that you hold give you more points when you get kills. So if we have 2 points and they have 1, they only get 1 point per kill, we get 2.
Got it. I feel like the bow is not the right play in PvP. It seems like it's quite hard.
Enemy has zoned us. One final push and victory is yours.
Ow. Nope.
I can't even tell where
Nope.
people are hitting you from. I really can't.
Nope. You're dead. You're dead. You're dead. You're dead.
Did you get like 9 kills in a row?
Yep. You're dead.
Let them come. This is their fate.
Yeah, we just won. There we go.
Nice. Hard fought victory.
I'm not like necessarily worried about. So the thing with the bow is, so your priming shot works for everybody on your team. So if you prime somebody and somebody kills them, they'll detonate and kill people around them. So like you can technically play like a support role with your stuff. There's even weapons that like as you get kills, you'll get charges to heal people, and you can fire a shot at your teammate and full heal them or give them an overshield.
Gotcha. Greg had a good round too.
Greg always has a good.
So what's the difference between the purple items and the yellow items?
These are exotics. So those are like equivalent of like legendaries.
And do they have set stats or something?
Yeah, they have abilities. So like that one's got dynamic duo. You can turn my grenade into that soul that you see floating around me. Or there's like, yeah, if I do melee, it causes damage over time. You know, this will give you faster charging for certain grenades. This will make certain grenades scatter better.
Nice.
This gives me I have a well for my solar one that when it kills inside of it, it recharges it faster. So it's good for like a healing class, essentially.
Nice.
But I can switch to like.
And those are the different subclasses?
Yeah, so you have different classes. Like these are, you know, I could be electric, solar, void, or stasis.
Got it.
And then inside of each one, there's different ways to play each one. So these do different sets of things. So this, he puts it down and it's a healing well. These are both using like, you're floating around essentially. You got a blade that you can throw fire at people.
Oh, okay.
This one does. I'll do this one. This.
Is the ship in the back something that you can customize too?
Yep. It's all down here.
Nice.
It's like that's the vehicle you can ride and everything. So there's like these are all different exotics.
Do they have any stats, or is it just cosmetic?
Yeah, they have stats. Like so, this is one from a raid. It has 160 speed. This has 160 speed. This is a special like one that you can get. I guess they brought them all up actually. This one, I think the reason this one's so good though is this one has stealth running. So most of the time you'll get shot at.
Okay.
Like more often than not when you're driving by enemies. This one literally makes it so they're less aggressive towards you.
Oh, that's cool. So you just kind of move past everything and not worry about it.
It's good for encounters and raids where you have to drive through enemies and not die.
Oh, okay.
Control.
Oh, this is this.
So now you're playing as the Sunblade?
Yeah, the Dawnblade.
Dawnblade.
The zones are yours if you fight for them, Guardian.
I like this map a lot.
It's definitely different than the last map.
This one has more verticality and everything.
Got it.
You captured Zone A. Enemy claimed Zone C.
Oh boy.
It's so weird. It doesn't. I still. The bow is still eluding me. So you're hitting them with that shot. Is that tracking at all, or do you have to? Is it a skill shot?
No, this tracks.
Oh, okay. Because I see the square reticle go up on the enemy, but I can't tell what it's doing.
Yeah.
You captured Zone B. Zone advantage is yours.
He's tracked it, got little dots on him, so if they kill him, he'll detonate.
And when you go into your sighted mode, what is that? All you have to do.
That'll proc it, no matter if they die or not. Yeah.
Got it.
Like that, just detonated.
Got it.
He almost died.
Yeah, no, I see it. I see it.
There's two of them there.
I wonder if Halo, the new Halo, I mean, looking at this compared to the new Halo, I think that Halo plays a lot slower, honestly.
Oh, Halo plays way slower.
So slow compared to this. It's super fast.
But don't forget, Bungie doesn't make Halo anymore.
I
so.
know. We've just got winners. Hyads, I think is how you pronounce it. Loth and Blitzstrike. Congratulations to you guys on winning the €20 coupon codes for Insert Coin clothing. We will make sure to get those to you guys tomorrow. Loth, you're a double winner, so congratulations to you on both things that you won today. Thank you guys for being part of the stream today. I really appreciate everybody that's been here. We do still have more controllers to give away, so let's not all put it on Raidus. Let's put it on some of you other guys to donate. If you haven't donated anything today, literally, it can be $1, it can be $5. Anybody who donates, I've got 4 more controllers to give away. And I've actually got some game bundles to give away too. So next person to donate, that's going to kickstart the next set of giveaways. I'm going to grab a drink really quick while Livid is doing this.
Oh, now you spawn over there, of course.
Also, for anybody who's a
You're
fan
dead.
of Legacy After Dark, I do have myself an entire bag of Twizzlers next to me, but they're individually wrapped, which is the dumbest thing in the world. And also, they don't make
Individually
Twizzlers
wrapped
like they used
Twizzlers,
to.
huh?
Yeah, it's awful. I don't know why they make them.
Oh, almost killed him too. So he's wearing an exotic. If you watch when he dodged, he immediately got his entire overshield back.
Oh, that's cool.
So but it's on a pretty long cooldown. So that's why but it's really good for PvP, especially if you're dying, because as soon as you reset, it goes back off. So.
Yeah, Corey, they're not black licorice. It makes me really sad. So did you switch back to the shotgun?
No, pulse rifle.
Got it.
I still have it because it lets me tag targets if I need to see them. Yep, you just detonated.
Yeah, this is definitely a cool level. I like this level a lot more than I like the last one. How many maps do they have usually in rotation for PvP?
Well, it depends on what they have made. So each season, I'm
Are
dead.
there new maps every season?
No, there should be, but they said going forward that's what they're going to be doing because they kind of like ignored the PvP player base for like a solid 4 expansions.
Oh, that's rough.
Yeah.
That's your super here? Yep. That's pretty cool. Except you didn't kill anybody.
I did. I killed 2.
Did you?
Yep.
Five minutes left. Keep it up.
Nope.
Nice. Just like running at you. He didn't even do anything.
Yep. He knows I'm here. He knows I'm there.
Oh boy.
Zone A captured. That's a power play. You took them. Now hold them. Zone C lost.
Guys, we've got just 30 minutes left in the stream. Of course, we've achieved so much already. $1,200 for the Livid Legacy Fund in support of Connecticut Children, but we have a little bit more. Let's at least get to $1,300. So if you guys want to donate a few bucks, we'll kickstart some more giveaways, and yeah, we'll be in really great shape and be able to donate quite a bit to the hospital. I already mentioned to you guys that Livid and myself will be donating some money from the channel. We'll be able to beef up that number quite a bit. We've committed a substantial amount of money. We'll kind of save it as a surprise until we can reveal the total number for the donations. But I'm super excited to be able to do that for the hospital. And thank you, Heather Ann, so much for the $5. Really appreciate that. That's going to kickstart our next giveaway, which is 2 more controllers from Power A. So like I told you guys, Power A was, you know, one of the last people to come on board, but definitely most excited to support the event. They sent us 10 of these wired Xbox controllers, so we're going to be giving away 2 more of these right now. I think I've got 4 more to give away. So we got blue versions and green versions. They're really cool looking controllers with extra buttons, some really cool individual and unique touches to them. Again, if you want to be part of the giveaways, you do have to join us on Discord, accept the rules in the welcome channel, assign yourself the giveaways role, and then enter the giveaway in the giveaways chat. So thank you, Heather, for kickstarting another giveaway. And thank you to everybody who's donated throughout the day. All right, here we go. So we're going to do another giveaway. Another 5-minute one.
Zone C lost.
We're going to do 2 winners and type in the prize. Power A, wired Xbox controller. And again, it's USA only for these guys. And there you go. So if you don't track them with, or actually, no, the second shot, the skill shot, is that you actually have to hit them with that to detonate them? Or is it just you have to be in the general area?
A victory well executed.
Did I mute myself? Yep, totally muted myself. I was talking and nobody was hearing me.
Gotcha. I was wondering what you were doing.
Sorry, I was asking, is the aim shot a skill shot, or do you just have to be in the general area?